Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah, my favorite addiction, you know you are just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit, just a little, Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up? We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. We're a promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. inside. Come on, baby. Let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your lane. You got the stars in your eyes. Take them shine and set the world on fire. Light up.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
I know Monday morning is normally not the favorite time of day and time of the week for people, and I get it, but that's okay. We're here to make your Monday morning and your whole Monday afternoon, Monday evening, Monday night, a little bit better because we are continuing our second group stage here at DreamLeague Season 24, and things are heating up. Things are getting spicy. There's a lot we want to talk about the games that have happened and the games that are going to happen. So let's get started with a great start of the day with the PogChamp Pandas. Got the regular crowd, of course, joining us this morning as well. I'm joined by Jenkins on my left. Hey, how you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Shout out to everybody in chat who's up in the morning, bright and early with us.
Yeah.
Grab your tea, grab your coffee, grab your bagel, and sit
what?
tight.
Why is that? Why
and
is
sit
that?
tight for
Your
this
what?
succulent sweet treat that is
grab your
DreamLeague
what?
Season 24, ladies and gentlemen.
Bagel. The bagel.
Huh?
Got the bagel?
Yeah, like those round, they're like donuts, but healthy. He will know, he's American. You know what a donut is, right?
Yeah, I know what bagels are.
Yeah, a bagel is like it's like basically a bread version of a donut.
Sure. That's what we'll go with. Bagel is great. We also are joined, as you could see, by Owen and Fogged. How you doing, Fogged?
Good. Slept through my alarm this morning, but
That means you slept.
good to go. I slept. I'm nice and ready. Got some good games for us this morning.
He didn't sleep because he saw that I was sending him Instagram reels at 4 a.m.
4:30. I saw you were still active.
Why were you up at 4:30? You hadn't gone bed or what?
No, I was nervous.
For
You
today.
look nervous.
Yeah, I was
gonna say.
nervous, so I woke up. Good.
How are you doing this morning, Owen?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
You want to do over for that
Right
one?
again, yeah,
How are
right
you doing today, Owen?
I'm doing good.
Ooh, I like it.
I'm looking forward to today. Looking forward to today.
Where's your
Waking
tea?
up, babe.
Go
We're
get your
waking
tea.
up. We're waking up. Yeah.
Would you like some?
No, I'm good.
Ginger tea?
No.
Actually,
That's not
ginger
ginger
tea.
tea.
Yeah, it is
What is?
actually ginger tea.
No energy drinks this morning for me.
Very good, very good. No, it's good to have you all three with me this morning again, because I know you're all dying to hear more about what we're going to talk about today. You know what the first topic of business is. It's the EPT. We are here at the first stop for the Esports World Cup. And we're all
Yeah, I got this today.
You got
yeah,
it?
but I want to continue on to go first.
Okay, so of course you have scaling points as the year progresses. We have DreamLeague Season 24. That's the season that we're in. We've got 13,000 points. Next up, we have a LAN, so that's going to be worth more points. The LANs, we want to have more value because it's more hype and more epic. But new this season, the group stages, the better you do in those, the more EPT points you're also going to get. So we have no worthless matches. Everybody's playing. We asked Snake King yesterday in the interview, how hard are you guys trying for every game? And he said, giga hard.
Giga hard.
Is that what he said?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't think he used the word giga, but he did say, and we've heard it from them before, like they are trying so hard to not play in these qualifiers, and it is pretty crazy. Obviously, if Falcons did not make top 4 and they would have to go qualifiers, their region, it's relatively safe to say that they will probably make it through qualifiers, right? There's a couple of qualifiers that are not looking so hot. So I checked the numbers, and okay, we already know that top 4 that makes it top 4 here does not have to qualify to the next stop for the EPT, which is ESL 1 Bangkok. From, for example, Western Europe, only one team makes it through. And at the moment, Gaimin is out. Liquid has not got a single series win.
Oh.
And there is a lot more teams that could potentially be upsetting and disrupting those qualifiers.
What Secret, OG, and
Parivision.
they're probably.
I think they're probably
They're probably gonna make it.
They're not going to be the qualifiers.
Yeah, they're doing well.
yeah.
They're probably getting top 4. Those guys look good.
Yeah,
They
look
do.
good.
But there's a lot.
else? What do you think?
Alliance's roster was pretty good recently.
They
right?
look pretty good,
They're
actually.
So
They
you
did.
got Alliance as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary.
Avalos.
There's a lot.
Making
It's
up
terrible.
there.
It's a
It's
lot
Milan.
of teams.
Like that
Yeah.
qualifiers is we already know is going to be stacked.
Yeah, and only one team makes it through. I also took some liberty to look further ahead, but I can't find too many details. There might be 2 teams from Western Europe qualifying for the next DreamLeague, but at the moment it's only listed at 1. But there's a couple of slots that are yet to be allocated.
Yeah, it's up to Jenkins.
Yeah, definitely.
I think I'm going to give NA 4 slots.
You still won't make
Yeah, I did
it.
it first.
Then
Yeah,
you'll-
we're
then
top
you'll
4
find.
because Noun's disbanded. Fart Studios top 4 in NA.
Easy. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got this.
They're org.
I have no doubts about it. But it is looking like very scary, because if we just saw the list of points, obviously there's only 5 events to get points out of, and the whole goal is to qualify for the Esports World Cup. But it's looking pretty scary, Fog. I mean, I know we're only at the first stop, but Western Europe looks rough.
Yeah, just play better.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With that being said,
I can get behind that. He definitely slept last night.
yeah, he definitely
No, I mean
did.
there's a lot to play. There's constant games that are going to be played. I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, we can take a look at what happened yesterday of all the games that were played. We had 4 series yesterday, and we started the day with 2 full 3-game series, and it pains me to see Xtreme without a win yet. We'll get to the standings in a second, but I feel like we see this scoreline for them every single time. 1-2. They win 1 game, normally game number 2 of the series, but they just can't get it done, Fog.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just lacking consistency for sure. Yesterday in particular, I mean, Ame's actually been looking pretty good, I would say, in most of his games. You know, we're giving him a lot of memeing and stuff like that because he's playing Jug, but he actually didn't look like bad when he was playing it. The hero just looked weak.
There you go. It's this game, right?
XXS in particular, he had a particularly rough day yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ame, he played well. I think PYW's had pretty solid performances across the board too. Same thing for Tianming. I think, yeah, just sometimes I think XM and XXS have left a bit to be desired.
That first game was good for XXS, but
Yeah.
it was really the Beastmaster game where
Yeah.
I watched that one, and we all watched it, but I went back and watched it, and it just looked like he wasn't really making any moves. Like he wasn't initiating any fight. He just looked lost, which is very strange because I consider him to be kind of an expert at these summons offlaners. Like this is what his claim to fame was at the start.
He made quite a bit of like position mistakes, right? Like even in big team fights, he bought Lens, right? When you buy this on Beastmaster, it's like, okay, I'm staying out of the fight. I'm making sure and he's like getting caught inside the black hole. He's not getting roars off. He's getting mind-breakered without popping BKB to get a roar off.
Yeah, that was rough.
Very uncharacteristic for him to have that type of performance.
Yeah. After that, we had Falcons still getting the victory out against Tundra again. Owen.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird series. We had like kind of 2 games that were very long.
Yeah.
But not a lot happened. It was like it was just impossible. I mean, the last one in particular, this first one as well, right? Tundra. I guess this was the point where it really.
This is where
turned,
whole
Yeah,
turned
it
the
was.
whole
But
game.
they had this lead. They had this lineup that wanted to try and run Falcons over. They lose this fight, and then, I mean, it's 14 minutes now. This game went on for what, another 25
Yeah.
or something?
Another 20 minutes or so.
What did Snake King say in the interview? He's like, "Oh, it's for the fans, these 2 ones," and I didn't have the heart to tell him. I did not have the heart to tell him.
Oh,
Well, one of the games called, game 3, was it what you said? There's 30 minutes.
There was 30 minutes without a kill that
Yeah.
they weren't able to get on the side of Tundra. And they had, it's like we looked at their draft and it was kind of this weird one that we did get to this point where there's this rapier kind of turnaround, but it was desperation really from Tundra to attempt to come back because they're mega creeped. And yeah, I mean, Amar in particular kind of danced on them as this bristleback. They all just were playing. It felt like however they wanted to on Falcons. Tundra just did not have catch, no ways to take fight. 33 didn't use Doom for almost 30 minutes in that game.
Honest question. Do you guys think Amar is the best player in the world right now?
I think that's very hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Okay, then name somebody better.
I think
Or somebody that's also
at the
in
moment
the
that
conversation.
I mean,
the player that has impressed me.
Sure, if you had
is-
to pick one player.
I still don't know if I think I might pick Pure.
No way. That's
He's been
crazy.
playing everything.
That's crazy. Nightfall's
No,
prime carry.
I think it would have to be Amar. If you're going to put all the players in the same pool
He's
and pick one out,
It's
and
so
you have
hard
to
to
label one as
judge.
the
He's
best
such a
at the
problem.
moment.
He's such a
Yeah, he
problem for
is.
teams to deal with. I can't think of anybody. He's against Doom as Bristle, and yet he's the guy carrying that game. I don't. That's not.
I think you got
that's
good
not
argument.
supposed to happen.
I would
just
say
do it.
Amar or Malrine right now for me. Amar maybe a little bit more because he has this immense hero pool now. He used to be a bit more restricted, and that's where people could abuse him. Well,
he
abuse
plays
in a
a lot
way.
now.
Now he plays literally
He plays everything.
So
and
I would.
he has his
agree.
picks where you can pick him in any game, and he'll destroy you. You're countering with Bristleback, and he just owns. Like, this kid's a savant, man.
Yeah. One thing that we also saw in the series with Falcons and Tundra is Tundra trying out the Warlock, which has not worked out for them. But we did see the Warlock in action again when BB Team was able to 2-0 Waska, and that was... I mean, I don't know how much that was in the Warlock, but I will say that this hero keeps popping up, and we
It
keep
was
having...
not on the Warlock.
We have very different opinions about it here compared to what some of the pros seem to think, but it's... I think it's fun to see. It works for BetBoom every time.
It does, and so does Magnus.
Yeah.
Mag, I think, might start coming on the rise, especially because Pango is so popular and BKB piercing disables. And I think some of these heroes are slept on just because people are, not full out copy pasting each other. But this hero looked good. This hero's looked good in most of the games.
Well,
it's
apart
flexible.
from when Yodomi in this series played it on position 5.
Yeah.
I think as core, it looks definitely a bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks
Yeah,
cool.
I was not a huge fan of Yodomi's Mag, but you play Mag into a Mag team. I mean, I guess they'll make it hard for you also playing it from 5 position.
Yeah.
If you're trying to go for those Blink skewer backs, by the time you've like Force and Blink, they have Yules, Hex, BKB, like all of these ways of stopping you or preventing you from skewering them back.
We can take a look at the standings with all the series that happened yesterday. We also had Parivision 2-1ing Team Liquid. That was a relatively close series, but Parivision with that series, together with Team Spirit and their series earlier in that day, they are both still undefeated. So that's going to be, once those two teams go up against each other, looking forward to seeing that. We have got 2 teams sitting at 2-1, and the rest is all below the feared middle line. Tundra, at the moment, also in that bottom 4, and also one of the teams that people should fear in qualifiers if they make it that... Like, if they make it that low, I feel like I'm expecting Tundra in the top 4, but I could say that about almost every team that I see on this screen. It's only day 4 of this group stage that lasts 7 days, and it is this is the middle day, so I would say that this is definitely an important point to know if you're playing basically the rest of the group stages from behind or from ahead for some of the teams. But we'll see what today brings. But before we go to see what today brings, we're going to see what Owen and Fogg are going to bring, because one thing that we're going to look at this morning is, we like our commentary duos that are always on the same line in terms of thought. They always know what each other are thinking, can finish each other's sentences and stuff. But maybe sometimes you guys disagree.
Probably.
Well, that's a strongly disagree from my side of things. Is the
Can it go
easiest
off the
job in
edge?
world.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Commend or Report, where we listen to blank statements about we don't know what, and we decide whether we agree or disagree with them.
Let's go.
You two are the best cancer duo right now.
I think that one is a disagree.
Yeah, I'm gonna
because
say
it depends
disagree.
who you are. Some people like us the best. Some people like others the best. Do I think we're the best? No, I think it depends on the mood that you're in when you're watching a game. We offer something that others don't, but the others offer something that we don't. So, as a statement, I'd say disagree.
I'd agree. Yeah, I'd agree with the disagree.
Yeah.
You enjoy clubbing and party.
Clubbing.
Clubbing and partying.
I mean,
I'm kind of in the middle, I guess.
I don't really. I don't.
You
club.
definitely don't.
I don't mind it. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't do it.
I'll lean like
So-
very slightly to agree. but
I'm down.
maybe to the slightest. But like,
I mean, I guess, but technically, I would have to say disagree because I don't go
You just
clubbing.
don't, so,
I don't go
yeah.
clubbing.
You enjoy playing ranked more than unranked.
Oh, for me, that is a strongly agree. I am not an unranked gamer. I have to be playing for MMR.
Strongly disagree. I don't care to play MMRs anymore. It does nothing for me, but make me annoyed. So.
Coffee is better than tea.
I don't really drink either.
I
So-
drink much more coffee, but I like.
Okay.
I would say tea has more variety of flavor. So.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not like a coffee expert, so I wouldn't be able to tell you like a good one from a bad one. So I would say no. For me, coffee is not better than tea, but not strongly disagree because I'm not a massive.
I would just
Brit.
be like
I don't drink a lot of tea.
Just a
but it would be disagree.
I like coffee. I probably like coffee more per se, but I would say that I could find teas that I would like more.
Better in more situations.
Yeah, more situations.
Being a caster is the hardest job in the esports production.
Well, that's a strongly disagree from my side of things. It's the
Can it go off
easiest
the
job in
edge?
world.
Can it go off the edge? No, casting
It's
is
very
fun.
easy.
Yeah.
We're very lucky to do what we do, and there are a bazillion people, millions, well, maybe not millions, thousands of people, hundreds of people in esports that do jobs that are much harder than ours.
I would specifically say hosting.
I think
is
hosting.
Probably one of the hardest,
Yep.
just because you're controlling a conversation, you're steering toward a certain thing while you're also listening to a producer and everything in your ear. You have like so many different jobs. I think for me, hosting, besides back-end stuff, which I know back-end stuff can get to like anything, I would say hosting is the hardest.
No, that's easy.
Oh, it's amazing. Nice. Good job.
Good job. We'll see you next time for more commend or report.
That was really nice and wholesome, actually. Although I do think you don't like clubbing at all.
Oh, no, that should probably be a strongly disagree. I mean, but that's the thing, I don't dislike it, I just don't do it. You know, if someone was like, oh, and we're going clubbing, I might take a bit of kind of
You need to be convinced. Like,
to get it,
who
go
else
out.
is
But I would
going?
probably go out.
What time are we going there? What
time to
time
get
will we be back?
My posture in
long
that
do you look?
scene was bad. My back hurts.
If it was just partying, he'd be strong agree.
If it was partying, it would have been stronger. The fact
just
that it
the
said
club
clubbing,
clubbing.
I'm not a club person.
Because clubbing is
Not for me.
different to pub. You're more of a bar guy, right? Like a
Yeah.
what do they call it? Drivers, dines, and dashes. What's that?
What?
What's that one guy that was on the Food Network? Had the blonde hair?
Guy Fieri?
Guy Fieri. Yeah. What was his show?
do?
Diners,
Drive-ins
and dives.
And dives. You're a dive sort of guy. That's what you're in the kind
Thanks.
of degenerate places. Because I've gone with him. I know.
So are you.
I've gone with him. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm
Is it
not.
not like a bar crawl? Is that what you're looking for?
No. We go to the worst, just scum places and drink there.
Sounds
Hard agree.
like a
Yeah.
great, fun time. Yeah,
Those are my people.
fair enough. All right, let's focus our attention on what is coming today. I think everybody can agree that today is going to be a spectacular in terms of the Dota coming our way. And we have 4 best-of-3 series again, Owen.
Spicy.
Yeah. We're starting the day with Xtreme Falcons. Looking forward to that one. I think, Xtreme, they've lost every series so far.
Yeah.
This one, they're probably going to lose as well. But maybe. Maybe. This one's the hardest. It's up against Team Falcons. I could see... this could be really rough. I could see Xtreme winning one game. Comeback. No, that's not true. But I could see them winning one game.
Well, that's what they've been doing.
Yeah. It's going to be very devastating for them here today.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Ame pick something funny again. Come on, at this point, you're 0-3. Just pick the Spectre. Make the fans go wild.
I don't know about that. We'll see. We also have Spirit versus Waska. We have Liquid versus Tundra, which Liquid is also still, together with Xtreme, one of the 2 teams that's not got a single win. Do we think they're going to get one in today?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Hard to say versus Tundra.
I don't think anyone expected Liquid to go 0-3. They're not beating Tundra. It looks rough. I don't know what's up with Liquid. This is not a good result. It's really bad. If they go 0-4 today, they're basically not going to be making it through.
Yeah, I mean, your fate's almost not completely in your hands.
Yeah,
They have to
basically.
win.
Kind of in a
And
way.
Tundra's absolutely got it together. Yeah. They look stellar.
They do.
So,
How do we feel about Parivision and BetBoom?
That's probably the series to watch
That's
for
pretty
me
high.
today.
That's
that
a
one.
good one.
That
That's
is
a really
high
good
one.
one.
Yeah.
I think I would go with Parivision
Yeah.
over BetBoom, but that one we could have 3 60-minute games. I think that one we could get really close to.
I mean, that one, the mid lane for that one is going to be super hype. It's no one versus Kiyotaka.
I don't
That
feel
one
like
sounds fun.
Parivision has been like absolutely shit stomping their matches or anything like that though. So I could see that also going 3 games.
Yeah, there has been very close games that Parivision has been in. I think regardless though, it's going to be an exciting day of Dota 2. And as Owen just said, we're going to kick it off with Xtreme versus Falcons. So gentlemen, we're gonna leave you and we're going to get started with our first series of the day. Falcons versus Xtreme Gaming. Falcons sitting on a 2-1, Xtreme sitting on a 0-3. And thank you, PogChamp Pandas, for that exciting intro to this wonderful best of 3 coming your way. We're also
Can I just do something real quick?
yeah, you go for it.
Hi everybody, this is Ame, and welcome to Juggernaut. Okay, thank you. What did you do to my mouse, dude? How did you do this?
We had every single day we do a little bit of a prank.
They play the Jackass
Jenkins.
theme, and all of a sudden you're pranking me. Why is my mouse so slow? And why does it have a trail? Can we just zoom in?
What? Okay.
It might be possible. Also, you should try using your touchpad after.
We disabled the touchpad.
What do you mean you just...
Can you use your mouse?
What?
Why is it
It has a
doing this?
trail, dude.
It's also really fast.
I didn't even know you could disable the touchpad.
Why does it have a trail?
It's a Trail of the Burning Doom.
Yeah.
That's an expensive arcana right there, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait to
Wonderful.
do no draft analysis because I can't use my mouse.
All right, we got ourselves the cost of the panel. Good to have you back. And of course, tech analyst Kazu.
That's me. Hello, Shiver. Tech analyst, I'm here. What do you need from me today,
I
Shiver?
need from you to tell me what's happening with this upcoming best of 3.
What's happening? So Xtreme have looked pretty bad. Falcons have looked pretty good. And I watched a replay yesterday of Team Falcons where there's a lot of cool things to see.
Ooh.
Because Malrine, even back in 2022 where he played the BetBoom Christmas show, where of course I was there, you know, he was really impressing me. But in this game, he's playing Primal into Viper. This is a really bad matchup. So what they do, he's the mid laner, right, Shiver?
Yes.
But he starts in the off lane. He cuts the first wave with the Blood Grenade and the boots. In the meantime, Amar, their offlaner, is taking the mid lane, like the first wave, because Primal doesn't really want to be against Viper. So this is the case. Now, after Malrine cuts the first wave top, he runs mid to take the second wave middle. This now means that no one actually has no creeps
He's
protecting
like, where are they at?
Yeah, like what the hell is this? This is an
He's
offlaner in the mid lane.
He's getting tipped.
He's diving this guy and killing him. So then Amar goes back top, and Malrine now starts laning middle properly because he got like, you know, the first blood and whatever. And from this point on, he doesn't even lane honestly anymore. He's just creep skipping. This is some like Eternal Envy 2018 garbage, you know, where you're not playing the mid lane. Then later, he ganks bottom, he gets a kill on this Pangolier. And it's just like so many small things that they're doing where even though you're outpicked with your matchup, right? Like you don't want to be playing Primal Beast into the Viper.
Yeah.
But they keep doing this thing. So now there's a Wisdom Rune spawning. He uses Trample to cut the trees because all he wants to do right now is hold his Onslaught for when the Wisdom Rune spawns. So he waits, he baits them up north, Onslaughts through all of them, takes the Wisdom Rune. Now in the first 7 minutes, he's already done so much stuff, which is insane. He gets a Haste Rune at minute 12. Now he goes here basically on his own. There's 4 people here on him. He's like, I have a haste, screw you nerds, I'm gonna keep running around. So now Crystallis comes. He turns into him as the Morphling. He's gonna dodge his spell with the haste rune, run down here, fog them in the Roche pit, then charge out again and blinks out. So in the first 50 minutes, this guy, I don't know how, he outplays them. He's gonna alt-chat them with a question mark. This guy, he's just absolutely, this guy is absolute madness. Like,
Yeah.
and this is just like 14 minutes of a random replay.
I want to change my opinion of the previous discussion we had.
Malrine is the best
Malrine
player
is the
in the
best
world
player
right now.
This guy cooks hard.
Yeah.
Very good. He's very good. I will say he invented the Primal Beast cutting mid-wave.
Yep.
Like when he first stood in for, I think it was Tundra during one of the Dream Leagues. And we saw him cutting waves and we're like, this is not Dota.
Yeah.
And since then he's done it. And I've always thought like Primal's got to be a broken hero if you know how to play it because
You
no
don't have to
matter
lane.
what, you don't have to lane. You can always farm both the jungle and also the creep wave. And you can do it in the off lane too. So I feel like the same probably still applies to offlane primals if you're good enough to know when to do it.
Malorine and 33 are the most fun players to watch when it comes down to all this small plays. I mean, this is not small by any means what he did, but he's always going to find something to make it certain matchups in his favor, and that's why he's really good. And he's also really good because he has one of the highest KDAs. This guy is just super active, and he's the guy that has the least deaths, even though he plays like that 5-man rotation on top of him where he gets out is just insane.
It is pretty crazy. It's I think it kind of summarized Falcons' playstyle because they play. They know that they have matchups that they don't potentially win, that on paper aren't favoring them, and they'll just go back to like, okay, how will I win the matchup? What can I do to make sure this matchup will still go my way? And I like that they are thinking out of the box while doing so.
And I think this just goes to show you that they understand the heroes better than anyone else. Like, when Amar plays Razor, if he plays into Morphling, he knows all the item builds how to make it work. When he used to play, it was Razor into like another matchup like Faceless Void, he would like full tank up, 4th item hard, like. It's not that they always have the better draft as opposed to their opponent, but it's because they know their heroes so well, it doesn't matter as much that you counter them as when you play against other teams, because they just know what they need to do.
Problem-solving thinking, which is great. Focusing our attention on their opponents today, Xtreme, they could use some of that because they have not been able to solve the problems that are thrown their way, as is evident by their score.
Yeah, they solve it 33% of the time, considering that they win 1 out of 3 games every single time. They looked very well prepared yesterday. First game when they were playing against Team Spirit. Team Spirit did pick 2 times Dragonite, and they let it through. And they're like, okay, you want to pick Dragonite? We have answers for it. And then they fell short to do so in the game 2. Game 3, they toned it down a little bit with the drafts that they had. I'm gonna do my boy XXS dirty here again. Like, this was one of his worst performances I've ever seen on a Beastmaster. 5k damage in a 60+ minute game. Because I always praise him. This guy is playing well, but something is just off right now.
Yeah, what could it be? How do you fix it?
I'm not sure. Like, maybe it's because it's a little bit of the drafting, maybe, but then it's also like gameplay and like how they connect. I feel like other teams are just. Like, when Xtreme is as strong as possible in the game, I feel like they don't use those timings very well. I feel like there's always something is not missing, someone didn't push the wave, or their smoke is going to the wrong place, or their team fight is, I don't know, something's just not right, Jenkins.
It's gotta be mental. Like, there's something going, because he had a good game 1 in the series. Like, the Sand King was extremely good. I don't know what happened in game 2 or sorry, game 3, which was the Beastmaster one, where maybe he's like not playing enough of the hero on the patch, or they like Spirit intentionally really focused him, which I don't feel like happened that much. It just was that like XXS wasn't as in control of the game as you usually see him when he's playing these heroes. Maybe he's playing too many Blink Initiators lately, so he's a little like, rusty on the summons heroes. But the thing is, like, this guy has always been one of the best offlaners in China. Depending on the point in the year, he is the best offlaner in China. So I really don't doubt his ability to have a shit game. And like, when we are calling it out, he's absolutely calling it out himself as well. He's like, I just played like trash today, and I'm going to fix it tomorrow. And I don't doubt his ability to do that. Okay, so how are they going to fix it? Is that anything that has to come from the drafting side? Or do you feel like, for Xtreme, and I don't just mean for XXS, because generally it's not just one player that causes a team to falter this many times in a row. So how are they going to fix it? Is it draft they should address?
To some extent, yes. I also want to see some Pagna being played by this team. This is one of the few teams that didn't use Pagna at all compared to Team Falcons, who have been undefeated with Pagna 8 out of 8 games. This is the hero that has been picked over 30 times, 35 games, and has 69% win rate. It's just insane what the hero does, and I think you need to look at the numbers and figure out that this hero should be picked right now, considering how strong it is in the lane. This is also a hero that has been played into Doom counter, and it feels even strong. Like, you don't care too much about it, considering the save that you have. Your nether ward is super strong in the team fights, and you're also dominating every single lane. Every single time I watch Pagna in the lane, sometimes he zones out 2 heroes. Yeah. The only thing I want to see from Xtreme, because I will say that their drafts at least have been playable, but I would like them to play a little faster, but also play heroes that don't need 40 minutes to come online. Yep. I think yesterday when they had like Luna, Monkey King, I think that's good. You need this type of stuff. Like, if you play against Falcons,
even when they're down like 4k gold, I think there was like a highlight earlier, they're gonna bring 5 heroes and fight you when they think they can. Whereas Xtreme, I think so far in their games, they're not doing that. And if you want to win, which they have to, they need to make it easier for themselves. And it has to start in this draft, like right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, Jenkins, that they have to start it in this draft right now against Falcons.
Yeah, that is rough. My thought regarding this that I thought of when you guys were speaking about XXS and maybe what they can do in terms of drafting for him is that I think that there are certain heroes in Dota where you need to play it a lot. Even if you're very skilled at it, you need to have played it a lot recently in order to be able to play it in competitive. And then there are other heroes that are easy enough that you don't have to play it a lot. And just if you've put the time in, if you've played like 100 games in the past, one game and you're good. And I think Beastmaster is one of those heroes where even if you're a Beastmaster expert, you need to play it like at least like 10 or 20 times in the last couple of weeks in pubs. And XXS has not really been doing that. He has 3 matches on Beastmaster in the last 8 days, 33% win rate, so he lost 2 of them. That's not that much, whereas on Bristle, this is his most played hero with 8 matches, and they've not been able to get him Bristle in a very long time. So, and I do think Bristle, even though he's spamming it, is one of those heroes. You can kind of play no Bristle, and you can still play a Bristle in competitive. So maybe picking him something that's more comfortable in that sense would work.
And also for XM, he's one of the few mid laners right now that is not playing Earth Spirit, which I think is a massive L when it comes down to you need to have Earth Spirit player on your team from the mid lane.
I believe he has been pubbing it as of yesterday when I checked his Dota 2 Pro
Maybe
tracker.
it's he started too late.
He did it.
Yeah, 0-3 and then start pubbing the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We are in the draft for game number 1 of this best of 3. Falcons will be on the Radiant side with first pick. Xtreme on Dire side, second pick. Opening straight away from the Alchemist with Falcons. They already banned out the Doom. We'll see what Xtreme is going to cook to deal with that. They did already ban out the Pugna that we mentioned that Falcons has been so strong on, so they limit what Falcons can do with that. And they pick up the Tusk.
They go with the Tusk into Alk, which a lot of the times if you lane into it, I think it's a good answer, because you can always snowball the concoction and like either turn it or save your guy. Or if you have an aggressive offlaner with tag team, you can try to pressure this hero. Because the problem with Alk is that this hero doesn't seem to lose any lanes. And even if he does, he just goes and farm his double camp behind the lane.
Usually they pair it up with Enchantress, so that means you're definitely not winning that lane with all the sustain, extra gold that Alchemist brings with his facet, so he can bring a Bracer, bring an extra healing salve. And I think if they go with the Enchantress, if Xtreme Gaming doesn't ban it out, it also blocks the potential Visage pick that can come out with this like Visage Tusk. This is one of the few lanes that can sustain through the burst of Visage and Tusk, because you have extra regen, Enchantress is super tanky. So I don't want Xtreme Gaming to give them another Enchantress.
I mean, there is also a chance where Xtreme, I don't know if they have favored, they have not favored Eng that much. Looks like they played it once. Because if they want to play it, they could also take it out of phase. But I feel like Tianming, maybe he wants to be something else. Like his Phoenix has looked amazing, but it is one of the worst matchups. Like alt carry, he destroys Phoenix. High attack speed, always has a BKB, he will always jump you. I mean, you could also pick your core out of phase if they know what they want. But yeah, for now, I feel like Alchemist it's a really hard hero to respond to from the offline role if Doom is taken out.
Primal Beast actually has a very high win rate versus Alk, which I suppose is just because it's one of the few heroes that, at least for the first like 15 to 30 minutes of the game, can burst him through his ult, like pre-BKB. And I think he'd probably lane pretty well against it.
I guess it kind of makes sense. Like he matches all of the things you do. He lanes well, he can invade your stacks. You don't really kill him because he's very tanky. If he builds pipe, his mid-game fights are fine. When he has BKB and you have BKB, he can grab you. So it just makes sense that Falcons ban it.
Yeah, solid one coming up from them. They've also banned out the Dawnbreaker. So again, wanting to make sure that Alchemist would have a good lane. And it's Muerta that gets removed by Xtreme, so that Enchantress is still in the pool. But they will get their hands on this Bristleback that we mentioned. And this is one that we are happy with then?
Yeah.
Even if it would be against an Enchantress Alch?
I think it's fine. I mean, those heroes deal a lot of damage and have a lot of kill threat, but Bristle is very tanky. You can send salves, you can send regen, you should be fine. And they also potentially get like a support response pick as well if they do see the Ench come out here. Or they could just take the Ench themselves if Falcons does not take it.
Yeah. No, they'll go for their standard Hoodwink.
Team Falcons, they are very predictable.
Yep.
I would say when it comes down to drafting, they're one of the teams that doesn't have the highest hero pool here in the tournament. That's just how they play. There's the Enchantress, there's the Hoodwink. They want to have break mechanic against this Bristleback. So pretty simple thinking, pretty straightforward from Team Falcons. You know what's coming because these guys they just spam heroes in pubs and they spam those heroes in professional Dota.
You know, I honestly wouldn't mind a Nyx Assassin right now, even though you're going to have
3 melees.
You're going to have 3 melees. That's obviously very scuffed. It deals with the Ench, and I feel like Nyx is actually a pretty good answer to the Alk. Finding him in the jungle, low HP. Oftentimes you can solo him. Okay, never mind. They're going to go for the range melee pairing. Yeah, that's probably safer.
Interesting. I would have actually thought that Tusk could have also laned bottom, but the Willow obviously is just a fine pick, and they play quite a lot. They've had some very good performances from Mr. PYW. But yeah, I think Ench overall, you don't enjoy like a Bristol lane too much, but it's more about, again, what Ench can do for your team. You secure the ult, you can move around, you have the Hoodwink Ench 1+1 combo that can go around and apply pressure. But I think so far, like, both teams are pretty happy with what they're getting. I think like these next incoming picks will like really tell which team is doing better. Okay, Mr. Xtreme Gaming, they go for the Ame Morphling. It's one of the better matchups into Alk. Alk can definitely tempo the game up too much for you, but if you survive it, you have a very good matchup.
I think that it's a fine pick because they have Bristleback. It's going to be a lot of stacking done. This is going to be Tusk plus Morphling lane, Dark Willow with the Bristleback, so you will have the stacks ready. I also want to see if Team Falcons will maybe try to invade the stacks, because if you shut down this Bristle by a good few minutes, this also means that Morphling is not strong, because what they want to do with Morphling Bristle, they want to take a fight until Morphling feels relatively safe to come into the fight, so I think it's key to shut down this Bristle.
A lot of Amar's heroes look kind of bad here. I do remember he picked Tidehunter against Morphling, and I feel like Tide Hoodwink.
There could be Pango as well.
Could be Pango, could also be Slark off lane.
I don't
Slarky Malarkey.
I don't know about Slark into Morph.
Well, he can attack you, that's good. They also have literally 0 ways of shutting you down. You can always leap out of the trouble. But it could also be just some Earth Spirit from the mid lane for Malrine. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, because you probably think that it's going to be banned out here anyway. And you don't have a last pick if you're Falcons, so... Once again, in this slot, you always want to pick whatever you think you don't have like 3 great options for.
Yeah.
Because 2 are going to get banned.
Falcons turn to battle.
Good call.
And now it's time to prep for that Slark off lane.
Let's go.
It really is.
This Earth Spirit is to, you know, help your side lanes for this Slarky
Help your
Malarkey.
Slark, yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, so Falcons, they definitely need this Amar hero, whereas Xtreme, they need XM's hero to try and like tempo control Malrine's Earth Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, XM does play a lot of the more like, I like to call them the asshole heroes. Like, if I'm a mid player, I don't want to lane against this guy. He reminds me of like Thompson. You know, he's gonna Viper you. He's gonna like play some Quads, Vex Invoker maybe. But they will take out the Monkey for starters. I mean, I guess he does not favor the Invoker that much, because I really like this matchup into Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I'll be down with some like more explosive damage. Some like Queen of Pain that could come out for XM.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, I like that. I'm on board.
There's not much control other than Earth Spirit, of course. This guy always has something for you, but I just like Queen of Pain a lot, because this hero has almost infinite scaling with the damage, with her facet, with her innate ability. It just feels really nice to play. He had a good game yesterday on it.
He did. He's Grandmaster.
And it shuts down the Slark, the offlane Slark that's going to come out.
Of course, ground targeted damage for the offlane Slark.
Very good, very good.
I mean, Xtreme don't actually know what to ban, at least for now. They've been like a minute on this pick.
Maybe they'd be happy to go up against the Slark.
A Viper.
Xtreme ban the Viper. I mean, they do have Bristle. I feel like that's always a hero you need to ban.
I get that, and especially because it's definitely in Amar's wheelhouse.
Yeah, it is. It's been a while, but he will play it.
Yeah.
I mean, my favorite pick would be, I think, the Pango. And then if that hero gets banned out...
They actually banned this Slark.
I don't sound so stupid now, huh?
No one said that, but I think
Nobody
it's
has said
hilarious.
that, Lacoste.
Slarky
We were taking
malarkey.
this suggestion very serious.
We believe you, man. It's tomorrow.
Keep it up, Lacoste.
Yeah, keeping it up.
It's just so stupid that teams have to ban this against this team.
It's just an X factor you don't want to have to deal with.
They're literally the
Right.
one team on the planet that will do
It's
this.
just so funny.
It just makes no sense. And it works.
It does. I mean, even if it just works for taking a ban slot there for Xtreme. All right, so what does Falcons still want to ban that would be good against that Earth Spirit as we are looking for the XM hero?
Well, I was thinking they would ban Viper, but
Yeah.
Xtreme took it out for them. I think you're fine if Sniper gets picked. Maybe he beats the Earth Spirit in lane.
Yeah, I think Sniper loses this game.
But Sniper loses the game,
Yeah.
so it would be too many farming, do-nothing cores on Xtreme.
How about the XM Dazzle?
Ooh, I would love to see that.
I have still yet to see like people, because you know Puck is meta for half a year and then suddenly you have like 3 counters, 4, 5. Now Earth Spirit is like the new Puck. Like show me more counters than just like Monkey King Huskar. I don't know
So
if
Hein Huskar is, by the way, still in the pool.
I don't know. XM has played. He played Huskar into like some insane Huskar game against Gaming and they still lost. So maybe you shelf that
You know,
one.
I could also just see Amar taking
Just Mars.
I was thinking Brood Mother.
Brood, all right.
Yeah, just pick him a casual Brood, do the tri-core.
I wonder if they changed their opinion because they played it into the morph once or twice now and then lost.
I think it's just a simple one.
Yeah, it's just the most stable. You have like mana burn, you go in with your team. Like you just have this triple go in, which is very annoying. The Earth Spirit out Pango.
It is a really good co-op game.
It is a good
It's
Quapple
so
Doppel.
good. Yeah, it's so good. That ult, the Quap ult versus the Pango ult, it's like one
The
of the
ground damage against the Pango is really strong.
It's the one thing that just stops it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I don't know how I feel about this. Because you are playing into Alchemist. It's good to kill the supports. Sure, with the, Hoodwink, Enchanters not having as much HP, they needed something that's going to start the fight for them. Because it's not going to be Bristle, it's not going to be Morphling by any means. 2 supports are really good with some like follow-up damage. But I kind of lost faith in mid-Tiny. I think this hero is way too slow.
I think Xtreme have a decent draft, but I'm not a big fan of the Tiny either, because I feel like Tiny has good games when he jumps in and he gets to run away. You jump into some like Hoodwink, there's an Alchemist, there's a Pango rolling, and like an Earth Spirit, so I'm a little afraid for that. But if they can match it, they have a chance. But I think this is a Falcons W game 1, Jenkins.
Yeah, this looks a lot easier to execute for Falcons. They also just have more meta, like overpowered heroes. I do like seeing XXS on Bristleback though.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
I'm interested to see how they do when he's playing a hero he's been playing a lot to a high degree of good win rate, and it's like a semi-carry, not a summons hero. So, I mean, if Bristle gets huge, like, the game is always going to go the way of the Bristle team, even if you have counters, so that could always happen. But I think Falcons is a way easier to execute draft.
Yeah, and they already have the Hoodwink, of course, as well, with the break coming in. So
True.
they can deal with him for some way. If Xtreme is taking game 1, is it on the back of that Bristleback?
Yeah, or maybe all
Back, huh?
popping
That
off.
was a good one, Shiver.
Popping off on Morph. It's also possible.
Yeah, like they
Yeah.
need to have a good time on XXS and survive like this. All the fights around minute 15 to 20, they need to survive. If those
With
explode, game's over.
surviving, you mean winning or
Hold, just
Hold.
damage control.
Hold,
Like if,
yeah.
if they're not
Stop the
down,
bleeding.
if they're not more behind than 5k at like 80 minutes, I think they're fine. But there's a very easy chance that one mistake.
But we saw
lose
Falcons
everyone.
yesterday when they were playing against Tundra, how well they understand when they need to bring the numbers.
Yeah.
That like 14-minute fight where they were like, okay, we don't take this fight properly, they're gonna run us over. And I think the same thing's gonna happen. They just have a better understanding when to bring the numbers.
Well, we did see yesterday, game number 1 of the series, we saw that the preparation of Xtreme came into play. They were very ready for what was coming, and perhaps this is one of those occasions as well. Let's see if Xtreme can prove my panel wrong. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fog for game number 1 via the Puck 10 Pandas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get into the Dota 2 action here to start off this beautiful day of Dota 2. We've got Falcons going up against Xtreme Gaming. And, Fog, we've had the lineups. What do you make of this?
A bit more of a risk, I would say, from the side of Xtreme. They're trying to have XXS be as comfortable as possible, and I think for me, that's probably pretty appropriate because he's looked, you know, me and Lacoste love XXS. We always are complimenting him, but this tournament, he's had some rough games. So I think they're trying to give him that better position so he can also be this semi-carry, as we saw Mardu yesterday in particular on that bristleback. But yeah, Falcons, I feel like they got everything they wanted. This Earth Spirit, Malreen's been absolutely insane on it in so many games. XM, he's looking to try to counter it in the lane and pressure it with this Tiny, but Malreen just does good in most of these matchups, or he's able to rotate. So we'll see how XG ends up playing this one. I think they have to have good lanes, because overall when I look at their heroes, they don't really have the most team fight. And when I look at Falcons, they have a pretty immense amount of team fight when you have that Earth Spirit and Pango in combination with that Hoodwink. So I'm going to be looking at lanes in particular to see how they do.
Yeah, it does feel kind of crazy just how many times we're getting to see Malreen get his Earth Spirit. You know what I mean? I feel like that's going to have to stop eventually. Yeah. A lot of teams letting this slip through the draft against Falcons, and Malreen getting many a chance to pop off.
Yeah, so XG, I like what the panel was saying, it can be a bit more greedy. I think what they need to do is hold on as long as they possibly can in order to get online for this Morphling, because he does have that matchup where he can turn into Earth Spirit, he can roll in, he can roll out, waveform. He has a lot of different ways to play inside the fights. It's just, yeah, they have to be able to do well in these lanes to be able to get to that point.
And how do you expect this early game to go for Ame? You know, this sort of lane matchup with the support Tianming on the Tusk. Is this an easy one to farm in?
Relatively easy, yeah. It's just crit sometimes does catch people off guard when he's playing this Hoodwink, but overall I would say relatively easy because he's got the backup of Tianming here.
And then on the bottom, is this a lane where XXS and PYW can get pretty aggressive early, start to dive towers against these two? Yeah,
they can get aggressive. A bristleback overall, especially if you start getting some early points in that ghoul, which we do see pretty much every time nowadays. If the lane position gets good, you can get aggressive. Falcons is they're just very good at controlling and understanding in most of these matchups. You see already, Skeeter, he starts to bring a protection, so he gets that extra bit of armor that he's going to be playing versus these Quill spam, so I mean, I say yes that they can get aggressive. Yeah. I think Falcons also just knows how to play this one, where they're going to play the sustain war. Snae's just going to play for the nature's attendance and look to keep Skeeter as healed up as possible.
Tianming trying to chase down Crit with a blood grenade. But Crit will respond immediately with the TP out.
And yeah, mid lane, we'll see how it goes. Because I think XM, he picked this one to try to shut down Malreen a bit more inside of that laning phase. But as I was saying, Malreen, he does good in a lot of matchups, even if they're not really the most advantageous, but this one, he can trade decently with a Tiny. Yeah, there's a base damage advantage for Tiny, but you have 0 armor. So you can always get these trades as an Earth Spirit. You can clear the waves a little bit easier with your Boulder Smash.
He's doing pretty well so far in this this mid matchup. I mean,
they're both kind of like dragging waves right now.
Yeah, but both side lanes in terms of kind of the cores and how much they can be left on their own. Is there kind of a lane you're looking at where you see there's more freedom for a support to make early moves, whether it be to the mid lane or to the other side of the map, to the other lane?
I'd say XXS can be left alone a little more because it's an Enchantress and Alchemist lane. Sure, once the Ench gets like the 2 points in Enchant and they get a creep, it's a little more threatening, but I feel like XXS, he should have a pretty good time down here. So I could see PYW maybe look to rotate, try to find a setup, or at least just deny the runes away from Malreen. Because XXS, he shouldn't die. He shouldn't step up super far versus this Alch and versus this Enchantress. Unless Snae literally just finds like the best creep possible. But right now, he's just going to find the movement speed one on the Kobold. But I've also seen, you know, the Enchantress, the Ench can leave the lane too, right? Because if it's in a good position for Skeeter, it's pulled behind the tower. Alch just goes to the, you know, south jungle, and then he just plays there for a couple minutes when the Ench rotates. So it could be rotations kind of all around the board here.
Denied.
Overall, would you
Tianming steps up a bit far. Blood grenade's thrown out.
They should be able to get him. They've got a swashbuckle at the ready as well. Tianming, he's going to be going down. They try and get the first blood to Amar.
He might be able to deny himself.
There we go. You know, they really wanted to make sure it was Amar getting that first blood, and they do get it for him in the end.
He stepped up too far. He tried to contest with tag team to trade with Amar, but then yeah, gets caught next to the tree and has no escape mechanism. Doesn't have the snowball just yet. XXS, he's gonna just start. Yeah, he's cutting creep waves. The Willow is gonna start stacking camps and checking the bottom rune, as we mentioned. PYW probably will do, so he's gonna be able to take that water rune away, and XM will be able to get the top one. But that does mean Skeeter, he's gonna start to have that absolute free farm. Malreen, the Alchemist. Malreen getting aggro.
Let's see if they can get the kill here with the help of Snake King. I'll have a roll again in a second. And they've got the pullback with the Wellbeing Ripper. Stuns in a second, but not soon enough.
Nice TP.
He's able to get out in time. PYW. I mean, all in all, when you look at Xtreme's lineup with their 3 cores, how greedy would you consider this?
It's pretty greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why they wanted XM to play this, because it's the least greedy in particular, just getting a Blink Dagger and trying to get online. But yeah, the Bristle and the Morphling can be a bit greedy, because you're pretty much reliant on the mid laner and these supports to make every single one of the moves then, which is fine.
And I mean, for the Bristol, I mean, even when you're playing it on the offlane, is the build pretty much purely Aghanim's Bloodstone? Like, how much can you change away from it, or you just
don't change away?
Every single game, same build.
Aghanim's Shard.
Aghanim's Shard.
Ags into the Shard at 15 minutes, and then you get the Bloodstone.
Every
XXS,
time.
they're getting aggressive on him. He is a bit far forward here. Eats a big stun. Don't quite have enough to bring him down.
Yeah, they've got to be careful with the Quill Spray stacking up.
Skeeter, phase boots done, on top of having the Soul Ring if he wants to go down that route, unless he just gets left alone, he can just go straight for that Radiance. Ame, though, is free farming up here. So even though Tianming did end up dying, do see 31 last hits up on this Morphling, he is top of the net worth besides that Alchemist, of course.
Yep, the mid matchup continues to be incredibly even. 28 for 8,
even.
28 for 6.
Yep, absolutely dead even. Net worth is literally 20 gold separation between the two of them. Maureen is soon 6 though, and this is when that explosive movement can happen. I've seen many a times he just makes a move either to a side lane or even onto the mid a couple times, where he just has this magnetize and can set up. See who gets the power rune. XM is set up for it. And Maureen gets lucky. Arcane rune spawns top. So far, Skeeter is just, that's the one concern, right? He's not getting pressured with these lane setups, but I don't think that's the initial, that's the kind of the thing that they wanted to do with this Bristle Willow. They just wanted to ensure that they can get their own farm. But that means, it does mean you're gonna have to deal with an Alchemist who's gonna get that super early Radiance timing. So we'll see what answers they have for that. Because yeah, I do have some of the, I have some concerns like the panel was saying for the Tiny in particular. Just bursting some of these heroes can be pretty complicated. Earth Spirit, not very squishy at all, obviously. Pango now can be pretty durable, too.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got a lot of ways to keep themselves alive.
They're both matching movements. Maureen, he's following XM, but XM is watching him as well. They both have wards.
See how aggressive Xtreme want to get around this tier 1. That's difficult. Yeah, I mean, they're just fully on top of this attempt from XM, so Xtreme aren't going to be able to strike.
It's almost
catch them by surprise.
Almost an instant D-ward. Falcons just very aware of the fact that that ward was placed bottom. Maureen.
He's happy to live for a kill. He's got the Arcane Rune, so it doesn't mind dropping down the Magnetize. They're going to try and find PYW, but the TP is there.
Heads up.
So no kill to be found, unfortunately, for Maureen.
And doesn't get the Magnetize spread either. XXS will be just fine. Snay is starting to contest the jungle, so they have a Bristle back, so he anticipates that there's going to be some stacks here. So that's going to take away the Troll Summoner and start to just clear out that hard camp too. So a heads-up play from Snay, knowing that this is happening, and they can't really push him off of this until he already pretty much finishes that hard camp. Snag. XM's found him. Does he have the burst? It doesn't feel like it, but let's see.
If you get the toss back to PYW, maybe. But not going to get the chance to.
He's got range drop and he's got this 8-1. I don't think that
Enchantress is pretty crazy.
Yep.
Maureen rolls in. Easy haste rune. They can maybe turn and try and take down XM.
They've got the Hoodwink coming in as well. Crits here.
There is backup for XM.
Nice snowball.
It's going to be in time to dodge the bushwhack. Take XM back over to the safety of the tier 1 mid. I mean, Maureen still wants to go in on this. They'll get the roll forward on a PYW. PYW this time, no chance to TP out.
He has a haste rune, so he wants to still keep pressuring.
I mean, they're getting in under the tower. They'll try and turn and burst the Enchantress, but Snaking, he's perfectly fine. He can get the slow off, and indeed, thanks to the fact that he had the Arcane Rune on the early use, it is back up, kills off XM. They're going to get Tianming as well. I mean, Falcons, they're getting a lot, and Xtreme, I mean, it's only 8 minutes in, but it's not looking great for.
Not great for the Tiny in particular either. Who's the one? That's the one who's the tempo setter. I feel like he does this every time he plays the Earth Spirit. Yes, he got some RNG getting these runes, but the Arcane Rune, now he has the haste. He can look to make another move perhaps. Oh, and he's actually going to take all 3 bounty runes as well. So 1, 2, 3. He's got an Alchemist on his team as well. extra bit of
Well,
influx
yeah,
towards Skitter.
this game one could be quite the rude awakening this morning for Xtreme.
It's sped up massively. And
Yep.
Maureen, he's looking to pressure Ame up here too.
They get the mid-tier one tower 9 minutes in.
Amar already has defusal.
Hey, not able to get the Rolling Thunder off in time. There's the snowball, but now it's going to come out, and Skeeter's in with the wraparound, has the concoction down onto Ame. This one's getting brutal,
This is
folks.
getting really rough.
This is pretty nasty.
I look at the item build from Amar. Literally naked defusal. And it's so good versus all 3 cores. The Morphling, the Bristle, the Tiny. All 3 here is very reliant around that mana. A very aggressive start here from Falcons. Morphling even just hitting the top tower while he's still up here. Magnetizes back up in 20 seconds.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are
I was wondering, wait, where was Maureen's bottle? I guess he gave it to Amar when Amar was TPing the base. So Amar is going to have a bottle to use for the next few moments.
top tower is under attack.
Just trying to maximize as much as possible because he was going back. So they're really on top of these little moves. I mean, we saw Kezu's clip that he showed before, that kind of interesting creep cutting that they did when they didn't want to play those lanes. Falcons is really on top of these early games. 5-0, a 5K lead already. And yeah, that Tiny's net worth already looking pretty rough. And as we were mentioning, ganking the side lanes, ganking the lane's not the easiest of options. Ganking the Pango is probably his best option, but Amar now has a shield rune, and he's kind of this mid laner because he's gotten this bottle. He's pressuring Ame.
Ame's got to be careful.
Does have the Vlads finished up. His farm, it's not that great anymore. After having a pretty much free start as a Morphling, it's completely slowed down. XXS, he's having the best time of the cores. He does have 2 points to the Aghanims, but it feels like he's going to have quite a bit of weight on his shoulders to kind of fix this mid game that's coming out already from Falcons, because they have such a strong 15-minute timing. And they're already accelerating so fast.
And they have ways to deal with the Bristle, right?
They do.
They've got the Diffusal
They got the
Pango,
break.
they've got the break from Hoodwink. You know, it's not like a free farming Bristle is going to be a massive issue for Falcons.
No, not
They've
many.
got answers with this lineup.
It's tons of hybrid damage that they've got coming out. Yeah, they have insane physical that comes out from the Pango and the Alk, but the Earth Spirit alone provides all that extra magical with the Hoodwink. Is Tianming?
All right, he's going to get the setup. A good kick back there, pushing him up to the high ground. We'll be able to get back down with the snowball.
Nice snowball.
Don't test my patience.
Very early timings, though, 5K lead. And Falcons, Skitter, Radiance, it's already done. Phase, Soul Ring, Radiance, he can start getting involved with the team, too. Gonna look for that blink right afterwards. What's the move from the side of Xtreme? XM, we mentioned he has to be that one to dictate pace a bit, but he's been slowed down so much, his blink is gonna take an eternity. And Falcons, it's go time. It's time to just run at them completely.
Gotcha.
And they're going to get the catch on mid. I mean, trying to walk out on the mid lane to get some farm, it's pretty hard with Falcons having the control they have on the map.
Valorion's out of control, dominating on this Earth Spirit as he tends to do, and he's gonna get another power rune and amp damage spawns top. They have to be prepared for these type of moves, perhaps with the supports, maybe sitting behind the cores in particular, maybe just allowing the Tiny to finish up that blink, because they need something. It's 6-0, a 7K lead. It's accelerating so fast. And there's no one even near him, right? Falcons have dismantled many teams in the early game. This one looking to be another one of those. The core is farming really well, but it's not just the cores, the supports, the two of them, the Ench and the Hoodwink also scaling already. Drums finished up on Snay. 1100 HP.
Nice, yeah, Snaking can kind of go where he wants on the map without fear of being burst at this stage.
So for XG, I mean, it's gonna be playing around. Then I guess the Aghanims on the Bristle rather than playing fully for the Blink Tiny. Yes, he'll be able to get it maybe at a similar timing, but I think it's gonna be, as I was mentioning, just all the weight on XXS's shoulders to hemorrhage the damage that's coming in these first 14 to 15 minutes. Because everything's just online for Falcons. Alchemist, absolute free farm. Maureen even ahead of the Bristleback somehow with his beautiful rotations he's gotten. His timings are gonna be fast.
Yeah, they can get very involved with the Alk as well. A Blink Dagger now online.
It's already
for
done.
Skeeter.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
He's ready to join the mid. They could go for a smoke play if they want.
Yep. And I've been seeing Snaking little small things. He's digging up when he gets the Cobalt. He's actually sending them to block the camps of the side of Xtreme too. So they're pretty much limiting any extra farm that Xtreme can get.
They're going to go for XM or Tianming here in the mid. There's the jump. under the tier 2.
Tianming's here, but he gets bushwhacked.
It's a beautiful bushwhack to follow that jump up. Sharpshooters in onto Tianming. They're going to be able to get the 2 of them, surely. Tries to roll away, but Maurine's ready with his own roll. And at the same time, Amar, he's playing around with PYW.
This is a beatdown.
I mean, this
is crazy.
It could legitimately be a game where they get no kills. It's early days, and it's unlikely. But if there was going to be a game where a team didn't get any kills, it could be this one, Fog.
Surely with the bristleback, right? Surely with his Aghanim, someone's going to get caught by the quills. But with the way that Falcon's been playing, it could be possible. Ame not getting the time to be able to farm. We've seen a good amount of these Morphlings struggle where they don't even get to play the game. This could be one of those for Ame. How fast things are accelerating. Skeeter, as we said, timings are insane how fast he's hitting them. They're going to smoke. They have to. They have to play around XXS with this Aghanims. They have to get something going for themselves. Who are they going to go for, though?
Invisibility.
Maybe Snakey. No. There we go. There we go. A kill on the board for Xtreme.
They've got big damage when they get connection with the bristleback, but it's just a 5. Well, whatever, a 4.5, 3.5 position, whatever you want to call Snake in a lot of these situations. But a kill's a kill. They need to get something on the board. But XXS is showing himself top. They're gonna go. They have the break. Maureen actually misses with the roll. But they connect the
sharpshooter connection. Oh, Maureen able to actually dodge the fear there as he rolls in.
And it's just a free kill on it.
And Amar might be able to chase on for more. They look at the PYW. They'll get the Shadow Realm off. Maureen, and he's still got plenty of mana to play with as he buffs up his mana pool, rolls in towards PYW. I mean, XM, he turned with the toss, but
they're going to go for him too.
He's in a world of hurt as well. They get him with a concoction under the tier 2 tower. Pushback to follow up. XM's dead on top of it all.
They're playing an effective 5v4. Ame doesn't want to get involved. I mean, he probably feels like he can't anyway, but they're just diving because they know there's no reactions that can come from XG. As soon as the bristle's killed, there's nobody that's actually threatening on the lineup of XG because of how poor XM is this game. 0-4-0.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a smile, but
they spirits up. We see that, but
they know that how this game is already looking. Yeah, how impossible it's pretty much already gotten for Ame.
It's a what can you do kind of situation for Xtreme at this point.
This has to be one of the slowest blinks I've ever seen on a Tiny in the mid lane. He's gone for Phase Soul Ring, so it's a little, he's gone for these smaller items that we do see a lot of times, but he still doesn't even have it.
And just looking out of interest, the Morphling win rate, it hasn't got any better, Fog.
It hasn't, right?
There's 2 heroes that stick out that a lot of people are picking that aren't doing great in this tournament. One of them's Morphling, 26 games, 34% win rate. Another one is Phoenix. There's been 21 Phoenix, and obviously Phoenix is in this game, but just in general, so looking at this.
Sure.
It's been picked 21 times, 28% win rate. So something about the Phoenixes and the Morphlings,
Radiant are
maybe not the way to go for a lot of teams.
No, I mean, I think we've only, at least the one that stands out for me from memory is Satanic having the 0 kill, or 0 death games and Morphing, I think 2 different ones, or maybe even 3 throughout this tournament.
But outside of that,
it's been, yeah.
It's just what type of gameplay that just doesn't feel good.
No, I think it's just too. Not in every game, but in some of these games, it feels too slow for the current meta because you're literally playing a 4v5 for the majority of that early game. 17 minutes in, Falcons, they're gonna run into XG smoke, and that was the blink reveal of XM. Gonna try for crit, instantly silenced.
They're gonna turn. They get the roll forward over on towards XM. XM, he's gone.
That's your blink reveal.
I mean, Amar's going to see if they can maybe get the connection onto anyone else here. Rolling Thunder and Diffusal Slow onto XXS. Keeps PYW controlled at the side.
Amar?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. The burst comes in from Ame. They'll be able to kill off Amar.
But Ame...
He's caught by the pushback. Can they take him out in return? He's starting to shift up. Ame will be fine.
They're turning.
And XXS is starting to stack up the quills and the nasal goods. Skeeter had to put the BKB, but they've got a lot of physical damage. He's trying to get out of the shards, but they've caught him.
Great kills. A nice roll from Ame.
Oh, Ame. Keeping chase here onto the Earth Spirit. The silence, what more has he got? Caught by the bushwhack.
Maureen.
Snowball closing the gap. Another waveform forward. This is quite the chase from Xtreme. And Maureen's tanky. We'll get another roll off, but the Avalanche is there. They'll get him. Snake King, he's healing up. It's a big bushwhack into a sharpshooter, but XG, they're doing it.
All of them are still alive, too. Are they going to even lose Tianming?
He's going to live.
He lives.
A massive fight there. I mean, able to sort of turn it around. Indeed, the strength of this Bristleback, right? And Arme. Arme gets involved, makes some really nice plays there, turning into Maureen.
Mostly the Bristol, though, and they catch Amar when he gets down on the low ground. A huge punch. I think he had, I don't know, maybe a couple goose stacks that caught him off guard there. He gets exploded. Okay, showing that they still do have a fighting chance here for this Morph. He's found himself in a much better position there on that high ground. And beautiful shards. I have to give Tianming credit for those. Traps the Alchemist in. He has BKB, but can't run away. Stuck on that ramp.
Radiant's middle tower.
And PYW off that fight. Now we'll almost have the Vessel finished to at least deal with some of these tankier heroes. A huge recovery. Exactly when they needed it. And now Ame does have the Manta finished up. He's level 14. Now he can probably get involved.
Thanks.
Now they will need a couple more of these Xtreme.
They will. And they need XXS in particular to be able to stand his ground like that. Did he buy? He didn't buy the shard, I don't think, on the Bristleback this time around. Usually we see it almost every time picked up at that 15-minute mark. He's opting to go for, I guess, just the BKB. Feels like he needs it.
Okay.
Oh, PYW. Almost dies. Will survive. Gets a shard too. It's a pretty good one for PYW. But Falcons getting slowed down significantly now after that move. They're still in a very, very good position here, but this Morphling now can show up. Ame can start getting involved since he can turn into that Earth Spirit as we saw. Falcons gonna smoke. Still wanting to play aggressive with their advantage. Amar, he's got an Aghanims.
And if they catch XXS here, I mean, they can kill the Bristle, right?
They absolutely can. If he's isolated, for sure. If they get the break hit on him, he's very dead.
Yeah, he's looking like the one that they're going to run into first.
He might finish off the camp in time, though. They have the ward there. But he might just be able to finish that and walk away. Let's see if they do make it there in time. Oh, he's walking south.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Oh, they'll catch him.
He's in a lot of trouble. That's a dead Bristle.
Very dead.
There's no shame in it.
And 21 minutes, it's about to be hit. They did at least get their Tormentor on the side of XG very quickly, so it's not going to be stolen. But Falcons, they can go for the Roche. Tons of minus armor. They can set up for it. And are they even going to look for a steal on the Wisdom?
He's
Maureen is going to try.
Maureen. Not going to be able to make it happen, though.
PYW in the right position at the right time. Ame might also be able to steal the Wisdom Rune, actually, from Falcons with his position. He's getting good damage on this tower. It's going to be cleaned up. Snae's actually going to TP to ensure that they don't get it stolen while his team does Roche. But XG, it's pretty good stabilizing, all things considered, with how drastic that early game went for them. Ame now in a much better position. I still have big concerns for XM in particular, as he is getting caught here from Amar.
He's out of mana. And there's nobody coming to save him.
Does he get the blink off? He does.
Oh, he does.
Nice little juke.
He's able to save himself. Roshan done. Aegis for Skeeter.
Ame. Pull back away. He's got Tianming next to him now, too. I like that Tianming's playing like this, too. Just stay next to the Morphling at this point. Ensure that he can get extra space to play very aggressive. He'll be able to get out of here. He will. They might continue chasing Ame. They still have that ward that was scouting him. He's going through the portal, but the trap is set.
Oh, they're waiting for him.
They're already on him. Oh, Maureen, off the mark.
It's a little too early.
They both missed their stuns.
Ame's out.
He missed the pushback and the roll.
Were they both just too early?
Yeah, they were both too early. Oh, Ame. I mean, that's pretty big that he's able to survive that gank, too. Starting to get closer and closer to that Alchemist net worth.
This is my shot.
Final tier 2. Oh, sorry. Bottom tier 2 looks like it's going to be the target for Falcons since they have this Aegis. And they still have this ward, Owen. Is it going to get taken out? They still see everybody on the side of Xtreme. And they're going to go with it.
Yeah, they're going to need to catch up PYW.
I can't believe that ward didn't get taken away when XXS got killed around the triangle before. They actually have both of them in position. The 2 cliff wards not being dewarded.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That is very surprising.
Dire structures.
XM. Try to slow down the push.
They've got the setup.
They're making the move in.
I mean, Maureen's in. They're just going to go straight
Huge
for
connection.
XXS, and they get him. They're going to be able to get Tianming as well.
He tried to get the save, but he gets caught again from this disable.
Trying to roll away. Tianming, can he get back? No, he can't.
That's, I think, 3 times now where he's so close to maybe getting the snowball and potentially getting a save, but gets caught from either a silence, the geo grip, or from that bushwhack multiple times. Maybe that one was even the concoction.
I mean, they're just so quick. They see this Bristol, they go straight for him.
I mean, these wards, I cannot believe that they were not taken away when because they were in their triangle for what felt like about a minute and a half or so, and they didn't take out either of them. So Falcons thriving with that vision, back up to the 9K lead. Back up to that very comfortable spot that they've got in Amar. He's got the blink to be able to get the initiation. And that final tier 2, looks like Skeeter does want to go for it. He's about to have AC finished. Ame needs more time.
Top tower is under attack.
He's got Conda. His damage has accelerated a good chunk here. They may look for this jump to catch them off guard.
They're going to try. Look at the avalanche. There's a lot of burst. Bam. He's gone the once.
He's got BKB for the revive.
Going to try and time the fear. They do. They get in with the fear opening. Have they got any chain stun? They don't. And Amar's in with the backup. Comes in with the rolling thunder. XXS pops the BKB. PYW is gone. Skeeter's in. He's managed to get the concoction straight onto Ame. Skeeter finds his target. As Falcons, they're ready to bring the cleanup in. They've taken out the 3. They collapse in onto XXS. They'll get the 4 of them. XM, he tries to jump in, but he's completely alone. They can dive the tier 4.
5 heroes
Look for him
one.
as well. Falcons, 24 minutes in. They get the team wipe. Triple kill for Amar.
And there's no glyph. They can probably just get a Rex here. A small comeback that we saw from XG around their triangle, but back to business for Falcons. A Rax advantage at 25 minutes. Great usage of that Aegis from Skeeter. Too tanky. They get the fear connection, but he's still able to just get that BKB. Amar, as soon as he gets the Blink Dagger, gets a commanding crash through with the Rolling Thunder.
It's the way that they're making these jumps. Malrines, Skeeter, and Amar, how they just lead into the fight. They just get straight on top of them, and it's just too quick. XG, they don't have a chance to react.
No, and the fact that they have these items so early, too, it's a Shiva's already on the Earth Spirit. So this Morphling, this Tiny, this Bristle, they look pretty fragile as soon as they come crashing on top of them. Ame was just starting to make a bit of that recovery, too. They picked that fight themselves, feeling like they could have had a better chance to maybe pop the Alchemist, but it ends up turning horribly into their face. And BKB soon now for Malrine. Crit soon gonna have the Gleipnir, and Snaking somehow just being absolutely tremendous, too, in this game. 4-2 and 12. He's super farmed. Across the board, they have these 5 cores building up as we speak. Falcons doing a lot of these games. And for XG, that was a fight that they really wanted to try to get the success, but just got destroyed. XXX still doesn't buy the shard. This is the first time I've actually seen this, I think, from the Bristol.
You told me the build's the same every game.
It almost pretty much is the same this one. But I think because he felt desperate to get the BKB, he has gotten away from it. But that shard is a huge damage increase. It's the way that you play around the fights, throwing out that hairball.
Oh, Ame. I knew he was around there, and Amar, he's actually going to find him. Is there a way out of this? Oh, the tip as well. Amar feeling spicy.
It was a good little find. You know, he did find him sneaky.
It was fair play to him.
50 seconds. No Ame. Falcons. They do this sometimes. They just get complete control of the map. They do not really let it up. They like to have their big gold leads. This is going to be one of those that they can set up for with this. I mean, they already have the momentum that's going to come from mid so early on. They can look to play wherever they'd like to on the map at the moment. This Basher for Skeeter, as we said, just so many items just flying in so fast for them.
I mean, when a game like this gets out of control this early as much as it did, I mean, for Xtreme, are they looking at what they drafted and saying, well, we're not going to do that next game against Falcons? Is that like what do you take away from this sort of beatdown?
I think perhaps it is like, what did we draft? But it's also you need to have these lanes go better. Like they picked this draft to be able to have these lanes go pretty decent, and XM just had no lane. Right, this Tiny got completely destroyed. By the time his Blink Dagger comes out, they already had all the answers. It felt like you said, they got that one successful fight around the triangle, but that's just because they didn't finish off the Bristle, and he was able to get the cleanup. Look at XM's farm now in this Tiny. He's below the inch.
Uh-oh.
I think that, yeah, this is a lineup that just has to do better in the lanes. But Falcons, we've seen them do this so many times. They decimate so many of these lanes, even if they do have a lane disadvantage on paper. Which I don't even know if this one on paper they did have those lane disadvantages. XG, smoked up. feels very desperate for them to try to find a pick off onto one of these core heroes. Honestly, anybody, because they're all cores on Falcons at this point. They're just trying to find any space, but Falcons just not giving them even opportunity. Another power rune for Malrine. How many has he gotten? I feel like, well, he has full control of the map, but it feels like he's gotten pretty much every single one. And his items, it's standard, as he builds almost every Gale on the Air Spirit, but it's exactly what you want to see when you're playing versus this lineup. He has 47 armor when he's playing around the Alchemist without even activating the Craggy. And yeah, the Shivas is fantastic versus all three cores.
Has been killed.
Where do you go from here, XG? They've got the double condas. So popping a single target, if they can get these tossbacks, is a possibility. It's just difficult with the way that Falcons have been playing, holding each other's hand, just not really separating to give them those type of pickoffs. Because their single target burst, if they do get a tossback, it is insane, right? The Condo with the Morphling, the Condo with the Tiny, and the Bristleback when he pops it. Somebody could just die to that. It's just Falcons really doesn't give them that opportunity very often. And Skeeter gets the Dream item as well. Malrine gets the Dream neutral item with the Craggy. Skeeter gets the Paladin sword. So increased healing, he'll be able to sustain.
Xtreme.
And Amar is massive.
They're coming out of the base again.
You've got to pop a target before the fight starts. You have to pop probably one of these two core, or Amar or Malrine in particular, but they're just very tanky at this point.
Invisibility.
Yeah, they can just dive the base.
They really
Falcons, they can just get straight in there.
And even if, I'm mentioning that they need to pop a single target, but even if they pop a single target, they're so big on every single one of these heroes that the other ones, it does feel like they'll be able to do that lifting even if they lose even one or two. More power runes for Malrine. They'll be able to take away the Tormentor, take away the Wisdom, increase that lead. The XP lead is also crazy. They have a 15 level advantage across the board. Ame, how's his BKB looking?
It's close.
It's close.
But he can dive through it, especially
really
with
can.
the fact that they've got this Abyssal Blade on Skeeter.
Now he needs it though. As Amar, he's gonna jump. Oops. Okay. He's still fine.
Hey, is he gonna get out as well? I mean, yeah, he is fine getting out of this. I mean, he's just able to make that play 1 versus 5 basically.
They can't punish
a sharpshooter helps him out from Crypt, but ultimately, it's him going in against 5 heroes that can't do anything.
Nope. He just literally does whatever he wants to. That's why this Pango pick did feel pretty perfect for Amar as well, right? 7-1 and 8. His game performance, his build is fantastic, but a lot of the games where I see Pango struggle is because his lane is hard, and also there is multiple, or at least one form of BKB piercing disable that can catch him and burst him. It's a Tusk punch. It's just not going to happen until they have like the Ags on the Tusk in particular, which is, it's not going to happen really this game, it feels like. He can just freely go in. He's got to roll back up.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to come up here again. I mean, we're still... Yeah, they walk up here, they're going to have to answer to Amar.
I mean, Ame is the only one getting any farm. Snaking has now surpassed even XXS on the Bristleback. And they'll find Tianming. Amar going for another target. XXS.
He's got a BKB and run. Amar bullying him all the way back.
They lose their gem inside of their base. They can't even get out to get the D-wards just because of how quick Falcons is to jump and just the control that they have overall on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just playing perfectly around their vision. I mean, these wards around the triangle multiple times now have caught them. 25-5. 26,000 lead. Roche, that's going to be the one that Falcons wants to close the game with. Crazy levels of farm. Skater even starting to queue up the Ags already.
Who's he planning on giving it to first?
Oh, it's him, Malrine.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best ones in the game. Love this Air Spirit overall, one of the best heroes in the game. But yeah, giving him a free enchant remnant. We've seen him style with it a couple of times, sliding in and getting kills, but the save potential is also quite insane. There's Amar. He sees a support. And he's dead. 2 hits. My god.
Skeeter. He's found the other support.
Radiant's top tower.
There's a
is under
beatdown.
attack.
Falcons having fun with it. Ame. They also get caught. It's a lot of burst.
Let's go BKB.
He's trying to hold on to it as long as possible, too. Crit. Continuing to try to force it. Bushwhack off the mark. Malrine still in.
Just the roll connection. Name. He's got to keep running. XXS, he'll put the BKB. They can just ignore him and hit the tier 3.
They've got banner, too, once their creeps come in.
Dire's structures
Cliff gets
are
forced. Ame was able to hang on to that BKB. It's a smoke. It's the final attempt to go for these tossback plays. And Skeeter gets the blink out instantly. Falcons will back up, reset. Chemical Rage is on cooldown 20 seconds. They're being as careful as possible. And okay, maybe Malrine will buy his own Aghanims. So maybe somebody else is going to be given it since he's already bought that point booster. Smoke. They're looking to get a catch. Just said Ame still has the BKB. But if he doesn't get it off in time, they have more than enough burst.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are
I
scanning.
know that they're coming out of the base. They'll be able to get their own wisdom rune.
I'm shocked that Gaben is actually giving them an 8% chance.
8%?
It's because of the Tusk, right? It's because it's like he has the chance to get an Aghanims, but I mean it really does feel much less than that, as it really is just Ame versus the world, and he's not farmed enough.
More like minus 8%.
Radiant are scanning.
I see he's queuing up the butterfly too. It really does feel like he needs something even more explosive, but maybe you can't. I mean, you probably just can't go for a rapier item or anything like that, but it does feel like it is rapier territory for him. Because he is literally the only one farming. It could get to the point where even the Hoodwink surpasses the Tiny, surpasses the Bristle. They may have 5 of the top 6 net worth pretty soon on the side of Falcons. Especially with the way they've been containing XG, trying to sneak out.
They're going to look for a fight.
They've got a ward here.
They know Skeeter's up here.
He's got Aegis though.
They're going to try and burst him. And they'll do it the once.
He popped Chemical Rage too.
See if they can get anything more with this. They don't want to push into this.
The creeps.
Yeah, Mark.
The rally.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
They will be able to take out Aegis, but that's all, and they can't actually commit for a secondary kill. And it is one of the better chances too, because he popped the Chemical Rage while dying, but they can't actually push forward to go for another kill because of how far behind they are.
Well, where's this Axe going then? Let's have a look.
I don't know, because Malrine already has his. Who deserves it? Who do you think?
Maybe the Enge.
It's gonna probably be great. That crits is nice. Or does he just refund? Okay, he'll just refund it.
Yeah, we'll give it to Malrine.
Yeah, just give it to Malrine
Give him the
then.
4,200
Yeah.
gold back. I'll put him well on the way to getting the refresher.
Why not?
Dire are scanning.
Tianmei almost has the butterfly done. How's our Tusk? I haven't even clicked on Tianmei because I didn't expect him to be able to get the farm because he's found literally no space. Yeah, he's not going to be able to find this Ag's timing. No Blink Dagger either. Not even on the horizon.
Falcons.
They're playing wherever they want.
I mean, they might just wait for the next stages.
I think they want to have the 5 top, top of the 5 net worths.
Yeah. And they're playing like that.
Amar, he's just doing kind of whatever he pleases. Boots of Travel 2 even now purchased up on him nice and early to keep making these solo plays. And he gets the reset out.
And they can't get the jump on him. They were trying to see if they could set up to get him, but they can't.
Now you can't even walk outside. Boots of Travel 2, he can just TP to his allies every time and just be involved. They'll always have the numbers. Malrine. Pops the Arcane Skitter. End up stunning himself. But there's that refresher. I mean, fastest timings we're seeing on this Earth Spirit. I think this hero you can't give it to him. Unless you have more answers. Malrine just has shown how much he can do as the CS. These fights are going to be insane how much damage he's going to push out with the refresher, with the Aghanims too. He can save himself twice. Well, 3 times effectively with the BKB. Tossed in.
Okay, it's not a bad attempt to start, but it certainly ain't good enough. They lost
it's a free initiation for him.
moving in. They're in on top of the Tiny. Abyssal Blade down onto XM. He's gone. Arme pots the BKB, trying to punch into Amar, but he's hardly doing any damage at all. He's got to go back to the fountain.
Literally 0 damage done. And PYW, Amar just bullying him completely. I think that's 6 or 7 deaths that he's been able to do. And they don't even get close to killing Malrine. He still had the Enchant Remnant. He still had Refresher. It's kind of like he got a free initiation point being tossed in there. And that's game.
Well, there we go.
That was brutal.
That was quite something. And Xtreme, I don't know, you can't have this happen to you twice in a row. At once, that's fine. You know, Falcons turn up and they just completely stomp you. We've got to see something different from Xtreme. They've been having some of these tough games, some of these tough series. We thought that today's series was going to be even rougher. From this game 1, it's looking like it might, right, Fog? This is rough.
I think they have to have their, number one, they have to have their lanes go better, but I think overall the draft probably also needs to be a bit better. The Tiny in particular, we mentioned, we didn't really see what the kind of reason for it was. Yes, he wanted to play active to try to make moves, but XM, he ends 0-7 on this Tiny. He literally didn't find anything for himself, and Falcons, they just ran the show. They stole stacks, they played super aggressive, they had one little fight around Triangle that there was a bit of a hiccup, but then right after that, it was back to business.
Yeah, they're looking pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
This game, Falcons.
Amar's chilling.
He is absolutely chilling.
It was a perfect last pick Pango. It felt like it ticked all the boxes, his build, naked defusal.
I mean, the whole draft.
It was all perfect.
This is one of those games where you look at the draft and you kind of go, how on earth did they get all of these 5 heroes?
Yeah.
They got a Skeeter out, a Maori Nurse Spirit, an Amar Pango, a Crit Hoodwink, and a Snaking Enchantress. Is that what, did Xtreme just not ban anything, Fog?
Back to the drawing board, Owen.
I don't know. We'll have to see. Because this game 1, it's easy. Team Falcons take it.
They do indeed. And looking at this game, there's one thing that I have a big question about, because in the 35-minute time when they actually pushed and the GG was called just shortly after, at some point, Alchemist Ultimate was about to run out. Why didn't they go back, Lacoste?
It's a good question. I don't know. There's a lot of things that didn't make much sense. If you remember my reaction when I saw that Tiny pick, there's a reason why this hero is not picked as often as other mid laners. He's very situational, maybe versus some pucks, etc., but doesn't really feel good. And the way this game started is they won pretty much all 3 lanes. I guess the reasoning was, okay, this Tiny is going to be in the mid lane. He has high enough HP so that he can die to Earth Spirit. But I really loved Amar rushing this Diffusal Blade. All stats going straight for Diffu. You're playing into 3 cores who have relatively small mana pool.
Yeah, I think it's good. I also think Malrine has been looking amazing on their Spirit. Completely hard carried that game. Amar had the Diffusal. He didn't even goddamn need it.
No.
Because Malrine is just... He held the haste rune in that mid-fight for about 5 minutes and still was able to take like 3 kills in that fight and blow the game wide open. I got a question. Why the hell can't they just 5-man down a lane on Falcons? What's going on here? Why did this take 37 minutes?
That's what I said. They should have at the end. They should have also backed up to continue to farm some more because you want to be able to get the lead and then.
What is this bullshit?
This game was over literally 10 minutes into the game. They had 5k gold lead. Something that shouldn't happen is them leaving 3 bounty runes on their own side of the map while still having Alchemist on the enemy team. I liked the rotations. First, they were camping the mid with 2 supports. 6 minutes in, they get the tower, they get the kills. Then they rotate to the top lane. They get more kills there. Even Skeeter decides to join through the Twin Gates. They take that tower.
Oh, that was nice.
It was just pretty much perfect scenario. They were 5k gold up at 10 minutes, and the game looked pretty horrible. There was one big fight where it looked like maybe Xtreme Gaming can punch back, but after that, they didn't get a kill for a good 20 minutes.
I almost feel like talking about the not 5-manning down a lane thing, they're like, Falcons is giving openings to Xtreme to come back. Because I actually think the first 15 minutes, you mentioned like the Skeeter rotation through the portal, the first 15 minutes were legitimately flawless from pretty much everybody on Falcons. I think they just played better. But then when you split push, you're letting the potential for a comeback fight.
it reminds me a lot of the Falcons series that they played against Parivision, where they did the same. They smashed it for the first like 15 to 20 minutes, and then they paused, and that actually allowed Parivision to come back and win the game eventually, because Falcons couldn't or didn't close the game. This time they're up against a team that is a little less good than Parivision, and they are obviously still able to close the game. But it does make you wonder if a better team would not have been able to make use of the space given.
Yeah, I mean, seems like they're playing it safe. They really don't want to play the qualifiers, as they said in an interview.
Yeah, maybe that's it, actually.
Maybe it is, but I think this is a very experienced team when it comes down to knowing pretty much everything about the game, and I think they have a pretty good read when they can close out the game. I'm just not sure. Maybe it's the risk. Like, sieging the high ground is still one of the hardest things in Dota.
True.
We need more research. That's what we need. Because I'm criticizing from a perspective. I haven't played a Dota pub since before BB Dacha, which I actually went to, by the way, BB Dacha. So it's been a while. So I'm not exactly like, I don't have a great instinct for the meta. I've just been watching, so I can make these claims and calls. But like, things do change, and you do get an instinct for that when you play pubs. Maybe it's just all the heroes that are now popular that have changed in the past like 2 to 3 weeks are not like great high grounding heroes. There's like less Lunas being picked these days, more like alchemists, and Alc's not the greatest sieger, I guess. But I think we need more research. We gotta ask Owie when he comes back, what do you think about this little thing that's happening? He's the guy that's gonna know. It's Owie or 33. Why can't teams high ground?
Well, I am very hopeful that by the time Owie joins the squad again, there might have been a patch and there's no issue anymore.
The question doesn't even arise.
Yeah. That would be the best case scenario.
That would be if it's a patch related thing.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true. Let's focus still a little bit on what happened in this game, because it was a very one-sided affair. There was a time when we did see Ame join the fight. It turned into Earth Spirit. There was a moment where I'm like, okay, this is the moment they were waiting for. At that point in the game, Lacoste, would there have been a chance for Xtreme to make a comeback? Or because they lost the lane so hard, it really
They were
didn't
so
matter?
far behind, and Amar was really feeling it on the Pango, going for all of these solo pickoffs. Something's just, as a Pango spammer as well, I'm just going to throw it out there. I think it's time that this hero gets nerfed as well. He's been too good for like 3 years. He goes in, you have no BKB piercing tools, and he's just going to be getting kills everywhere. There's nothing you can do to stop him. It's a relatively short cooldown. He goes out, he keeps repeating that. He gets Octarine to lower the cooldowns even more. So it's just very difficult. Like, this is 500 gold kill for Amar, 507 if I remember correctly. Then he was just hunting down PYW every single time. You can't leave the base. Look at this ward that they just placed here. This is not your usual ward.
That is not a usual ward. I'm also curious if that potentially... I mean, there's many wards that could be it, but would that be the Kitty ward of the game?
No, this ward is garbage, and we have a way better ward to show, because I will have to say, so Xtreme, yeah, they didn't have many good things in this game. Falcons had a few. First 15, 20 minutes, I can't complain too much. Afterwards, we'll talk about it later. But this is the ward, Shiva, that I want to talk about.
Which ward?
The
I don't
ward,
see it.
It's in the middle lane behind
The
the
sentry.
tiny. No, behind the tiny, it's like around the tier 2 somewhere back left. Or maybe there's an observer on it too. No, it's here. It's next to the sentry to the left. You can see it on the minimap. Because when you're ahead, what they do very nicely, they don't camp the mid lane. Because they want you to run back out on it. So Falcons play side lanes, and when they see you walk out on this ward in the lane, they're like, haha! And they come back to the ward, and once you go out too far, boom.
Boom.
They slap you, and they kill you.
Yes.
But the thing is, in this game, because I was listening to what you guys were saying on the panel, I'm very annoyed that Falcons why can't they just smoke and like go high ground earlier? They have like a 20k gold.
Risky.
Maybe I can ask them in the interview later.
Risky.
Because I mean, is it that risky? You're
It's a
up
little
20k
risky.
gold, you press R on Alchemist, he does this, has 200 HP regen, you roll in with your Earth Spirit, with your Pango, what do they do? They're gonna die and cry, and if they buy back, then you back off.
Risky.
Yeah, risky.
I do think so. Why not? If you have the choice between that or farming another 10 minutes and having your percentage of success increased,
I will do it until I'm sure of doing it, and I think they had passed that window of how safe it is.
They
like
want it to be very
7
sure.
minutes before they did it.
Sometimes it's nice to be very sure.
Very sure. We like being very sure. Back to you, Shiva.
Yes, we're gonna make sure that that we're gonna be very sure to get Game 2 started very soon.
Just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. We'll promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
I can go anywhere, do anything I wanna do. It's true. When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift you. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift you. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Teach that. Let me prove that. That crown, I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love, I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot. When you are all you got and it's time to take that shot.
Just wanna get away with you. Nobody gonna be breaking up with you. Could come between a love so true. We could write our story, baby. We got proof. Talk about fun, they're talking about us. Talk about fate, didn't write that dust. I'm living each day like it's next to you.
You are watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we're in the middle of our first series of the day that seems to be potentially one of our faster ones. Falcons had such a dominating performance in game number 1 versus Xtreme that I am unsure if Xtreme can recover from this one. We've seen so far Xtreme Gaming have been able to take a game off of every opponent. They didn't take a series, but they took a game. I think this is the roughest Lacoste that they've looked so far.
Most definitely. I mean, usually they do look good in the first game and then it goes down most of the time, but I'm just looking at the draft. This is the most Falcon-looking draft that I've seen. I think Owen had a good point. Like, what the hell did they ban?
I agree.
It's just that you give them the best heroes in the meta. The support duo that they're playing, they played it so many
They
times.
banned offlane Slark.
That's true.
I can tell you
And
what they
Viper.
banned. Naga, Sand King, Shadow Demon, Pugna,
Yep.
Muerta,
Yep.
Viper,
Yep.
and Slark.
Falcons turn to bat.
Yeah,
Mistakes were made, Cheever.
Okay, what's it? Well, this time around, Naga, Sand King, Shadow Demon, Pugna. It's exact same start
Well,
as
at least-
previous game.
They need to man the hell up. If they give Falcons this... Falcons?
Falcons.
If they give Falcons the first pick Alk...
They have just done that.
Yeah, then pick Primal Beast. Like, don't give me this Tusk. Like, man up, let's do that.
This is the exact same. So they switched sides, but they still have the same priority as they did last
Yeah.
game. So this is the exact same scenario.
So, I think, first of all, don't pick Tusk here. Man up and pick a core. Like, you have double pick anyway. So just ban the hero you want so it doesn't get banned out. Later, let's not pick Morphling blind and then not
Don't
ban...
pick Tiny.
Not ban Pangolier and then we pick... Like,
You're saying
there's a lot of shit that happened last
there
game
should
that...
be answers, not questions.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with this.
Yeah,
I like this already.
Yeah, just man up and take one of the cores. I don't love that you give them Alchemist, but if this is your idea, then at least, like, commit to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, commit to shit, Ame. Come on, get it together. We love you.
Yay!
We want you to do better.
And second thing, let's not pick Ame's hero in 16-17. In the second phase, I want to see 2 supports and XM. Pick a hero that can play fast.
Last pick, the Ame.
Last pick, the Ame.
This game, we can do that.
We can do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, guys.
Well, they banned out the Tusk, so they won't be able to get that one in the second game.
Yeah.
As we got another ban coming in from Falcons. So previously they did ban out 2 offlaners in this spot, and Dawnbreaker was one of them. The other one was Primal Beast. And we'll see what they go for this time around, if it is indeed 2 supports. It wasn't just Alchemist for Falcons that posed a problem for Xtreme, right?
It was not.
So how should they try to prevent other problems from being thrown their way that they can't solve?
I think stronger lanes, they need to be able to not have 5k gold deficit 10 minutes into the game. There is Muerta available, and they do have the first pick out of the second phase. So I think it's time to take it, because I really like the combo between these 2 heroes. You have Celestial Hammer, you have the slow coming out from the Ghost. Never mind, they don't want to play it.
They did it the same way previous time. They prefer Falcons to get the Hoodwink Enchantress combo, which... Is there any reason for Falcons to not go for that this time?
Kazu looks confused.
I don't understand this Monkey King pick right now.
They're committing. They're doing what you said to do.
Yeah, but why are you picking Monkey King here?
Because they're manning up.
But I want you to
These
do
are
it for
2
a
manly
reason.
heroes.
I want you to do it for a reason. At least for now, I don't see the purpose of this Monkey King yet. I understand it can be a flex. Like, you can put it mid, you can put it safe lane. Maybe it can be a support, but I don't see the purpose of it potentially being a support. Maybe they think it's good against Malrine's heroes, which could be the case. Because I will agree with Lacoste, they need not just better lanes. When you play against Falcons, you need, first of all, your step number 1 needs to be that your mid and your 2 supports can match their mid and their 2 supports. Because that is what Falcons will do. They're going to play a 3-man ball, they're going to go mid, they're going to take the runes and then go to side lanes. If you can't match this, you will have a deficit again.
Yeah, definitely this monkey is... That just doesn't feel right. Now it's fine because they just take Bristleback, so they can put this monkey in the safe lane. But I wanted to see Muerta. I think this hero is really good when paired up with another killer lane where you could pressure this Alchemist out of the lane with Muerta Dawnbreaker. I would prefer to have that. Most of the carries, they don't like to play into Muerta. It just puts them out of position. It's the long duration silence. Back to you, Jenkins.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think what is Xtreme going to do to try to counter the Bristle.
You need a double sub here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, I've heard great stories about this hero. Everybody loves this hero, right?
I actually
Someone
think
say
Lich
Lich?
is good. I actually think Lich is good. I know we have
Problem
haters.
is he's not winning games. It looks good on paper.
2 and 3,
Two and three
it's not
is-
terrible. It could be
It-
way
it's-
worse.
Why
not-
don't we get an off lane or a mid Viper, run the carry monkey, run the off lane Dawnbreaker. You got that break for the Bristle. You got that ult for the Alchemist. Get it done.
You wanted to see Nyx Assassin in the previous game.
You'll get it
now you
here.
have uncontrollable damage from Hoodwink, Radiance, Alchemist, Bristleback with his Bristleback ability, Quill Sprays. So
This blocks the Ench pick that Falcons was likely to pick up here too.
10
Yeah.
seconds.
It is also great to hunt the Hoodwink. Yeah, it seems like a solid pick.
I love Lich, don't get me wrong. But it's a lot of physical damage coming out pretty much from all 3 heroes. it is a lot of armor, a lot of minus armor, so I don't mind the pick. It's just that every single time I watch this hero being played, it just feels like something's missing.
Well, I guess they will most likely play it in lane with Monkey King, which is good. Like,
Yeah,
Lich
it's a killer
needs
lane.
these type of lanes. Like how Grim needs, your Ricky PA Monkey. I think Monkey loves the same type of heroes. Like now he has the Lich, it should be fine. Nyx can break the Bristleback in the game, and he's good in the fights. So for now, I feel like the double pick from Xtreme was pretty good.
Does Nyx also block out the Crystal Maiden pick for Falcons? Is that you think Nyx is too good against CM? Because of course it blocks the summon heroes, the Chen and the Enchantress.
Yeah.
Which they probably.
I was
wanted.
thinking CM or Ogre that could come out. Because CM is good, she can bite the Dawnbreaker. Ogre is also just a body in front, but then again, you're going to be playing 2 melees into 2 melee heroes, which is not really good
Yeah.
for Falcons.
Feels a little
Like
sus.
Nyx and Dawnbreaker, they really love to play into that.
I mean, this might just be Malreen's pick, because I think the mid pool could starve a bit, and it already it doesn't feel super easy to go for your pick here. A lot of melees don't like going against Monkey for the case that they can't put Monkey mid.
Yeah.
A lot of range heroes are like mobile, they don't want to go against Nyx. So they'll go with the Tiny Steiny.
Oh, now we have to like it because Falcons picked it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a good point.
Who's going to play it?
Oh,
Is it,
God.
Is it Malreen?
That should be a Malreen Tiny.
Are they saving Snake King's hero for last?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
How does
Seconds remaining.
Tiny do against Monkey in lane? I feel like that should be very Monkey favorite, right?
Should be Monkey favorite. I guess Tiny does okay because you can toss him away.
Yeah,
But-
and also with his innate ability, the more like damage you take from the same source, he's taking less damage, so it's not that bad because Monkey wants to keep hitting you. You can toss him away, but definitely Monkey favored. I still think this Monkey is going to be played from the safe lane,
I
and they're
think
going
so
to
too.
pick XM for the last.
And that's also at the moment what Falcons is thinking, because their ban in this last ban phase so far has been XM's Viper.
What will Snake King play? It should be a 5 that you're picking with the Alk. So
Well-
they still think that CM is really good.
Yeah.
Falcons turn
And Chen and Crystal Maiden are the ones removed.
His entire pool is out except for Ogre.
And Enchantress,
Well,
which
okay.
you might not want to pick into a Nyx Assassin.
Right, that's other than the summons. They did actually ban the Chen regardless, even though
Yeah.
they have the Nyx. I kind of feel like Falcons will probably just go Ench anyway
Yeah.
and
I wouldn't be surprised
deal
about
with
that.
the counter. But then again, do you really want your last pick to be already countered? That feels kind of sus. But you're also last picking your 5. That already feels sus in the first place.
What about some position 5 Grimstroke? You have heroes that do go in. You also don't know what the mid's gonna be. Could be something elusive, so you will have a leash mechanic. I know this is not the hero that they play the most, but it seems like they are running out of options. Unless they want to go back with the Enchantress, which I think it's still fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't pinpoint this pick. I'm not sure. Like, this
This
could
is,
be Warlock for all I know.
This is a flavor, I feel like, because a lot of picks would be good for Falcons.
He's been
It's
playing-
really up to Snake King what he feels like
Yeah.
playing in this game
Say it,
while
Genki,
supporting
before
an
it's
Alchemy.
too late.
The only other hero he's been playing in pubs is Bat Rider, but I don't think Bat
Well,
against
he's got
Nyx is
5
particularly...
To pick the hero that is the
Yeah.
Bat Rider. There you go. Good research.
It's the only other hero. Everything else is banned.
Well, it gives them like another guy that goes in, and in the lane it's
They
pretty
could,
fine.
They could Hoodwink 5, Batrider 4,
They
which
can
I
do
think
that
they
too.
might do that because Team
That's
Spirit
pretty
did
good.
run
Yeah.
Hoodwink more times as a position 5 compared to 4. And it's also a repositioning tool against Monkey, which is fine. Great against the Dawnbreaker. You can also drag people out
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Donald.
Yeah, there's a lot of like commitment on the side of Xtreme. You drop a Lich ult, you drop a Donald, you drop a Monkey King ult, and if you can just move the fight away from that, you're going
Very
to win
strong.
that fight.
Yeah. Okay, so what do they want to play up against the Tiny, assuming Monkey... No, Monkey will go mid, and it will be a Morphling once again. The Morphling that we heard previously from our commentary team. 26 games, 34% win rate, and that was before it lost just now. So, not great track record. We have seen players win with it. Is this gonna be one of those?
Well,
Gentlemen.
it's better.
Gentlemen,
I will say that
please.
it's better than last game.
Yeah.
and they can hold their ground like better this time around because you have a better lane with Dawn and with the Monkey King and whatnot. But I personally feel that you have a similar problem as last game. They can fight into it easier, but I still don't think they're strong enough to fight into Falcons after lanes like minute 10 to 15. Is my worry.
Well, it's stronger than last game, better than last game. I don't think that was very difficult to do, but I'm happy that they managed to do it either way. Lacoste, what are you thinking?
3 melee cores from Falcons. Beefy ones playing into Monkey, into Donald. I don't know. I feel like the chances, I think we're going to have a good game. I think we're going to have a much closer game, and I think that the Xtreme Gaming might take it.
I mean, they have a great track record from going the third game every single series they play. So, Jenkins, are you on board?
I'm not a big believer in a non-satanic morphling, and I can't believe I'm saying that about Ame, but I think that is just where this hero stands. Is you need to be 17 years old with just instant reactions to make the hero work.
You mean the player and not the item?
It's a hero, so, but yeah, I was...
Yeah, he means the...
satanic.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a guy as well, right?
Yeah, a guy and an item.
No, I believe in the guy. I believe in the guy. The item's all right. It's pretty good, actually.
That's decent.
I don't believe in the hero.
So if Ame builds a satanic, that wouldn't do.
That might do it. I think Ame needs to rush satanic in this game. We're going to game 3, Shiver.
Brown boot satanic into game 3. Thank you, Jenkins.
This is great analysis from you guys. It does seem like it's going to be a tough one for Xtreme, but they've got a better shot this time around. Let's see if they can push it to the third game of the series together with Only Picks on Fog via the PogChamp Pandas.
Time to get into game 2 between Xtreme and Falcons. And Fog, we're seeing it again. Ame wants to try and make this morphing work. We know in the past series, they normally do well in game 2s. Or at least they're able to push the series to a game 3 overall. Is this going to be the case here, or are you concerned again for the morph? Because this hero, it just keeps losing.
Yeah, it looks way better. The whole draft does look a bit better. It's definitely a bit more of a risky one when they're going for this morph, of course, but I do think that they have much more to be able to fight early, and their lanes, it should be a bit better, right? They have this Monkey King versus the Tiny matchup that he can play pretty well. Lich, there's some cool things that you can actually do with this hero when you're playing versus Bristleback. Sinister Gaze, it turns the hero toward you to face you, so it could be a little bit better in that front. But Falcons, again, they do have some crazy comfort, right? They do get pretty much all the heroes that they like to play. We saw what Amar was even able to do yesterday when he played versus a Morphling. He owned, like in the lane in particular too, he had advantage versus the Morph. It was Nightfall. So we'll see how this all ends up going down. In PYW, they early pick this Nyx Assassin, which maybe is one of those that I'm a bit concerned about as well too, because I feel like XXS, this Dawn, this hero a lot of times has been pretty damn good every time we see it, but this could make his lane quite a bit weaker. So we'll see how, at least for me, I'm going to be watching XXS again.
Yeah, because what this top lane, is it just that snaking as the back can be quite annoying against these 2 melee heroes? Or?
Yes, exactly. And Flame Break overall, I mentioned it the other day, it doesn't stop the Starbreaker's cast, but it moves him out of position to not be able to get that connection. And Nyx Assassin just doesn't really contribute too much in this lane, as we've seen multiple times. He's usually just that, he's like an Enchantress Chen counter. In the later stages of the game, there's definitely a lot of benefits to this Nyx Assassin. That's probably why they wanted it. This hero that can hunt Alchemist in the jungle, potentially find him when he's low. He can build a shard, go for breaking the Bristleback, and he can, of course, stop this the Bat Rider's initiations, but we'll see how the lane in particular ends up going.
I know, overall, why do you think they did want to go with the morph again here in game 2?
If Ame asks for it, right, he's probably looking and he's like, hey, this is a game where I can go like this Scotty build or something like that when he's playing versus this Bristle and Alk that rely on healing. And maybe it's just the hero that Ame wants to play. This could be one of this. If they end up losing this one, they're going to be 0-4. So that makes it where it's a pretty dangerous position where you kind of are stuck in tiebreakers. Likely.
If you win all the games after.
If you win all the games after. So maybe it's just like, Ame, what do you want to play? What looks best for you this game? And that's the one that he chose. If he can get online this game, which it does look like they should be able to get him online, it looks way better. It just, Falcons just play so oppressive.
Yeah, and if it's anything like last game, anytime that they have this Alchemist, if the 4 heroes outside of that can make the space that they did last time, Skeeter, he just zooms ahead on farm.
And I don't
no sort of keeping up with the out.
I don't really think. Yeah, he's versus Dawn, which is one of the stronger laning heroes. But as I was mentioning, with the Nyx there, I don't know how much Skeeter is going to feel that pressure. Right now, it's a lot of creeps actually under the tower for him here. Gonna miss a couple last hits. Miss a couple. Miss 2. Look at that. But mid lane, Malrine, I think he's played this matchup a good chunk versus the Monkey King. This isn't one of those where it's like Monkey King's just going to stomp because he's versus that melee. Tiny has ways to play around it with multiple different things. Success. Taking a ton of damage here. Has the 16 wand charges, but as we said, he's left alone. He's forced to use it. While PYW just drags a wave and starts to do some jungling.
Yeah, I guess they just don't want to play the lane at all.
No.
Which, it's not going to be too upsetting, as you say, for Skeeter. He doesn't mind this.
He's happy about it. Nice wave dragging, but Skeeter will do the same thing, so it's actually going to be a wave that gets denied.
Yeah, that whole wave's going.
But both of them, right? They're both going to kind of do similar. But it's actually Skeeter who gets his range creep denied first, and XXS, he doesn't get his range creep denied. So it's going to push into Skeeter's favor, and yeah, XXS is going to lose a whole wave out of it. And bottom overall, Amar is getting pretty good farm. That's the problem about Lich when he is playing versus Bristle back in these first few levels. You don't have great kill threat early on. Later on, when you're able to turn him, perhaps there is some type of setup, but I rarely see Crit and Amar lose lanes anyway.
Mid lane doesn't look like it's going too bad for Mallory.
No, it should be a slight advantage for XM, but I think Tiny has ways to play around it because you have 2 ways to reset the positioning of XM, and we're seeing those stacks already be formed. I don't know how many times I've seen this with these alchemists where they just have so many of these small camps to farm, and they always get them stacked up from these 5 positions. Either Whitemon in particular was one of the ones that I've seen it do it the most, but also Snaking always finds these double stacks on these small camps.
With the 2 heroes they have here, though, Xtreme, they should, they could try and go over towards these stacks. Or
Yeah, it's just difficult to walk into that area in particular. They're gonna go for the aggressive play. The Flame Break will push back, but it looks still maybe connected. Skeeter will be okay. He's got a salve to reset.
Just not quite enough damage with the combo at the moment, Xtreme.
And XXS, he's really suffering on the CS department. He's at 11 right now.
PYW. He's going to have to use the stun. I mean, even with that, he might be dead.
Snake's got him.
That's first blood for him. And,
XXS might get turned on.
XXS, he can't take down Snaking in return. He has to run.
That's a solo kill for Snake. Insane amount of gold being given to him. He's got boots now on this 5 position. And he can rotate. He can definitely look to punish that safe lane in particular. It's not the best hero versus Morphling in the early stages of the game, but the Lich is very vulnerable if he does want to make a move. Yeah, and this is the choice that PYW made when they picked this Nyx Assassin. You have to assume that this is going to happen in your lane.
A lot of pressure really going to be on XM to sort of clean up the early to mid game for Xtreme.
And he is playing versus triple melee cores, so he can potentially have some good setup. He can get tossed out of his Wukongs in some points and maybe even like dragged out with the Bushwhack and dragged out with the Bat Rider. But overall, this time they do have better team fight. That was the one thing too from XG last game, that they didn't really have much team fight in comparison. This time they at least have that Dawn and Monkey King that's going to provide them a decent amount. And the Lich once he gets some levels. Gonna look for Amar, but it's actually Tianbing who steps up perhaps too far. Crazy amount of burst damage caught between the 2 of them. The Blightstone crit adding up. PYW found again.
Yeah, these 2. They're on top of him, Snaking and Maureen.
He'll get the creep, but very likely to pay with his life.
Falcons, they get in those early kills again.
They are. And did they see him place the ward? They did. They were clicking on it. I can't believe he placed that ward. They were clicking on him when he has it, so he placed and just gives Snay a free D ward. They'll lose Ame's courier as well. These early kills matter. Snay now can just probably leave Skeeter on his own make moves all over the place on the map, get the stacks, while the Alchemist backs up and farms this double, triple stack that he's been able to set up for him.
I mean, that's the thing as well.
That's the scary thing.
It does get pinged, the stacks, and scanned, so...
Lich is coming.
Okay. Aware, they want to do
bringing,
something.
yeah, they're bringing the Lich and the Nyx, so Nyx is going to go through the portal. Here comes Tianming, so Snay maybe does want to make the move to protect those stacks.
So yeah, somebody else has got to get up there.
They got to steal this, so XXS is here. He can clear them out. Skeeter's getting the small camp.
Yeah, I should get to spawn most of those.
Gets pretty much all of the small ones, yeah.
At least this one will be taken. Does take the 4-man rotation.
But it's a heads-up move. I quite like that they did this. It put a ton of attention to it. They're going to lose some couriers. Snay able to find another steal. They know he's here. He's not. I don't think he's going to contest for that Wisdom Rune because of it. A nice little rotation to prevent Skeeter from getting that crazy amount of increased farm.
Only slowed down his game a little bit, though.
In the meantime, as similar as last time, Malrine walks over and takes the bounties. We saw the same thing. And last time it was a triple bounty rune that he was able to get, but when you're playing with that Alchemist, even getting 2, and getting yours on your side as well is huge. Snay does get these stacks going on his more defensive area. It's a triple stack hard camp, triple stack medium camp that Skeeter can go back to, and he's about to hit 6. XXS soon having the level 6. I want to see XM be very active, though. I want to see this Monkey King make moves.
They're trying to fight top. Malrine can look to help out. He's coming in with the wraparound.
There's TP's coming in.
He's going to get the Avalanche out onto the 3 of them. They've lost Snaking, but they should find kills in return as the pushback's down onto XM. He tries to get the Wukongs off, but the toss is there from Malrine.
XXS, can he get away as well? There's another stun coming out. Malrine is limited on the mana. Doesn't look like they can get the catch. Good, the way that they choose their targets there. Malrine, he's potentially looking for the Nyx, and then they immediately make the call, go for the Monkey King. He made an overcommitment going for the 5 position. Malrine will get his bottle filled up. Ame getting great space, but now we're seeing Amar. He's going to start maximizing. He's gone to the jungle. He has a 4x stack or a 5x stack on the hard camp and a 4x on the Ancient Skeeter. XM's up here.
There's still Snaking by his side. But the Jingu builds up from XM.
He's got the stun. Do they have the chase?
He's out under the tower. XM's not going to be able to dive.
They can't. They needed a +1 there.
Bottom Ame. Trying to make the play against Crit.
Should have him.
They'll get him solo.
Nice solo kill.
Ame, of course, as you can see, he's getting really nice farm down here.
Yeah, it is a much better game across the board as we're seeing for the side of Xtreme. This is Falcons. They are getting away with this immense farm on the Alchemist again, and Amar is going to be able to get that. He's going to be able to farm these stacks for free. A Skeeter again, they do surround him with the 3.
Yeah, this time they'll succeed.
They'll find him. Solar Guardian used.
Really good pressure they're putting in onto the Alchemist.
A world of difference in particular for XM's game. Yes, he's 0 and 1 in this game still, but looking at the moves that he can make around the map, he can swing from lane to lane to look for the setup. They do have good global potential. Nick sneaking around once he's got the 6, the Solar Guardian plus the Monkey King jumping through the trees. And I like his build. He went this Treads, Orb of Corrosion, playing versus that Alchemist, playing versus triple melee.
And Amar, they might be able to burst him. Yeah, Ame's have a waveform get in front of him. They take Amar down. TPs are coming in. As they'll punish PYW, they get the concoction onto Ame.
Can he get out?
Trying to shift up, but he's got waveform in a second. He might make it away. Waveform's there. Have they got anything else to throw down upon him?
Malrine's got a toss in a second. Oh, he loses the mana.
That's a concoction, but Tianming's in with the back, but TPs are coming in. They can't finish off the kill. Ame survives.
The Soul Ring actually, because he didn't use the mana from the temporary gain, he was 150, and then the Soul Ring actually ended up losing him the mana on Malrine, so he can't get the toss. Good aggressive play. They punish Amar. And Ame will be able to get himself a healing Lotus, so he's going to be healed right back up to full. Yeah, much better time for them this time around. Dawn, also, with the daytime, he's going to be able to scout these stacks. So XXS is going to take away this triple stack that Snaking was forming.
Yeah, this is going so much better for Xtreme.
Yep. Snay's mad. He's like, how dare you steal my stack? Can they punish him? He's got another hammer up. Crit, closing the gap. And XXS does look like he's going to be able to walk himself away. That day vision, just giving him the vision of that camp allows him to steal it. Skeeter will be able to back up and finish off the other one, but a lot that they've stolen from him.
BYW finding a little snipe there.
Nice kill.
Things very much looking up for XG this game too. I mean, the fact that they have Arme this close to the farmer's Skeeter,
it's crazy.
That's a very good sign.
And it's crazy how it feels like every time when they play game 2 of these series, they have so much more preparation and they're thinking about all these little moves. Like XM is playing super aggressive, looking for the constant movements. Amar might get caught off guard by this again.
Just coming in with the backup, but they've got the numbers here.
They've got Chain Frost.
They're ready to jump in with the Primal Spring. They get the setup, the Boundless Strike, the bounce of the Chain Frost, takedown crit. They'll turn and take out Amar as well as the tower. Xtreme, they're crushed in this early game.
Yeah, and XM is just playing really, really nice here as this Monkey King. He's not stopping the movements. He's even scouting Malrine here. Might set up for another kill. Either way, they're set up to steal this potential stack that Amar did not get to work on yet.
It's a big stack.
It is. All 5 of them here, but this is super worth it for the side of
This
Xtreme.
is huge. That is a lot. That's what was it, like a 5 stack?
Yeah, I think it was. It was either a 4 or 5 stack that they're able to take away. Massive moves. They're the ones with the gold lead versus that Alchemist lineup this time.
Now look at that! Look at that in terms of camp stacks as well. They haven't done a single stack.
Wait,
on XG.
Wait, what?
Is that true?
Any?
They've not done any.
I just can't believe how many that Falcons was able to
they've done that many on Falcons, but I tell you what, I think most of them have been taken by XG. So, there you go. You don't need to stack yourself if you're just able to steal what Falcons have been working on.
Do you see the way the Falcons is being, feeling a bit of this pressure right now? Look at the top side of the map for Skeeter. We'll wait up for a second here as PYW is looking for crit, but look at the sentry zone coverage to try to protect Skeeter. They placed 5 to try to watch out for this Nyx Assassin, and so far PYW is able to find a good amount of kills here.
So close there to getting Crip, but Crip will survive, and now he's able to turn and punish PYW. They get the setup.
Again, getting active. XM getting pretty close to his Diffusal Blade. Tianming has Chain Frost available too. They're looking for the Alchemist. They have Solar Guardian at the ready. It's back up in 15 seconds. XXS almost has his armlet done too. So overall, that top lane, I was worried for how the Dawn's performance was going to be. So far, XXS, it's pretty damn good. Armlet's done. He's stolen multiple of the stacks away from the Alchemist. And, PYW does die there, but his levels are good, and he's already got the diadem. So he's already got, I believe, 2 components almost completed toward that Dagon.
Yeah, then he'll be able to burst the crit 100%.
Yep, and probably snaking.
It's going to be very close.
Yep. Much better start. Radiance, it's done for Skeeter, but they've slowed down timings of Falcons a lot. They are hunting up here. I believe they did see the Dawnbreaker on the ward. And that should be a very dead XXS.
Yeah, they're even bringing in further TPs to make sure that they can take this kill.
Snake hangs on to the lasso. They don't even need it.
Into night.
But so, yeah, it's making their own moves immediately on mid. Tianming, XM, set up to go for this tower. And that's the Diffusal Blade finished, as we mentioned. The last game for the Pango in particular, same thing, playing versus triple strength cores. It's a very value Diffusal game for XM. Pretty much every time they're playing versus like Bristles and Tinies is very valuable. As Ame, can he get the steal? He will not.
Just got to be a bit careful with these TPs coming in.
Snake has lasso. There's a toss back.
Yeah, and they're going to get tossed. Well, not into the lasso. Snake King not able to find it. That's actually the Wukong's command and the stun coming out. The control Snake King holding him in the Wukong's command. He ends up dying under his tier 2 tower.
Great play. Great positioning there again from PYW. Malrine.
Going to try and step up.
There's a Solar Guardian.
I mean, he went straight into this one. I think he bit off a bit more than he could chew there, Malrine.
I don't think I guess he didn't expect the Solar Guardian, but XG, yeah, just completely different game that they're playing this time around. Super aggressive, 9-7. They're matching and actually making the first moves in comparison to Falcons this time around.
Yeah, and getting Arme involved in quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
1-0-5, he's been involved in 6 of the 9 kills that they've got as a team.
I like that way more, right? More than just the passive sit-back morphing that we've seen a lot of times. Teams have taken advantage of that. This time, XG getting him involved, and all 3 cards looking to be in a pretty damn good spot in this early game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
We'll take that.
And the builds, Tapavis already finished also for Tianming. He's having a very good time as this Lich. Deceptively tanky on him.
And
they have all these like first core items already finished up.
Yeah, and this build, it's greedy, it's fun. Is it going to work out the armlet into Deso on the Dawn?
We'll see if he commits for the
Sure, you feel there's a chance he won't, because it's great stuff with the Starbreaker, but can you really get away with getting a Deso as your kind of second major item after an armlet?
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see if he does go for it, if it ends up paying off. So the one thing I will say is when you're playing versus some of these strength cores, they can lack in armor at times. Tiny not. right? Because he gets it from Grow. But Alchemist and Bristle, sometimes you don't want to build the armor too early. So if he does get it early, I can see maybe for it. But I don't know if I like it if he does go that route. We'll see. We'll see if he does commit for it. Smoke coming out. Skitter, he's got the blink. He's going to try to fix things for his team because
Marine,
they're getting run down.
I mean, it's that point of the map that's always very risky to go towards. He steps up to the river. Backup comes in. Crit's trying his best to try and do something to help Marine, but Marine's gone.
And
Tito
Skeeter
attempts to jump in on towards XXS. Crit gets burst by BYW, and Skeeter, he's now caught in the Wukong.
Oh, XG.
So Marine stepping up into the river not only gets himself killed, he gets Crit plus Skeeter, the carry, also killed in that mid lane.
Skeeter's trying to salvage things for his team. He buys a blink to try to do so, but delivers them a kill. XG. I mean, XM in particular, he's just having a much more explosive game. 4-1 and 3. This Monkey King.
And Mallory's got to be a bit more careful, right? First, that sort of move on the bottom lane, buys tier 2 way, runs into the 4 of them. Then this one, where he gets caught very far out up in the river.
How many times? I mean, I said it yesterday, right? How many times do we see people die in that spot in the river, and it ends up being very devastating as they lose 3 while Ame's farming.
Yeah, you can see
I mean,
Mallory, he's feeling a bit frustrated, I feel. A couple of these deaths that, you know, it's not the Mallory we're normally seeing.
And XXS, he is committing for the Deso. With the advantage that they have, the burst damage it's going to provide.
I mean, it's great fun. You know, the damage can look fantastic. But obviously, you're going all out on the damage. It's not giving you that extra stats or survivability, something like the BKBs, the SMYs would.
Hey, we'll see if it pays off. With the advantage that they have, I'm not 100% happy about it, but I'm not super unhappy about seeing him go for the build. And he gets Orb of Destruction. So, okay, he's got the double synergy. Now I'm more
happy. A lot of minus.
Now I'm more happy about if he goes for it. PYW, Dagon's done. Looking for Amar. Malrine is here.
This is pretty deep.
They've got the squad.
They've got the Solar Guardian coming in as well. I mean, Malrine's just dead at the start of the fight once more.
Can they get out?
Snake King is going to look for the last step of the fear, but they're going to have the drag back from Tian Ming. So
they've got Amar.
He's not able to drag XM into a dangerous spot, and indeed Amar gets burst by Arme. Falcons, they cannot fight into Xtreme right now. And Arme, he's looking for more, turns into the Tiny, has the Avalanche set up onto Snake King. Snake King will be able to keep his distance under the tower. They just turn straight towards the Alchemist. They're looking to burst through Skeeter. They're going to kill him off under the tier 2 tower. Xtreme in this game too. I mean, where was this Xtreme in game 1 for?
I don't know. Maybe they just needed the warm-up. Because this is just, it's looking like a completely different team. It's not even just with the heroes that they're playing, it's the synergy. They're all there at the time that the gank is happening. 4 heroes set up already at the 17-minute mark. And XXS's build is, I mean, the armor is absolutely working with this extra bit of damage too on Amar.
And when he does have the Deso in these fights, they're just going to die so quickly.
Yeah.
It's going to be, you know, pretty entertaining to see. Everybody loves a Deso rush on a Dawnbreaker. It just doesn't normally work out in a game at this level.
But he's got to have it really early. A 5K lead now, and Skitter back-to-back shows up, back-to-back dies.
Crip. See if he's got any final words. Inevitable. It's coming for him.
Gonna wait for the Dawn just in case. Crit knows something's up, but it doesn't matter.
Yep. XXS helps out.
That's the Deso finished.
I mean, people, could he not have got that on his own? He's been very careful.
He's just being careful.
Sure. Make sure that XXS. I think he could have got that solo, probably. The numbers are pretty crazy with that Dagon on the Nyx Assassin. And yeah, I mean, Falcons, what's the plan? I mean, you've got Malrine, who he is having such a rough game. They're getting him every time in these fights.
I mean, these
he
tinies
is falling so far behind you. Look at PYW's nearly caught up to him.
I mean, so many of the times in this tournament, we've seen these tinies just fall off a cliff, and this one, he didn't even get up onto the cliff. They're able to just shut him down immediately, and Deso, there it is.
XXS ready to have some fun.
Oh, Malrine, he is deep forward here.
He's gonna be dead again.
He's just deleted, and Amar does not do enough damage.
Oh, it's just got to be one of the rougher games Malrine's had.
Does feel like it. I think XM is. I think they're so on top of things with their shot calling on the side of XG. The way that they surrounded top, stole the stacks, surrounded bottom, stole the stacks. Right? We saw, what was it, 20 stacks that was made from Falcons, and it feels like the majority were just taken away.
And another one.
Ame.
Oh, they get the spike carapace onto Amar, and they won't be quite close enough to capitalize on that. So Amar will live.
Doesn't want to dive under the tier 2 versus this Bristle. That's where you can give a potential comeback to them when they're respawning.
This is just crazy lead. 7k advantage against an Alchemist and against a free farming Alchemist.
Look at this, and
it's not the Skeeter's poor. It's just that they are that rich.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed in particular with, I mean, XM obviously because of the moat rotations, but PYW and XXS, that lane. The Nyx is huge. As you mentioned, he's ahead of Malrine. The Dawnbreaker is also pretty large as well. And he's just consistently looking to make moves with this Vendetta. He's level 12. So level 2 online. Now he can definitely kill the supports. And he did... Oh, he found Whispers of the Dread, too. So this Nyx, Dagon 2, level 2 Vendetta, Whispers.
Oh, Skeeter!
Skeeter could actually get killed
Careful!
Dyer's
Malrine
middle
can't
tower
do.
is under
No,
attack.
Malrine's too tanky.
Needs a +1 for that.
But look at the control that he's doing here. He's just giving so much information for his team. And they're even getting a tier 2 out of this. Secondary one already great. A Morphling lineup taking 2 tier 2s in 21 minutes.
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, this is very accelerated
This
timing.
really is quite... I mean, Arme had... He had a game like this yesterday on his Luna, right? Where he was just insanely farmed for the hero and position he was in. And this time he's doing it again. On this Morphling, to be this rich and this involved, it doesn't get much better than this in terms of Morphling performances.
It looks like they were considering maybe going for the jump there, but they're actually scared to even go for Ame when he was a bit isolated. Because he's got this Manta and he wasn't sitting low. He's sitting at 65 strength.
Full Kanda coming out. 21 minutes in.
Has to be one of the earliest ones we've seen.
It really is. This is that ridiculous level of farm.
They can back up also and go for this Roche with that Deso, with the Orb of Destruction. It's going to be quick. And Falcons don't think they make it there in time. Skitter, he's got a BKB done. Amar, he did do the build that we were saying that most of the Bristols do. He went for Axe into Hairball into the lifesteal. But I don't believe that they make it there. It's dead already. Snaking has a blink, so they have an initiation tool coming from the 5 position. XG sticking together though, and they've got the Solar Guardian with the Dawnbreaker that can join in.
Surely they don't want to do this, Falcons.
BKB on the Monkey King.
He's just straight in! He's going to get caught by the Lasso, but he got the BKB off in time, so there's no damage to follow. They get the Chain Frost down onwards. Amar. Amar's dead! The Wukong's command is down. Falcons, they've got to run. As Malrine, they see him under there at tier 1 tower. XG, they're going to be able to head over, toss him back over towards XM and XXS. Malrine dead once again. I mean, Skeeter, he's jumped in. He's trying to find something here for the team. They will get XXS. But XM's cleaning up. Name, he is as well. As they did find 3 kills, but ultimately...
Ame's going to clean up. Can Skitter get out? He's got a blink.
I don't know if he can. Ame's going to be able to stay on top of him, surely. Waveform there to close up. Skeeter. He's gone.
And Crit also.
He's dead as well.
Will get taken out. And Ame, a rare tip from Ame even being thrown out.
I mean, they tried to fight into that.
They did.
Honestly, the fact that they got 3 kills was pretty remarkable.
But they don't.
Falcons, but
they don't
they
get
lose
the big
everybody.
ones. And they don't get the big ones, right? XM, he literally just walks in. I think he turned into an HP potion with the Mischief there and gets a beautiful Boundless Strike to initiate right on top of everybody.
Yeah.
He forced the initiation on him when he had BKB active.
To stop him from getting the Wukongs off straight away.
And then Solar Guardian comes in and the fight looks devastating already. I saw I mean, there was some weird stuff going on there too, because you could feel the desperation from Falcons. They were trying to pick up a gem and disengage because they actually stole a gem there from Xtreme. But then Skeeter jumps in and goes for this kill, and his whole team tries to back him up.
I guess we're fighting.
Yeah, and they lose, the last 2 afterwards.
Yeah, they lose everyone.
XG, just mounting the fights perfectly. And it was very nice that after the Roche, they don't like TP separate. They stick together, and they take that fight. A picture-perfect game so far, it feels like, for the first 24 minutes. Is they've only lost their mid tower, the safe lane and the off lane tower pretty much have full HP, and they just have so much control of the map at this point. Solar Guardian, it's back at the ready. PYW's already hunting.
Are scanning.
See a PYW you can find.
Hey, they can kill almost anybody, it feels like, because of that Solar Guardian with the damage that XXS has built forward. So that's probably also why he wanted to have this Deso. On top of how good of a game he was having, is they can just duo gank. Falcons sticking more together, being more cautious because of how problematic this early game has been. But XG making all the right moves here. Dawnbreaker goes and farms carefully while his team sticks together as 4. And they will claim that final tier 2. Ame's going to go high ground.
Yeah, why not? They got 2 minutes of Aegis to play with.
Falcons going to look for the attempt. Snaking's got the blink. They've got repositioning tools. Are they going to go for it?
Going to try.
He gets instantly grabbed.
Straight away, the balance is down as well. Snaking not able to get back to the safety of his base. They'll get the combo. That's a lot of burst takes. They've taken out 2 of them. XM and Tiaming are gone. Ame gets the double, and he's ready to fight back here with XXS and PYW. Skeeter, but the BKB has to run, but Ame's on top of him. He'll try and fight the concoction out. He will get it down on towards Ame.
XXS just hit Amar for like 1,000 damage when he was facing him with this build. Amar can't actually continue pushing forward there. XM gets deleted in a heartbeat there, but
I mean, they're pushing them back.
flies back.
Yeah, they don't get the Aegis from Arme either. They're going to be able to reset and push again with this Aegis, still having a minute and a half left. And indeed, Malorine's gold, it just continues to dwindle. He's in the bottom 3 net worth.
Has to be one of the roughest.
It really does. You don't normally see Malorine in this position.
And now Ame, gone the safe build. He's gone Lincolns when he's playing versus that lasso. Back up to the high ground he goes. He used quite a lot there on the side of Falcons to hold on. The BKB from the Alchemist, the buyback from the Tiny. Ame, he feels confident to stand his ground up here.
Absolutely. Minute on this Aegis, he's got nothing to fear.
He's got the catapult as well. They're going to break that Lincoln's.
Snaky's got to be careful how he steps up. If Ame wants, he can just burst him.
The waveform, he'll be able to disengage. They're very quick on their disables in this game too. It's pretty telegraphed for snaking when he's blinking and lassoing, so they're just immediately just sinister gazing him or just getting the boundless strike. Falcons trying to hold on, but playing at a deficit at this point when they're playing versus the Morphling. It's what are you really holding on for? It's a hope and a dream that XG throws the game.
The range right's gone. They'll go with the lasso.
He got the shift.
20 seconds left still on this Aegis, so even if they're killing the once, he doesn't care. There'll be the jump at the same time. Malorine tried to get in. They just kill him straight away. He's out for 75 seconds. As XM gets the Wukongs down, the Boundless down to both of them. Amar's healing up with the Bloodstone. PYW will die.
They will hit him in the back. XXS.
He just goes straight in with the Starbreaker.
That's a bit aggressive.
He's got to back off with the BKB. He can't fight this. Buyback comes out from Snaky. Is the Aegis gone? So if they want to keep pushing on without it, I mean, obviously there's this window where there's no Malorine for 50 seconds.
No BKB Alk, no Chemical Rage Alk either, and no Lasso. They're going to go for this Rex.
Snaking.
Snaking steps up.
He's gone.
Deleted.
Also without buyback. 2 heroes dead.
And they've got Solar Guardian on the side. XXS TP to the side.
Look at Arme, this animation, he's just styling on them.
Truly.
Look at him waving his arms all over the place.
They're just going to bring the Solar for the Deso so they can take these towers even faster.
What a game, and what a Morphling performance. One of these
Fantastic.
Which are rare.
They are.
You don't, at least so far in this tournament, get to enjoy this sort of Morphling play. It just hasn't been happening. It's been losing so much. Skeeter.
He gets grabbed.
He just jumps. He gets immediately stunned.
That's game.
That's the carry.
That's definitely the game. Ame, another tip onto Skeeter. They're going to try to hold on. No Alchemist though for 50 seconds. Ame still just standing his ground with that styling.
Look at him.
Look at
him go.
So goofy. It's just, it seems like it's just their formula. You know, lose game 1 really handedly.
And
game
2,
they come
wow,
back.
they look phenomenal.
And they better do it again in game 3, but if they follow that formula, it might look pretty devastating for them. But a world of difference with their draft and with their play this game. It looks like everybody was just on point. The macro movements, the calls, it's been perfect. And Ame, he's closing it up.
Keeps on going. They've got the lasso. And XM's in, ready to help back him up. Arme, he's able to wait from away. Skinner, he's going to get stunned by the Spike Carapace again. He'll put the BKB. He'll manage to get out just in time, but he cannot get back in the fight. Malorine's gone. Of course, still no buyback on him. Amar has managed to kill XM. But Arme, he's going to be ready to kill him. Slides in with a waveform, gets the kill. Will get caught by the stun, Arme. But a stun comes to an end. Stands his ground against Skeeter. There's the Spike Carapace again from PYW. Tripping up the Alchemist. Amar's brought back for this. But it's him against the world. Crit will buy back. Amar will get the triple.
He might get at least an ultra kill here.
He's trying his best, Amar.
Amar versus the world.
It certainly is. And he has kept the game going. It costs a lot. It was 3 buybacks coming out from Falcons there to make that.
Oh, Ame. Imagine he gets a rampage just that. He's turning.
Can Ame win this?
I think Amar can just keep his back turned.
Yeah. Yeah, Ame's gonna
just wait for your
back out of this 1v1.
They hold on to the game, but that's really all it is.
It's all the buybacks. Every buyback now on cooldown for Falcons, meaning that one more push from Xtreme should be able to close this one up.
Yeah, they're all smiles this time around. I mean, they were smiles even when they were losing in the last game, but this time you can feel how confident they are. Tons of buybacks forced. They still get Skeeter, and even though Amar gets some cleanup kills, it doesn't change the state of the game. That final racks, everybody respawning on the side of XG in a second here. And Ame, soon to be hitting even level 25.
Yeah, they can play it safe, get the Roche.
Yeah. It's 90 seconds. They might look to just still set up with 5 heroes, or 4 heroes for the top lane with the Dawn being able to set up with an ult. Falcons, I can't really think of what they can do to be able to come back in this one at this point.
They just don't have a mid this
round. They don't have a mid, and they don't really have that carry matchup this time around, where the Alchemist has a big advantage if he's just...
Yeah, if you're an Alchemist and you're nearly 10k behind the enemy carry, it's probably not a good start.
No, especially not versus a Morphling, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, world difference, XG. Looking for the smoke, looking for potentially that last fight. Tormentor, Falcons will be at least able to claim that one for themselves. Amar will have the BKB done on top of it too. But yeah, Skeeter just cannot stand his ground. And is that the AC pretty much done for XXS? Not quite there, but getting closer and closer. So on top of that Death Cell that he was able to pick up.
Yeah, they can just wait the AC, wait the Roshan.
If they want to be as safe as possible, yeah. They probably can just take the fights right into them at this point too, but if they want to be safe, might as well just wait for the Rosh. And even super safe. XXS not even farming outside, staying inside of the base to be able to join his team so he doesn't get caught from some smoke rotation potential of Falcons. And I want to highlight, this is kind of the Lich build that you have to go.
Yep.
It feels like nowadays, but just want to highlight for Tianming. Solar Crest, Blink. It's been pretty strong this game. He's been very fast with his Sinister Gazes to stop targets, even to get the ball onto the Bristol to turn him as he walks out of the pit as soon as it spawns.
Okay,
but
never mind that. Yep, they don't see Roche respawning, they just go for the fight instead.
Yeah,
they're done
enough.
waiting.
Yep, Amar, he actually commits for S&Y.
And he is away from the rest of his team.
He is looking incredibly dead.
And that's him out. No buyback, of course. All the buybacks for Falcons not available right now.
And they really needed Amar there to at least even try to hold on to that Rax longer. 90 seconds.
Has been killed.
Straight to that wave. Do they have creeps coming in? They do. So they have creeps bottom. Ame, he's just walking in.
He's
gonna die so fast. And that's the Megas. And Snaking's also been found.
Goodbye to him.
Oh, and they almost caught Malrine.
All right, that Mega creeps out, onto the tier 4s, and onto game 3. As Falcons, they'll try once more with the 3 of them. See if they can burst Arme. They're going to give it their best effort, but XM's in with a Boundless Strike down onto the both of them. Crit's dead. It's Skeeter left against them all. He'll find one of them, but he's not finding anything else. GG is called. What a game 2 from XG. But this is what happens, right? As you say, they always have one game in all the series that they've lost so far where they look amazing, folk. And this one, they really did. They look fantastic.
They look fantastic, and I mean, Malrine having probably one of the more devastating games.
Yeah.
But in particular, too Tiny. Both games back-to-back having pretty horrific games. So maybe we won't see this one picked up at all either, as Xtreme just bullied it in particular, but they bullied everything. And it felt like all the lanes, and the top lane was the one in particular that I was a bit worried for them, but that lane actually went quite great with how much PYW was able to get, and the macro calls that they made to steal the stacks in particular, right? Walking in, stealing a triple stack small camp, a quad stack medium camp, and then a 5 or 4x stack ancient. Yeah, great macro play.
Yeah, they've got to reset big time after that one, Falcons.
They sure do.
It's just crazy to see that we had this game 1 where Falcons completely crushed, completely stomp Xtreme. And then game 2, Xtreme do the same. Back at them. I mean, game 3, I don't even know what we're going to expect coming out from that one. It's going to be quite something to see. And yeah, Malrine, one of the roughest games I think we've ever seen him have, ends the game lower net worth than anybody on Xtreme Gaming. Game 3 is coming up soon.
Yeah, can't wait. This was Xtreme Gaming the way we're used to seeing them in the games that they win. They have so far won a game every single series. This is, though, of all the games we have seen them win, one of the more dominant games we've seen from them, Lacoste. I think this is a great promise for Game 3.
Absolutely. This is their best performance by far, I would say. They had a good performance against Team Spirit yesterday in the first game. This time around, I mean, this whole series is becoming who picks Tiny loses. I'm not sure why we are forcing this hero. It just seems so out of place. They picked it on 18, knowing that Monkey can't go to the mid lane still, which they did in the end. But great showing from Xtreme Gaming. I was really impressed by what they've been doing with the stacks, because they had 0 stacks. This is something that doesn't happen like ever. Sure, they had a plan knowing that there's Bristleback, so Alchemist, so you want to steal some of the stacks. Falcons, they had 20 plus stacks and they decided to invade most of them.
Yeah, that was nice. The PYW in particular, I think he was the big reason they could invade those stacks. On Nyx Assassin, he was controlling this entire game. He was finding crit all the time, full to zeroing him. That was very unfortunate. I also think this hero is very good against Alchemists. Like, you have to be very careful where you're jungling and acid spraying. And if you are farming stacks with acid spray, you walk in, you carapace, you stun him, you press everything on him. He's like 20% HP, and then the other heroes can come in. And then they have Dawnbreaker as well to jump in afterwards. And Monkey King's like kind of also a pseudo global hero because he went for the facet that lets him jump on the trees. So they were super active, but it all came from PYW being in the right place at the right time.
Really love the combos that they executed as well. Having Wukong's command with Donald, it's just so good. You have two gigantic circles, and Ame was also turning into Tiny in most of the fights, keeping them inside the Wukong's command. Toss Abba combo, better than Tiny ever was in this game.
Yeah, better Tiny than Maureen was able to deliver there in that mid lane. How much of this on hindsight was on draft? Because we're talking about the Tiny being not great and obviously being heavily countered in that mid lane. How much of the game did come down to that?
I think this is definitely draft related. I don't like this Tiny. I don't like Tiny in general, period, right now, because there are many better mid laners. We saw it as a response to Puck multiple times, some Spirits as well, but it just doesn't work well. It's so farm heavy because you're buying all these small items. You need to buy them, otherwise you don't have mana. Buying Magic Wand, buying your Soul Ring. Soul Ring is like 800 gold, so that's super expensive, which is delaying your Blink Dagger. And if other lanes are not going as well, you don't really have a hero to play off with. And Tiny's not a hero that can burst one single target anymore. It's just not that hero with the facet.
Yeah, I feel like the way that you would kind of do that before is like, there's two ways Tiny can do the bursting full to zero. There's like one where his numbers are just way too high because Valve has literally buffed it, and like Ava or Toss just does too much damage, so you're one-shotting heroes. Or B, I don't know if I said one or two.
You said one.
I went from numbers to letters. Whatever. Tiny
B2.
He needs an item advantage.
Yeah.
Like, of course, if you get like a Blink Conda, and then the enemy supports have like 4 staff, you're gonna full to zero them. But it's not really one of those patches. Supports get pretty farmed, and I know we're not in the Bracer patch anymore, but people are picking tanky heroes. People are still going auras, glimmer capes, things to even the physical damage that comes from the tree. Tiny needs that to kill somebody full to zero, and like a Solar Crest prevents that. And all you need to do is survive at 10 or 20% HP in front of a Tiny. He has nothing else. He doesn't do anything other than that instant burst. So if he can't burst people, he does really suck. But I don't know. I don't know if it was fully a draft thing. I feel like Xtreme just turned it on game 2.
That's also true, but last 2 picks from Falcons, Tiny on 18, 23 Batrider, into Nyx Assassin. These are just like some really bad matchups. They lost that lane pretty hard. And again, we've been praising XXS. We've been saying that he didn't have a good game. This game, he completely owned. Also understanding that he can go full-on DiMaggio, so picking up Deso, getting a neutral item, Armlet as well. You saw that play where he's using Donald on top of his carry just to get some extra couple of hits onto tower to reduce the armor. Some really nice plays from Xtreme Gaming.
That also makes the Tiny worse, the Donald.
Yeah.
The fact that if he goes on somebody, you just ult and they survive 10% HP, they wand, 50% HP, then they kill the Tiny.
That's a very full wand, but yes, it has happened. I also think we should credit Ame for picking Morph, even though it has terrible win rate. But he did win, Jenkins. I know you were criticizing him that he's not 17 years old. He's actually a decade older than that.
I'm going to put out a formal apology here to Ame.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for questioning you, but man, you did it yourself. You picked freaking Juggernaut and Spectre, and I thought that was some stupid shit, but I respect...
From the bottom of your heart.
I respect your gameplay. I know you're a Morphling player, and you didn't die. You wanted to be like Satanic, and you did it. Keep it up. Good job.
He did great.
He did.
This is one of his best performances we've seen at the Dream League, pretty much from the whole team. They were just playing together, something that they've been lacking so far. There's been a bit of a disconnect between carries, like mostly cores, and the supports. They were not on the same page. This time around, you could see that they are playing as one unit.
Yep, they are playing as one unit. I'm just so curious if they can do it twice in a row, because so far they have not been able to.
Probably
manage.
not, but
It's every
Every
time
I
at
want to
Xtreme.
believe. I want to believe that they can turn this around. But before we're gonna see game number 3, we're first gonna check in with Kezu, who has his Acer Predator head-to-head.
That's right, Shiver. It's H2H time. We need to look at the mid laners, because usually we're like, Malrine this, Malrine that. Not this time. He kind of sucked this game. He's 2-9-8 on his Tiny, but maybe it is a hero problem, as you guys touched on the panel. Tiny seems pretty garbage, but instead, let's look at the good things of this game. XM 7-3-20. They second picked this Monkey King, and maybe there's more to it than what it looked like in the draft. But what I love this game is just all this early aggression, and this is what you have to bring against Falcons. They go top, they kill Skeeter, they steal the stacks, then they go bottom with like a nice smoke. They see that they're stacks, they combine their spells really nicely down bottom. They have this Diffusal Blade, they bring over the Donald Pump, they ult in, and now the third play, Ancient Steal.
Yeah.
So they steal the stacks top, they go bottom and kill them, and now they steal stacks again. What isn't there to love about this game, Shiver?
I mean, that was fantastic. I will say obviously it's great to steal stacks, but I was incredibly surprised
Yep.
that there was not a single stack done by Xtreme.
That does look a little bit sus. But maybe that is because instead of stacking, they're only talking about stealing the enemy stacks. But to your point, I think you can do both.
I think you can do both.
Why
as
isn't
well.
there that could be like a 2 on the support?
Yeah,
or like,
it doesn't
someone else?
have to be 50 stacks. It can be just a couple.
Yeah, maybe they should talk about this right now.
Maybe they are.
Maybe they are.
We won't be able to tell.
We'll never find out. But we'll ask them later. And
We
then-
might ask them later.
Yeah, Jenkins can then apologize to Ame as well.
Again in person.
Jenkins?
I already apologized. What am I supposed to say, dude? I
Say
made
it to
an
his face.
apology.
Say
I
it
made
to
a
his
mistake.
face. Say it to his face.
I don't know
I'm not
if
going to say it to his face. He's not going to care. He doesn't give it.
They all watch. They watch Jenkins Dota.
Yeah,
He
with
stares
subtitles.
deadpan into the camera like he has no soul, and he's staring into my soul because he wants it.
We'll
Okay.
He's
give
not
it to
going to care
him.
about an apology.
Sorry, Shiver. Back to you.
It's all good. It's all good. We're preparing for, well, no, we're not. They are. The teams are preparing for game number 3. So we'll be back after a break with that one.
Hit me up, dark brown with body mix fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and the scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe. Walk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team. Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe still want my MTV. ready. You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit it up, top power party, big fly. The future's back to DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. I want, still want my MTV. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. You ain't got time for excuses. You got to use it and lose it. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Got to jump, jump, baby. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Hey, you better get up, get yourself in gear. Like Michael said, you got to look into that mirror. Get up and live your life right now. 'Cause you can't win the game if you ain't in it. You ain't got time for excuses. No more, no more. You got to use it and lose it. Do it now, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Oh baby, tell me why you ain't living your life. No, no, no. So get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get out and just do it, do it. Just live your life. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What you waiting for? What you waiting for? Quit wasting time. It's all in your mind. Get up and go. Just live your life. Do it now, baby.
Good afternoon. We're in the middle of our first series of the day. We have Falcons and Xtreme Gaming going head-to-head, and they are tied right now. It's 1-1, typical Xtreme fashion. We're going to see if this time around they can beat their typical Xtreme fashion, though. They can take a series. Off of Falcons would be incredibly impressive. We're going to see what's happening Game 3 here with Kezu, Lacoste, and Jenkins, and Falcons will be on the Radiant side for this time around, Xtreme on the Dire side. And first pick going the way of Falcons, which has been the case
Again.
all 3 games then in total. Let's see what kind of changes this draft will bring, because oh, there you go. Falcons respect ban that Monkey King. They don't want to have to deal with it again. So far, Xtreme hasn't changed up their bans yet. They previously also banned the Sand King and the Shadow Demon. Let's see if they will change that or if they will stick to the same recipe. By the way, with Monkey King getting banned, Falcons banned out the Timber and the Doom. So both of those or one of those will make it through.
Question is, do they go with the first pick Alchemist again, given that they can now only ban
Doom pick out?
Doom, I would imagine.
But maybe they feel like they need both those bans to first pick the Alk. So I feel like if they do either, it would be first pick Doom and then just get the Alk later, or they have to ban it. But they just swap it up even furthermore, which I personally, I feel like this Monkey King like turned out to be an insane problem last game. And maybe
so did Nyx.
That is true.
I think they should Tiny here.
Tiny is
Tiny
really
and
good.
lose the game.
Tiny into GG.
I don't want to see Tiny. This hero just feels lackluster right now. I mean, Xtreme Gaming did counter them pretty hard in the previous game. They had Morphling, they had this Nyx Assassin Dawn, and also Monkey into 3 strength cores, which felt pretty bad for Team Falcons to play into because they need to get close to be able to deal damage. And Xtreme Gaming will pick up Dawnbreaker one more time, which I really like. This is the hero that gives you damage. This is the hero that gives you scaling, save, global presence. Just feels really nice to have Dawnbreaker on the team in this current patch.
I mean, it's also good. It can just like, it can actually threaten to kill Ench. Because Ench is annoying when she just gets to keep hitting you, pop her heal, she can't die. And there's also like other heroes in the meta that don't make Dawn like that hard to play. Now there's no Nyx, you know, he's not going to be in the fight, and Carapace, your ult. Silencer's a dog shit hero, you'll never see him to counter that either.
Yeah.
So it just feels like Dawn generally just has a good lane into a good transition.
Yeah, I agree. They can still pick some pretty strong supports with it too. They can Tusk Dawn. We've seen that quite a few times. It looks really strong, and then you can have the Tusk either go 5 or 4, depending on how the lanes look. Hoodwink is still available. I think any of these like ranged lane winner supports are happy playing with a Dawn in lane, especially because she can just sit there and tank the
Give me Muerta. I don't know if Xtreme Gaming doesn't feel that comfortable. They did play it before from PYW and they did lose the game, but it's one of the few times because the hero is super contested. I just like the combination between 2 of those. Because again, they have an option to pick it up, and Enchantress is not going to be a problem. Like, you have insane amount of magic damage burst, carries. They, especially melee carries, they don't like to play into these type of heroes. Dawnbreaker, let's see if they take it.
The Doom still gets banned out.
Well, it makes sense. I think especially after this Dusa ban, it's either because Falcons are protecting some, I don't know, range carry, maybe some Lunas, but I think Doom is like the obvious one that you kind of need to take out. So I think that makes sense. Let's see if they do go for the Muerta Sturta. They do.
They do.
Good call. I could see Falcons going for a Batrider, maybe. Maybe not right now. Maybe wait until you see some later picks. Actually, you could.
I could see it.
If they're double picking, you
think it's good.
I think you probably go for it here, but
Like, annoying for the Muerta. It's good because you like kind of choose where the fight is, and it's not easy for Dawn to like just save into the lasso because, well, they're being dragged. Something else I could see.
Maybe some Lion for. I would be fine with that. You can also like play it differently. Put this Lion potentially in the safe lane, play Enchantress, position 5 from the off lane. I would love to see something that can potentially stop this Dawnbreaker and Muerta from getting the combo.
what about DK as the safe laner? We've seen that against the Dawn plenty of times.
I would be a little worried for that for Falcons, considering we saw Xtreme play so well against the Dawnbreaker, against the DK yesterday. So they are prepared to have a strategy against this, right?
And what worries me about this DK, now that you say that, is also that Xtreme is willing to play the carry Muerta, which shreds through the DK because she ignores armor.
But
damage
this might
becomes
be
magic.
Okay, so they do go with the Lion. So I think we were probably on the right train. Nice call, Mr. Lacoste. I think it just also helps on the like. Just want to make sure that these range carries that could come out, or if this Muerta is a core, just make it harder to be played into the DK.
10 seconds remaining.
We also did see yesterday that we do not want to have DK mid, right? We
No,
only
this is worse than Tiny.
It's Tiny territory.
Okay. I just want to clarify that it is, or rather, we do not want it to be a flex pick.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't have to be. It's just too good as a carry. Like, even into counters, then just cover it with other picks in your draft so he just gets to play anyway.
I really like the idea of flexing the Muerta to be carry. They CM, lots of magic damage against the DK.
So go for XM now.
You can also kill the Ench creep, kill the lion in lane. I really like the...
Yeah.
And they're going to take the Earth Spirit. This is a great draft from Xtreme
I think
Gaming.
this is good.
It looks nice.
They've leveled up a lot after the first draft. Like they're doing the good combos, kind of good decisions in the draft and with what they want to do.
They skipped the mid level. This is from level 1 straight to level 5.
Yeah, hard mode. I don't know what's going on with them. It looks good though.
It does.
I mean, so what's Falcon's response? I think you generally need to stop Earth Spirit or like match him. One of the heroes that always comes to my mind, not because you dumps him in lane.
Ooh.
The Huskmasters are back.
So we see this banned out a lot, and we talk about it as a counter to the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen it in action that much, as you can see. It was only 5 games with 2 wins, 3 losses. What are we thinking? This is one of Malreen's classics, I feel.
Yeah. I do think this is very nasty, and it has now a lot to do with, okay, can Xtreme like bring their supports mid to kill the Huskar? Because there's definitely options where you roll on him, you kick him back, maybe he doesn't react in time. But otherwise, if you just straight up play the lane or Falcons make moves on you, you're gonna have to roam as an Earth Spirit. You have to go to side lanes and kind of do what Malreen usually does in his bad matchups.
I mean, I would still, if I'm Falcons, I'm still banning Sniper.
Yeah, they're banning out the Viper already,
Huskar.
so they want to just make sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll make
Right,
it play. Like they can flex it about.
they can flex it. Yeah, they can flex the Earth Spirit 4, and then they can run the Muerta as a carry. I actually think, Shiver, hear me out here.
Okay.
I think if you're Xtreme Gaming, you flex Muerta to be carry.
And then
You consider an Ancient Apparition here. It's really good against Enchantress. It's great against DK.
No, where
it's
are the other
amazing
heroes
against
going?
Huskar.
CM4 and Earth mid?
CM4, Earth Spirit mid, Ancient Apparition.
I wish.
I don't think it's out of the realm. Like that, someone
It's not
could have
that
this
bad.
line. It's not unplayable. I don't
it
think
is
it's
not
that bad.
unplayable, but I will say that if that does end up happening, then I'm not sure if Xtreme will take it.
Something's fundamentally wrong with the hero if the best hero in the game that can counter healing, and there's a lot of healing, a lot of these super popular, like Alchemist, you have Huskar. Nobody's
Morphling,
picking it.
DK,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Something's just wrong with the hero.
Okay, Falcons need an Amar hero.
Ban the Sniper. Don't be stupid. Come on. It's XM. Ban the Sniper. What are you, crazy?
You can.
What
I
if
don't
they
know.
ban AA? That would be so funny.
Then Jenkins is just next level.
Yeah.
That would be next level.
And they would be on the same line as Falcons, you know? I know Aui's on vacation, but so perhaps you can get Falcons to call.
Yeah.
Same line of thinking.
I mean, what do you want here as for Amar? I feel like if he can just have a hero, you want team fight and potentially a pipe buyer. Like Earth Spirit hates this, and I think also right now, like how do they kill this Huskar? None of these heroes are gonna hit him. It's all gonna be magic damage. I think if you can have good lanes, which they should, and you amplify this and like you make his first Aegis timing really strong, I think Xtreme could have problems.
There are other heroes that stop healing, right? Nowadays. Or is it just items?
Yeah, Brood Webs. Carry
Chronic
Brood.
Webs.
There it is.
Okay, you peaked there.
Well
This is
played.
like
Well
good.
played.
Yeah.
I did play on a team with Aoi, so
There you go.
He's not there though.
Got a lot
but
of
you got
knowledge.
it from
I,
him.
I
I see
am
it.
very entertained by this ban.
No, this is very cool.
This is the first time this DreamLeague we've seen Ancient Deparation,
Yeah.
by the way. I want you guys to soak in this moment.
they're about to get snipered, I'm fairly sure. So I feel like they need to pick something that's good against Sniper.
Yeah, I feel like if
for
this
Amar.
pick covers it, then Sniper still has a pretty hard time winning this game. But let's see first, because I'm not fully sure what Amar wants here. I just feel like anything that helps Huskar like stand his ground or move
Maybe
forward is
some-
good enough for me.
Primal Beast.
Yeah, that jumps
Sure.
on the Sniper. Sniper does not like that.
Or maybe they just Broodmother. Is that banned?
No, it's available.
It's
With Bristle.
Man, this would have been the best Ancient Apparition game. Good lord, I can see why they banned it.
Shadow Fiend,
Oh.
insta lock in.
Okay.
They didn't even need that extra time they might have had.
So they are going to run an XM on mid on the Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
So heavy physical damage against Huskar. He's also a hero. Like You need to buy Silver Edge in this game. You're playing against Huskar, Bristle, Dragon Knight, Enchantress. I don't think I've seen a better...
They need to get a Silver Edge on
every single hero, yeah.
Crystal Maiden, Silver Edge.
I mean, we've seen PYW, when the game calls for it, we've seen him build the big items straight away, right? So
Yeah,
perhaps
he's a
he is
hero.
one to go for it.
He's on a hero that can actually do it, and it's
Yeah.
not unreasonable. So at some point, yeah, like Pike Silver Edge is going to be in his inventory.
The question that I have is, XM, he's really not an Earth Spirit player. He doesn't have that much experience on the hero. The question is whether he can do the stuff that Malrine does from the mid lane when the matchup is not in his favor. And he's playing into Huskar matchup, which is pretty much GG, game over from the start. Like, you need to find a way. So that's going to be one thing to look out for, but... I don't know. I kind of like. I'm digging their draft inside of Xtreme.
I like both drafts a lot. For me, it's a lot what Lacoste just said. For me, the X factor is XM and the supports. Can they do some? If they can clutch mid in any way, I love Xtreme's draft. I think Ame can carry this on SF. I'm just like the first 8 minutes. I feel like there's some explosive shit is happening.
Yeah, this was really dishonest from Falcons. Like, they're real greasy this time. They're all greased up. I think that Xtreme's draft is good. I think they've done a really good job in picking something that covers all of their bases here. But I also have faith in Falcons' ability to play the most dishonest Dota that we've seen with the last pick, Broodmothers and Huskar. So it's like Bristle and Huskar present such an annoying problem. They've Ange, who's also just generally kind of a sweaty hero. Like, it's gonna
Sweaty
be
and greasy, huh?
It's very greased up. It's gonna be a hard game for Xtreme, but if they can make it past the lanes, I think they will take the late game.
All right, all eyes on those first 10 minutes. See how those are going to go. Will Xtreme take their first series victory in the second group stage, or will Falcons take this one home? We're finding out as we're heading over to Dota Pixel and Fog. But first, some PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the deciding game 3 between Falcons and Xtreme. And Fogged, I think, after that last game, Maureen, he wasn't in a happy place.
No.
He had a rough time on the Tiny, so he said, this game, give me the Huskar. Let's make them pay. The question is, are they going to struggle against this, or can they deal with the Huskar pick?
That is going to be the question. It does feel like they've gotten this... I mean, they've gotten dishonest, just like Jenkins was saying, right? You have this Bristle back, you have this Huskar. These heroes just want to kind of thrive off of dominating lanes and just get that huge advantage. Xtreme, though, they've gone for, I think, something that maybe peep teams wouldn't expect for XM going for this Earth Spirit. I was just checking profiles. He's never played it competitively. He's played it recently, of course, in the pubs, which you kind of have to because of how dominant this hero is at the moment, so you have to add it to your arsenal. And he's played it a lot, especially in the last 24 hours. I think he played it, 5 times in the last 24?
Has he been winning?
He won 3 out of the 5. And he had pretty good performances on it across actually all the games. Even the games that he lost, he got fast timings. He got like 15-minute BKBs, 11-minute blade mails, so... But all that points to the fact that he can play in pubs. Just how much is going to reflect into these official games, and especially when he is straight-up counterpicked in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's got to be so careful. This is a lane where you could start feeling pretty easy.
And look at the lane positioning already. So Malrine wins the block, which is also quite devastating for something like the Earth Spirit already when you're playing versus Huskar. We've seen players, in particular Malrine, play in this matchup, and he ends up just roaming. The other one small thing you can do is get the kickbacks if you get a TP immediately to go for the kill on the Huskar, if he's not careful, but it's still very difficult to do things like this. It's it's
super rough.
One of the hardest matchups you can possibly say for an Earth Spirit. Looking at these side lanes, XXS, I'm glad that they're picking this Dawnbreaker. He looked fantastic on it in the last game, so I'm very happy to see him playing it again.
Maureen?
I'm just going to keep watching. He has very fire stick. That's the way it is.
He does, yeah.
That's the way it is. Try to catch if there is a kill there. I mean, maybe we can keep it there. I'll look at the side lanes. I think keep it quickly. not level 2 yet onto XXS, they can get aggressive. That's the other thing too about this lane. I think that's probably why Skeeter wanted the Dragon Knight. On top of him liking this hero, we've seen the rise more of DK getting picked, especially when
might be dead.
He might just be dead. He's got roll to dodge maybe some of the damage. He's not going to use it, or the Fairy Fire?
Yeah, roll and Fairy Fire.
Did he not respect the Incendiary damage? I guess he maybe didn't anticipate how much it really does, but Incendiary is insane. When you get 5-6 stacks, you're just dead. Oh, okay. Well, he's dead. Yeah, the DK pick versus the Dawnbreaker, we've seen that one now time and time again because of the stun. So we'll see how these lanes end up going down, because Falcons do look like they've set themselves up at least in a position to win 2 lanes in a good spot. I'm wondering how XM's gonna adapt.
We'll get a little stat going, but anyway, he won't be clearing that anytime soon.
He's playing the lane kind of in a straight up way, which I was mentioning Malrine when he's played this matchup. This is not the way that he approaches it. He does creep pulling mechanics. He just looks to even. I've seen him try lane in his safe lane a couple times, even when he's had to play in this horrendous matchup, because you can't sit here as the CS.
It's just not worth it for the small bit of XP you get, or
you're giving literal full free farm, and he's getting majority of the denies too. Yes, you're securing maybe 1 or 2, but if he uses the boulder kick like that, you're securing a range creep deny. He gets 3 out of the 4 there. So I think XM is going to have to start dragging waves, and it looks like he is maybe getting in preparation for it, but he's gone bottle. So the other thing I see Malrine doing sometimes, I think he goes boots in some of these matchups so that he can do this dragging of waves and can be mobile around the map, but not going to be the case, and we'll look elsewhere so we don't feel so bad for XM, because it's going to probably continue to be that sad for him. Bottom lane is going well for XXS, even though there is that stun mechanic versus the DK. XXS should have a very, very good time farming down. And they've got the silence, they can go for it.
They've got the Starbreaker, but the Dragon Tail's there to stop it.
A little bit slow there from XXS. Maybe he didn't expect PYW to drop the calling. If they do it at the exact same moment, they could actually connect the Starbreaker without the Dragon Tail connecting.
Bounty.
But yeah, we'll see what the moves are going to be from this Earth Spirit. He's starting to work on his hard camp with just casual kicks onto it, but it's going to be very slow.
It doesn't get a single CS with that kick.
No, this keeps at 21-18. This is a higher crit. It's got a salve, but will just tick out. Tianming with the blood grenade is able to set up onto him, and now maybe for Amar too, they can get the triple raise lineup. 1-2, and still survives somehow during. I think that was the healing lotus popped to just keep him above.
Man, they have to be careful themselves. They nearly died to the Quells.
Yep. Tianming's got a salve. They've got a tango for Ame to reset him. Amar, he does have a salve, so he can stay up here as well. I mean, they need Ame to have a really good lane in particular. XXS is having a good time too, but yeah, with how devastating XM's lane is going to be, they need to have these lanes go well on the sides.
Not on my watch.
What does XM do?
It's 20 denies. And this is one of the highest I think I've ever seen at this point.
I mean, as you say, he's not had that many games. None on the Earth Spirit in the pro games. He's just not going to have been in situations where he was laning against a Huskar. Right?
Yeah, I'll check.
That's the one thing, right? When you play one of these heroes that you haven't had a lot of pro performance on in competitive, it's like when these sort of situations happen, it's kind of the first time he's probably encountering it.
I'm checking right now. I'm checking at least the last 5 games that he played to see if he did get full counterpicked.
Yeah,
he did get counterpicked pretty hard in some of the games. One of them, I believe, he got an Earthshaker picked versus him, and he ended up losing that lane. He did get Huskard one of the games actually.
And how did he do in that one?
He did win it in that game.
Who was the Huskar?
I don't know.
Let's call him out.
It's an unknown player. Either way, he actually had a good lane in that game too, it looks like. So he has played in the matchup, it's just not versus the master. Yeah, one of the masters of these Huskars. So he's jungling. He's trying to get something at least out of it. But it's going to be an incredibly slow start for him.
Side lanes, at least they've got that going.
They've got that going.
Both the 2 side lanes, XXS and Ame, aren't doing too bad.
They're already pinging mid lane. Malrine is starting to get the catapult low, so he wants to hit this tower. He's probably asking for rotations from the supports. He's got an Enchantress on his team too, so level 2 enchants online. He's got a Pine Cone.
I mean, you can't bring anyone mid, can you? If you're Xtreme, you just gotta let this go.
I think you might just have to sack your tower.
Okay,
I don't know. That feels pretty insane if you do just end up
fight into this Huskar.
You can't just end up losing heroes. They're gonna have to be ready with multiple TPs if a dive does happen.
Crip.
As it's coming in.
Good set up at the side.
They're going to TP with the cores.
Jumps over to roll away. Maureen jumps over towards Tian Ming. That's the Crystal Maiden going down.
They'll bring the Dawn. Maureen.
Healing up.
Can XXS get close enough? He can't, and he's got 12 wand. XXS might just die if he steps forward too. So that opens up the lane now for Skater to have free farm bottom. It's desperate moves that XG is just trying to do to be able to hold on to this tower, but the catapult is still alive. Snaking's got this creep to tank.
More TP's mid.
Bringing all 4 to try to stop it here. Catapult is still alive. They've got another wave coming in.
XM, he rolls in.
That's dangerous.
Silence will come out. They've got a fair bit of burst, but Maureen is fine.
He's perfectly fine. And the tower will inevitably drop.
7-minute wisdom. It's all Skeeters.
He can actually sneak in to steal it. Heads up move from Skater. And they're going to be able to get their own. So huge moves coming out from Falcons. On top of stealing Wisdom Runes, they also forced the move from XXS. So his level 6 is going to come quite a bit later after having a good lane start on the Dawnbreaker. And that tower, it's pretty much dead. It's in deny range.
I mean, that's the thing, right? They kind of slowed it down.
It's going to die
take
here.
an extra couple of waves, but this one should have it.
They're going to look to make the move onto Skater, but he's just fine. And Snaking, he's just going to finish off the tower on his own. Can't even get to set up for the deny. Well, Maureen was looking to try to make a heads-up move down bottom. He's going to stick around this area of the small camp. He can go through these portals nicely. That's the beauty about Huskar is you don't need mana, right? You're always able to go through these twin gates at any time. So going to look to make this aggressive move toward Ame. This could catch him off guard. Skeeter waiting in the wings. He's got the stun at the ready.
And then he goes. Dragon Form into the Dragon Tail. Maureen's able to close the gap. Ame, he tries for the Requiem, but the silence is there. And Ame's gone.
This feels like it's going to be a pretty rough one for the side of XG, just because they literally have no mid laner. They're going to lose so much tower pressure too, because Falcons draft, it plays fast. With not just with the Huskar, but DK and Enchantress, they're able to set up for this siege very early on.
Can they do Roche?
They could look for it. Yeah, they can absolutely look for that Roche with the Huskar. So excited to things even in a faster fashion, probably one of the fastest Roshan's we're going to see in this tournament, or any tournament, perhaps.
This is crazy. I mean, this is what happens, right, when they get their Huskar Falcons.
When they get the Huskar, but also, even the other two heroes, right? This is a very, very cheese kind of lineup that they've gone for. Where if they can get the ball rolling, it's very difficult to slow it down. They have good team fight.
Yeah.
On the side of XG, it's just majority of their damage, it really is magical early. The SF takes some time to be that physical right-clicker. That's where Maureen can thrive. Is a 9-minute
Roche. I mean, yeah.
Previous record,
smashing
12.
it by many minutes.
That was probably like a Beastmaster or something that ends up killing at that 12-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. It usually ends up being one of those. Yeah, that's crazy timings. He's nearly double the net worth of that Earth Spirit already at this point. XXS is still farming well, so is Ame, but now it's 3-1 and you're playing versus an Aegis. You've lost 2 tier 1s. You have to be ready for the macro movements with the supports in particular. They have good global when they have with the Solar Guardian. XXS is trying to adapt his build to deal with this pressure too. He's playing versus triple strength cores, so he's going for the Vessel route. I want to see how fast we see like that Silver Edge queued up like the panel was talking about. It's not really like the first item that you can go on an SF, but it could be accelerated just because of what he's up against on Ame.
Falcons. And where do they look to go next with this Aegis?
They can just look to farm, look to control the map here. Can probably look to take the bottom tower at some point soon or invade to triangle. But right now, kind of chilling out, looking to just get this next item. Amar is getting pretty close to the Aghanims. He's got the third component coming out in a second here. And they have stacks to go back to still. So he is, I think Maureen was pinging it and telling Amar, you've got a double stack on your Ancients to go to. But Maureen, if he sees any support, it's a free kill. If he sees XM, it's a free kill.
And are there any big timings that Xtreme's closing up on that they can look to rally around and try and go for some 5-pound smoke?
Maybe it is the Vessel. That's the one I'm thinking about. Maybe it just is XXS's Vessel that they can try to look to set up for these kills on the sides, but he's actually delayed it. He buys a Soul Ring in between, so that means it's going to be quite a bit slower here. So maybe Vessel plus Blade Mail on XM, and then they can try to look to fight back into this, but you're playing into Aegis, so it doesn't feel nice to make any move first here on the side of XG now, because you're playing into this very fast timing.
Maureen
Setting up top.
Looking for X.
Play.
XM should be able to roll away.
He can tick out to this. He's got a TP. Heads up play. Yeah, 5 spears is usually a kill in this early game from these Huskars. And Crit, he's been doing this thing that, it was the old Tundra thing, or a lot of teams that have done this, but pretty much any team that Owie's been on is where they pull the lane backwards. Wherever they get this type of advantage, they constantly control the economy. This time now he's clearing the cap, but I think he denied a full wave away from dragging it to the side there, preventing XM to get that catch up. Xtreme are going to smoke. They're going to look to try to get something to catch up here. And they've got the Solar Guardian at the ready, so they're pairing up as 3.
They're going to find Snaking. Get the heal off. They'll drop the freezing field, and they'll slowly but surely get him.
Ame gets the last hit too. That's nice.
That's a little bit of something for him.
Find themselves a pick
still
off.
good on the SF.
Oh, and there's an amp damage bottom. This could be an enabler to allow them to perhaps look for this tower in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle
Grouped up.
tower is under
Just
attack.
bringing 4 heroes. Should be able to finish this off. Good movements when they are at this deficit.
Radiant's
They have
middle
another...
tower has
they don't have
fallen.
another smoke. They're not going to look for a secondary one. But with this amp damage, they can actually set up for some kills. But the way that Falcons is kind of split up on the map right now, not giving them an opportunity to find that extra one. They've only been able to find Snaking. And that will pretty much be the Aghanims done after this Ancient Camp for Amar. And the BKB for Malrine is soon to be finished.
So even when that Aegis expires, he's going to be
They'll have
very difficult to take out.
Yeah, as we said, it's pretty much all magic damage. So the Dawnbreaker plus the SF will be able to decently contribute, but with the build that XXS has gone for this game, he's not really a right-clicker either. He's even queuing up the Aghanims. So just, it's all about Ame this game.
Not going to find the jump this time. Tianming was ready. Start to get some control over this area, though. Sweep around, maybe just look to take the last tier 1 away from Xtreme.
I know it's the really standard build for, you know, these Muertos just to go for the Atos, but I really do feel like if they're already getting to the point where they're putting all their eggs into the Ame basket, I feel like drums could have even been more value. Because it really does feel like it's going to be Ame versus the world very quickly in this game. They already are building toward that Solar Crest to buff him up, but we shall see. So far, no Silver Edge queued up. He is just going to go more of a standard build, but increasing a damage one, right? He's queuing up a crit a little bit earlier than you do see on some of these SFs after having that Treads Dragonlance, so it does feel like he needs that extra physical damage that they're lacking. The stun connects onto Malrine.
Yeah, he TP'd mid-Starbreaker. That wasn't going to work. Whether they can chase and kill him, though. They are trying.
They want to attempt before he's got BKB.
Backup's coming in.
The Guardian.
And it's going to be able to bring him down. Now XG, they can try and move for more. Roll forward from XM. He's in with the Magnetize on Peter and Amar, but Amar, the Quill Sprays kill XM immediately.
Ame's here.
Looking for Snaking, but he's got the heals off. Ame trying to finish him, but
Snaking's living.
He's able to walk away from this. And Amar, he's ready to start to continue the work, taking down Tianming.
Snaking's living.
He's still alive. Amar can head over towards Ame. Ame gets the Requiem off, pushing back the 3 of them, and PYW will help shoot down Crit.
He can't run, though. The goo's on him.
Slowly but surely, Amar should be able to take them all down as he goes to Ame. Now turns over towards XXS, who's already thrown the hammer out, has to go for the TP away. Won't be able to stop it, so him and XM do escape.
It started really good for XG, but overcommitting there. XM feeling strong because he's got the amp damage, but then gets caught in a stun and just gets immediately burst from that bristle. He's got to be careful with his position. And Snay, I don't even know how much damage he tanked there. I want to say like 3,000 plus on this Enchantress, because you can see the damage numbers. They're not bad from the side of XG, but I feel like Snaking actually absorbed an insane amount there.
Success.
We'll go for Snay again. They've got the Vessel this time.
And he doesn't have the heals at the ready.
Yeah. And that Vessel is going to help them bring down these very tanky targets. So we'll be able to stop Snaking's healing. I mean, Vessel is so valuable this game for sure. Malrine, I think he's going to play a little more careful until he's got that BKB finished on the Husk. And overall, it was a bit of a slip up there from him, right? Just trying for that TP
He went pretty
during
far up.
Starbreaker.
Yeah, indeed. Mid-animation.
Oh, and he misses a stack, too. A couple mess-ups there for Malrine. Means that BKB is going to require one more camp. And XG looking to make a move here. XM, they do see Crit with this ward that they've placed on the Lotus Pool, so Crit very likely to go down here.
See if he can juke him.
No way he gets out of here.
They might just give up on searching. They have him with the scan.
They scanned for him. He gets a ward down. He saw the Dawnbreaker. He's going to see him now with that ward. He has TP up in 15, but they have no idea where he is now. I mean, XX seems to perhaps have an idea, but Crit just walks away.
He's fine.
He just walks away. And Mallory now has that BKB. They do have Solar Guardian that can pierce it, but this is going to be an extra element that they have to go through, because now that Spirit Vessel is not going to be the answer versus the Huskar either. And Crit, I imagine they're going to look to smoke up with that BKB timing from Malrine. Look for another play, because Roche, it's going to be spawning soon. How soon is it? I thought it was an instant spawn. I was going to be like, oh my god, that would be the worst case scenario for XG, but is going to be 70 seconds. So they will be able to acquire maybe that next item.
I think XG, they'll probably want to contest it, right?
I would imagine so. And by the way, Ame, he's going to go small crit and then just go straight silver. It makes sense. Like this game we were mentioning, it's versus all three corners and the Ench that they do want to have that break. The pings are coming out, so XG, they're already aware that Roche can potentially spawn. Falcons making an aggressive move.
It's the play Melov who dropped the Magnetize onto the 4 of them, but unlikely to be able to keep this going too much as Falcons can back away.
That's not a great use of the Magnetize there. We'll push them away, but now that means 90 seconds where they don't have it, and it's going to be the Roche fight where they're not going to have it potentially. Falcons still do have 2 heroes smoked up too. They want to find Ame. And Ame's in the river.
On his own.
Oh, that is so far up.
He just walks up, does a little bit of a spin, and then dies.
That's a pretty big mistake.
What's he doing there, Fog?
Completely on his own. He can't make these type of mistakes in this type of game state. This feels like one of those games where Ame has to almost have a flawless performance to try to carry this one. That one hurts a lot.
What was he even looking for there? Just
like power rune, I guess.
Power rune, yeah.
Yeah, just trying to get something, but he is nowhere near any allies.
That's really rough.
Yeah.
I mean, that just those sort of moments is when you know that everyone else on the team of XG is just, you know, what can you say?
Yep.
You know, when you see your carry die like that.
And Malrine, he's just gonna go for starting this Roche. It is up. They're gonna go for snaking again. He gets the D ward while standing in the midst of 3 heroes. There's no Spirit Vessel here.
Look at these
healing. He's healing.
And he's TPing out. I mean, they'll stop him. Finally. This hero's crazy.
It's so insane. Without the Vessel there, it takes them an eternity to kill him. Let's see how much damage he absorbed. 4,900 damage.
Dire are scanning.
Oh my god. Sometimes these Enches, they just take forever to bring down. Crit has gone the Solar Crest build rather than going for the Blink. He doesn't feel like he needs to have that initiation tool for his team since they've got Skitter having the Blink early. And they'll get the last seconds of that ward that was placed there. And they are set up for this Roche. And Xtreme, after losing Ame there, he's nowhere near actually being able to go to contest that Roche if they do start it. It's all the way on the bottom side. He's starting to make his way over.
Skitter. Quite getting the jump on PYW. They can back up for the Roche here, Falcons.
Radiant are scanning.
And Snaking, I mean, Snaking just continues playing on his own, and for good reason. It's like, if they want to go for me, it's going to take them so much time. Roche will shift position. They also will have that Dawn Day vision, so they will be watching where every single one of the Falcons' heroes go, but can they actually punish them? That's the question. They're going to smoke an attempt. Ame has an Arcane Rune.
Oh, can they get her in time?
It drops very fast, is the problem. Versus this Bristle, versus this Huskar. The Yell comes out.
It's going too fast.
It's going too fast, and Crit's on the high ground. Skeeter's already getting outside the base
for the catch. But it's just a little bit too fast. XM rolls in. He's going to drop the Magnetize, has the backup with the Solar Guardian, but Marion puts the BKB. They've killed off XM.
And now XXS.
Marion's ready to go for XXS. Jumps in, turns the armor on. XXS is gone. Now comes towards PYW. PYW pops the ult. He's got a bit of survivability, but Marion's toggling through the damage that PYW is trying to lay down onto him. So Marion keeping this Aegis safe. He's ready to turn, clean up PYW as the ult comes to an end.
4-0.
They lose 4.
Honestly, Ame's a bit lucky to be able to get himself out of there, only because of that Requiem to push heroes back. Crit was very close to getting the disable on him too, and I mean, the strategy from Falcons, the cheese that they've gone for, it's working beautifully. Xtreme, it just looks like they don't have an answer.
You know, they're trying to get the bit. They were very close to being able to make the move just in time, but it wasn't to be. And Maureen making just everything happen in that pit. Anyone who goes near him, they just die.
Yeah, and he did some really nice toggles
Good
there
toggles
between that and the Gossamer Cape, the dodges that he was able to get. And it was PYW attempting to kill a Huskar, and you don't do any damage versus this Huskar when he gets low. When you pop your Muerta ult, you're actually just tickling him, hitting him for pretty much 0. 8,000 gold lead. Still hanging on to the Aegis. They are huge now at this point. Still no BKB for XM, and even when he gets it, yes, he'll be more survivable, but it doesn't feel like his damage is doing much of anything this game. Oh, they did steal a banner. Okay. Irrelevant. As Falcons might just go for the high ground anyway, as pretty much every ulti there was used from the outside of XG.
So what's the plan?
How do you push him off? He still has Aegis. He still has BKB.
Someone's got to go in, otherwise they're just going to accept that this set of Rex is gone. And you still have tier 2s in the other lane, so at the least, the most they can lose for now is just 1 set maximum.
Maybe they do just sack the Rex.
I think they might.
I think you might just have to. I think if you fight here, I think if you fight here, you 100% just immediately lose the game. So I think you sack the Rex, wait for the Silver Edge, hope and pray that they slow down. But I don't believe that Falcons is going to look to slow down. His timings are coming out so fast. He actually commits for the Daedalus instead.
Rather than trying to build the Silver Edge. I mean, obviously, at least this way you get a completed item. Rather than, obviously, if you had the small crit, the money to get a Silver Edge, compared to upgrading the small crit to the big crit, it is a lot more money.
Either way, I don't know if he's going to even have time to be able to finish the other one, but they've already started to get the answers versus this SF2. We mentioned how it's majority magical damage on the side of Xtreme. Now they're starting to itemize for armor. Maureen buys a casual plate mail while having this Reaver. DK already has that innate armor and can... I mean, Amar, maybe he won't even build armor because he doesn't feel like he needs to as this bristleback, but they're starting to get more and more of these items to even deal with the potential of Ame, who has to literally be a raid boss in 1v5 now at this point.
Falcons, you can have Amar get the Tormentor, and then start the push on the top lane, and set their sights for the second set of barracks.
And how long is it still left on the... Yeah, I mean, they'll probably have time with this.
They've got time
to go for it. Ags is done for XXS, but that is, as we said, he is not a damage dealer. It's all about making Ame look better.
It's keeping the SF alive.
Yeah, as long as possible for him to stand his ground, because he needs so much time to be able to attack. And the other thing is, too, he has to be able to attack for so long, because it's not like it's just the Huskar. It's 3 very durable cores that he has to get through, and he doesn't have BKB, and there's a line on the enemy team. So Crit can just provide that disable to stop Ame from getting these right clicks off too. Yeah, it's very difficult for XG.
Earth's bounty.
XM's just literally not had a game. 0-3-3 on this Earth Spirit because of that laning.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Maureen with this Huskar, he's really managed to get revenge for what XG did to him in the last game.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever play Tiny again, Owen. Let's be honest here. That hero in both games looked incredibly underwhelming. This time Maureen playing one of his specialties.
Dire's top
Satanic's done, 45 seconds remaining on the Aegis. They're going in. Skeeter just blinking into the high ground.
Ame. He's got to be careful. If he dies, they lose all their damage output. XM's going to miss the roll. Probably for the best.
Yeah, that's scary of him if he actually connects, perhaps. Falcons do like to acquire quite a bit of a lead at times, even though they have 12k and a commanding position in this game.
They're about to lose the Aegis.
They'll be a bit careful as everybody TP's back to the base. They like to play the economy game. It's a very standard kind of thing for Falcons. They force them back up, everyone farm. They control 90% plus of the map.
Xtreme up there. They're going to want to try and step out, I feel. I mean,
just can you? I don't know. It's for Ame in particular, it's so risky because he's so fragile this game. He's glass cannon, straight up, and he has to be this game. But if he gets caught outside even by 1 disable, he's likely just dead in an instant. As Snaking will scout them out.
They see him. They don't want to start making a move on an Enchantress.
The Enchantress is pushing the top wave too. They're trying to secure this area a bit here. They're trying to claim like an extra like 3% of map to farm as well to get like one extra camp that they can hit, but immediately Falcons smoked up, looking for the jump in mid. Skeeter waiting in the wings with that blink stun.
Who's gonna go first? XG.
Who shows?
They get the jump onto XM. Straight away, they get the follow-up stun out onto the two of them. They're taking XM out. The Solar Guardian will come in from XXS. They're gonna look over towards the Dragon Knight, but they've got no follow-up damage. They have to immediately retreat.
That's their biggest ulti used. They have the Requiem, but that's the one that they need to be able to lock down these BKB targets. XM dies literally instantly as soon as he shows himself.
And no buyback available on him. The fortification will come out, but Falcons, there's no need for them to go anywhere.
And they're fast with their resets. I think it was Skeeter's Force Staff there on Malrine to get him out of that Solar Guardian potential.
It's got to get the Dragon Tail onto Arme. Mar heading in with the Quills. XG once again being pushed back from the towers. The tier 3 falls.
Objective-based gaming. They take the tower, they back up, they reset while the Earth Spirit's respawning.
They can get this next round of items done. I think, well, yeah, Snake King's very
Full
close
set.
to the pipe.
Yeah, full set of items now coming out. Pipe for him, 2,000 gold on Skeeter. Malrine, we'll see which one he wants to go for, if it's either that AC or a Force Staff himself. As we saw, positioning, just avoiding the Solar Guardian is still something that Falcons wants to do. They're not looking to give them any opportunities in this
Radiant
game.
are scanning.
Even setting up to steal the Wisdom Rune away.
And maybe if Arme can get his silver,
If he can, he's getting closer and closer.
then there's a little bit of a chance that
Like a
that they could start, like, they can kill someone.
Then they can kill
If
one
they-
hero.
You know what I
in
mean? If they
particular.
get out on the map and find someone,
Maybe.
but Arme's got his Silver Edge Daedalus, they could get the pickoffs.
It feels, yeah, like very, very small chances, of course. Because even with that, it's not like it's that one hero he needs to kill either, right? It's the 3 big cores at this point.
Yeah, they're also tanky.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, that, honestly...
And even breaking them doesn't just kill them, Owen.
No,
That's the
no,
one
no,
thing,
no,
too.
no.
It's like the Silver Edge isn't just like an end-all, be-all answer. They have these plate mails out. He also gets a Craggy on Malrine, too, so now he's set at 35 armor.
I mean, these 3 cores that Falcons have, they're, in terms of meta heroes, they're probably the 3 hardest cores to kill in this meta, right?
Pretty much, it feels...
Who else would you put up?
It's
the
Primal
Bristle.
Beast, and yeah, probably the
It's
Bristles.
sure, it's close, but Bristle, DK, and Huskar.
Oh, and XXS. Skeeter is waiting for him to show. They see the hammer. They're going to jump
And they're immediately on him.
Instantly dead. 50 seconds, no Dawn. That could allow them to just walk in and hit that Rax in the mid lane. XG needs every little thing that they can get to take a fight. They're hesitant to just walk in, though. Gonna wait until the wave comes out from Amar pushing it in.
XM's in. He's going to put the BKB. Malrine jumps straight over towards him. Reflects a lot of damage here with the blade mail back towards Malrine, but XM has to roll away.
He nearly dies. Even with the BKB active, he's got 10 stacks on him. He's taken out. He's going to survive with the roll. He does dodge a lot of damage there.
Coming with the freezing field, but it's nowhere near Malrine. Malrine can just stand his ground, finish up the mid barracks.
Ame almost died too, just in the midst of casual abilities. Nobody dies during the push, but again, Falcons objective-based.
I can even look to go for the Roshan. It is up, and it will be the 3rd Rosh already, of course, with the speed that they've been taking them down.
Shifts toward bottom. It'll be cheese and refresher for them if they do want to go for that. Oh, and an amp damage spawns bottom too. Falcons will be able to set up for that one and claim it.
Ame, how close is the Silver Edge? He'll
He's
have
about to have it.
He's going to have it.
It's just not enough. Just because it's all 3 cores that are so farmed. If 1 or 2 of them was more behind, then perhaps this could actually be like, okay, they maybe have like a 20% chance.
But yeah,
but
they
it feels
kill this
like,
guy.
It feels like a 1% chance or something with this.
Yeah, what is the win probability? It
Actually,
gave them, what, 8% in that other game?
It's giving him 4%.
4%.
I can dig it. I can dig a 4%.
I don't know. I think that's 4 times too generous.
Negative 4%, like you said last time. All right, he's got the Silver Edge.
He's got the Silver Edge.
But the Roche, it's pretty much already dead. And this time they will have the banner for the push, as we did mention before. Maybe this game would have even closed out if Falcons got the banner before, but actually was able to steal it to stop some of that push.
Taste refreshing Malrine.
To give it Amar. Amar can do more fun
sure.
with it, in particular with the BKB double. You can double Bristleback, pretty much. That's kind of the biggest one. You just eviscerate anybody. Oh, he gives it to Malrine. I thought Amar would keep it. It's more fun. Malrine's is probably more sensible for BKB. Satanic. Fine.
I mean, honestly, any of the cores.
Any of the cores
can
can
right?
get. But you know, but the
They should have given it to Crit for style points.
What? Does he even have mana? Yeah, I guess he does have mana to use both, but I haven't gotten to see too much of the double bristlebacks. That's what I was kind of hoping for. But
That's close.
ooh, 100 HP. He survives.
Shot for Malrine.
And Skeeter's actually going to be the one that goes for that AC. He has it done in a second there. Crit also has his blink for the catch.
Actually, just have to keep smoking up and just
behind
hiding behind Arme, seeing if they can bait out any overly aggressive play from Falcons.
Okay, Arme gets a decent neutral item too. Gets a quiver, so I mean, any little thing that he can get at this point is necessary. They did end up buying the drums, by the way, afterwards for PYW. It's been some time, but just to point it out, they were starting to build themselves to get ready to just full up buff Arme. Nearly 20 as well. So we'll be able to get that extra damage soon, but not quite there yet as the push is about to come from Falcons.
There we go. They're ready to end it.
Yep. It's time. Are they going to kill a hero is the question. Is actually going to be able to kill anybody.
They might kill the Lion. Maybe Crit does. Oh, XM,
He's caught again.
First. Solar Guardian, it doesn't go anywhere close to being able to heal him up enough as
XXS is now going to get caught.
XM's going to have to buy back. He'll buy back straight away. Malrine moves in over towards XXS. XXS, he's
Very
out
dead.
of the game for good. No buyback on him. Amar chases down Arme. Arme's got no buyback. He's spent up. The tip's coming out. And
Whoa!
Okay. Harsh words there from Amar.
Holy moly.
My goodness. Well, that's GG called as Falcons. They'll take this series, Fog.
Jesus. Okay.
They really had it out for him.
They really did.
Wow.
I mean, my goodness. Well, Falcons with a very Falcons kind of style. The Huskar, they just go in. XM literally has no game, and my goodness, that was a bit spicy at the end there.
I'm looking forward to seeing when these teams go ahead to get it ahead again.
Jeez.
I mean, not that it might be unlikely, of course, this tournament with the way both of these teams' performances are going. You know, Falcons getting the wins, XG, another series loss for them. It's rough.
This was probably one of the more painful ones, especially too. Like the way that this one kind of goes down. They played. Honestly, I have to give it to XG too. They played so well in Game 2. This Game 3, just the draft.
I mean,
XM had
it's
no
always
way to
one
adjust.
of the games in these series,
It really
right?
is.
Where XG looks great. This one, unfortunately for them, it's a rough one. The Huskar comes out from Falcons, and Falcons, they play it perfectly.
They break records on Roche taking, and
Yep.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more like clean gameplay really from them this time around. With this Huskar pick, everything goes beautifully. Skitter never dies. Amar never dies either. As yeah, I felt very quickly that this one was hopeless, especially for XM, as he just got literally nothing this game.
Absolutely. As sometimes is the way it goes when you're up against a Malrine Huskar. Falcons, with this performance and this win, they take the series 2-1 against Xtreme.
And they do it again. I don't know how this happens. Xtreme, unfortunately for them, they're now 4 series down. So their fate is no longer in their own hands to see if they can make it to the top 4 here. But Falcons, a strong performance in this third and deciding game of the series. The Huskar coming out perfectly executed, of course, by Malrine. And here with Jenkins and Lacoste to break it down. There was no answer coming out from Xtreme, Lacoste.
No, it was a difficult mid lane. Like jungling with Earth Spirit is just not a thing. It's just so slow. Like I would prefer any other junglers, to be honest, because you are getting Huskard. So that means that you can't play the lane. You need to find a way to play the game. He didn't go for these plays. Try to gank the side lane, something that Primal Beast and they can't lane, something that they could do, Earth Spirits as well. It was quite a difficult one. This was his first professional game on Earth Spirit, and he didn't look good. And Malrine, he's going ham. On camera. This guy, he had a terrible game too, and managed to completely dominate game 3.
Yeah, that was nice. You can really tell that. I often forget how good Malrine is on Huskar until I see it in action. And it's like there's a Grandmaster tier type player, and some people are Grandmaster tier at things because they've just played it a lot. Sometimes it's a lot of unranked and they're just still dog shit. Watching him at the Roche pit where he was armlet toggling the Muerta, like 3 heroes were hitting him, and he's just armlet toggling, not necessarily to survive and kill them because I think he knew the fight was already won. It was just to save the Aegis. Like the presence of mind to do that is so cool. Like that's such a hot.
I think you're trying to hype it up more than it, it
He
should
was
be.
armlet toggling.
Yeah, he was armlet toggling.
No, but
didn't want to lose Aegis.
No, but he wasn't. My point is, he wasn't. If I'm this Huskar, I'm going in. I'm throwing spears at the guy, right?
Yeah.
But he knew his team was. If you looked at the mini map, which I know you don't do because you play unranked, his team was coming towards him, so he was clearly making the call, and he knew that they were isolated and that he didn't need to kill the heroes that were there because his team was coming to help him. There was an isolation happening.
Yeah, very cool stuff either way. You know what actually this reminded me of? I think it was during Wallachia where we saw the roles reversed. It was Malrine Earth Spirit up against Copy from Nouns Huskar. And he also couldn't lane again into the Huskar, so he took his Earth Spirit and he moved to a side lane and he continued to try lane there and he crushed with it. Why was that a thing?
XM didn't copy what he was doing with with what Malrine was doing. So kind of difficult one. Like overall, quite a difficult game for Xtreme Gaming. They had some good performances. This team did push it to 3 game every single series, and they're still 0-4, which kind of feels bad.
Yeah, that feels really bad.
But also attempt to kill Roche. That's what I really liked from Falcons. Roshan, 9 minutes in. This has to be like one of the fastest Roshans. Then they brought the numbers just in case that Xtreme Gaming has a good read on the situation. Shadowfiend against Dragonite matchup. A lot of the times Dragonite just comes out on top because of the extra armor that he has, the speed farm, and also you have extra minus armor with the bristleback. It's easy to itemize, and we haven't seen... Like, there was some attempt from XXS, which I really like, going for the Spirit Vessel, playing into all these heals, playing into tanky heroes.
Yeah, he tried.
But he tried, it just wasn't good enough.
No, this was It always makes me wonder if there's not a different way they could have played to deal with this. Was it really over after that start? Was there really no way back? Because at some point we did see a fight and we're like, okay, Ame's here, Requiem of Souls, very good. There was a chance and then it all fell apart within that same fight. Was there not another fight? Was there like things they could have done differently?
Falcons is just too good at executing these like 3 core lineups that I think other teams probably couldn't get away with because like, let's say Huskar has a bad lane because XG does some good rotations to mid or something like that. Then he needs to farm Ancients. Okay, then what does Bristle farm? Let's say Bristle has also a bad lane. Okay, then where's DK farming? You know, like, because DK also likes to farm Ancients. Like, all of these heroes, there is a threat that they need to take the same space on the map unless they do very well in the lanes. And they only do very well in the lanes because Falcons are experts at all of the core heroes that they pick when they do this tri-core.
This is where Skeeter's gameplay come into this solution as having 2 cores that like to farm a lot, because he is building DK differently, something that we did mention the other day. He's not going for Armlet, he's not building SNY Satanic, he's more playing about the Blink Initiator. They always have a strong timing once he picks it up from the safe lane. He gets the Hurricane Pike, he gets the Dragonlance, Mage Slayer. These are the items that he prefers to buy, knowing that he has to pretty much play some mid Dragonite from the safe lane while allowing Amar to be the carry from the off lane and also Malrine to scale from the mid lane.
Yeah. Ooh. Thank you.
Speaking of Malrine, we don't have an interview with him. It's going to be with Amar. Hello, ATF.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm Malaran.
You are not. You called Ame. What was it? You all chatted to him at the end there?
I called him a bot.
Yeah, with the Russian smiley, of course. Was there pub beef or what happened there with you two?
The guy was just tipping second game very aggressively, and I didn't understand why on my teammate. So I just decided to return it back.
Right, so you're defending your team. Makes sense. Yeah, game 2, you guys kind of got smashed. What is your take on why that happened?
I think second game, why that happened is because I'm playing Bristol back, and my team is like not allowing me to play Bristol back, and that's a big problem. Like I need to farm everything, and they're taking some of my farm, and they don't care about me farming. I think that's a big problem, and I think that's how we fixed it for the next game.
You picked the DK and the Huskar, right? Okay. As a Bristleback fan myself and trying to learn this hero, I really get my ass kicked by Doom. Do you think this is the ultimate counter to Bristle? And what do I do to play against Doom as a Bristleback?
No, actually, there is no counters to this hero. Actually, Bristleback has like 0 counters in the game. The more you play, the more you realize that you can actually get countered by nothing. No Apparition, no Viper, no Doom, no nothing. You just need to get the items. Just get the items, and nothing will matter.
Okay. Against Doom, what are the items that I go for?
You get BKB, Sanjin Yasha, Bloodstone. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You guys run a lot of kind of greedy tri-core sort of lineups. Is that something that you think is good, or is that something that you think just works based on the players that you have on your team?
Greedy lineups. I'm not sure we have many greedy lineups. I think this is only this 3rd game. It's just there is a hero that breaks rules like Huskar, you know. We just take the Huskar and then we know the game is over the moment we picked Huskar, because they just gave like a free Huskar game, and yeah. And obviously they gave me Bristleback again. I don't know why.
Okay, makes sense. I'm going to send you over to Kezu now for some smart guy questions.
Hey, Mr. Amar, I have a clip that I want to watch with you, because there was a game you guys played the other day where you guys are Bristleback and Primal against a Viper, where you guys do like some lane swap and Malrine like cuts the top wave and whatnot. So I want to hear from you, first of all, whose idea was this? And like who the hell came up with this and how did you guys do it?
I'll be completely honest. I mean, it was Marlon's idea because he's level 30 primal. He knows every single matchup. And I have no idea what the fuck happened. I don't even know how I killed him mid. Like, I don't even know what even happened. Like, I actually don't even know. Like, me killing him, like, I knew there is a way he fucks up. And the funniest part is that he thought I'm gonna actually lane mid the whole time because he bought stick after. So he has literally garbage item too for the lane.
Honestly, yeah, that was amazing. So it's Marine's idea. And I think this also goes into one of my next points. I think you're the best offlaner in the world. I think Marine is one of the best mid laners. And I think it comes from your guys' understanding of your heroes, your timings, your items, and whatnot. But what do you feel like is your strength? Like, what do you feel like you do better than other offlaners? And what do you value more than other offlaners?
I think it's what I value more is AFK farming and being highest net worth. And not sure really. Like I mean, for example, like let's say this guy XXS, you know, like last game he bought Spirit Vessel. You know, I'll never touch this item in my life. I'll be going like the same he went second game. You know, like I'm just playing to scale, and that's I guess difference that some people might think like, oh, I need to buy Blink and Initiate. Like no, just get the scaling items, and you know. When you feel like you're useless, you can get this useless items, let's say.
Yeah, but how? So if you're a player, let's say someone isn't as confident as you, right? Because I think what you're doing comes from confidence because you know you can carry the game. So a different player who maybe isn't as confident, how can they work on the fact that, no, I need to do this, I need to get this item to like farm? Like, do you think there's any way that someone can improve on this type of mindset?
I mean, it comes from improve on individual gameplay, and when you improve on like your first, it's like steps, you know. Like first you play like this, you buy this Blink and whatever vessel, like these auras or whatever, you know. You help your team, then you get better, then you start to shift a bit, and then you shift more, and then you become completely like full core until you understand when you cannot be full core, you just buy these items. So it's just a levels game, I'd say.
I like that. You need little baby steps. Thank you, Amar. Great answers.
Malrine, just one more question here for you. You started being able to play the Beastmasters, and people really started talking about you as not the hero puddle type player when you started going to the gym. You're becoming buff, and is there a correlation between your buffness and your ability to learn and play new heroes?
I think it was, you know, shout out to Enigma Galaxy after I've had a very bad season with them, you know, like they taught me everything, and yeah, shifted everything, like learn new heroes, improve my shape in real life, yeah. And yeah, you know, losing taught you a lot. And yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much, Mallory, for the interview. Good luck in your next series.
Thank you very much.
I don't know who the next match is. Shiver, who is it?
It's BB Team versus Parivision.
BB Team versus Parivision. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be playing a little game. All the talent sent in 2 photos from their phone, random-ish. We have to guess from whose phone that picture came. Now, we're separated into teams. We've got these 2 bozos over here, Team L, which is Kazu and Lacoste.
Kaz L.
And this is Team Habibi over here, which is me and Mira, of course. And we shall be competing against each other. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Against you anytime.
We're ready. Let's get on with it. All right, let's have a look at the first picture here.
Okay, airport.
That is an airport.
That is an airport duck.
I think I know where that airport is, actually. Lucas.
It could be tsunami.
It could be tsunami. He does go around the world.
Stop it right there. That was my.
Ready?
What's your answer?
All right, let's
Not what do you think?
I put tsunami.
We're doing fogged.
It's Kev.
Oh!
So this is not in Japan, huh? Was he in Japan?
I don't think it was in Japan. All right, next. What's that? Oh my God! It's pizza with bananas and marshmallows and Nutella.
What is that? Is that a pear or bananas?
That has to be the J-Man himself. No one else is as deranged to do this.
We agree on this one.
This
Ready?
one's too easy.
Go.
It is BS. Just kidding. It's Jenkins.
Who was
Tsunami.
What?
That actually is the kind of
Yeah, this guy's a
degenerate
psychopath.
food that he
Actually, it
would
kind of
eat.
makes sense.
What have you got?
It's BSJ.
Somebody's like-
It's definitely him. He rages after he loses the game, so that's
Oh wait,
definitely him.
they're just saying that.
Can we?
That's his mouse.
we-
as
This
well.
is a Logitech mouse holder.
Where is that? Is that at an event, you think?
You think him? I don't know. I think it's this guy.
So, all right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. We going for Kev.
We're going with ODBSJ.
Pick one.
That's not an answer.
Okay, we're going
That's
with.
not an answer.
Okay, we're going with OD.
Going with OD. All right, who was it?
OD Pixel.
Let's go! All right, next.
Oh, this is good.
Bullshit corner.
So I think this picture of Synderen was taken when he went with Shannon.
All right, flip it. We went for Fog.
We went for Fog.
Oh, that was our first guess.
All right, next. Like, what is this?
What is this? This
Bunch
is
of
some.
mannequin heads on the floor. All right.
I know that Jenkins has back problems and he's sitting on a shitty chair, so that's definitely him.
Lock it in.
We've
Why you
locked in.
vlogged this
Yeah, we've
fast?
locked in.
These guys are psychos.
They know.
too.
They've been to this house before.
Ready?
Yeah.
We went for Jenkins.
We went for Jenky.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Too obvious.
What is that?
It's the COVID TI, no? This is the COVID TI stage.
Yeah, there's no crowd.
Yeah.
These aren't people who worked COVID TI.
He was sick.
He was also there, but they were all there.
Yep. Well done. You've narrowed it down to everyone currently working this event.
Hear me out.
Give me
Hear me
that.
out, hear me out.
So you've gone for Purge.
Do you think it's Kev?
Yeah.
We went for BSJ.
Oh, no way.
And our reasoning was...
It's Cinderin or Purge.
So Mira's reasoning was, it's such a dull picture, it has to be his. Who was it?
Tsunami.
Man, Tsunami's taking some really shitty pictures.
What's
I gotta
wrong with
say.
him, actually? This is insane. Purge,
Never mind, we won.
Purge, Come on!
Oh, man alive. Well done. Well done.
Good job, guys.
You
Good
guys
job,
won
guys.
fair and square.
Good job, guys.
All right, well, you know, that was it. You guys won 2-1, but don't get cocky. I'm sure there's other games to come.
I don't
But
think
thank
so.
you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Take it easy.
I can go anywhere, do anything I wanna do is true. When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift you. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift you. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Catch that. Let me prove that. That crown, I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love, I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot. When you are all you got, and it's time to take that shot.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
For our second series of the day here for DreamLeague Season 24 in the second group stage. We've upgraded our panelists. Hey, Ted, welcome back.
I wouldn't say upgraded now.
Definitely an upgrade.
Big upgrade.
Big upgrade.
Big upgrade.
Appreciate you guys saying that.
Yeah.
But I love Andrews.
So humble
Yeah,
as well.
he's
Very
my boy.
good. Yeah, and you also didn't do too well you didn't do too well on the guessing game, but
Yeah,
you
what
did
happened
guess
there?
Jenkins ones. That's good.
We sucked. We just couldn't get it right. These two were on it the whole time. I remember me and Mira didn't trust our first instincts. Every time we would be like, is it so-and-so? We'd be right. And they'd be like, no, I don't think it's them. We overthought it.
Yeah,
Classic bit of overthinking.
Tsunami ruined us completely.
Tsunami ruined us all 3 times in a row. What are those pictures?
Mira was like, that's such a dull picture. That has to be Kev.
That's what I thought too.
It was so funny. Yeah.
Unlucky. You're so humble today.
Unlucky. It's unlucky. Like, we're going to find out if there's any of the teams today that's going to be unlucky. We're going to focus our attention on our upcoming series, which is Parivision, undefeated, versus BetBoom, 2-1. So far, this will be their 4th series. So both teams are doing quite well, which we're very happy for them, of course. Parivision is doing a little bit better. And I am very curious to hear tech analyst Kezu.
Yep, that's me.
What you have cooked up for our upcoming series. What did you want to highlight?
Well, so Parivision are undefeated, as you said. I have not seen their games, or at least we have not casted or seen their games on the stream.
This is their first series in the morning shift.
So I looked at some of the replays, but also at some of their drafts. So I have a bit of a graphic to show about, well, the heroes that they're using a lot that is like helping them. So you have 9 class, they have quite a few heroes where they're undefeated on or barely have lost with. So you have 9 class with the Dark Willow and the Bat, 2 very good post 4 heroes. Ducalis is undefeated on the Chen, 5-0.
Look at that.
The most important stuff to me is the heroes that Crystalis play. He plays Razor. Razor carry you don't see on that many other players. And you also have the Monkey King where he's 2-0. And this is also a flex with no one. No one is 3-0 with this hero.
Yeah.
So they haven't lost a single game where either of them get their hands on the Monkey King. And you have no one who's 5-0 on the Earth Spirit. And lastly, DM, who in my opinion has stepped up his gameplay a lot.
Yeah.
He has a lot of different offlaners. He plays the Pango, he plays the Beast, the Brood, the Enigma. So they have a lot of good heroes that work for them. But I think all in all, it's not just the draft, but they just look good. Like, they're just playing well.
Yeah, although I will say the picture here, Crystallis looks very grumpy.
Yeah,
Very frowny.
he seems like a very nice guy, so I feel like we're portraying him in a pretty bad
Yeah,
way.
where he's like killer instinct, got that going on. But they've been doing incredibly well. They have been very strong. They've made comebacks because there's been a couple of series that did go the distance, of course, to game 3s, including, I believe, Ted, you were privy of some very long ones on that side.
Yes. I've actually seen quite a bit of this team because, as you said, they've been mainly on the evening. They're really exciting to watch. They're a genuinely fun team to watch. They did something weird, if I remember rightly, with Chrysalis Razor. They picked it as a carry, but I think they played it in the off lane. So I'm pretty sure Chrysalis played the Razor there, and they said this Alk we thought it was going to be off lane. They put that in the safe lane. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Because
that was yesterday, right?
Yeah, I think it
saw
was.
that.
And it was pretty mad. And then afterwards, we talked to him about it, and somebody said we'd seen an interview. There was a content piece. Chrysalis is because he's Dutch, right?
Yeah.
So his English accent, or his English-speaking accent, was very smooth.
Okay.
But after the post-match, he was very Dutch.
Okay.
So we thought under pressure, or when he's really hyped up, he becomes more Dutch. That was definitely yes. But he was hyped. He was really having a good time yesterday. They were laughing and joking about the game. They're in a very confident place.
Has that ever happened to you, Shiver?
What?
When she's been drinking, she sounds way more Dutch. And she accidentally speaks Dutch. I know that. I've known Sheebs a long time. And when we all go out, if she gets drunk, she sounds way more Dutch. She accidentally says Dutch words, all kinds of stuff.
Keep it up, Ted.
That is definitely what happens sometimes.
That's true.
It happens. I mean, it's my second language.
It's true
What
for me
can
as
you
well.
do?
The German, it sometimes comes through.
That's true.
Which I'm not proud of, but anyway.
It's a great language, dude. I love it.
The accent is not good.
No
I love
offense.
it. It's
But we're just as bad, so, we all don't really like our own accent, I think.
We don't.
Let's focus our attention on their opponents. BetBoom has had a great tournament. They were able to 2-0 Waska in their series yesterday. And we've seen a lot of cool stuff coming out from them, Lacoste, because they try out or just showcase so many things that other teams don't even touch.
Yeah, they have a lot of these team-specific heroes that others don't want to play. They played Warlock 2 times. They won both of the games. I don't know. I kind of feel that Warlock, we're going to be seeing more of this hero. Like, this is the best counter-initiator in the game. Then they are also playing Drow Ranger. They're playing some Clinks, playing Ricky. These are not the heroes that other teams want to touch, because Ricky was, like, very situational. I think they have a very good understanding what needs to be picked for Kiyotaka on like 23, especially on 24, to give him advantage in certain matchups. I'll keep going back to Quinn when he was playing Puck against Earthshaker. He timed that so perfectly when he killed him level 2 and got Quinn surprised. Scary team to play against. I think transitioning from Kataomi from position 4 to 5 has been pretty smooth, and they also have this a little bit of a flex if they want to use some of the heroes from the safe lane, put it to the off lane so Kataomi can't play it because he used to play position 4.
No, like, they have really cool stuff going on that Lacoste just mentioned, like, in the draft. Like, first of all, the heroes that they just play themselves, like the Warlock in the safe lane, but they flex Dawnbreaker, like, Pure can play carry. They flex the TA to mid. No one has done that. They also played the SF at mid. No one has done that. They played Magnus mid and carry. Like,
no one has not done that, by the way.
Good one. And at the same time, like, I think they're the most interesting team to watch draft, because everyone's really boring. Let's play, oh, look, we play Alchemist, we play Doom, but they do cool shit, Ted.
They do cool shit. I like that. I think it's funny that people are saying, like, oh, this Warlock's a good hero. I mean, he's not at the peak of...
He's always been a good hero,
But he's a good hero, man. I mean, it's a BKB piercing stun over a huge area. Like you said, big fight reset. He's got a heal. Everybody fucking loves all these heals. Warlock heal, everyone's like, oh no, his heal's no good. It's fine, it's a fine heal. And Fatal Bonds is never a bad spell. It's too good. You got the enemy team a healing. How about they're all taking 1 billion damage? Can't heal at all.
I like 1 billion
it's
damage.
It's like an overrun hospital. We can't help all the I was going to say customers. Customers.
We have seen Warlock players max out the heal.
Oh, yeah.
That's how good it is.
That's how good it is.
Yeah, but that's fucking dull. You don't want to do that. Heal.
Yeah, we were a little bit curious, but it has been working out, at least only for BetBoom, that is. It has been working out for them. We are about ready to show you the draft, so it should be on your screen in a second as we head into game number 1 of this best of 3. We got Parivision on the Radiant side, BetBoom on the Dire side.
Naga side.
First pick already comes in with a Naga.
This is the first time I have seen it in a tournament. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I've seen Naga banned. I have not seen it picked yet. I haven't seen it make it through.
I saw her picked once in this exact same scenario. Because if you do play against Naga, you want these heroes that deal constant damage and don't like fully commit. Timber, Bristle, Sanking.
All right, listen. Stats don't lie. Win rate of Naga Siren, 33%. Garbage hero.
How many games?
Contested, 100%.
How many games?
3 games.
3 games,
Okay.
yeah. Contested in all 145 matches.
Look at
Nobody
that.
wants to play against this hero, but from time to time, it will go through. I still think this hero can be countered. It's just, we've been talking a lot about the heroes that are like meta and stuff, but we also see new stuff coming out, and I think Naga is strong. She's a strong laner, gives you great reset, better than Morlock. And because you also do have heal with the shard, so that's quite nice. You also have a bit of a repositioning tool, but I think this hero can be beaten.
I agree. And also, like one thing that we need to consider is when a hero is always contested, when you leave it through, you can prepare if you have an idea. Because you know there's Naga, so you can craft whatever answer you want, and from second pick, you also pick out a phase. You can prepare this as well, and I kind of think about what you want to do. So I will say the hero is incredibly strong, but like Lacoste said, you can play into it if you have an idea, and this is Parivision saying, we've got something cooking.
I mean, you know they got something cooking because the speed of which this first phase has played itself out. So we always start the timer at the same time, but in that 1 minute countdown that you guys saw on the screen, those first picks already came out. And we're already in the second pick phase, so the second ban phase already a breeze as well. These two teams knew exactly what the other was going to do. It's only now that they are starting to really try to formulate the rest of their draft. The Shadow Demon somehow
we don't see these two heroes paired up
what
together.
The heck?
They're so highly contested. It's going to be a lot of illusions. It's going to be a lot of stacking going on between these two heroes, a lot of creep skipping. But I want to touch upon 9 class. This is the guy that we unfortunately haven't seen at TI. This is one of my favorite position 4s to watch because he's very innovative. His hero pool is not that big, not in professional Dota, but he plays a lot of stuff when he's playing pubs. And this guy is, I would say, probably the best melee position 4 right now. This guy is just doing a lot of different stuff. Like he's always finding a play on the map, super aggressive. So his hero pool is basically 5 heroes. You have this Marcy, Nyx, that's probably his best hero because he's always finding opportunities on the map, his Tusk, and a couple of range heroes with Dark Willow and Batrider.
That is interesting. These are 2 heroes that I have barely seen.
Yeah.
And now, but a hero we don't see that often for a different reason. I just think teams aren't picking this hero, but you guys were saying BetBoom like to pick him in an even random carry.
Yeah, they play it like I know that even Miero can play it offlane. I don't know if they've done that yet in this tournament.
So far, not here. Only Kiyotaka and Pure have played.
Okay, because like this SD Naga, they lack damage, kind of, and I think maybe that's something that Parivision wants to or wanted to exploit. Also, you have the tanking. He's tanky. Pagna can help out, but SD with the ult, there's not gonna be any decrep. Now they go with Alk as well, so I feel like Pari have like a very strict like vision of what they want to do. But it's also unlike BetBoom, they can cover this with cores. Like you can have cores that deal a lot of damage, or Magnus can even pull people out of position. Then it doesn't matter how tanky you are, you will die if you get skewered into an SD.
I'm looking at all these 3 heroes from Parivision. Bloodstone Sanking, Pagna with the heal, Alchemist with his ulti. Both supports on BetBoom team, they don't provide you, like these are not the heroes that are gonna buy into Spirit Vessel. They're not gonna be, like there's no Shiva's Guard that I'm seeing right now. These heroes don't build into Scotty, so there's not going to be region reduction by any means, and it could cause a lot of issues early on.
I like also that Pari banned Doom, but I think other heroes at BetBoom need to think about, like, I'm looking for really high damage. Like, I'm looking for a Timber Saw. Or what other carries do we have that deal, like, a lot of damage? Maybe, like, not saying TA, but these type of carries. Like, skewer into Requiem, dead. Skewer into, like, Desolator carry, you die.
Well, there's still Shadow Fiend in the pool, so if you want that, that's possible.
Yeah, I'm fine with some Mars. I think supports are very burstable on the side. Like, problem is you don't have really a hero to play with. It's not like Shadow Demon or Naga provide you with the damage, but I also think they need some kind of a setup because Shadow Demon, Naga Siren, usually we don't see these 2 heroes paired up together. They are kind of doing the same thing, I would say. Lacking damage, good saving supports.
Like, I wonder where they want to take this. Because, as we said, the mag for them is flex, but you need to well, you have to show something. You need to kind of decide here, do you want to keep the mag open between mid and carry? Do you just pick your off lane? Because here it makes most sense to pick your carry or off lane, because those are the two roles you already see from Pari.
Well, luckily, the first start of this draft did go so fast, so they do have a lot of time to think about that. They go for the Timber Saw in the end.
I think 3 of their 4 heroes at the moment on BetBoom have losing records in the tournament. Just want to say, the Timber has a losing record, the SD, I think, had, and the Naga does. I don't know about Magnus, but it is interesting that they're hoping to break that mold.
Yeah. At least in the hands of BetBoom, the Magnus does have a good track record, so they got one, you know, one going for them. Let's see. There's still some flex potential possible on the side of BetBoom, of course, because both Timber and Mag can go various places. At the moment, is it likely that we're looking for a hero for Kiyotaka, or would you rather see the Mag go mid, or will that depend solely on what Parivision is going to choose? That being said, overall last pick is for Parivision.
Yeah, I guess you could just lane the Naga, Mag, and safe lane, because you can net, pull them in, and then skewer them even further. Maybe that's the idea. What was the Kiyotaka build? Do either of you, like when he played Magma, did he like rush Bling? Did he do some Echo Saber?
I didn't see it.
I can check.
Because I'm not sure like how you would build the hero. I guess it's like one item into Blink. Because I think ranged heroes would make
Echo
sense.
Saber into Blink with treads. He wanted to go for the scale build into BKB Satanic.
Yeah. I mean, if you feel like you can cover Magnus going mid nicely with your bans, like that there's nothing that's like some GG matchup, then you can just put it there and pick a range carry to lane with the Naga. I think that would make it the easiest. Maybe Morphling, even though that's very quite greedy. I hate Gyrocopter, but they love it into Sand King, and you can match the tempo of Alk, maybe.
And they have very limited lockdown on BetBoom.
Yeah.
Removing Storm could also be a really good puck game. Like, you have basically no stuns, you have no silences, your counterplay is some like Song into RP or Disruption into RP. They're still going to be picking one more hero. But I don't think that hero is also going to provide them with a lot of control.
Parivision at this point is banning out Morphling and Shadow Fiend, so assuming that BetBoom needs more damage coming out from Pure, potentially. So don't know if that means anything.
With the Pugna and the Decrep, they have to worry about the fact that if they do add more damage and it's right click, that it's quite easily countered by Decrep. So I don't really know what they pick that's going to be not countered by that.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is that they have SD, so they have to bank on the fact that whoever they go on, that SD will cover what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There it is.
Into Gyro. Ban puck into Gyro.
Another hero with a losing record. Just saying.
Does mean we're going to see that Magnus in the mid lane.
Loving this from the Pandas, by the way. This has been phenomenal, boys.
Yeah,
they're always phenomenal. They cook.
I mean, that was just exactly my cup of tea.
The good thing for Pari is that they have a lot of time, and the pick makes sense for BetBoom. I just don't like Gyro that much. I think it's a very like non-flashy carry, and in
non-flashy. He drops giant rockets on people and shoots everybody in AOE, and he flies around.
Yeah, but he doesn't do like cool stuff, you know. I think
doesn't do cool stuff. He's flying a
this
tiny
shit ain't cool.
gyrocopter.
This shit ain't cool, Ted.
What do you want to see?
I want to see him play Morphling. Which is why they banned
it's
it.
Banned.
Hey,
It's just a blob of
See,
water.
they know. They want to make him play something.
What do we want to see
boring.
for no one?
No one's going to play up against Mag in the mid lane. I feel like he's got a lot of options.
They have the
Earth
flex
Spirit's
between...
there, right? But you don't want to pick it into Timber?
That's the flex potential that they have with this Mag. I'm fine with Quap. No one didn't play it yet.
Hell yeah.
But again, limited lockdown. You're playing, like, I think it's a pretty free Quap game. We say that a lot, but we don't see the hero as much as we want to.
Is there a couple times, I think, so far?
We have. I called it once.
Yeah, we also still have some spirits in the pool if you want to really capitalize on the lack of lockdown there. Obviously, Storm out, but as said, the Earth Spirit Ember still in.
Is Void Spirit just a
Void
dead
Spirit
hero?
also, yeah. No, we've seen her yesterday as
It's
well.
fine if they're looking to shut down both supports in the back lines, because both of the supports are saving, and you have like very good front line with Timbersaw and Magnus.
Yeah.
Does Pango lose the lane like really hard
Pango's
to
banned.
Oh, my bad. Because I'm looking for something that has a good lane and allows Pari to play fast. Like, I think this minute 10, 15, you want to play really fast with your Alk. Because right now, BetBoom, if this game scales, I would want to play their draft every time. You screw some guy back, you can always song, like, you choose all the fights you
They
take.
have picked the Spirit. I wasn't sure they would with the Timber, but hey-ho.
So this is one of the things that is really good for BetBoom, is that they could flex. And now the Timber seems to be going mid into the Earth Spirit, which is a really bad matchup.
Wow, he's so upset with that pick, he's left the game.
He's gone. He's gone.
It's not as bad as Huskar Earth Spirit as we've seen.
Yeah,
in
nothing
the
is as bad as that one.
Sure.
That's just ass for Earth Spirit. Ooh, I like Parivision. I think that this is a very, they're going to hit early momentum. Problem is you're going to be playing into Magnus. They have a setup, you get Disrupted, you get Song. It's a great setup for Skewerback, for big RP. I think this game going to be super interesting. Coming into this one, I wanted to give an edge to Parivision, but wanted to see the drafts. And after seeing it, I think this is like, BetBoom has a strong draft as well. No stuns, harder to execute slightly, but I'd say this is 55-45.
Okay, even with the Timber Song going mid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like both drafts a lot, and I think we'll see a very action-packed game of both teams fighting each other. But I will give an edge to BetBoom because I like their fighting and you know how they can skewer people back and make it happen. But I feel like
There's
X-Factor...
Gyro on the team.
I know. I hate Gyro Sculptor. He's bad. I hate this hero. For me,
like him.
X-Factor is no one.
Okay, for me, the X factor is that I don't think BetBoom have picked a single hero with a winning record. It'll be good luck to them to improve upon that. I'm going to say Parivision all the way. I've seen them play, they look really good.
Yeah, let's see if stats live for this first game of this best of 3 as we're heading over to OD Picks 1 Fogged via the PogChamp Pandas.
Gentlemen, it's time for some more Dota 2 action getting into this second series of the day. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're about to enjoy some BetBoom versus Parivision. Fogged, looking at these two lineups, first thing I notice is that we are seeing BetBoom continue to show off their flexibility with the Maxis, right? It's been about 2 days of Dota 2. We've had them play it on Pure on the carry, Key Attacker in the mid, and this game, we're getting Miro taking it the offlane.
This is the third day that they're doing it, right? In a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it 3 days I
think it was 3 days that they've done it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And we've seen it now, all 3 roles. So incredibly flexible, strong draft that can get to a point where it is pretty devastating. The late game potential from BetBoom is pretty crazy, and yeah, just flexing it up. They see that Earthspirit pick, immediately send the Timber Saw mid. Of course, it's not as bad as a matchup as a Huskar, but it still is a very good matchup for the Timber. However, the one thing about the Timber this game, he does have good ways to kill all 3 cores, but they also do have an immense amount of magic damage. So overall for the Timber game, I wouldn't say it's the absolute easiest for him to survive in some occasions. But they do have saves, right? That's the other thing too for BetBoom's draft is they can pick and choose their battles to reset a little bit more accordingly, I would say, than the side of Parivision. When Parivision wants to fight, they're committed in for this fight. When BetBoom wants to fight, they can pick and choose. They can use a song to reset. They can use the disruption to save a target and reset. So it's going to be really interesting. I've been waiting to see this matchup in particular and waiting to see Parivision, because I know me and you haven't gotten to cast them yet.
We haven't. No, but they've been winning an awful lot of games.
They have.
These guys have been good.
Yeah, and no one, it's prime no one. You know, that's what a lot of people have been saying. He's been spectacular to watch, even at TI. This guy's been one of the players to watch for a long time, and especially now that it's been getting to a lot of these younger bloods, the fact that he's still able to hold his own is pretty impressive. Top.
This could be your first. Oh, no, not right. He's able to get that last right click in 9 class. The Katsumi will survive. And what about this? Your Gyrocopter.
I like
how do you feel about the hero?
I like the hero, personally.
You do?
I think it is exciting to watch. I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I think it's exciting to watch. I just don't know how good it is. Because I feel like it is one of the slower carries, right?
It is, but in this type of game, the one thing that I do see, it's a hybrid damage carry, which they were looking for. You saw the Morph and the SF bands, which are 2 of the traditional ones versus Alchemist. But also, since they're playing versus the Pugna, they want to have this hero that can provide damage in multiple different assets, which is exactly what Gyro does. A hero's going to get decrepified. There is the potential of an SD Purge to counter it, but you don't even need that SD Purge if a Gyro's there, because he's going to be barraging. He's going to be missiling. He's going to be dropping the ulti. So that's where I like it. And the one thing about Gyro is, okay, maybe he's not the craziest flashy, but he fights more often. I hate just watching heroes jungle, Owen. I like when I see these carries turn up.
Top lane. Not going to be able to turn on towards him with a Burrow Strike. anything else to follow up.
Killed the mid courier. Didn't he got the bottle before it died? So I've seen that. Now we've seen 2 couriers in the mid lane actually brought down in a couple of games. As Kiyotaka will have a lane advantage in here versus no.
Only a little
so
bit,
far.
but it gets worse as the levels come in.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder. But no one, like I said, I think he's won. He's done well in matchups that sometimes aren't the easiest either. So we'll keep tabs on that one. Top, they keep doing the reel in. 9 class, he's still level 1. This time he might die on the Willow. A great double stun.
Yeah, it's there just in time for DM to keep 9 class safe.
This is a lane that the Sand King Willow should lose, though. This is probably one of the strongest duo lanes that you can possibly pick up with something like a Gyro. Naga Siren has a, if I'm not mistaken, still 100% contest rate in this tournament, and it's for good reason. I think the one game that I saw it go through, it actually did not have that great of a lane. I think it was Gaming Gladiators who got it, and then it ended up winning the game anyway, because it's not just a laning hero. It's incredible in lane, and the things that you can possess in game are pretty darn ridiculous. The Shard, in particular, the heal to reset.
And then obviously on the bottom lane, you've got Parivision. Oh, actually top. Because they get the jump onto Pure.
They should have him here.
And he's trying to block him off with the trees, popping down the branch, but it won't save him.
He stepped up too far. How many times do we see carries die when their 5 position is pulling the wave?
It's the standard.
It's the standard.
It happens to us all the time. Happens to me all the time.
But that's, you know, this shouldn't really happen too much. I've seen some of these Gyros die to the Sand Kings, but even though they're supposed to have that lane dominance, but they do get that great pick off Crystallis.
Get a pretty good skewer back.
He could be in some trouble here. He does get some healing. And he'll actually end up being okay.
I mean, how solid is this bottom lane, this Alk plus Pugna? Because we're seeing Pugna doing pretty well, right? The win rate's great. This hero's on the up.
Yeah, Pugna is a fantastic hero, but on the flip side too, Shadow Demon is another hero that gets banned in a lot of different scenarios too. As again, they're getting aggressive on Katomi.
They're gonna get him.
They will with the last right click, and 9 class, he's sticking around that sandstone. Yeah. They're playing this really nicely.
Difficult for Pure to get over to him. As Pure.
Oh, 9 class.
It's very close.
Oh, they're pushing the limits of this lane. Let him get the range creep deny there. Putting themselves very low, but playing it beautifully under that sandstone. This lane is probably just the one to watch for constant aggression.
I mean, I'm looking at the mid lane as well, and I'm still seeing it's 25 to 25. Well. This is, you'd say this is pretty impressive, right? You've seen many an Earth Spirit get dumpstered or struggle to farm.
He's got quite more coming in, right? He's got these, 4 extra creeps, so he's going to be at, 30? I mean, a full extra one, so he's going to be at, 30, 37 or so. Okay. So he's going to be having the advantage. But still, it's very good. It's coming out from no one, and he's making a rotation. Look for Pure standing.
It's a bit too far up. The roll's going to miss, but the smash from the boulder, that's enough. Pure's gone. No one makes the rotation, gets the kill. He's got to be a bit more careful on this top lane. A couple of times where he's just been a bit too far up, hasn't had the support nearby. They're punishing it, Parivision.
What a heads-up move, too, from no one. On top of that, he gets the bottle refilled, so it's not really much downtime that he's going to have after that movement. Love to see it. Bottom is struggling, though. Even though they do have this Pugna who does secure most lanes, that's the thing about this Magnus. It just seems like BetBoom in a lot of situations just has it have good lanes and being able to pressure. They're slowing down an Alchemist's farm. Yeah, that's very big. You know, getting these type of kills on a Sand King lane versus the Gyrocopter, it's massive. As he's gonna suffer in the CS department, but a couple times now, Parivision has been able to do this throughout this tournament. These two in particular, DM and 9 class. 9 class being one of those players that a lot of people talked about that he was missing at TI. He's one that makes some crazy moves happen that maybe at times is not expected. Yeah, DM's lane. He's got a double creep wave coming in under him too, so he's going to have some great farm in the Sand King. So who's going to get the power rune? 9 class is already at the ready for it, but Kiyotaka has hit level 6. So he's going to look for this Willow. Attempt to push him away from the rune, but no one is here with Magnetize.
Yeah, it's scary with the Earth Spirit around.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can't commit forward for it. We'll get the rune. He's gonna commit. Get the kickback.
Okay. See if he can do it with the Magnetize. I mean, backup's coming in. Diving the tier 1 probably not going to be an option, so.
He might go for Katomi, though.
I mean, that's true. With the Magnetize continuing over towards the Naga Siren, and but Stowe's placed down.
Oh, and he almost actually catches Kiyotaka with
nearly
the kick
kept
there.
It going, yeah.
If that Magnetize continues, they may still actually look for this kill on the
He's
Timber.
still relatively low.
He's taking a lot of damage from the Nether Ward. The glyph is out.
He can collapse in onto him with the 3 of them. He's going to try and Timber Chain away.
Dodges.
All 4 will miss. TP's coming in now. It's taking a little bit too long. It's a bit spooky now that Katomi's back in. He's going to get the drag back straight away. On towards
Kiyotaka, though,
Carlis.
dropping
Kiyotaka,
low.
He's dead to the Shadow Realm here.
So much magic damage for this Timbersaw and Katomi.
I mean, these plays from Parivision, bringing the 3 in around the mid and just getting to dance around BetBoom.
And Katomi can't help him. He tries to TP in to go for the bottle refill to protect his buddy, but as you said, there is a lot of magic damage for this Timbersaw in this draft, as we're seeing it already coming in before the level 6s even come out. We'll have to keep tabs on that, because the 4, everyone but besides the Alchemist, have kill threat on the Timbersaw early on. Even Dark Willow, when you get that level 6, if a Timber starts to fall far behind, it's insane how much damage this hero can provide. And now no one, he's ahead. 600 gold ahead of that Timbersaw matchup.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's remarkable. And the Sand King is ahead of the Gyrocopter.
Look at this bottom lane. They're trying to get in under the tower to punish Crystalis.
Big RP.
It's a lovely one from Miro. We'll get caught by the concoction as the Alchemist goes down. Whether or not they can get out, though, that's another question, because no one's turned up. The Shadow Realm onto Miro. He's going for the TP. There's no roll at the ready, so Miro gets away with getting in, making that RP play happen, and getting out, making sure the BetBoom can get themselves the first 2 kills on the board.
Heads up TP coming out from him. Kiyotaka will be able to sneak himself away. Does want to keep going for an attempted kill on no one.
There's Magnetize at the ready.
It's no big burst, though. Where's the rune gonna be? Pugna's there for it. Now they might set up onto Kiyotaka again. Magic damage.
They'll drop the Magnetize for this one. No one's going to get taken down very, very low. He's still alive. Finally falls, but
first.
It cost them the 2 of them, both Save and Kiyotaka going down for this.
And 9 class, after the things that he was able to do top securing the lane for the Sand King, these are insane movements. I know one, he's fine with this.
Yeah, he's having a smile. He's having a laugh.
Of course. He gets the kill first. He gets that XP. And the Alchemist, even though he was having a little bit of a slower start, now he goes back. He's got the stacks to rely to of these small camps and mediums of the Mud Golems. This is a phenomenal start for the side of Parivision. Especially at the Sand King in particular, who's been left alone. 9 class has literally been roaming. He's got the Shadow Realm.
Pure?
Don't know if he's going to make it out of this one.
Kiyotaka's coming across as well.
And that's a big kill streak. Pure will take that.
That's a lot of money.
Massive one.
To pick up 9 minutes in.
Pure just literally goes from bottom of the course to top of the course. Just off of that one there. So 9 class does give up quite a bit there with his over-aggression after having such a solid start. This is going to be a fun game. We're already seeing that both teams are very willing to just go for early action. And Pure, he's low. They could look for him again. DM has the Epi at the ready. If he knew that Pure was walking in there, that would have just been a kill.
Yeah, Pure lucky to not get seen.
Yep. Yeah, beautiful start in particular for the Alkin, the Earth Spirit. And DM, how many stacks does he have to go back to? Not the most, as we said. 9 class has been in a very aggressive position, so he's going to have a couple more made out here for Ducalis, but it will be a triple stack on that hard camp either way. Katomi is going to try to prevent them, and it looks like he will be able to.
Focus building up around the mid again as this power rune comes into play. It will be the regen just grabbed by Miro.
Nice try there from 9 class, stealing it, or killing it in particular.
Parivision, they have 4 heroes around that mid area.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they're going to give save this mid lane. They're going to just have Kiyotaka clear the stacks now for these next few moments. Top, Pure. He's just going to shove the wave in. Doesn't want to have opportunity for him to play too far forward to get caught again, since he has died twice in that positioning on this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, has to be careful. There's potential TP in and kickbacks that no one's going to look for.
Miro's going to have a pretty early blink on this Magnus. 3 points into the Empower this game. Look for a setup onto him, just to push him away from the tower. Look at the build from Crystals this game, right? It's 4 in Acid Spray. He knew he couldn't take advantage of the lane to go for any type of early kills. All about farming.
Time to farm. Should be able to get a pretty good timing on the Radiance this game.
Yeah, not the fastest. I think we've been seeing a lot of like 12 to 13 minute ones. He has been slowed down a decent margin, but now should be able to farm safely down here for the next few moments. Difficult for BetBoom to kind of chase him out of there since they haven't gotten the tier 1 just yet. And it's actually probably Parivision who's going to get this tier 1 first, with the constant blast from Ducalis. It's dropping low. 2 more and he should have it. They might go for the kill onto him though. He does see them wrapping around. Meantime, mid lane, DM looking to get involved. They want to find this Timbersaw. They have so much magic damage between these two. Stun off the mark.
A little short. They're still going to try with the fear in the epicenter, but it's a bit awkward now. Backup's coming in. They're really pushing for it. They'll get the kill. The song not coming out in time to save him, but maybe in time to turn and get something in return as they'll get both 9 class and no one. Just not as smooth as an entrance into that play as Parivision were hoping for.
Awkward too. The secondary bramble doesn't connect either, so they have to commit pretty far to go for that kill. DM off the mark with that stun. They get punished. And who gets the cleanup kills? It was not the carry, so Pure doesn't get that one, but he still is in a good spot of farm. He's only about 1,000 gold behind that Alchemist at this point, after dying twice in the laning phase. So all things considered for Pure, he's in a pretty good spot. Level 10 as well. He does have a level advantage in comparison to Crystallis. Tower will drop. Call us up for that time that he was able to get. We'll be able to finish it off, but now might end up going down. The missile's going to connect.
He's very dead. Oh, yeah. Same time. Not going to get the catch on to 9 class. Might be able to set up on them in return. Tries to drop down the brambles, but Stave will be able to dodge them.
Both teams are very willing to fight. Even though one of them has like an Alchemist draft and just want to like maybe just get that Radiance timing first, they're still content to just look for these battles. But BetBoom right now, a bit stronger in those fights. They can bring the numbers, and they've got this blink on the Magnus very early from Miero. So their team fight is looking a little bit more threatening to that in comparison to Parivision for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Pure going for the crit straight into the BKB. He's wants
just looking
to get
fight.
involved.
Yeah. Which makes sense. If they don't fall too far behind on BetBoom in this early game, their late game is absolutely terrifying. And BKB is going to be super valuable, as we mentioned. Parivision, it's a ton of magic damage, right? Pretty much everybody providing some of the higher team fight capabilities of magic damage early game, so that BKB will be very valuable once he gets it to team fight. I could even see like Kiyotaka maybe getting one into the build at some point too early. He's gonna go for the Ags, more of a standard build first.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Power Rune. He'll get himself an amp.
No one. Tries to get the catch onto them, but just falls a little short with the roll forward.
Both teams a bit hesitant, you can see. They're about to throw the Purge out onto no one, but their draft does not really have the most stuns to deal with this Earth Spirit. If the Magnus was there, then they probably Purge and just RP him and kill him, but not having the most disables in particular for this Earth Spirit. Let's let no one play a little more aggressive.
BetBoom
making the move, they see DM.
Could look to try and collapse in onto the Sand King.
Miero might just throw an RP. Doesn't get the connection.
Missing the shockwave pullback as well.
It's crazy how like all 3 of these cores just seem very confident on their Magnus plays, though. You can see even there, he gets the shotgun. It's like an instant turn while he's casting the RP.
I still missed the shockwave.
He did miss it, of course, but like you can see like the ideas. I've seen all 3 of these players do turn RPs in multiple scenarios, which at times it's not the hardest thing in the world, of course, but there's small things to point out there. But yes, he did miss the shot.
He'll get him next time.
He'll get him next time. And he's going the so this is also really interesting since he's playing off lane. He's just going for this different style build too as this Magnus. He's going to Shard. So he's picked it up very early on here. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Right?
Because at least in the other roles, you won't have the Shard being
definitely
picked up
not.
early as mid or as safe lane.
It does provide you a decent more for this fight in particular. It's a lot more damage. The slow is annoying too. You catch the backline heroes. I'm cool with seeing just diversity. People trying out different things. Since he's playing that off lane, Crystallis.
They're going to be able to set up for this.
Miero's here with save. He's pretty alone.
I mean, TPs are coming in. Whether these heroes, I guess with Kiyotaka, they definitely have enough damage. There's going to be the RP to set up. Kiyotaka and Pure in with the burst. They take out Crystallis, they can maybe look for more. No one's going to try and roll forward, get the Magnetize going. Dakalis, he'll be the focus first, trying to heal up with the life drain, but the skewer comes in from Miero to cancel it. Dakalis will slowly but surely go down.
They'll get Pure in the backline, though. The Magnetize was able to connect on top of him.
And they're going to get the setup on towards Katsomi with the Burrow Strike from DM. So overall, Parivision, they make it work.
Great instant TP responses to the outpost. It's a good thing that they had them all available. BetBoom with the song. It takes some time for them to make it over there to get that kill cleanup on the Alchemist, and they can find Pure.
No one getting quite the cleanup. That's going to be the BKB done for him, ready for the next fight.
He is super farmed as this Earth Spirit.
we're really seeing, as you say, both teams with their lineups, they're very hungry to fight.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to be straying away from a chance to have a good old punch-up.
Parivision, though, are going to have a bit of an advantage coming into this first 20 minutes now, though, with the BKB soon finished on this Alchemist. The only threat, really, for Crystallis this game is the Timber Saw now at this point, and that BKB is going to provide him with some really good protection. DM is also just, it's very farmed for this Sand King when he was on paper in a lane that was supposed to be very difficult. He's got Bloodstone finished up already. So double BKBs on the cores and a Bloodstone. They've got very solid core timings right now due to the fighting to BetBoom's strong fighting lineup as well. BKB done for Pure, as we said, also very strong to be able to fight versus the side of Parivision, and in particular protect himself versus the Blade Mail. He does have to watch out whenever he runs into no one.
No one's ready to collapse behind the tower and see if they can get the jump onto Pure. Goes straight for him, the roll forward. He's going to miss, but the Brambles will connect Pure. Pumps the BKB.
But he can't fight through it.
Still has to back off, took a hell of a lot of damage before it comes into play. The Fear will catch on to Kataomi. No further damage. Miro gets the drag back with the Skewer. They burst through 9 class. No one rolls in. He keeps the Magnetize going. They're in onto Miro. Miro to fall. Roll forward from no one, trying to get the catch on towards Key Attacker as well. Be able to chain away just in time before the Burrow Strike was going to be coming in.
But that's Pure's first BKB usage.
He BKB and run.
And he can't fight. Definitely concerned.
And they saw him under that ward on the cliff.
He might get gone on.
Yeah, no one's going to find him. He's got the Blade Mail out. He's got the kick. There's the connection. The Blade Mail's the missile. That'll do the job. Takes down Pure.
Oh man, Pure, he's really struggling. It's starting to get into dangerous territory for BetBoom. This triple core timing that Parivision's been able to find, and no one in particular, just having this performance on the Earth Spirit.
We'll see this again. Pure
kicks the creep at him.
He just had nowhere to run. Tried to kind of go across the triangle. I mean, he's having a great time.
He had no stones. He had to kick the creep, so it was perfect.
They're going in for more. DM, he's going to be able to get the epicenter off. He's got the Bloodstone heal. Kataomi tries to crawl away. Key Attacker just dying to the Epi in the Sandstorm. They're speeding this up, Parivision, and no one. He's thinking about diving tier 3s. He's in with the haste room save. Tries to hold him back with the disruption. Miro, he'll get the Skewer back. RP as well in the tower. DM's in ready to help out. Burrow Strike on him was save. Save goes down. No one can he get out of there. He rolls the wave. The tower hits are coming in, but he's balling up. The decrep comes into play. No one. He gets out.
How does he get out? That's insane. They even popped a glyph to try to protect him. Pure tries to TP over to get some more cleanup kills. 9 class. Looks like he will go down. Okay, a little bit of an over-aggressive play diving into the base there.
They went beyond the tier 2, beyond the tier 3, and no one ended up underneath the tier 4, but he gets out.
But you know what? Space. Look at Crystallis' farm. This Alchemist is starting to get to insane territories. After having the BKB, he's got the next pickup as well. This is beautiful to see from Parivision. And I'm going to just continue to highlight no one in particular, because this is an unbelievable performance. He was kind of counterpicked inside that laning. It doesn't look like it at all. He's actually the one who feels like he's the counter versus that Timber Saw. It's immense magical damage that they're outputting here to bring him down. Kiyotaka dies so fast. I really think he has to get BKB on this Timber. He's got his Aghanims done now, but as we saw there, they already had an instant answer. He popped the Ags, instant Yules from 9 class. So I really feel like he does need to get that BKB to start hemorrhaging the damage that's coming out, because Parivision, they're snowballing this. And Pure he wants more time. It's the problem with these gyrocopters, as we have mentioned, even though some players have had some success on it, you need more time to be able to farm. You need that next item. You usually want to have a gold advantage. Not the case for Pure this game. 4 deaths already for him. Parivision, they're feeling that power.
They could be coming straight for him again.
Arcane Rune on no one. Level 15's been hit. He's got the 30% magnetized damage. And the Veil, which is going to amp up everybody on his team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
21-minute Wisdom. Also that Tormentor. Kataomi, he's at the ready with the song. This fight does not feel easy for BetBoom.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The Brambles onto Key Attacker. Just trying to enter into onto this. Crystallis will get the concoction out onto Pure.
No one's going to go.
He's going to roll in.
RP instantly. Oh, anti-synergy.
Time is the song. That wasn't the combo. And now they just have to TP out.
BetBoom, you can tell they're feeling the pressure. Parivision, they're even going to be able to take away that Wisdom and take away the Tormentor. This is a beautiful early game for them. And knowing his confidence even goes toward mid, as soon as they're taking the Tormentor and they're even pressuring the hero that showed up mid, DM and no one, TP in. If they continued showing in that mid lane, they could just get killed again. These macro moves are absolutely perfect so far.
bottom tower
These
is
items are
under
just
attack.
coming in very quickly here. The bottom tower also getting a good chunk of damage. I thought Tugalis was going to continue blasting it. They still have this catapult. It's half HP. And he will now. The lack of control is definitely proving to be a big problem here for BetBoom as well. They're completely reliant on RP in team fights. And in that last fight, the worst possible scenario for them happened as they anti-synergied. Find another clash. Night Class will die, but save.
He's looking pretty dead. DM even letting out the epi just in case they fight into it, and they actually do Kiyotaka. He's going to go aggressive over towards DM, but DM's out with the Burrow Strike Mirror. He'll get the drag back onto the two of them. Yeah.
Do they have the damage?
But
Pure's dying.
pretty quickly. He has to get away from Chris.
He's just dead.
And they're going to get Mirror as well.
Oh, and this game feels pretty much impossible.
Oh, the smiley faces are coming out from Tugalis.
Kiyotaka's also just dying to the Nether Ward. Yeah, this is out of control.
It's getting out of control so fast.
Pure just can't fight. He shows up, he just dies to the dead. He just even though he has BKB, it's not enough to actually protect versus how much magical damage they actually have. It just goes through it. 11,000 lead, and yeah, not seeing a hope for Pure to be able to do damage.
I mean, Amira, he was trying to get this set up.
Look, he's just dying.
But it kind of worked against Pure, you know, obviously skewering them back underneath the gyro. Maybe it would have ended up a little bit better if you know, this out didn't end up right on top of the gyrocopter, because he just got to work, Crystalis.
He was dying to, like, it's all the little things, right? Nether Ward's even killing him. The life train. Tugalis, he's smiling, and they're going to get a Rax, and it feels like
23 minutes in.
It feels like this game is actually already over. BetBoom, they need to try to stall things out a bit better here, but with those type of moves, Parivision have catapulted forward. A BKB now finished for DM as well. These items just continue to fly in very fast. Almost Shivas for no one. And we're definitely, at least me and you know, we didn't get to see Parivision so much. We didn't get to cast them, but absolutely seeing why they are being so dominant, the way that they're just dictating the flow of the game beautifully.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And this was them also kind of getting, you know, BetBoom, they did attempt to go for these counter picks in lanes, and it doesn't show it, right? The top lane did great. The mid lane did great. The bottom lane, the Magnus lane actually went quite well, but these other two lanes, I think BetBoom expected to be coming out way more ahead of them. It just didn't happen. The way the Parivision just played. This Kiyotaka, he does have the BKB queued, but it really does feel like the whole game plan. When is Pure going to actually be able to fight is the question. The Aghanims, it's not it. He's going to need that plus another item and maybe even another on top because he's just so far behind. And they just have so much damage to go through him.
Invisibility.
I'll go for the tier 2. Top or mid next. I mean, there's these items that are coming out. Time for no one. An Earth Spirit that was in a matchup that wasn't to be favored, but he's come out fantastic.
It's full Shivas, and it's also, he's level 18. So on top of having very good farm, his levels are crazy for this time. These heroes can't handle Magnetized level 3 at this point in time. 162 per second, plus the Shivas on top, plus Grove Bow. He can actually hit people as well. Can't forget how much right-click damage this Earth Spirit can do when he gets this type of advantage as well. He's going to be attacking the Gyrocopter with the plus 120 damage from the Resonance.
Radiant's middle tower.
Hunting down Kiyotaka. DM might find this.
It's close. Ooh! Did he get stunned in base? He did. It was very close, though. Pure. Also has to be careful down here. He's got the backup of his team, but they're getting surrounded. All the Parivision swinging in.
And BetBoom's starting to panic a little bit here. They're like, we got to run. We don't have the information. We can't take this fight. No one. He's going to make sure that they have to. He rolls in, gets the connection. I have a disruption to hold no one back.
He continues to chase. No one has no fear in the world right now. They will be able to disengage, and they will be able to hang on to the song with the disengage too. So Pure will be able to continue getting some farm here, but every time he shows, look at this, they're still smoked up. They're still.
know he's around.
Tell me.
He's got the glimmer. Crystalis is in. Wants to try and chase. DM's going to find Katsumi. At least it will give Pure the space to escape successfully.
but only just escaped. Yeah, he'll go farm this ancient camp for a second here, but he's just getting chased relentlessly. The space is it's just not there for BetBoom with the way the Parivision is just running. They're literally just sweeping the map. From bottom, they sweep all the way toward top as well, not even taking the twin gate. They just wanted to cover it, take full coverage, not allow BetBoom to farm, not allow them to catch back up in this game. Can they
Find no one.
They will.
That's a big catch to find there. Miro was not hesitating one bit to drop that RP to kill no one.
And they'll get 9 class, 2 huge kills.
I mean, okay, just like that. That's some big stuff for BetBoom.
It's massive, the fact that they get the gem, can control some of this vision to be able to stall the game out, buy time for Pure. He still needs quite a bit more time.
And they know DM's around here as well.
Can they get the catch? Pretty good stuff there.
It's a big one.
Yep.
Just catching no one like that. It was not ready for that one.
Can they actually turn this into more is the question. They're set up for the Roche. Might be able to go for this here. They're respawning soon.
Got a lot of damage with this full Daedalus on Pure. Recipe on its way. Parivision without no one.
It dies.
They can't contest this.
They don't make it in time. Okay, BetBoom. Pure has ramped up a lot. AC is done for the Alchemist. DM is in position to look for the fight.
Roche now.
He might.
He's gonna try. He's got in.
His team's coming.
I mean, BetBoom's just gonna retreat.
They don't want to fight.
Yeah, if they only lose Katomi, this is perfectly fine for BetBoom. They got what they wanted. They get the Roche, the Aegis, they get out there.
Where's the gem?
Port Naga Siren.
Oh my god, that was so close to Crystallis getting Miro. He's the one with the gem. If they were able to recover that one back, that would have been pretty huge for the side of Parivision as well. But BetBoom able to disengage. They only want to fight with RP, as we see. BetBoom, that's pretty much the only tool that they can fight around.
Some of the tips coming back out towards Dakalis. I was in return for that earlier smiley face in the all chat.
If BetBoom can continue, if they can stall this game super hard, as you said, their draft does scale very
Pure
hard.
can
but
carry.
He does need still that one more, but this Aegis could provide him that little bit of extra to get that next big item. It really, it's all eyes on Miro, really, it feels like. How much he can do as this Magnus to catch these big RPs, and he's actually getting very close to the Ags, too. So on top of that, he'll be able to have that horn toss to catch extra.
Yeah, they'll have that very strong high ground hold.
Yeah, but it is really, it's eyes on Miro. He has to be super clutch this game for them to have this.
And there will be the opportunities. I mean, you are playing up against a lineup that is triple, all 3 cores are melee.
That's true. They do have Pugna to blast from a distance, but it is triple melee, so if they're not careful,
you can
Miro
get
could
some
do it.
big catches.
Naga's hit 12. Save has a blink.
So they can smoke and find a pickup.
Kiyotaka has BKB too, so quite a bit more survivable for him now. No one.
Miro.
Amp damage.
Ooh, Miro. Nearly getting caught there.
And no one has this amp damage and this regen. He wants to try to fight.
Has put the BKB immediately. Pure's going to move in on towards him, but with the BKB, no one rolls away.
That's also very good for BetBoom.
Miro might still get a grab. He's in. Looks for Dakalis. Dakalis able to force back. DM's in with the counter. Barrow strike the epicenter. This straight on a Pure. Pure. He's very, very low here. Of course, he's got the Aegis, so he's going to be ready for round 2. If he even goes down, he does go down. The song won't save in the once.
No one's chasing.
He's in. Straight over to Miro. Miro has to put the RP just to control no one's Earth Spirit. Miro still ticks out to the Magnetize. No one, he'll separate himself from Pure once Pure's got the BKB up. Crystallis, he's dealing with Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka goes for the TP out, but the damage is done. Kiyotaka falls.
And it felt like a good place for BetBoom to fight because the BKB from no one was used early, but DM, what a connection there.
Yeah, but he was ready to jump straight back in.
How much damage? He did 7,400 damage. Pretty much perfect connection. And the secondary, the respawn of the gyrocopter, he gets the stun on top of him before the BKB. He almost dies without getting it off. A little bit of a hiccup there from Parivision. And back to the push.
It's going to come in pretty fast here with the AC that Crystallis has. They're onto the tier 3s. Miro, their main component in the high ground hold and punishing a push. He's out for 20 more seconds.
He doesn't have the RP either. He did end up using it in that last fight.
still just a little bit short on the goal for the Aghanims for that potential horn toss as well.
And that's going to be the racks grabbed up here.
They want to stick around for more.
Looks like they do. Christos wants to continue with this fresh AC.
Is under attack.
See how much they respect the respawn from Miro.
50 seconds, no RP though.
Miro, he can still get a skewer drag back. The missile might set something up. He could look for the drag back onto no one.
He has
Shockwave.
BKB.
He doesn't want to go for it, Miro.
He has BKB and he's got Magnetize up at the ready again, so. No one's still showing that even if they do get the initiation onto him, he is still just too terrifying. Even though there was a little bit of that comeback there from BetBoom. No one's still showing it doesn't matter, at least for him. He's about to have Ags done. Miro's got to have a better RP than that last one in order to have a chance in these fights.
Yeah, I had to sort of do that one just in a moment of panic.
It was
no one got on
desperate,
top of him. Just, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Now down 19k gold.
Pure still needs, I mean, I feel like he still just needs a lot more time. Satanic, and
and the rape.
It's getting close to that rapier territory, it feels like, yep.
That's what we got to see. If Pure gets the chance to get that, that's going to take at least 5 more minutes.
Let's look at Crystallis, stuck in the trees for a second right now. He blinked into it. It's okay, he's gonna he's about to blink out in a second.
He's able to.
It's fine. They actually cut the tree for him. He was stuck for a full 15 seconds on the tree line there, but it happens. Full Swift Blink purchase for him. They want to keep this pressure going on the side of Parivision. They feel their strength in these next upcoming fights with these timings that they've gotten. All these next items. Lotus on DM, Ags on the Earth Spirit. They want to close this game out. They don't want this one to continue.
Let's have a big RPs from Miro.
It's got to be big RPs.
Or
big horn tosses, and then skewers, and then potential RPs afterwards. It's got to be clean.
And just overall, the thing is that Parivision's cores are
still massive.
Yeah, they get sort of skewered in. It doesn't mean they're guaranteed dead.
No. And it's, I would say it's pretty unlikely that all 3 of the, you know, how is the chance that all 3 of these cores are going to get RP? Right?
Yeah,
maybe you'll get 2.
Probably get 2 max, but
2 at the max. If you get 3, that's definitely a mistake there from Parivision.
Yeah, and Parivision haven't really been making that level of mistakes this game, so indeed that would be pretty crazy if Miro can catch the 3 cores.
Pure, that's a Satanic done. And he, of course, did find that Paladin stored at the 27-minute mark. Does he queue up that Rapier? It really does feel like
Radiant's
it, at the least.
bottom tower is under attack.
After that last fight in particular, after them losing a Rax. Of course, he's going to be a ways away. That does feel like what the idea kind of is for BetBoom to try to have a chance versus this deficit.
I'll take that.
Triple bounty rune picked up for Ducalis. Even more increased there for Crystallis. And what's the next item for Crystallis? Is he going to go for start handing out some Ags? Does he want to switch up an item? We shall see soon. No one has the Arcane Rune in his bottle for this upcoming fight, too. They've got their lanes in good position. Mid and top starting to shove in.
Dire are
BetBoom have to be ready for when this push comes. Kiyotaka.
Exceptional fight.
He could get kicked out of the base with the Enchant Remnant. He's got to be ready for it. Parivision, they want to pick off. No one. We'll start to scout the bottom side. How long on Roche? Maybe that's what Parivision does want to wait, since they are playing versus that RP, which is still a little intimidating.
BetBoom's going to start coming out of the base.
Okay.
The song set up at the ready. Parivision. It's only sort of 9+ in position to specifically scout these sort of moves.
He's got to blink. He can blink away. Miro knows he has to hold RP. Can't go for it. If he uses RP on a single target outside the base, it's instant push in Parivision. So Miro has to be very patient with his usage. Has to get a big connection. Aeon Disc also being picked up for Ducalis. How long on Roche? 35 seconds. So that'll be what they wait for. They're positioned completely around it too.
BetBoom. Do you go and smoke out for the Roche?
I don't think so.
You just wait for the high ground hold?
I think you wait for high ground hold. I think fighting around Rosh, at least it seems like suicide with how much team fight that they have.
Radiant's middle tower is
They do
under
have
attack.
2 wards placed on this spot here. They might just end up losing in a second. But that's the Rosh. 5 seconds. It's going to spawn. Parivision, very likely to back up and go for it. And they continue to keep their waves pushed out. I've seen Katomi, he's trying to cut waves with his Naga Siren illusions, but they're pretty weak. And Ducalis, he's going to go back and scout it. 37 minutes hit. Next neutral item is going to be getting picked up. What does Pure get? Gets the Mindbreaker, one of the best.
No dreams of the rapier yet.
No.
To get the butterfly first.
I think he needs rapier on.
Oh, he changed it.
I think he needs rapier.
He changed it. There
I
we
think
go.
he needs it. Yep. I don't think this is a butterfly game.
Here we go.
Many a times I've seen these butterflies just be very underwhelming at these type of deficits. You have to go for the big play.
When you get it from behind, it feels really bad.
Yeah. You need to go for the big play at this point. They've got the Ags too on the Shadow Demon, so small things starting to add up here. But it really just, it's all down to Miro. Will he land a 3-4 man RP? Will Parivision give them that opportunity? Now that they've got Aegis, they've got easier access to go for this push where they can just show the Alchemist. Boom. Doing their best to keep these lanes pushed out though.
Dire are scanning.
Just a few more minutes of farming and Pure should be able to get the rapier.
We might actually be able to get it, yeah. It does seem like we will be able to see it. DM finds himself a Timeless Relic, best neutral he could find. Alright, this will be exciting. If he's able to clean this up, turn this game around with a rapier, it's going to be pretty crazy. Is he going to be able to get it in time,
though?
Is he going to get it in time before that Rax?
The
before
push is
the
coming
Megas?
in top, yeah.
That's the question. He can sell the Falcon Blade and he's close. Not quite there.
He's about 1,000 gold on top of that sale of the Falcon Blade.
He can, you can disassemble the data list though as a gyro, right, to go for it? Whatever. I don't think he'll do it just yet as they get the skewer back.
That's a pretty good skewer. Not enough damage coming in though to be able to kill him the once. Chrysalis is able to walk away with the BKB and Chemical Rage and continue the push.
Blaster adding up. Kiyotaka tries to explode them. The banner. Rax are dropping low. Ducalis with another blast will get that ranged.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Miro.
He's sending the Falcon Blade to be sold.
Does he want to try for an RP here, Miro?
I think just keep stalling. Let Pure finish it. Unless you find a really dream opportunity, but the Eul's comes out.
It's there straight away to interrupt the skewer back. They'll turn towards Ducalis. The Disc is going to get taken off immediately. He goes down. There's no one. He rolled in with the BKB. He'll have to be a bit careful as his BKB comes to an end. BetBoom still holding the high ground.
30 gold.
They're going to use the song for a potential setup, but Katomi's ticking out to the Magnetize. So they'll just have to use this song to play defensively and get back.
He has to get back. Does dodge. Okay, we'll be able to take off that debuff of the Magnetize. Ducalis buys back. They want to get this Mega Creeps. They still have
Rapier's
that
on
Rex
the way.
bottom, but he's got the Rapier now.
Here we go. RP's up. They
Eyes
have
on
the
Miro.
potential for a comeback here, BetBoom. They've got the tools. The attacker is actually going to get kicked though. Because they drop the RP
found no
just
one.
onto no one. They'll kill him immediately. That's no one gone.
Here comes Pure.
He's moving in. He can in position to lay down the damage he can. He's looking towards DM. DM's going to get shot down by the gyro.
Huge
Double
damage.
kill for Pure. They're ready to go in for more. Ducalis and Chrysalis, they scatter into the trees. 9-class gets the Shadow Realm off. But Kiyotaka nearly finds him with the Chakra, and the Blink TP will be there. 9-class saves himself. Ducalis, he's hiding, but they see him. Save. He spots him out,
caught.
put the Shadow Poison.
That's a dieback.
That's going to be him out for good. Ducalis dead for 80 seconds. BetBoom, they'll hold as the Rapier purchase from Pure comes just in time.
Great grab. Even going just for like little Ducalis play, catching them off guard there, and then no one. He gets caught by the RP. Pure. He's starting to smile.
Here we go. The Rapier comeback.
The high ground holds the Magnus. Where does Crystallis want to go from here too? Right, he still has Aegis, but look at the smiles. They're feeling themselves. They're feeling they've got a much better chance in this game than I think that the graph tells. It still says 80% for Parivision, but it's starting to feel not a 50-50, but starting to feel closer and closer to that point with Pure with this Rapier. He has to be super careful how far he steps out though when he doesn't have BKB.
Sure.
but that is a big game.
He can carry this game to victory.
He absolutely
now
can.
that they've got over that defense.
That is the biggest hurdle. Just not having to get not getting mega creeped at that point is massive. He still has other things he has to watch out for is getting kicked outside the base, right? So Pure just has to be as careful as possible with his positioning.
Kiyotaka. Just gonna find the chance to 9 class.
15 HP.
Pure's gonna have him surely.
Missiles coming now. They've got the saves, and he's okay. All of BetBoom in the area. And now just, I mean, they have 1 RP, but they're getting close to having a secondary one too from Miro. He's getting closer to that refresher. This game is in scary territory for Parivision.
Yeah, if Miro can get a good jump here. Pure by his side.
If Pure spend the gold, he did. So he's kind of consumed the Ags and buy the Blink Dagger so that he can always be in position to be able to dish out that damage with the RP.
When you've got a Rapier, right, who needs
you go all
buyback?
in. Yep.
You don't need the buyback.
They're hunting. Who are they going to find? The Aegis, it's about to get reclaimed. Parivision. They might get caught off guard here. DM. He showed himself.
Miro.
Miro.
Gonna see the chance. Maybe now.
He now does.
There it is.
And dead in an instant. No way to survive.
1400 damage crits coming out from Pure with this Rapier.
I feel like they actually have the advantage now, Owen.
They are 100%.
I feel like they actually do.
You get to this point with the Gyro and the Rapier.
Yeah, it really does.
He is set to carry this game to victory.
These buildings at this point don't really matter that much.
They
They've gotten
got
past this.
through the tough bit of the game.
Yep.
And I think, if anything, maybe Parivision, they might be feeling like they should have been a little heavier with the pushes in that mid game. They might have been looking back more opportunities to try and progress the game that they didn't quite go for, and maybe they were a little too careful sitting back waiting for these Roshans when they could have gone for a little bit more.
There is still some big talents that they are grabbing up. 25 has been hit for Noah, and he has Refresher. One thing that we can never count out is how much damage Magnetize can actually do in these fights. If a long fight goes down, that's where Parivision can succeed. If a quick fight goes down, BetBoom, it's going to be them just dominating it with an RP. He's got lifesteal to stand through it, of course, but that could be one of the things that allows Parivision to perhaps still be able to take these team fights.
Top tower is under attack.
But BetBoom, they've got good control now at this point with Pure. Oh, and amp damage spawns top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And there's no saving these targets. I've seen multiple, is the Aeon Discs, of course, being picked up from the Pugna, but that's never going to save you versus the Shadow Demon. If you get purged. 9 class. We'll scout. Get the fear connection, but there's not backup yet.
No one's going to roll in. He's going to roll in straight over towards Pure. He has to put the BKB, and in fact, Pure's also going to BKB and TP out. They don't want to take the fight here, BetBoom.
9 class just gets deleted, though. Kiyotaka.
He's sort of been left behind.
Did he get out? He's got BKB. He's got his team behind
Miro's
him.
coming over to help him. They're backing up onto this BetBoom. They figure out that they can actually make the fight work now, especially when no one having the BKB on cooldown. They've got the song.
That's one of the Magnetizers used. Katomi does not want to fight around here. And they get Kiyotaka out. He's trying
BKB, and he's able to turn. He gets the Hex down on the Chrysalis. Miro stepping up. Can he get in range for the
Pure's
jump?
coming.
Not quite.
Pure's starting to connect back over.
I mean, this whole fight, I mean, BetBoom initially looked like they were like, well, we can't take this. But then Kiyotaka was kind of like, yes, we can. And he wasn't a half wrong either, as they end up scaring Parivision back.
And Pure sells his items. He sells his boots, I believe, to get the refresher, so he's going to have the double BKB, double Satanic, double Flak inside these fights, too. BetBoom. Hey, they're starting to throw these taunts out. They're feeling confident. They're even throwing the tips out. I think they're feeling it.
Hey, you know, Dakalis started it. He was the first to drop the smiley face.
That is true. I mean, these teams were all chatting at the start of the game, too, a little bit back and forth. So
yeah, it's friendly banter for sure.
It's friendly.
But BetBoom might get to be the ones that get the banter the last.
They might get that last laugh, and they might start getting Magnus more and more attention throughout this tournament if they're able to win this game just on the back of those RPs and skewers that he got.
Like I'm doing every roll.
Every single roll. Well,
every core.
Every core.
Are you saying now maybe game 2 we're going to see him show off in the support position?
Could happen. I like it a lot more on the core. Just feels like it's much better to actually have items, but... Parivision, where do they go from here? They have a lot of golds just saved up to Chrysalis. He's hanging on to 8,000. Earth Spirit as well, sitting on 3,800. What are the items that they want to buy? Not too certain where they go from here. Do they get just disables? I mean, the Abyssal is going to be pretty valuable for Chrysalis to perhaps lock down through those BKBs. One option.
For no one, does he not want to get the Octa in this game?
I'm starting to think, if anything, they maybe want to... It's an item that's dead, but honestly, Halberd is not a horrible choice when you're playing.
Yeah, we never see a Halberd, do we? Even in these games, we
it's a
get
pretty
these
garbage
crazy
item.
DKs, gyros. Well, why is it so bad nowadays?
It doesn't give you anything, Owen. It's a terrible. It's just terrible. It doesn't give you status resistance, and the BKBs just don't care. So, BetBoom.
Yep.
Looking to connect and get the wraparound. Miro looking for his target. Pure.
Who's Miro going to be able to
Oh,
grab?
they're clumped up.
Oh, they are!
Got two.
Does he get the skewer back? But Pure is in position straight away. They
Deleted.
need no skewer back as no one and Crystallis are gone.
Can they get more? The Song is attempting to catch more, but the fear from 9 class will protect them. But look at that Alk.
I mean,
look at that Earth
die
Spirit.
so quickly. Whoever gets caught in the RP, as we saw, because of this blink on the gyro, it doesn't matter.
You don't need the skewer.
Miro dragging them back. Pure can just get straight on top of them. And whoever gets caught in the RP will die. Does not matter who you are right now.
And Miro has Refresher, so he's always going to have that secondary one if the fight continues. Yeah, this game just looks... Now it looks very difficult for Parivision to take any type of these fights, and no one... He definitely feels it.
They were having a lot of smiles earlier on Parivision, but not anymore. This game took a big old turn for the worse for them.
And now they get a free Ags being delivered too. Get that over to Katomi. He can get the grabs through the BKB and
Kiataka.
9 class. He's
He
just
can
dead.
make these solo plays. Get the Yules off.
Oh, he's actually surviving.
And he might, yeah.
Just barely.
He'll live.
No. Just.
They're just hunting for solo plays now at this point. BetBoom. Creeps are coming in mid, but it doesn't matter. They have ways to deal with that with ease. It's such a long time that these two heroes are dead. 20 more seconds still on the Earth Spirit and the Alchemist. The lanes are all shoved out. Pure. Now he's got the Swift Blink, so he's going to fully be able to pump out the damage in a heartbeat now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, they get a good RP. You can just blink
Kill
in
anybody.
and get sort of instant rampage.
Look at Kiataka jumping into the base. He's not concerned.
They've got everybody back alive now on Parivision.
Kiataka doesn't care though. Stands his ground versus 5.
BetBoom, they've got all the waves pushing in against Parivision.
What's the approach that you want to take for these fights on Parivision now at this point? You have to either find Miro before a fight starts or somehow get Pure out of position, but it's difficult versus this Aegis now at this point too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You mad? Cause I am.
Kiataka just constantly throwing the spam out.
Still plenty of time with this Aegis.
Parivision, their lineup, just it just doesn't have anything to really go through these BKBs either, to just go for these targets to catch anybody out. BetBoom, they're also just covering each other perfectly now at this point, holding each other's hands. Tomi, always going to be able to have that bailout. So it feels like it's been a long time since Parivision's been able to find anything going their way after that high ground hold from BetBoom. He is, by the way, he queues up Halberd on no one. I was thinking that's something that they're trying to think of to deal with Pure, but difficult to get it onto him anyway. Hugging Pure. 2 minutes still on this Aegis.
They're being very careful, BetBoom. Nine class.
Just trying to get some information.
Might walk into them. He's playing on just the edge of the vision.
They'll scout them.
He's blinking in. Pure's just gonna jump in and kill him.
Instantly taken out. One hit from the Mindbreaker. 65 seconds. No Willow. Has buyback. Could be an opportunity for BetBoom to start poking. Can no one go for some Enchant Remnant play? He's going to go for it.
Gonna try. Pretty good kickback there. The BKB's out for Pure. They'll drop the RP down onto no one. No one's gone.
They're on Pure. The song
is there to save him. They'll start healing up. No one's coming with the buyback. Same to be said for 9 class Pure. On the retreat, pops the refresh. He gets the second blink out. He's ready to go back in, and there's the RP. Miro's in, catches the 3 of them. I mean, it's over. No one's dead without buyback. They're going to lose their Sand King.
Crystallis can't do anything in the fight.
He just has to run Pure, bringing in the damage. The decrepit fire from Dakalis will not save him. As BetBoom, with this Rapier comeback, I think they've done it, Fog.
They absolutely have. 100 seconds, no Earth Spirit. There's no damage to go through him there. They even got the kickback. DM, he'll get a good epi, but it's just not enough. They don't have their carry.
Oh, Pure's kind of dying.
He's dying to the epi.
All right, that's the Aegis gone. But it's 2 versus 5.
And he's still got a Satanic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're closing it up, Owen.
And Crystallis, can he do anything at this point? He's gonna try and smoke up.
He's got the Satanic at the ready.
Miro tries for the drag back, but he's not going to get the catch onto them. Crystallis, he's going to get caught by the Hex.
Satanic.
They were ready for him. Crystallis, he's going to die to the damage of the Rapier. Gyro, this game, it's over as BetBoom.
What a comeback.
A good old-fashioned Gyro Rapier comeback from them as they'll take this first game.
And Miro delivers exactly what he needs to. You got to give credit to Kiyotaka as well as this Timbersaw being able to withstand that pressure that was looming in. I mean, Parivision, they played a pretty damn flawless 30 minutes, but afterwards, it really was all BetBoom. These small catches, these decisions that they were able to make, that was really cool. And there's the high ground holds.
It was.
Parivision has to have it just a little bit cleaner. Sure, he was able to get that Rapier. They were able to delay.
Just in time, right? For that defensive, it needed to come there.
Yeah.
If they didn't have it for that hold, they could have lost the game there. But Pure able to get the Rapier at the perfect time to begin the turnaround, begin the comeback. And yeah, from that point onwards, it was just all over for Parivision. They had nothing to sort of stop that huge swing of momentum, Fog.
Yeah, and it was crazy how it all went down too with the lanes, right? You saw Parivision, they did fantastic in some of these lanes that perhaps weren't supposed to go that way, but at the end of the day, BetBoom, with the backup of this Magnus, how many times now have we seen him do this tournament? Not with a comeback. Some of these other games they had just a clear advantage, but this one, and they're making arguments perhaps for banning this hero.
Yeah, it's no longer a meme. You know, you're playing against drafting against BetBoom. You have to consider the mag when it comes to the drafting. In all 3 cores now, they've shown it off. It's looked great in all 3 positions. You've at least got to be prepared for it. I have some idea for a counterplay because every time BetBoom, I think they'll draft it every time now. Now that they've shown off this flexibility and they keep getting away with it, the Magnus, it's going to be coming for you. Game 1, it goes to BetBoom.
This game went from us expecting the GG was going to be called before minute 25 to BetBoom staging the biggest comeback and taking the game from themselves at minute 55. Ted, I feel like we've seen it all.
Yeah, you drop a cheeky smiley face when you're winning a game.
Yeah.
I tell my goons
Too
this
early.
all the time.
Too early.
You do it
Oy.
too early, it motivates enemy team. They're like, we'll show these guys. We're going to show them. So they lean forward and they start playing really hard. I don't know. I'll have to ask Lacoste and Kezu this. I don't know if this was a draft problem where Parivision had a window and missed it, or whether it was just BetBoom playing out of their minds. It's hard to say.
No, I think the draft was actually fine. It was... we could play cameras and just like make a video of the cameras, how they looked at the start of the game when they were laughing, the smiley face hits, and then afterwards maybe one Magnus skewer, Divine Rapier purchase into some face palms and old smiles from BetBoom team. Because this game was in the bag. It reminded me a lot about what happened with Falcons in their first game against Xtreme Gaming, where they still like struggled to close out the game. It's still one of the most hardest things in Dota to siege the high ground, but they shouldn't lose this game. This was a 60k gold swing. There was 20k gold for Parivision, and they ended up with a 40k gold deficit, something that we don't see most of the time.
That's rare. That's rare.
We do not, and something we also don't see most of the time is a team with a Naga and a Mag on the same team. Song into RP, which was really unfortunate. It was really Ted at that point that I'm like, okay, you know what? BetBoom's not on the same page. They're not going to do this.
Mistakes happen.
They do. I mean, this just shows.
Yeah, I think it was weird to me. Obviously, before the series, I said that they picked a bunch of heroes that don't really have these good win rates and that they're probably going to lose. But I think maybe, I don't know if Parivision just kind of missed their chance. So, you know, they like Lacoste going high ground is still hard.
Yeah.
The mag threat is always there.
Yep.
I mean, we've always seen these heroes, repositioning heroes in Dota has always been such a big thig. So you can make a big boo-boo like a Song and an RP, you know, it happens. And they did almost lose. They lost most of their buildings, lest we forget. But I just think BB team it was like they found another gear. They just went up. I mean, the shot, like you said, of the cameras, when no one was going, rubbing his head, you thought, oh, wow. Because they had a lead and it was evaporated in like one fight.
Killing Pure with Blade Mail, with the rocket, and then going like, oh my God. Because you can feel, a lot of the times in these scenarios, you can feel that the game is slipping away.
Yeah.
And you know it's going bad. Everybody experienced that. You know, you're like, we're going to lose this game. Because he got the Divine Rapier pretty much at the perfect timing. He sold his Falcon Blade, had just enough money after one more creep wave to buy it. And then if he doesn't have the Divine Rapier, they don't have enough damage. And I think Parivision would be able to close out the game.
Yeah, it was so close. The Parivision just being able to take this one. We've seen it in the past from BB Team as well. They do just not give up, and they will go for that rapier play if they need it, and they needed it, and it worked out. And as our commentary team said it already, Lacoste, I feel like this Magnus.
Yeah, it has to go. Like, you need to prioritize different things. And Naga Siren is going to be up to 50% win rate. 100% contest rate. 2 out of 4 games now. But Magnus, because they play it across 3 different positions, this hero has to be banned. I feel like they feel too comfortable. These are also different itemizations. We've seen Pure pretty much dominating, going for the right-click build, having 500 damage on his Magnus, compared to Miero, who's playing more sacrificial, blink into BKB, and then he even had a refresher at the later stages of the game. So be careful at giving this the Magnus, and I think whoever's going to be playing against Bibbidi Bobbidi team, that will need to ban it in the first place.
Yeah, they will need to. I mean, Magnus has been traditionally already, you know, when you have a Magnus in the team, there's always a chance for comeback, and it's just popping up again.
I feel like it's like the CIS region special. You know what I mean? Like Collapse, Magnus is so legendary. I think in a way BB team and maybe a lot of the other teams are like, they're going to nick that idea and be like, yeah, this is actually, you can win any game if you've got this hero. The ability to go and grab someone, it's like a project that doesn't miss as often, you know? That's
Hashtag never don't give up.
Never don't give up.
Yeah, that's the tattoo that I want to get.
Don't do it.
On my back. Lower back.
Oh no. The tramp stamp.
I do not want to say it.
It has a term. It's so good. All right, going into the next game, I want to quickly just check up on this because you did say, Lacoste, this is not a draft issue.
No. I mean, if you are 20k gold ahead, this is not one of those all-in push strats, something that we've seen Tundra can pull off, or they can't in some other situations, that you are putting yourself on a timer. This is just poorly executed and decision-making, because first 25 minutes were pretty much flawless when it comes down to how they were moving across the map, everything they did with the itemization. 9 class, he was basically roaming from the start. He was 5-0, making all the right moves. This guy plays really, really well. He's one of my favorite position 4s to look out. If I want to learn something, I'm going to either watch his stream or bang out his replay, because there's always something that he's doing on the map.
There's always something that he's doing on the map. You know what's also happening on the map all the time? You can see things. And how can you see things? With wards. And that is what we're going to check in with right now, because Kezu is going to talk to us about the Kidia ward of the game.
That is absolutely right, and I had to change my segment 3 times because BetBoom, they actually brought it back. So I want to show the game-winning moment, or a game-winning play, which was initiated by an observer ward, which they have here in like their own base on their hill, because it spots no one during nighttime rolling into their own base. And this is what starts like this entire fight. At the same time, they get their rapier, the skewer back, and this is just like clutch. You know, if you're no one, you probably should expect this ward, but you know, it's like the spur of the moment type thing. It's nighttime, I'm gonna sneak in there and get good positioning. But this little ward and this vision, honestly, it changed the entire game.
Yeah. And there's nothing that, for example, because no one does have buyback, there's nothing that he can do to get back into the game faster. Would that not be a good call? Because we heard yesterday from Malik actually, because he was talking about buybacks, and he was saying that, you know, when there's an Aegis fight, and obviously there's an Aegis involved on the side of Parivision this time, we're all committed. You know, if we take a fight, we take that fight, buyback and all. So would this not have been a good fight to buy back, or would no one have taken too long?
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Fight?
Maybe if you can buy back and build travels and like
Yes.
TP to a creep wave, it's fine. Because usually like the buyback Malik was referenced as like some Roshan fight.
Yeah, and it
TP
was close.
outpost,
Yeah,
gate, go there. But here also, the team fight against Gyro, Rapier, and Magnus, the team fight is over like this.
Yeah.
You either kill him right away or you get RP'd and everyone's dead, so fight is no bueno.
No, it was. It was well fought by BetBoom. The fact that they could live as long as they did, install as long as they did, and come back with the Rapier
Like,
is fairy tale stuff.
I thought this game was already over. Like I thought BetBoom had lost.
I think most people did.
Yeah, like because both drafts, I think they have stuff to play for.
Yeah.
But Pari were in a position where if they execute it cleanly, or maybe go earlier, or do it however, and just 100% commit, do it nicely, plan it, this should have been their game.
Yeah, and it was not. And Parivision have not lost a series yet. Will we see change in that? A lot depends on that game 2. It's coming your way very soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to play a game of guessing which talent took the photos that we're about to look at. We're going to be in 2 teams. It's going to be myself and Fogged up against Shiva and Cinderin. And we're going to look at 6 photos and see who can come out on top and guess correctly, as I say, who took these photos. So let's start. First picture. Who took this?
Temple, Cosmic, United Atoms revealed.
I know.
You got this one, yeah. Yeah, you got this one.
You instantly got it?
I think so.
I thought so too. That's what I thought too.
3, 2, 1, Tsunami.
It's Effie.
Effie?
You know what? Now I actually see the same blurry quality in this picture and the cat photo.
But also, then it may have been an escape room.
Okay. Next photo.
Who plays The Sims and made Fogged?
It does look like Fogged.
What are you thinking about? What's he thinking about? What's that icon?
I think it was cocktails.
Is that cocktail?
I don't remember what it was.
What do you mean? You know this picture then?
What?
Wait, what did you say? You don't remember what it was as if this was you in the picture?
This is me. I'm a sim.
3, 2, 1.
Lacoste.
Yep.
All right, next picture. We're in Asia.
When there's a TV.
Is this it's a TV or a billboard? The subtitles on the screen I think are Korean, right?
Yeah.
And then the bar on the bottom I think is Chinese.
I think so too, actually.
I think
Because they look like different symbols.
So who would have Korean subtitles on their TV?
Yeah, but it might have been by default. I think this is like a hotel TV, so they just turn on the hotel TV.
And they're like, look at
then-
what shows up
Look,
on my
this,
TV.
This is what I'm watching.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Tsunami.
This was Katsu.
Yeah. He was in Japan. He was in Japan recently. German tourists, go home.
And what would that even be?
Specifically the German tourists, nobody else. Other tourists are fine. Actually, you know what? That's a different font. Tourists go home, and someone added German to it.
You're right. Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, that's a different.
Who would take a photo of that?
All right, we've chosen.
Yeah, chosen.
3, 2, 1.
Tsunami.
This is Flax.
Flat. All right. I'm gonna look some closer. Some hard drives.
This is a very professionally taken picture.
This is like GeoGuessr, but with a photo.
Can I read the news?
No, this has got a European.
That's
no, it's an
European.
American. That's an American plug. Yeah, it's an American.
Okay.
All right.
No,
Your time is up.
We also get to look. What are these?
Hard drives.
Wait, she's literally writing.
3, 2, 1.
Tsunami.
It's Tsunami.
That would be Neil. It would be Neil.
Tsunami 3 times in a row.
No one else would do this. That doesn't make sense. It would be Neil.
Would they really have gone that far back in their camera roll?
I did. I will be very honest. I went very far back.
Who would take a picture of this? Nighttime walk in the streets.
I got it. So
I got it.
confident.
I'm ready. 2, 1,
cap.
BSJ.
It is BSJ.
Nice!
You're on
2 in a
fire.
row.
Holy.
At the moment you said nighttime walk, I'm like, Brian loves this walk.
True, actually.
GG. All right, thanks for watching. Bye.
What a sore loser you are. place right here next to me.
That's true.
As we're getting ready for game number 2 of this best of 3 series with Parivision and BetBoom, and game 1 delivered. It was great. It was top tier, and it was a major comeback. Parivision got left in the dust by BetBoom's Rapier coming out with a gyrocopter. Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2, because we did say that some things potentially might be changed in the draft. I do already see that there's a Naga Siren again, and BetBoom is Dire again, and Radiant for Parivision again. First pick this time around went the way of BetBoom, which was the case previous game as well. Am I?
Yes, because they first picked Naga.
Yeah, so it's exactly the same. And
But this time around, Pari decided to pick up the Monkey King.
Yeah.
I mean, the Sand King looked pretty good last game, but if this team wants to play Monkey King, they need to pick it up right before it gets banned, which was going to be the second phase again.
The bans of BetBoom, by the way, were exactly the same. The only difference is that in the second phase, they were able to ban that Monkey King. Now they banned out the Pugna instead. Whoa!
God damn.
Whoa.
Panda died.
Whoa!
Another dead panda in the studio.
Yeah. That's the third time this week, maybe? Bat, Dawn, and Invoker and Muerta were also banned previously. So that stayed the same for Parivision. So the Monkey King is the big...
it's a flex pick for them, because, I mean, whenever we talk about Crystallis, we always talk about 2-3 heroes, his Razors, his Monkey Kings. He plays it so well, but so does no one. This guy has a massive hero pool. He kind of owned the previous game as well. I really like the play that they did go for in the end. They were like, okay, this is going to be the play. We're going to roll in with our Earth Spirit, try to kick Gyro, kill him once. I'm probably going to die because he got hexed. He's going to buy back and try to kick him again with the Refresher. It didn't work out. I also thought that Magnus is going to be banned out in the first phase, but it's going to be banned out in the second phase. And they go back with the Sanking one more time, which is going to give them damage. I like Monkey and Sanking combination. You have Sandstorm, a lot of circles, and you also have ways of keeping people in those circles.
I am very happy with this jam.
It's a nice beat.
It is
I
so
have
nice.
one concern. Well, I'm sure they're going to manage it.
Yeah.
But we normally start off the draft with quite a low tempo.
Yeah,
This
but
is
they're
quite
going to go
high
up.
tempo. I'm
No,
just
I
wondering
think they can do it.
Where are we going to go from here? Because
think
when
we
the
can do
draft
it.
is finished, to the moon.
To the moon!
Okay, to the moon.
All right. Very good for this. Can't wait. All right, so we got the Sanking, as you mentioned, still coming out. BetBoom, I'm sure that they have something planned against this as well. In the previous game, of course, they went for the Shadow Demon here, which is still in the pool. But they can't get their Magnus. And I will say, as much as I really enjoyed seeing the comeback from BetBoom, it wouldn't have been possible without the Magnus. And to be fair, I think BetBoom will want to go to a game where, you know, for the first 15 to 20 minutes, they do a little bit better than previous game.
No, for sure. I don't know which core they're gonna try to substitute it with, because these two picks from Parivision are really, really annoying to draft against. They're from second pick. Their Monkey can flex to 1 and 2, and they both played incredibly well. And the Sanking can also go to 2 and 3, and both of those played incredibly well.
They can also flex at the position 4. 9 class, he's one of the Monkey Pause 4 enjoyers. Yeah, he loves to play it with the facet, of course, where you're jumping around the trees, and they have the double Shadow combo from Shadow Demon and the Shadow Fiend. But no stuns. Like, again, they might run into the same issue as they did in the previous game, where...
Winning?
I think what I'm seeing right now, this is not really a damage draft again. Damage is going to need to come out. Because early game with these heroes, who's going to deal the damage?
I mean, they're gonna need to find a way to either make it so that SF can stand his ground and kill, because the Naga will help him, the SD will help him. But like you're saying, they have no one to start the fight yet for the Mr. Boombox team.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Sing and walk in, but then everyone's just standing around waiting to
Song
jump
into
you.
Requiem, that's a fossil old combo.
It is. You know what this song reminds me of?
What?
I'm a detective in a 1970s TV show investigating a warehouse where something's going down.
I like it. I can see it. I'm in it.
Started yet, but it's about to. And this is me in the night. Checking stuff with my gun. Opening doors.
Maybe someone is investigating something. Who knows?
There he is.
The Panda Man.
Officer Panda
It's
on
you.
the case. Crime
zone.
Crime zone.
I mean, we're
This is where the
eyewitnesses,
crimes
sort of.
happen, in the crime zone. Crime scene would normally be what the police are interested in, but they have instead created a dedicated crime zone. Wow, they work fast, the emergency panda services. Arrest that snake, that's all I'm saying. If anyone did it, Officer Panda, all clues point to the snake.
Give me a stun. Give me some bars combination, something that they could use, because right now I'm not seeing any. I also didn't see any pretty much in the previous game. It was pretty much it wasn't so much about the draft for BetBoom team. It was more about how they executed at the later stages of the game, their itemization. I want to see something that they can punch back early on, because again, I'm seeing a super strong early oriented draft from Parivision.
Yeah.
You know, the other concern is if they do try to stand their ground with this SF, you don't really want to do that against an ET.
Definitely not.
He's going to absolutely wallop you. So, yeah, they need something.
The other annoying thing is that, like we're saying, they needed initiation, but it's not easy to pick up these heroes when you play into Monkey King and ET. Like, Beast is good for them, but this is one of the harder Beast lanes. Like, ET is annoying for you. He can clap your ass. I mean, the boars, you can slow him and all that stuff, but
they just make him angrier.
Yeah, and the boars are just going to get slapped.
Yeah.
When the briefcase man gets rocking and rolling, holy cow, this hero's terrifying.
All right, listen here.
I'm listening.
Gensu. Weaver position 1. This is the game where Parivision will pick it.
Not
You're
coming.
playing into
No.
Beastmaster.
If
Chat,
we would
they-
have a whiteboard that shows Jenkins mentioning BB Dasha, we would also have to count Lacoste,
Lacoste Weaver and Lacoste Snapfire.
The Snapfire hasn't come up that often
That's
about
true.
Weaver. Now, we got the Queen of Pain band out this time around, though. As it's also one.
If the Monkey King gets a matchup where they want to put it middle, the Weaver could come out.
Thanks for backing me up, Kez.
Yeah, you're welcome.
There's no way. No
We're
way.
back to shitting on you, Lacoste.
We haven't seen a Weaver yet, have we? Has there been a Weaver in the tournament?
I've been banned.
She
Not
got
picked.
banned a couple of times.
She.
Is she a she?
I think so.
Weaver?
Back from Dota 1 days. Yeah, 5 times banned, 0 times picked.
Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of bands.
Bibbidi Bobbidi team needs a Keo Daddy mid hero. They need a playmaker in the middle line.
They do.
Mid Lion, you said?
Yeah, middle line.
Middle lane. We do need a middle lane hero, so that
Okay.
Monkey King still flip. The Shadow Fiend, we've seen BetBoom flip that one as well, so keep that in mind that they can also flex that.
It makes your draft really, really, really awkward.
Yeah,
to
but
put-
if Shadow Fiend is against Monkey mid, is nice.
Yeah, but then they put something else mid. That's a problem.
No, but
Because they
have
get choice.
overall the last
oh,
pick.
it's the other way around. My
Weaver's
bad.
a dude.
So I think the
That's why you're on the panel, Ted.
that's out of context yet again.
Skill was a master Weaver. He's a dude.
They need a ranged playmaker on the middle line.
The
Okay.
middle line.
The
How
middle
about
line.
Storm Spirit?
Banned.
You
And
said
not
that in
banned.
time
Never
with
mind.
Banned. So all the
How about
spirits,
Storm Spirit?
Storm can work.
all the spirit heroes are still in.
It could work. Medusa ban. Okay. Not Leshrac. That sucks. Storm could work. Tinker sounds cringe.
What? Why?
What?
I don't even know why you mentioned Tinker. Nobody mentioned
He
Tinker.
plays it. I'm thinking out
Oh.
loud. You know, I'm here on the panel. I'm trying to have a conversation. Lacoste, back to you.
Back to me. Yeah, I
Coddle.
think Weaver has higher chances of getting picked over the Tinker.
No.
If Tinker comes out now, you're a genius, by the way, just saying.
It's probably Storm.
Storm or Quap?
The
Quap
Quap
is
is banned. So they will be
Storm
Storm.
then. See,
They're
I
not
called
picking
it.
Weaver. I mean, Monkey could go mid. now,
Monkey
though.
could go mid. Like, this is punishable.
I know, BetBoom. They
it's
can
coming.
also put Storm safe lane if they need
It's
to.
creeping up, Shiver. He is coming, the Weaver.
The bug.
Just think how happy Lacoste is going to be if they do pick Weaver.
They didn't trust me. And I was talking about off-lane Slark a couple of hours ago.
There you go.
Then it got banned.
We've seen that this tournament.
Yeah, that was literally before it got picked
Larky
up.
malarkey.
Or no, it was banned out that time around, actually. But yes.
So
Falcons
what else
like that.
does Crystallis play that they could use here against the Beastmaster? I mean, they banned all this AoE in the lane.
You could Earth Spirit
What
again.
about Razor? Is Razor any good here?
It is the Razor team. And if the Monkey is going mid, then I'm sure Crystallis wouldn't mind playing that into any matchup.
Maybe SD and Naga are annoying. I could see them pick Razor. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. Mid Earth Spirit? I mean, what's another carry pick? Is there anything other than Razor?
Bristleback!
Oh.
Bristleback.
Okay, that's a classic.
Damn it! No Weaver yet again.
Okay, this one is a classic against Beast, because you straight up destroy him. You quill his ass and his boar's asses, so that's pretty good.
A lot of asses.
You
getting
can
quilled.
also invade the Stackarinskis with your quills that Beast will want to have with the SD.
What if both teams are thinking that there's going to be stacks for Bristleback, for Beastmaster, so nobody makes stacks, as we've seen in the Falcons Xtreme
true.
series, so they end up with having 0 stacks 10 minutes into the game.
If we would have a 0 stacks 10-minute game would be a first.
It will never happen, it's too good.
Well, Extreme Gaming had 0 stacks.
Yeah, they
because
don't know
were,
what's up.
They were counting on you stealing the other people's stacks. That's what you want to do.
That's no way to plan.
It was the they won that game, right?
They won. That was the one game they won.
That's a good way to plan. I retract my sentiment.
All right. What do you think, Ted? Are we going to see game 3?
Look, I said Parivision were going to win game 1,
look at the
and I was
draft
wrong.
here.
I'm not going to curse either of these teams. I abstain.
Abstained. Great. Lacoste.
I like BetBoom's draft a lot more than I did like in the previous game. They do have Kiyotaka on the Storm Spirit, and they have Miero Beastmaster. These are kind of a classics, pure on Shadow Fiend. I think they're going to take it. I think it's a 2-0 now.
Ooh.
Back to you,
have
Kez.
never lost a series.
We're going
Kizu.
to a game 3.
Wow. Okay,
We
got
game three.
perfect. We got 1 for 1 and an abstain vote. And the game is going to be very exciting, but what's going to be a little bit more exciting maybe right before that is that Puck Jam Pandas.
Parivision and BetBoom, and we're going to find out indeed which of our panelists is correct. I mean, look at the 2 drafts coming into this. What do you reckon, folks? Are we getting a game 3, or is this going to be a 2-0 today?
I think we're going to have a much closer game in particular. I don't think it's going to be BetBoom like 20k behind or anything in particular, but I do think it's a similar type of style that Parivision has gone for, where they want to get this advantage early and press forward with it, with this Monkey King, with the Sand King. I feel like I'm going to repeat myself quite a bit in this game too, because we have this Sand King Willow lane versus the Naga plus that range core. SF plus Naga probably a bit stronger than the Gyro plus 1, so that one should be even more so, but we did see 9 class and DM. They outplayed pretty hard in that top lane. They got some really good kills, they got the Sand King, a really good setup start game. And yeah, it feels like a very similar kind of style for Parivision to get ahead, stay ahead, and kind of dominate, but I feel like BetBoom this time around can fight better inside that mid game rather than just having that, Magnus factor to just come back in the game entirely. So I think we're in for a treat. I think this one should be very, very close and very, very contested inside that mid game. Looking forward to see who's going to come out ahead inside of these lanes. The Monkey King has been one of these heroes that sometimes just dominates the whole game inside the early with the rotations that you're able to move. And no one...
I mean, how good's this matchup? Like, as a Monkey King...
It's very good for Monkey.
We still have the range ability to kind of reach in and trade with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah. It's not like a dominant, like super dominant matchup or anything like that, but there's a lot of things that you can do as this Monkey King to trip up a Storm. Yeah, you get your extra sustain, you go wand or stick that I've seen no one do a couple times, so you get this extra bit, and yeah, you can constantly dodge the vortexes or the static remnants with your mischief. Some players are better at this matchup than others, and I was checking to see if Kiyotaka did do this, because I saw one other player do this, go the Shock Collar, but he did just go for the standard static slide. I want to see the Shock Collar experimented more in pro games, but not the case. And bottom lane, they've gone for the Bristleback for Crystallis, a very, very strong hero in particular versus the Summons. But Save and Miro, these two, I always mention that Save in particular, a specialist in terms of securing lanes.
Now, yeah, this game, DeCarlis, on the Elder Titans, sport that we're not seeing too much play with.
And he went deconstruction.
Sure.
So I think almost everybody's gone back to taking momentum in majority of these games, so very interesting to see that he has gone for this one. It can be, if he's actually able to stand on them inside this lane even for a couple seconds, Goo plus Quill plus the deconstruction, that sounds pretty damn strong. You just don't see it really grab too much because it's a lot harder to utilize in a lot of team fights. Keeping a spirit on top of somebody. I could talk about ET all day, so I'm going to try not to.
But ET as a whole in a good place right now?
Not really, I would say. The hero, it does feel like it has quite a bit of weaknesses in comparison to a lot of these other supports at the moment, but specialists absolutely can play around it. And I do think the one thing is that he does match nicely with a lot of these meta picks, because if you do go this deconstruction facet with something like Sand King, you can just play from a distance and you're buffing up damage for your team constantly with the magic debuff.
So far, pretty close first waves across the lanes.
Yep, top. DM again. Getting some good solid farm at the first few levels here. There is going to be a pull that comes out, and it is a double stacked pull, so 9 class has to at least try to contest some of these creeps as DM.
Got the setup, they've got the raises. The most chunk of the brambles are there.
DM is able to get himself out, and Pierre is taking a decent chunk of damage. They will lose the majority of that wave, but DM is going to be able to go over and take actually a decent chunk of the cost, because Pierre is dropping dangerously low.
I mean, 9 class was going to be tempted to maybe make a play with the Shadow Realm, but wouldn't have quite been enough.
Another net, another reel. Pure doesn't have the mana.
Pure's got to be, he walks back into the brambles, Pure.
9 class though, he's ticking away.
And they'll get the first blood. So if DM can get something in return, he's not going to be able to. I'll get that last hit over towards Kataomi, so BetBoom get the first blood and they lose nothing.
Both lanes pushing the limits as much as possible. DM is getting very good last hits as he stole away that whole stack on the camp, but 9 class steps up a little bit too far and gets punished.
Stupendous.
Yeah, last time we saw 9 Class have what? He was 5-0 at the start of the game, just making pretty much every right move. Just steps up a little bit too far and gets punished. Kiyotaka so far, handling himself in the mid lane, 20-2. No one, only up to the 4 denies. I've seen a couple of times where they do get quite a lot more on this Monkey King with the Storm. Kiyotaka, having a good time here. Even holding the skill point too, so interesting to see him doing this as well to prevent the potential catch of this Jingu stacks. He does have that 1 point to be able to maybe go for a Vortex play. Should get better for no one though, as the levels start come out. He's got boots now, so it does feel like for Kiyotaka it's going to get a little bit more difficult. But as a Storm, you can just go to the jungle, get a stack going, have this heavy remnants farm it up too. See if 9Klex looks to go for a punish play here. He's just going to take the rune. He's going to be annoying.
No one. Not quite able to get the Jingu up.
Want to try to go for a dive play
they're
here.
coming in with a wraparound. They're going to be able to push the wave in under the tower.
Tomi's turned up though, so he's going to start pushing 9Klex away. 9Klex doesn't want to fight 1v1 versus this Naga Siren at this point. Fair bit of denies now adding up there for no one. He's up to 9, but yeah, 25 last hits for Kiyotaka, so things considered pretty good. And Kiyotaka's doing the thing that I saw XM doing the other day in pretty much every single one of his Storm games. He's going Soul Ring as well. So cool to see the rise of the Soul Ring for these mid-Storms, as we used to see it picked up in all the games. Now it's coming back. And I'm wondering why it disappeared in the first place. If players are considering going for it nowadays, when it is so expensive. As we did see, tremendous stacks. This is definitely going to be one of those games where stacks are going to be contested, or could be contested, as there's a person on one side.
They should be right for your Parivision, because BetBoom, I should say, they've got a huge amount already 5 minutes in.
And with a Monkey King, right, that's one of those heroes that we do see a lot of times. You go for this invasive play to try to maybe steal Wisdom Runes, but also to scout out those stacks as well. So could definitely see Parivision look to start getting active very early to contest those stacks. And speaking of getting early, no one making the move bottom.
Nice hit. Some of the jump will get held back by the disruption. They won't get the kill here.
Kiyotaka immediately throws out the chat wheel. He's like, nice, Monkey King left my lane. I can get that push in for it and get that advantage, at least in terms of CS. And now he's level 6, and is he going to get the rune? No one actually will.
Radiant's top
This one's going to be a
tower is
lot
under
more stack
attack.
heavy of a game, as we were mentioning, DM. Still at the top, at least in terms of last hits, and yeah, these stacks, they're all here. But yeah, both sides can contest. You know, Pure, he has hit the 5 too, so he can look to steal these if he sees an opportunity. Just scary as well versus the Monkey King, who can rotate a lot easier.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For these lanes at the moment, BetBoom, the slight advantage in terms of that gold. Pure, having that very good start. Get the catch onto DM again. They have enough. The raid drop.
Tricky one. He's got the Burrow Strike. Final raids won't be able to get him.
Constantly getting threatened though. And here they go. They're attempting to start getting that contest, at least getting the information. Miro will want to start to work on it pretty soon. He's got the Arcane Boots and 3 points in the axes. Just a 1-for-1 Wisdom exchange. I really thought that we were going to see these movements happen very early.
That's a slow start.
MK getting 6 so but he doesn't.
BetBoom. Some of the stacks here at Parivision. He's trying to, but no one's going to be here. Pure.
William.
Going to be put to a stop by the Boundless Strike, and DM's moving over, so they're going to have the Burrow as well. There it is. Put the stop to Pure, getting the Requiem off. He'll go down. Staying to be stepped for Katomi is Parivision. And not too happy though with BetBoom trying to sneak into the triangle and take some of their farm. They make him pay him. No one gets the double.
If they were going to go for that, I feel like they have to have Kiyotaka try to connect through. Yeah, I think just going with the 2 is very dangerous, as it's so easy for a Monkey King to just get there. He just jumps on a tree, instant boundless, and even Dukalis, he turns up and he's got that stomp from a distance to stop that Requiem even longer. So Miro will get time to be able to clear up this stack. That's a big one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How many is that? Is that 5 or a 6 stack?
I think it might be 6.
It might be 6, right? It is. It's a 6 stack.
Yeah, this is one of the more efficient stacking we've seen.
Yeah.
8 minutes in,
That's
clearing this level of stack.
Yeah, I guess because they had to go contest to protect their stacks. Miro will say space for him to be able to farm his, right? So a bit of a trade-off. Even though they do lose the Shadow Fiend, Miro will be very happy as this Beastmaster to get this timing.
That's a huge influx of golden XP for Miro.
Kiyotaka has the regen at the moment running, so was able to find that power room to get that increased bit of farm. Even gonna look to steal away some from no one. Nice dodge there of the Static Remnant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tries to let there no one, just in case.
Quite a bit of damage here. He should be okay.
Katomi's in to help out as well, no one. He's gonna pop the Wukong's command, stop BetBoom from pushing into him.
They forced the Wukong's. Just a casual, just casually walking up and just getting that. And 9 class even walking over and using a good chunk of mana to try to protect no one. Good aggressive move there from BetBoom, even though it doesn't get them a kill. DM, this time, much slower of a start for him in particular, but he does have these stacks to go back to, and he's going to get catapulted pretty much to the rest of the cores right after he finishes those. Crystallis so far has had an absolutely free start. As expected, he's not laning versus anybody now at this point. We'll have a pretty good timing, at least on the 2 components of the Ags. Stupendous. I mean, I don't think I've seen Bristleback ever really get slowed down of getting his Ag shard timing. Except the one where Amar got his stacks completely stolen, actually. That was the one that did get stolen. One.
Kiyotaka's trying in the mid. Hoping for some action around this 10-minute power in spawn. It's ending up on the bottom there. Ducalis will be able to grab that.
Kiyotaka, that's a dangerous position to go for there. He has the backup of his supports and save in particular to try to save him, but if he gets caught from a Bramble there, he could just die from the chain stun. Has to be a bit careful. There is a lot of stun for this Storm Spirit.
He's looking to get very, very active if they smoke up with the 2 of them.
Constant backup is here. Ducalis is at the ready with the
trying
stomp.
again in on the mid. The fear comes in to push them back.
3-man stomp.
That's going to hold them back in position. DM's ready to line up with the 2-man burrow strike. Sandstorm of the Battler strikes down. Kiyotaka, Katomi, they're so low and they're going to die to the Sandstorm. Kiyotaka, he's dead. They really tried to force that mid. They kind of with this 2-man smoke and then this big zip in over towards no one. It doesn't work out. They're going way too heavy in on the mid lane.
They're getting baited. Ducalis sat there for the whole minute. He was just waiting. And playing versus ET, a lot of times you have to be careful when you go for these type of plays if you don't see him. That stop, it's going to just stop any of your aggressive moves. I think Pure even gets, I would say, a little lucky that he doesn't get caught from the burrow strike, too. If he gets hit from that burrow from DM, he could also have been in trouble there. Just really trying to bully no one, but dangerous to go for that. As we said, there's a lot of lockdown. A lot of damage. It's very Kiyotaka style, as he loves to play super aggressive, but let's get punished this time around. And now, Parivision, they're going to look for their own smoke. Probably want to look for the Shadow Fiend. But any one of those cores would be a good option. So no one is starting to force out top, and no one... He's going to go more of a farming style build. I think most of the times that we've seen this mid Monkey King, not every time, of course, they've gone for the Diffusal in the early, but this is one, it's just not really that great of a Diffusal game. So he wants to go down the Gleipnir route, get that continuous scale.
Dire's top tower
Which I'm pretty cool with,
under attack.
right? Because he's got this Bristleback as well, too, as this like semi-carry, so he wants to be able to keep himself in the scaling potential. And Gleipnir is just fantastic.
Yeah, they want to have that extra bit of control.
Yeah, it's
Storm.
And yeah, just the Diffu just doesn't feel... he's not playing versus Bristle, he's not playing versus Tiny Deke, any of these like strength cores that really care about having their mana burn. Miro is about to have Axe, so the timing, it's very fast for him. Definitely a lineup, I mean, both lineups can look to go for Roche very early, but in particular, when Miro's got that Axe, they can look to accelerate on BetBoom a little faster.
I get it. The problem will be that Parivision...
They can fight.
Yeah, the team fight around an area like a Roshan pit. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, ET's like the king of Roshan.
No one.
It's Pure.
It's got the setup with the Boundless. They have the follow-up Burrow Strike. Immediate TPs are coming in. They have to fear to stop the Requiem. The Wukong's command's not going to be enough to kill it.
They TP, though, with multiple heroes, and they're not able to get a catch-up kill afterwards. But Pure will be able to survive. He's going to heal right back up to full with the mask.
Just sort of alleviates any pressure that might be about to be put onto this bottom lane. So Crystallis continues to have all the space in the world. And yeah, that will be the Aghanims done.
Parivision definitely want to be the more aggressive ones in this game, it feels like. There's no one. Find Katomi, he's not quite 6. Doesn't have the song. Gets caught by the bramble.
Miro. Can he do anything to help out? He can't. He's going to drop the roar now.
Throw the roar. He's got this Ags.
It's a big zip coming in, but the stomp's there. Doesn't matter. No one still dies here to the efforts of Kiyotaka and Miro. Now Kiyotaka's ready to use the rest of his mana to get the catch onto 9 class as well. Because the drag back with the Vortex, they'll be able to pop 9 class with the poison of save.
I don't think no one expected that Axe to be finished on the Beastmaster there. Miro, that roar comes down. It's just far too much damage for him to deal with. They'll take that all day. Trading Katomi. Level 5, getting 2 kills, a level 7 and a level 9 get brought down because of it.
Okay, they can go for the Roche, right?
I think they can.
Yeah, just walk straight into the pit, take this Roche down here around the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he should have time too. It usually takes about 40 seconds or so, if I'm not mistaken, when you do have this Axe timing. And with those kills, they might not be able to, they might not be aware of it either.
It's an early one.
Yeah.
There's always the potential when you have the Beastmaster, as you say, and sometimes goes without the enemy team.
He's actually killing it with the SD, okay.
Yeah,
with the SD, it makes it that much faster.
They're doing, I think it ended up being about 20
seconds, yeah.
Two of those.
And Menace has a pretty terrifying ability. The innate, of course, from the Shadow Demon adding up. That was very fast. One of the fastest ones I've seen, actually, from a Beast. Miro, top of the net worth. He can be pretty terrifying on this Beastmaster in a lot of games if he's given this type of start. I've seen him carry games before.
We are still yet to sort of see how things go down when Chrysalis turns up to the fight. I mean, this sort of game, when you look at the Bristle, and you look at what BetBoom have, how much of a terror is the Bristle going to be in the team fights?
Absolutely can be a terror in the early game, in this first like 15 to 20, even like 20 to 30 minute mark. They will start to get answers as the game progresses though, right? Shadow Demon, once he gets Aghanims, as we saw Save even able to farm in that last game at some points, has answers, and they do have ways to kite him out. You don't have to just break him. You can just, you know, Demonic Purge him, kite him out, go for the other targets if you'd like to.
Kiyotaka.
He went down the Orchid route. Okay, that's interesting. Usually when you see the Orchid, it's because he's playing versus some very crucial like team fight target that he wants to address, like a Pango, a Puck, someone that's elusive. Interesting that he goes this one. And it's Kiyotaka. He likes to go for the most aggressive type of item anyway, rather than like the Witchblade that we see most times.
Fight damage rune. Nothing will stop me. That of no one's. There's no one.
Can they set up for Pure?
Heading into the jungle, seeing if he can find some sort of action on his own.
It's going to be the question of if they can find Pure at all. As he gets spotted there.
Can no one make it over here?
He got seen.
Tower is under attack.
He showed himself. He jumped on the tree and it was actually under vision. His team is connecting over. They really want to get Pure.
Whoop. I mean, Pure's fully aware of what's going on. The Boundless is going to miss.
And the roar, he catches the back.
Straight away, they make the move on towards TN. They've been able to take out the Sand King and now Parivision. They've got to bail out. 9 class tries for the TP, but Kiyotaka gets the kill.
You can see that Parivision, they want to be the aggressors, but they're just not able to get these catches. Miro, he's got Blink already. DM walks in, he doesn't have Blink on the Sand King, and he just gets Blink roared and dies in a heartbeat.
They just went so far for that, right? Just walking across the whole jungle, trying to connect with no one.
And they showed, that's the thing, is no one. He was jumping on the tree, but he showed himself jumping down. So BetBoom, Pure was pinging it out. He's like, they're making a move on me. It was super telegraphed. Parivision making quite a bit of mistakes now, 4 to 5.
Time to take some towers here for BetBoom. The Aegis here on Miro, they can be ready to push up to a tier 2 if they want.
Radiant structures.
BetBoom's very happy with this current state of this game.
That's
They've shut down the Monkey King a couple times now. They've got great start from Miro. Pure has only died the once, and Kiyotaka also.
I'll hold on to the tier 1 for now. BetBoom, they'll just reset before they'll go for any further push around the Aegis. Get the mana back up on Kiyotaka.
They're able to take out these wards too that were placed earlier from the aggression from Parivision. I feel like DM needs Blink. They need some better way to reach into these back targets. He's getting closer and closer toward it, but Miro is on the hunt constantly to get the axes. He gets the roar.
And here comes the backup. Kiyotaka's ready to zip over and help out. They're looking for no one there.
They got the tree
with the pull lightning. They knock him down. That's going to be no one out. And now they could go for more. Straight over towards the Bristleback. Chrysalis, he's trying to survive against it all, but the burst from Kiyotaka is too high. The Bristle's gone. 9 class has nothing to do there.
And Pure, he's there for all the stacks as well. He's up to 3. He hits level 15. He's got the presence effect buildings. They're responding perfectly. I mean, Miero is just having a godly game as this Beastmaster. Somehow the tree didn't initially get cut from the zip, but the secondary one catches no one. A couple of these deaths are adding up with the build that he's gone for. He's gone greedy with the Maelstrom. He's getting punished for it, Owen.
Making it the Wisdom, it's still there. From 4.5 minutes ago.
Wait, what? Does Miero even... I don't know if he knows, though.
I mean, I guess
you don't expect
you
that.
don't expect it to be there nearly 5 minutes after it spawned.
Huge slip-ups, though, for Parivision, getting completely punished from BetBoom. Parivision, if they make a couple more of these, this game could just... I mean, it's already starting to snowball out of control, but they need to start getting Crystalist involved with this timing of the Zags.
This is a very early lead.
Sure. He's got the BKB, it just gets delivered.
Disruption, and the song comes out. They can look for the turnaround. Pure puts the BKB, he'll get
The
caught
splitter.
by the O.
What a catch.
To Carlis. Got to snipe him from the side. Katsomi gets caught as well. Save. I'll find him on top of it all as DM's in with the jump.
Big team fight. Right at the back of the blink that comes out from DM, they get the catch, and what a splitter there from Ducalis. Great positioning for him. Look how much damage Pure. He's like, I took all this before I was even, I mean, pretty much before he even got the BKB off. The disruption comes out, but that damage already started out up. Parivision, they strike back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See it again. A splitter. Just as he was about to get out of range of it, and then at that point, the SF gone. It's fully the fight's over for BetBoom.
Pure was feeling his power because he had stacks, he had the presence effect buildings, and his BKB just got delivered, but a little over aggressive. Parivision still showing that they can fight with this Bristleback, who does have good timings. I think no one maybe overall has to be just more careful in particular, but the Bristle and the Sand King can start now just jumping into the front line. Yeah. They do have to be very cautious of Miero, though. I think that's the target they have to really play around on the side of Parivision. He's having that incredible game so far. He really feels like the carry as this Beastmaster.
Now, with the BKB, not really anything that can stop him from getting in and finding the raw opportunities.
No, BetBoom, they're definitely looking to get that like triple BKB timing so they can play into the heavy team fight that Parivision have. So that's one thing they can always do have that they can execute if they get the connection of these spells. They have the Blink, they have the Epi, they have the Wukongs, they have the Fear. They have an immense amount of team fight. Told me, we'll be able to get the shard for free. That's pretty nice. I mean, both of them are very valuable, both on the SD as well on the Naga, but the Naga probably this game having the better one. Especially in that type of situation. That shard, maybe if you had it a minute or two ago, would have perhaps saved Pure.
Just the smoke from Parivision. Got the ults at the ready.
BKB is up for Pure.
Radiant
Hit by the scan. BetBoom should be pretty prepared for this. Pure. Just gotta be careful how far he steps out away from this tier 2.
He's got his team though. Miero has arrived. Don't know how much Parivision wants to push into that Beastmaster. Yataka getting closer and closer to his BKB as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I won't quite find anything with that smoke attempt, Parivision. BetBoom prepared for those sort of attempts at this stage of the game where things start to calm down once again.
Save smoked up. Still from the previous one. They're jumping deep. They start Ducalis.
That's a quick and easy one there, catching Ducalis alone.
That damage is still so ridiculous from the Storm. That shard, I don't know if everybody saw it, but the double damage definitely, coming into play from that Storm shard that we were seeing that people pointed out. No one has almost been able to finish up his BKB. Miero is setting the trap, but it's under a ward, so no one will be able to survive. That was close. Good thing they have that defensive ward there placed from Ducalis, or no one very likely to get brought down there. And that is his BKB done. So got punished for the greed for a moment there, gets the team fight in mid, is able to finish up this BKB. Does have this timing for him now. Crystallis also almost has his done. BetBoom, I believe they do have the triple BKB at the moment, so BetBoom might just look for the fight themselves here with that timing. can persist through those, through the heavy team fight that Parivision has with those BKBs. And Roche, one of the longer spawns, 2.5 minutes.
BetBoom. If anyone steps up on the mid Parivision key attacker, he'll be sure to zip on them.
Any of these supports. 9 class actually shows himself in the mid.
It's going to be tempting.
The attack is going to go.
He goes straight away.
Easy kill.
He popped the BKB just in case there was someone else behind 9 class. Very, very precautionary there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it,
Sure.
Kiyotaka at times does have some of these moments where he does just die and not using a... So that, I'm perfectly fine. He probably expected it was a bait, that there was some, like, Sand King behind there, but not the case. Does mean there's going to be no BKB for 70 seconds, but his team's still sweeping, looking for another catch. Miro level 18. It's insane how high level this Beastmaster is when you bring up the rest of them. Storm is 17, then it's 416. It's the fact that this Beast just has that insane farm. He's going to be terrifying throughout a majority of this game. This is not one of those beasts that just has to like blink roar a black hole or anything like that. This is a beast who's going to be outputting probably one of the highest DPS in the game.
Parivision, they're going to try once more with their own smoke. No one leading the way.
They've got BKBs on 2 of their cores. They have this ward too. It's scouting the entire movement of BetBoom. That ward that saved no one before.
No one.
No one. Smoke spray.
No one. First, they're trying to cut the tree. It's not going to happen. No one's able to jump back in time.
That was scary for a moment.
BetBoom now, they know what's up.
Just split second to keeping his tree not cut. Kiyotaka's BKB is coming back up in 5 seconds. BetBoom might look to strike themselves as they also have a ward.
One has to be careful on these trees.
Both teams looking for the angle.
Very difficult for Parivision to start things unless DM gets the jump. The route onto Katomi.
The stomp.
Onto the Naga Siren. They'll go for it with the burst drive, but saves him with the disruption.
Kiyotaka's jumping.
Go for this, but straight away indeed they go over towards the Monkey King. No one posts the BKB. The fear comes out from Pure.
The roar.
They turn towards DM. They destroy the Sand King. DM's gone.
And they're resetting out of the Wukongs.
And now they could just turn back in as the BKBs from Nolan and Crystalis. They're about to come to an end. Crystalis, he almost died through the BKB. No one will get the boundless off, but they get the jump forward. They've got the song from Katomi in the chase down. No one trying to keep out of range. The bird will catch him. The song buying time for BetBoom to get around him. He tries to jump up into the trees, but no one will fall as 4 die on Parivision.
They caught DM immediately. He didn't get ulti off. Just the roar comes out. They put the full focus onto him. A beautiful wraparound, and then they kind of kite that Wukong's. It did do 3,600 damage out, but Miro, he got the right target. And they have so much damage. Once they start getting 1 or 2 kills, the presence starts to kick in. 4 stacks on Pure.
It's just so hard to fight into this.
What an angle. I mean, they get this beautiful, pretty much a beautiful angle from both of the cores, wrapping around to get this fear to push even the supports into a super dangerous position. But it's mostly just, DM gets literally nothing off. It's just a stun and a sandstorm. So Katomi with a very good bait.
Yeah, and a good buyback as well. Just give him that extra chance to be able to run down no one and buy time for them to surround him and leave no chance for him to jump out.
And now this Roche, it's getting done fast. Ducalis has TP'd instantly to look to try to maybe get a steal, but he's got no backup, and Kiyotaka already seems to know that he's in the area.
Yeah, he can't do this.
He'll delay them for a moment. He's being annoying.
I mean, Kiyotaka could kill him.
He can, as soon as he sees him.
Up is okay.
He's hesitant.
Oh, Katomi's going to say, well, he wants the Aegis, I guess, so he's focused on picking that up. In fact, they've actually been scared out of the pit. They'll go towards the Elder Titan kill first. But this is more time for Parivision to turn up and contest the Roche maybe with the rest of them. Because
it's so low. They might be able to just take it.
The BKB straight away is just going to come in. BKB pop the Wukong's command down. He's managed to kill off Katomi and Kiyotaka. He's low on mana.
They're going to get this Roche. The hesitation from BetBoom.
They surely had time to finish it themselves.
It's still not fully dead. Kiyotaka looking for the jump.
He's in. He's going to get the jump over towards with the BKB.
He gets the steal.
Pick up with the Aegis. Kiyotaka able to secure the Aegis. And with that, BetBoom there in a solid spot to take the fight. Crystalis gets beaten down by Pure. DM goes for the TP out. They don't have to stop on it.
They caught no one.
You get the catch onto no one in the corner of the map. A little shaky, but it all works out at the end of the day for BetBoom.
I mean, Kiyotaka, it was like hesitation back and forth, and then he gets the jump and then goes back, but he does get the steal. A great jump from him. Oh, man. Some super high-skill Dota coming out from Kiyotaka in particular. What a game from him on the Storm so far. 11, 2, and 5. He's crushing it.
Radiant's top tower.
Him and Miro just being that X factor does feel like, and no one gets his tree cut at the end of it all. 8,000 gold lead now for this SF team. The three cores in a beautiful position, and their supports are starting to get that scale. Save, we mentioned the Aghanims. If he's able to get it, that is pretty much the GG point for this. I mean, honestly, for the Bristleback and for the Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean,
you just purge the two of them and they're screwed. And he's pretty much, he has 3 components already for it.
Kiyotaka, he's found another.
kill.
Catches 9 class out alone. Even before that, right, we're seeing the fights. Crystallis for the farm that he had earlier. He is turning up and dying. They can kill him.
Yeah, he gets purged and he can't move. He's literally just stuck in position. Sure, you've got BKB, but you can't actually hit onto any of these targets. It is a beautiful game so far from BetBoom. And the items, they're coming in quick. Mir almost has a refresher on this Beastmaster already as well. 19 galvanized stacks for Kiyotaka.
Here's on the bottom lane. Parivision, they're going to try something here.
Epi's up in 5, but DM is spotted immediately. The rest of the team starting to connect from the side of BetBoom.
They're bringing Kiyotaka over.
This is scary for Parivision setting up like this. There's vision behind.
It's too late to try and protect this tower. It's gone.
And there's a here roar. Catches 9 class, dead in an instant. Yeah, Miro. A perfect Beastmaster performance so far. 3-0 and 10. All of BetBoom, their game plan this time around, it's looking, as we said, just crisper. Even and that last game, it took them a comeback. This one, they're just leading and dominating pretty much every single team fight.
Yep. And just really feeling like, I feel like if you're a team watching this game and look at the replays, they can't let Miro get away with getting like this 6-stack clear at 8 minutes in, right? That gave him such a boost.
DM.
And he's just taken over the game since then. DM not able to get away. The Vortex catches him dead outside of the base.
Kiyotaka's playing like I mean, they're honestly just playing so well on so many of these independent players. Kiyotaka just balling out of control, literally, as this Storm Spirit. Full Kaya Sanj for him now too. He's jumping for more.
They're in.
He sees 9 class.
That's another one for Kiyotaka. He's going to die to the soul burn.
0 and 9 on 9 class this game. Last game he had a pretty good showing on the Willow. This time around, they have his number. And there's the Ags finished up already for the Shadow Demon so early in the game. Bristle, he's got Bloodstone. But this Purge is going to just ruin him.
I mean, who goes in?
Nobody wants to.
Whoever goes in is just going to get roared and immediately killed.
Kiyotaka already has a good chunk of mana ready for the fight too after using majority to kill 9 class. I mean, whoever goes in is going to get roared, and the second one that goes in is going to get roared as well because he's got refresher.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna try to push them off the base.
Radiant are
But
scanning.
it feels like it's more of a willing backup there from BetBoom rather than a Parivision really pushing them away. Full butterfly onto Pure now as well. They're gonna smoke. They want to get the final hit. As you said, anybody they find is just gonna die so fast, and the damage for Parivision just, it really doesn't feel like it's there now at this point. DM, they find him again. That's like 3 or 4 times in a row. Either they kill him before the fight starts or before he's even able to get an epicenter off.
And they're falling apart.
Completely. And he's got a refresher if he wants to go for a Blink Roar again. They're gonna go.
Look at the Boundless opening on towards Pure, but the disruptions there from Sage.
And there's a song as well.
It's gonna give time for Pure to back up and reset. And they can look to take the fight if they want now. Kiyotaka zips very deep in, straight
They're on
over
DM
the
again.
backline. Indeed, Kiyotaka just goes straight for him, trying to bully back the Sand King. He's got him with the control of the Vortex, and he has damage. DM's out. It is over. GG is called. BetBoom does take the series 2-0, folks. In this second game, it was very impressive.
It was super impressive. I mean, you can highlight multiple different players. I think Miro and Kiyotaka, for me, absolutely insane performance from the two of them. DM, 4 or 5, I don't even know how many fights in a row. I don't even feel like I saw Epi because they just were literally killing him before he got it off. You can see it on his face too. He's feeling it as they just played this game pretty much picture perfect after they were able to get that Ags, the stack, get the Ags for the Beastmaster, and just, every single one of his roars were pretty much perfect.
Yeah, the timings couldn't get any better there from Mira. They really couldn't. And there's Xtreme key attacker. We saw kind of the early deaths where he slipped up, got a little too aggressive in the mid early on. But after that, the aggression, the ball lightning's in from key attacker every time they're worked out.
Look at his damage in this game. It dwarfs. It's insane how much higher he has than anybody else. He has 27,000 damage done. The next highest is 15,000 from Miro. That shows what a performance he was able to get. And with the build that we've been seeing and liking so much, this time with an Orchid, but buying that early shard, we talk about it ad nauseum. They're going to talk about it on panel for sure, how much damage he's able to do, because he killed 9 class multiple fights before he gets anything else. He kills DM multiple times before he gets it off his BetBoom. This was just an outclass across the board here. They played it so well.
They look completely lost Parivision and maybe just a little bit broken after the game one, where
Perhaps.
they came in kind of all guns blazing, looked fantastic in the only 20 minutes or 30 minutes even, and then that Rapier comeback, that turnaround from BetBoom, and then going into this game too, BetBoom, they just ride off the success of the first game and completely smash and control this match against Parivision. They take the series, BetBoom, 2-0.
They are the first team to do it, because before today, Parivision was undefeated here, but on the 4th day of this group stage, it is BetBoom that is able to take, I wouldn't say a clean 2-0, but taking a 2-0, although this second game was exceptionally clean, Ted.
They looked, the second game, the first game obviously was kind of a comeback, I think.
Yeah, very much
Safe
so.
to say.
Yes.
This was like, they didn't look troubled at all. And the confidence was there. This play alone is like, you don't make that play if you're not feeling it. Like, if you're lacking confidence, if you're doubting yourself, if you're second guessing things, if you're like, I'm in an R-in, he was like, I'm going to steal this Aegis. And he did. Timing was excellent. And then got this extra kill. Really impressive. But these are just highlights. Like, throughout the game, I felt like they were in control. Again, they got the Nagastar and Shadow Demon, which was kind of interesting that the Parivision didn't have a problem with either of those heroes. I suppose they weren't like a mega factor in the first game. It was just kind of the Gyro Rapier timing just ran over them. But yeah, really impressive from BetBoom. Game 2 ran over them. Sorry, I mean Bibbidi Bobbidi team.
There we go. Kiyotaka, the reason why I love this guy so much, because he's willing to risk it. Like a lot of the times, but he was more tamed this game, even though he's stealing the Aegis. He's also going to be popping the BKB for a kill on a position 4, because a lot of the times you will see this guy diving the fountain, randomly dying in some place, but this time around they were playing it much safer, I would say. Yeah. But that's what I want to see, because game 1, they should have lost that game. They made a huge comeback. In the second game, they understood what needed to be done. They adjusted the draft a little bit, and also picking up Beastmaster for Miero, one of his Siggies, stacking a lot. There was this like 14-minute Roshan.
Yeah.
With the Shadow Demon, and then he's holding the Aegis. That's a very scary timing when you're playing Beastmaster that is going, instead of Helm of the Overlord, going for Ags and then starting to scale more.
Yeah, and we saw that because before that Aegis, the game was fairly even, the kills were fairly even, the gold difference was swinging one way and then swinging the other, all around the maybe 1 to 2k difference mark. But that Aegis really cemented that it was going to be BetBoom in the lead for this game. And I felt like Parivision did not have a chance anymore from that moment onwards, Ted. It just felt like they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, they never looked themselves, I think, which is weird, because a lot of the other games that we've watched them in, I've always felt like they're a team that's threatening or in control.
Yeah.
And at no point in this game did they really look like themselves. I don't know what happened. Maybe game 1, they were tilted from that loss, and game 2, they just kind of weren't mentally ready for it.
Shadow Demon ruined, like both supports kind of ruined what no one wanted to do on Monkey King. He wants to go in, get some damage, be paired up with Sand King so that they can kill heroes. There was Song, pre-BKBs. Also, he jumps in. He's not going to be able to move because Shadow Demon will be using ulti on him, removing any kind of Jingu stacks. He's right there. And then Shadowfin, a lot of the times, would just right-click him to death. There was one big fight in the bottom lane near Tier 1 tower for Dire, where they got really big Requiem. A lot of the times I see Shadowfin struggling to get the good Requiems, but it was a really nice wraparound where they, like, all eyes on Shadowfin. Production's really good. They know exactly what I'm talking about. That's gonna fear DM just slightly bit, and he's gonna get roared. But look at the positioning from Pure. This Requiem is pretty much gonna hit everybody, pushing them away, Still, Kiyotaka gonna die, but they are gonna clean up. I love this earlier Shadowblade pickup that was never turned into Silver Edge. He decided to go for Butterfly, knowing that most of the damage is gonna be dealt by this Bristleback, by this Monkey King, but very clean execution from BB team.
Yes, solid stuff coming out from them, and indeed, not just taking it, but taking it 2-0. Incredibly impressive. Also looking forward to seeing from Kezu who he chose for his Acer Predator head-to-head.
For my Acer Predator head-to-head, I chose... Cengiz, who did I choose?
I have no idea. Why are you activating
I chose
my mic?
the mids.
I'm just chilling.
Stop. You being here is throwing off my mojo. Actually, I didn't choose the mids. I chose... Hold up. Exactly. The offlaners, Jenkins. Thank you. Because Mr. Miero, this is a flawless game. 4-0-13. You know, being the Beastmaster, even though there's like a Bristleback in the game that can make your game harder. And yeah, Mr. DM didn't have the cleanest game, which does happen. But I just want to show like how strong this Beastmaster really was in this game. Miero had a good lane, even though he's countered. He gets the Axe first, gets over here to no one who had a very good game for Parivision, shuts him down, gets a good kill. And over in this game is just Miero setting up the fight, helping his team, and just playing very well, helping his team also to like get nice Roshans, get the Aegis for his carry. Here they get another good kill. And overall, just very clean, very good game from BetBoom. And that's it.
And that means I was figuring out my packs here. I'm here with Miero right here because I want to ask all about, about several things actually. But my first question is this game number 2 you just played. Miero, also hello and congratulations, by the way.
Hello. Thank you.
How come this game, from our viewing perspective, felt so smooth? So we've seen obviously Parivision play a lot, and they have been undefeated until you guys came around. And game 1 obviously wasn't the easiest start for you guys. But why was this game 2 so easy looking for you?
I think we just playing around our timings. Their heroes also need to farm triangle, so they have greedy Sun King, and if they don't protect him, this is gonna be useless. So they have a choice to contest Beastmaster or kill or help Sun King get his items, and it's about timings. We just get our timings, get Roshan, and play Dota.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. I obviously also want to know about game 1 because that was pretty crazy. The fact that you guys were able to make a comeback, amazing RPs most of the time, and I want to know because we saw the cameras during that game, and especially of course towards the end, it seemed like you guys were just having a ton of fun. How was that playing that comeback?
This fight is about position, and if you get a good kill, then fight is pretty easy. We're always trying to find the most important hero in their team and then just focus it. And we also have a great combo. It's Shadow Demon and Magnus, so you cannot buy some safe against it. It's not working. Yeah,
well, it worked out great. I'm curious to hear from you. You've been on BetBoom since January this year, so you've obviously been there in between the switch from TI till now. And I was hoping you could tell me how the team changed in terms of how you feel in the team and what you feel like this BetBoom iteration does better than the previous BetBoom iteration.
I think we have the better atmosphere in team. If we talk about the previous roster, and we just enjoy to play Dota. We're not in the box. We're not scared to try some new things in Dota, and I really like it. So that's why.
Yeah, you can see you guys have the spark when you guys are playing Dota. I'm also going to send you over to Kazu, who's going to ask you some Dota questions.
Sure.
Hey Miero, I liked your draft in game 1, and I think you guys also had better scaling than them in that game. But your guys' mid game was not great. Like you guys were down like 20,000 gold at like the 30-minute mark. What do you feel like went wrong in that game, like right until the comeback happened?
I think we got outplayed on mid. We just need all what we need in this game is play on the runes, and if we get some good trades, then Timber is gonna be huge, and we just need to get our timings at BKBs because they have a full magic draft, and then it's gonna be easy game.
So when you say that you guys got outplayed on mid, it's not like Kiyotaka in the lane, but rather that you guys didn't put enough like pressure and heroes on the mid lane to help like later with the runes and helping his timings?
Yeah, exactly. So we just we tried to pressure them on bottom lane, but it wasn't necessary because play with Timber against Earth Spirit is all about power runs, and if we put more heroes on mid, it's gonna be much easier to play map.
Okay, that makes sense. And in your series that you guys played against Tundra, well, obviously you guys lost 0-2 and it didn't look amazing, but is there anything you guys learned, like either drafting-wise or gameplay-wise, like after you lost to them that you are trying to improve on?
For sure, we're just watching a lot of replays as a team, and I think on the next series we try to beat them if they go to playoff, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, and did you think there was like one small thing in particular, or do you feel like you guys are more looking at the individual stuff yourselves and then you're gonna work on it?
I think it's some individual stuff, but mostly it's about Dota is a competitive game, so you just have to play as a team, and that's the main point, to play against good teams. So it's about make one something together, like a fist together.
That sounds good. Thank you for the answers.
Mira, I got one more thing before we let you go. I know we spoke a couple of months ago at Re-Up Masters, and you were telling us that you do daily cold showers. Do you still do those?
Yeah, I'm doing it like every day.
Awesome. I'm curious if there is something, because obviously daily cold showers are proven and known, and you've obviously experienced it to be very good for physical and mental health. Is there anything that you would want to do that would, I don't know, also maybe have a similar effect that you would like to add to the ritual that you haven't done yet or haven't had a chance to?
I think I'm doing breathing sometimes, but not every time. Like sometimes I just do it when I have vibe.
Okay, the meditation, that is the next step for you guys, or for you then specifically. Are you able to make your teammates do the same? Because obviously you've experienced that it's very good. Are you able to convince them, like, guys, you should do this?
It depends on them if they wanna. I mean, I can always tell them what I'm doing, and if they enjoy it, they can also do it.
Yeah, I hope they will also for your team's sake. You guys are doing fantastic, by the way. I'm looking forward to seeing you play again tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day and see you again tomorrow.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you. And we're going to check in with our social media expert because, of course, this is a very important part and definitely something that the guy that is sitting down here has been working on all day. And he has a very, very important thing to share. Hey, Jenkins.
That's right, Cheever. Competitive Dota 2 players, they play competitive Dota 2.
Yes.
But you know what they also are? They're fans of Dota 2.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's hard to distinguish whether somebody is a Dota 2 player or fan of Dota 2. And that's what we're going to do here today. Can I get my computer, unlock the mics of my panel, please?
Unlocked.
Unlocked.
And we're going to play pro or pleb. We're going to look at a tweet. Okay. I'm not going to tell you whose tweet it is. And you have to tell me, was this a pleb, a.k.a. a fan of the community, or is this a pro? So this person said,
this is literally cyber glazing. Anyone who's 13k plus will get this play anyways.
And it's some play that Skeeter did in Dream League with a Manta style.
But someone quoting ESL.
Yeah, somebody quoting ESL and then saying that they are cyber glazing.
There's a pleb.
It's a pleb one for sure.
Pleb.
I think pleb.
Lil pleb.
Okay, well that's majority. That's majority rule. That's majority rule.
Yeah,
what do you think, Shiva? You hadn't.
I mean, I think if it was a pleb, I don't think 13k. It would be 10k. You know. So I think maybe pro.
Wait, actually, it's a pro. It's Skeeter.
He's right.
Hey!
He's right. It's Skeeter.
The all caps gave it away. Yeah. I don't know why it took me so long.
gave it away for me.
I actually was gonna do a Donald Trump or Skeeter tweet thing, but I could not tell the difference between the two of them. So moving on here, we'll go to the next one. Computer, pull up tweet number 2, please. So this says Skitter Mickey Drico equals trash carry.
I bet this is a pro.
It's a pro player.
This is a pro player.
It has to be. It's Insania.
It's Army.
I think it's pleb.
You think Ame tweeted that? Does Ame have a Twitter?
This is a pleb that likes rap. He can't even spell Doratio. Who the hell's Draco?
It's the guy from Harry Potter.
He couldn't spell skitter right either.
You think the guy from Harry Potter tweeted this, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Rafe Fiennes
That's the
tweeted
one.
this.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so you guys are right. This is a pleb. Can we bring up and dogs? This is.
What? Are you
Isn't he the general manager of Team Liquid? Zoe? What's his name?
Oh, that is okay.
Zoe,
Never mind. Well, he
yeah.
was a previous pro then. Okay.
As a general manager of Tundra.
I thought
you
it said
dummy.
Nahaz for a second.
No, we don't talk about him. This is a simple one. Amar the banker. So maybe this was after a game where he got really
saves
farmed.
gold.
Maybe
Yeah,
this
some
is
gold related.
That could be
thing.
anyone.
Could be anyone. But it is all spelled properly.
Yeah.
I do think this is maybe more
Professional
likely
players,
Alpha Pro because
it's not them, right? If
It's
it's
not-
correctly
It's
written.
a pleb. Yeah, it's not a pro. Pros can spell.
Plebs generally on Twitter, they would flame. This is
Yeah,
not
they finish high
necessarily
school.
flame.
They know.
This is a pro. This is like Seb or someone.
No, this is a pleb.
No, this is
This
pleb,
is a pleb.
100%.
Pro. I'm going pro.
They're trying to be funny. ATF, ATM, now ATB.
You guys are 50-50.
It's a pleb.
We need a tiebreaker. Band? What do you think? Is this a pro or a pleb?
Dun 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 dun.
Pro.
Okay, that doesn't... Pro. They said it's a pro. Okay, tiebreaker rules. That is Amar.
Oh,
Wow, himself.
It's Amar himself.
So the reason this is not an incendiary tweet is because this was a sponsor obligation for him. I think Falcons got sponsored by Saudi bank or something like that. So this
Cash
was a
money.
sponsor obligation for him, and that's why it is spelled correctly. Computer, bring up tweet number, whatever number I'm at.
Whoa.
And this is Amar the Wanker.
I think it's a reply tweet from one of his teammates.
That is not a bad shout, Shooter. I'm with Sheaves on this one.
Yeah, but that's an English slang or British slang, wanker. You're
could
not
be
going to
Ted.
get someone who's not
It was
English
Ted.
saying
Name
that.
the Falcons players. Who's the most British one of the Falcons players?
I reckon that maybe that's Ari or someone like that.
That's not on
No.
Falcons.
Okay, it's
I'm not
crit.
saying I'm obviously.
It might
not
be
about-
Skeeter again.
I'm just trying to think of an
That's not all
English or
Catholic,
British
Hoss.
player.
I will say it was really hard not to just only choose Skeeter and Snake King tweets. They both tweet a lot of really dumb shit. So there's a lot to work with there.
Crit is in London a lot. Maybe it's crit.
That could be crit actually.
But if he says snaking is tweeting a lot, might be snake.
Okay, lock in snaking.
Do you want to lock in Snake King?
Lacoste,
Final answer?
final call.
We get a drum roll?
I'll join you. Yeah, let's do Snake.
What if it's Owen?
Reveal. Computer reveal.
Oh, just
This is
some-
Mr. Meow.
It's
it's a
Mr.
pleb.
This
Mr.
is a pleb.
Casio.
This is a pleb. Unless this guy's also a former pro.
Mr. Kachow, 95. See, I thought it has to be someone from the UK. You can't be saying wanker if you're not. Doesn't work.
That's illegal.
That's
we'll
Bobbins.
We'll go to the next tweet.
It's Bobbins,
Tweet number
mate,
5.
Exactly.
Cheever, do the honors.
Based. Blitz Dota enlightened me about this as well.
They spelled
Normalize
hygienically
fist
wrong, or
bumps
did they get it
over
right?
handshakes. Protecting yourselves and others hygienically
I think
is
you meant
Sigma.
hygienic.
Whatever.
This
I thought it was I before E.
IG.
Except after
This
C.
is a pro, isn't it? This is like Saber Chat or something.
That does
Thanks.
sound like Saber Chat.
Look at all this. Like, there's a Twitch
Enlightened
emote.
me about this as well. I can totally hear him say this.
Yeah, it's like-
I'm following you on Saberlight.
There's
yes.
like base, caps,
We just
Sigma.
have to do pro or
There is
pleb. We don't
actually-
have to guess.
This is
If you guess
Saberlight.
who it is, you get double the points.
This is Mira. I reckon this is Mira.
What? Effie.
Mira as in
As
the
in Effie?
player
As
or
in
the
Effie.
talent?
I reckon this is Effie.
This is Effie.
This is the least Effie thing I've ever
You
seen
think
in my
Effie
life.
would write Sigma?
You think Effie
Yeah.
would write?
Yeah.
Actually, she would write based.
She would write based. Sigma, though. Okay.
Lacoste, any thoughts? I want to hear Lacoste's thoughts on this.
Yeah, it's some pleb guy from Switzerland, I think.
Very good.
Very specific.
Oh.
Computer, reveal. This was Divine
Oh,
Oh.
He's
I was
not from
close.
Switzerland.
you were close.
He is pleb from Belgium.
Yeah. He's Belgish. All right, computer, will load up the next one. I think we have a couple more of these left. So this one also involves Blitz. He does tend to get himself involved in these things. He says, we didn't leave the room during a
Oh,
pause.
you went far back.
Oh, I did. Yeah,
2023,
this took me a long time. We didn't leave the room during a pause. I have no idea how this rumor got started or why it's being spread. Open to people checking hotel security cams to prove what went wrong. Thanks. And then this person says, I literally saw you and Zai at the club during the pause. Stop lying.
It was pure because he got caught red-handed watching the stream, and he also needed to say that he's not the only one who's doing that. So I think it's pure Dota.
I think it's a throwing under the bus scenario.
Yeah.
I think it's a pleb.
It's no. It logically checks out what Lacoste said, but this is a Team Falcons player tweet. I can read it out of the words.
You've the region right.
Ooh.
The region.
You
right?
have the region right.
So it's not them.
It's not.
Is it Enigma Galaxy player
It
tweet?
was.
Is it Sumail?
It's Sumail.
Sumail.
I think.
Oh, not
yeah,
bad.
it's Sumail. I already forgot. Computer, load up the next tweet, please.
Goated Matthew.
Wait, I feel
He
like
looked
I
right
know.
at me. I think he. What do you think it is,
What do
Kazu?
you know that we don't know,
I feel like it's
Kazu?
fogged.
Is
Because
this
fogged always has like one word or two liner like. He like watches a series. He's like, wow, this guy's so good. Pog Arteezy or like Pog Matthew.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Yanis would say Pog instead of
It's
Goat.
true. Like there's something that's throwing me off. Lacoste, please chime in here. You know Yannis very well.
I don't think it's him. I think it's. I think this is from. When was that? Like 20 for Dollars Buyers Club when Matthew McConaughey won the Oscars. 2017.
Oh, earlier than that, I think. I want to say
Yeah,
2013 might have been
went back
Dallas Buyers
7
Club.
years.
But who is this if it's not fogged?
It could be a pleb.
It's a.
It's pleb fogged.
It's like Alex's. It's like Sheepstick or something.
Computer, reveal who this is. It's a pleb. I love that.
It sounds so much
There's
like
these
Fog.
threads out there, and I just let
2013,
you
a long
follow
time
them.
ago.
And it has nothing. I didn't even think of Fog for this one, but yeah, he does tweet like that. Okay, I think this is the final one.
Trying to do
XD.
the Furion quest of summoning treants with a tree infest.
It's a pro player.
This is
they
a pro.
really care about doing all these challenges.
Yeah, because they need to now
Instead
have
of-
level 30 heroes. Right?
Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
So who's trying to get level 30 on Nature's Prophet?
Lowercase XD as well.
Yeah.
Snaking.
Bulldog.
Mickey.
This
He's
is a
stuck
snaking
at 29. Admiral Bulldog. I think it's a pro player.
It's a.
I think it's a pro as well. I think it's a pro.
He has incredible reads.
it's snaking.
It's snaking. It's snaking. That's incredible. Well done.
I read the Twitters.
Yeah. Well done. Other than the
done.
fogged one, you guys are right on point with everything.
Almost, yeah.
So congratulations. You have won pro or pleb.
With surprise.
What's the prize, Jenkins?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Wonderful. All right, so I have something that we're going to do next, but first, the pro players are going to do actually something next because they're going to have a fantastic, and maybe for some, unfortunately so, a Dota-themed Would You Rather.
Now we're watching Love Island as a team a bit.
Carry not being able to hit creeps is pretty rough.
What about my legs? I feel I can sacrifice them.
I think first pick random for sure. I used to random a lot back in the day, like 2015, 16. Pre-muted team is you don't know what you get really. 3 I think happened a couple times, but you just unmute them because the beef is over after like 1 week usually.
Well, I mute everyone anyway, so option 1 is just normal Dota for me. Interacting with people in pubs is not good for anyone's mental health, at least for me. So I mute everyone always in every game. So option 1 is just Dota for me.
I would say I would play on my hero. When I'm in the game and I'm playing with normal people, why would I ruin a game for them if I random hero and I'm not playing it right? I would rather play with bad people with me, but I'll try the best on my hero.
I would for sure pick like 5 random teammates that are not pre-muted, and I will play random hero because usually right now in pubs, if people are pre-muted in my team, that means they most likely ag buyers or win traders.
I feel like can't hit a stun because I'm experienced with my team already. Mika has to carry at least. I think carry hitting creeps is better because subs don't really impact. They don't have impact either way. If they hit stun, it like doesn't change anything. They're just there to like pull creeps and refill bottle.
Your support can't hit a stun, and they just don't pick stuns, probably. Carry not being able to hit creeps is pretty rough. That's a loss right there for sure.
I would rather have my sub not hitting stuns other than my core not getting last hit. Because eventually core will win again. Pop, it happens all the time. Like not about the carry that cannot last hit, because yeah, jungle creep still exists in the game, right? So it would be kind of hard for him to not last hit it.
For sure, support cannot hit a stun because I was playing 1 year ago with Ulnit from Team Tickles and he couldn't last hit some creeps and I couldn't handle it.
I think never listen to music. I watch way too many shows, way too many films, and I'm not really like that big of a music enjoyer. Now we're watching Love Island as a team of it, and also I'm watching Monster anime.
Probably, oof, man, that's bad. Jeez, probably no movies or TV, I think. But I would also like to choose option C, death. Because I feel like there are other, like in terms of entertainment, there are other mediums, but like music is like so integral to so many things. There's like also probably some catch-22 there where like there's music in movies, so then you can't watch movies anyway. So like you have to choose the music one.
I would rather never watch movies other than music, because I like music. Like, how can you live without music? I would rather not watch any movie or serials, because I really like music.
Most likely then don't listen to music because like actually no not watching movies because then I can read the books and books sometimes better than movies.
I feel like crab legs. Not sure. There's too many things you can do with hands, I guess, and legs. You know, I'll sit on my PC anyway without legs.
Crab legs, I think, because then you can like not what's the word? Not decapitate, delegatate yourself, and then just get the robot legs, right? Because they can do pretty good robot legs, so you can just cut your legs off and then just put the robot legs, and you're like chilling. But hands, there's not such great replacement for hands.
I would rather have crab legs, because I kind of need my hand to play the game, right? So, what about my legs? I feel I can sacrifice them for my arms.
I mean, I would choose crab legs because then I can hide them under my shoes. But if I have a crab claw, how I can hide it? So.
All right, guys, bye. That was me playing Would You Rather. Hope you enjoyed, and hope you like crab legs. See you next time.
Welcome back. I think I'd also rather have crab legs than claws, because otherwise you lose your thumbs, and basically that's one of the main things that defines you as being able to do stuff that you otherwise
You get
cannot.
the claws, and then you become a friggin' supervillain. You're the guys going around.
What's your What's your superpower? How are you gonna
You have
make
crab
people-
arms.
You're the crab man, Cheever.
Yeah. Well, how are you gonna protect yourself from when
somebody's
the
coming
good
in,
guys come?
robbing a bank, and you come in and you say, "Hey, put the guns down, asshole! I got crab arms," and they're like, "Holy crap!
Holy crap!
Holy crap,
crab man!
The crab man's here!"
All right,
Get out.
guys, we're gonna play a game. Woo! I know. You
Crab
can
legs or
participate as
crab
well.
arms? Is that the game?
No, the game is very simple. How
about both?
It's basically who's that hero?
Crab
Instead of who's that Pokemon, who's that hero?
Pokemon.
But it's gonna be the silhouette that you'll see. It could be a part of the hero. It
Is
could
crab
be
legs or is crab arms?
rotated?
Could it be Cinderin, or is
could
it only
be-
heroes?
It has nothing to
only
do with
heroes.
crabs.
No
Okay.
crabs. There's no crab hero in the Dota
Except
2.
for Tiny Set, could be crabs.
But this is just a hero, so we're going to see a silhouette of a hero.
Yeah, but it could be a part of a hero.
Oh,
it could
it's-
be rotated.
could be-
It could be extra
Oh
tricky.
my god, okay.
And you will have yourself a nice whiteboard where you can write down your answer. Once
Thinker.
You know.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You know what? If you would have guessed the first one right, that would have been so impressive.
Disqualify him.
So now I gave you a free hint that it's. I haven't
Not
looked at the
Thinker,
list yet.
okay,
I
so
don't.
we have
I don't know yet. I haven't
129
looked
left.
I haven't looked at the answers yet.
Where
so.
is it going to come up, Sheebs?
On the television and on that television. Okay. We have televisions as well.
Oh, I'm in the shot.
Just go in front of the camera, Ted.
No, you're not in the shot. They made
I was.
sure
Yeah, his head was.
Oh.
Here, can we get back to that camera? Just for a sec.
Can we get to
Production?
that camera?
See if I go like this.
Thank you for that. I would say let's get started.
Let's get started.
Let's get started. We
Let's
need,
do it.
We need a picture. And here is the first one.
Whoa! It's crab leg.
It's
that's
all right,
easy.
got it.
That's
You
easy.
gotta write it
That's
down.
an easy one.
That's an easy one.
What?
You're so
the
stupid.
spammers
Kaiser.
know.
You're
The
so
spammers
stupid.
know.
Go away.
I think I've got this one right.
I think everybody would
Yeah.
get this one right.
Yeah.
Is it heroes from Dota?
Oh, these are champions.
It's the.
I wrote Superman.
It's Vi
Sure,
from
go for
League
any
of Legends.
game you want.
I don't know what that is.
Still has to be right.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we revealing or what?
Reveal, yeah, 3, 2, 1, reveal.
I put Clinks.
I thought Pudge.
What the heck? How do you guys think Pudge? Of course it's Clinks.
I put Clinks.
It's Clinks. You guys get a point.
How many games of
I don't
Pudge
play
do you
this
have?
hero.
It's the hook. It's the. Show it again.
It's his little foot.
Can we show it again?
Yeah, it's the dragon claw.
That's a boot.
Okay,
They don't understand. Great minds think alike.
I kind of get it.
Did one of you
Half a
guys
point.
cheat on
I'm
the
pretty sure I
other?
wrote first.
No, I kind of get it because it's a skeleton. He's a skeleton. It's a skeleton hook.
I first thought it's like Kanka. It's some stupid shoe. I don't
What
know.
sort of quiz is going to start with a cosmetic item?
This one's
All right,
easy.
here's the next.
This one's easy again for me, even though I didn't get it correctly.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how you got Pudge out of that. That was actually, I thought, the moment I saw that first picture, I'm like, this game might
All
be
right,
too
if I don't
easy.
guess this one correctly, I'm not playing.
I'm leaving.
Dude, you are kidding.
You ready?
Are you stupid?
What?
3, 2, 1,
I see.
reveal.
Okay.
It's Earthshaker.
I thought you wrote.
You read Shakira.
I thought you wrote Shakira.
We're the same person, kids.
I wrote Shakira Waka Waka A, and you thought it's Shakira?
I thought you wrote Shakira. I thought it was some German thing, dude.
Oh yeah, Shakira. That's Deutsch.
That is Earthshaker, right? Just to be clear.
It was this.
No, it's
Okay.
Shakira actually.
Okay.
Shiva, next one, please.
Yeah,
There
that's
he
it.
is.
Well, like, we're seeing the reveal. Very cool reveal.
That's him picking it up. It's getting it out from
I
under
wouldn't
the
mind
bed in the morning.
some music while they're
Oh,
drawing
this
as well.
best.
Some chill, maybe a little bit.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
easy,
this
too.
is fucking easy. Stop cheating, Lacoste. I'm gonna
Write
write it
your
really
answers.
small.
Yeah, that's an easy one. He's gonna write fucking Tide Hunter. Or
Let's
something
see. I'm
stupid like that.
waiting. You got it, Ted?
I think so.
Oh, you're so stupid.
What?
That's not right.
Is it not?
Okay,
No.
wait, you can't cheat before you.
I already wrote down
Well,
mine.
it's 1 of 2. Then I got it wrong.
I'm
It's
not,
okay.
I'm not gonna change it.
He changed it. He looked.
Change my mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I mean, I know what it is. It's a support hero. Yeah, he got
You
it
ready?
right.
let's have the Van Help reveal. 3, 2, 1.
Nature's prophet.
Yeah.
Do you guys even play?
Changed my answer
You
because
cheated.
I-
What did you write?
I wrote
Nobody
Nature's
has been able to
Foiron. What
see
is that?
who
What is
wrote yet.
Foiron?
Oh,
I wrote
You
Nature's
have to hold
prophet.
your board up so long we cannot read what you write so
oh
fast.
sorry.
I'm writing it
I wrote
bigger.
Lich. I rubbed
Yes,
it off.
Ted had it right, Jenkins had it right, Kazu and Lacoste
I'm on
both once
3.
again
Did you write
wrong.
STD? Oh, SD.
I'm on 3.
Because the camera is not picking up you
How
guys'
could this
writing
not be
them.
Nature's prophet? He has like those
I'll
horns.
write. Let's write in bold. Write in bold.
I'm gonna write in cursive.
Oh man, this game is hard.
Wait. What is that? Oh, I know. Don't cheat.
Oh, I know.
You don't cheat either.
Easy.
Oh, actually, I might be wrong.
This one is a dub cheater.
Can we reveal it one by one this time so it's a little less messy?
Okay, who's
That would be
revealing first,
wonderful.
Cheever?
Well, I'm just going for my left.
What? I got one right. How do I have 0 points?
Wait, which one did you have right?
Shaker, Earthshaker.
Okay, everybody has
Hello,
Shaker right.
production.
Yeah,
Why am I being wrong?
What was the first one?
Oh, I think
I don't know what
got
the first
this
one
The first
wrong,
one
you know.
was Clink, so you did
Yeah, we
have-
got it wrong.
Yeah, we
I
got
had
it wrong.
Earthshaker.
Okay, yeah, it was,
Thank
it's
you,
like
production.
This, it's like
Well,
this.
I'm sticking with my answer.
I'm ready
Okay.
to reveal my
Let's
second
first
point.
reveal Lacoste.
I'm
What do you
making mine
got?
in bold.
Tail.
Yeah,
Wrong.
no, it's Tanking's tail.
What do you got?
Stan King.
What do you got, Jenkins? All right, what do you
Sand
got,
King.
Ted? Okay, everybody got Sand King tail. Points all
Suck
across
at
the
this
board.
game, Kez.
Very
Sorry?
good.
We're just
Are
giving
we
them
gonna
a
catch
head
up?
start.
He just wrote tail. That's not
What
a
are the
point.
comeback rules
He
here,
did say
Cheever?
out loud,
Oh.
Sand King.
Only when you look disappointed, Chief.
Music's making me nervous. Can you guys play something more calming?
Dun, 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 dun.
Pokemon.
What's the comeback mechanic, Cheever? Do we have any?
There is no. Let's see what's this.
What is that?
But that's a deadlock hero.
That's a Dragon Ball character.
Do you guys even play Dota?
What is this?
He has crab arm. What is?
I actually don't know.
Am I being
Who is
set
this?
up? Is this a bit that it's like, oh, let's see how much Jenkins will think that we're stupid? Is that the bit?
It could be. I don't.
Are you guys
have-
actually tricking
I
me?
have 0%.
This is not a Dota hero.
This is like when
Okay.
I've trusted you
It
since
is.
Purge dressed up
100%.
as me.
Ted will go first this time.
Wait.
What you got,
Let
Ted?
me
Oh,
lock
wait,
in a
okay.
random hero.
Wait, is this a Dota hero?
Dude, the whole thing is they're all Dota heroes.
Yes.
It's
I don't.
Megamind. I don't know what is that.
Just write Megamind then.
Just say I don't know.
Can you write something down? There's
Write
a timer.
something.
I'll be the last one.
3,
I guess the
2,
hero.
1, pens down. That's how we're doing it right here. Ted, what do you got? Ember Spirit.
Oh.
Ember Spirit.
Anti-mage.
Anti-mage.
Brewmaster.
You're all wrong.
Oh, you're so smart, Jenkins.
Oh, it's
aren't you?
Void Spirit.
It's all wrong.
Well, it's a deadlock.
also wrong.
He has a tiny hand.
It's a deadlock hero.
Reveal.
Did you guys even play Dota?
You didn't get it right either.
That's quite true.
stop
The
animal
thing is, the
talking.
shape of his head looked a bit like Ember's head shape.
But
I
it
can
could be
see
from
that.
a different angle.
Yeah, well, that's kind of unfair.
Okay, now I know it's not a bit, so I'm fine with that. So
When would
I'm
we
less
ever
nervous.
see him like that? That's the thing. I'm trying to think.
That's where the challenge comes
Ready
in.
for next round, Cheever?
Next
Yeah,
round.
round 2. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I really love this one. This one's so easy. I need help from my boys from Twitch chat.
Sand King again. What is this?
I know.
This
I
guy's
actually
a
know.
box.
I know.
Do you know this?
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
This is 2 points. This has to be 2 points.
You can't.
What is this?
I bet
it's a
everybody
tiny
in
ass.
chat already has it.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Who has it?
Everybody in chat.
Gosh, I have no idea.
I saw it in the thing, but I won't change it.
Could
Is it
be.
really?
Yeah.
What, yours?
Yours.
3,
I don't know.
2, 1, pens down.
Oh, that's...
You can all
That's
reveal.
either genius or really dumb.
Cost has Primal Beasts,
Underlord.
I've gone for
Underlord, Jakiro, and Underlord.
Oh? Are we all wrong? I think we're all wrong.
Let's reveal.
God.
Okay, this one is good.
Wait.
No, that's bullshit
Why was
is
it
what
a
that
giant
is.
square in the top right?
Because it's cut off. It's only the side bit.
But it looked like he was going in a box. I thought there was someone going in a box.
That's what I thought too.
What?
I was
But
like,
how does Underlord have a box?
Because he's going in the portal, his ass is hanging out.
It's just Snapfire and they cut off a bit.
Idiots.
I agree.
Next up.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Oh, that's easy.
This could be like one of
Everything
12
is easy,
heroes.
apparently.
No, this one's actually easy.
How is this easy?
I wanted to give them the ability to catch up.
I think I've got this. I'm probably wrong, but
Those are 2 antithetical things you just said, bro.
what? I think I've got this, but I probably got this wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my confidence, but reality.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I can get behind that.
I have locked in my answer. I think I'm
me
wrong.
too.
Yeah, I locked in my answer.
Okay, pens down. Jenkins, let's
Wait,
do
why do you
yours
keep
first
saying
this time.
pants down?
Jenkins, let's show yours first, please. That's a Doom.
Oh
Kenzu.
no, Bloodseeker.
That's a
Bloodseeker. What do you want?
He has blades, relax.
It was indeed Doom.
Oh.
We got points, everybody. Jenkins and Lacoste both get a point.
I don't look at cosmetics.
I thought it was
That's
SK's
that's
sword.
his normal
Of course,
sword.
yeah, it is. I don't
look at heroes either.
Default stats. I mean, who does
had
that?
Weapon for Bloodseeker made out of card box the other day. It didn't look like that.
Some of them look like that.
Let's
show
take a
you.
look at our next challenge. Whoa.
It
It's a
is
rocket.
Snorlax.
That's Kez.
That's the Apollo 12 lunar
It's a
lander.
rocket.
What is it?
That is the F1 rocket engine if I've ever seen it.
Gosh, this is actually
What is that?
I think I know.
Okay, now I'm
Just know
I
that
know
it could be
nothing.
of any angle.
I know
Yeah, I
nothing.
know.
I'm trying to think what looks like that. Get out of the way.
Get out of the way.
I'm completely lost on that one. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, I was thinking the
you
same.
know what?
Stop.
I actually know that. I actually know that.
I'm gonna
No way.
guess. Oh, I'm gonna guess this. I think I'm wrong.
I'm
but
concerned for my mental health that I think I got this.
Guess these.
one. These what?
I guess these. I think I've
Who's
I'm
starting,
wrong, but
Cheever?
Ted this time round.
I
show
guess
us.
Pudge's
That's
head
a
maybe
Pudge.
from a funny
Jenkins,
angle.
what do you got? Gyro, what do you got?
Gyro missile.
I think it was missile, but I'll go with carrot.
Carrot what?
The new set for Clockwork.
No.
Oh, a cog.
No.
It is.
No, you guys are all wrong once more. This is the back or the front of
Undying Tombstone.
Oh, come on!
Okay, that's. I guess the Goblin guy.
This is actually really funny. This one is good.
Do you know Goblin?
Yeah. You know Gremlo? Fart Studios Gremlo.
Shut up, dude.
Okay, come on. I mean,
I think I might know this one. Actually, 0 caps. I mean, this is like 2%.
Oh!
Once you see it.
I think I've got it.
Once you see it.
I think I've got it.
I hope I got this right.
I'm 50-50 on this one.
It's Cinderin side profile.
I think it is a side profile. I think you're right.
Let's see what you got. We don't have the same thing, at least. Could you lock in a vegetable, please?
is it only heroes?
Wait. Let me think.
It's eggplant.
I don't have a
Give me a second.
I
Give
don't
me a
have a
second.
single idea.
No, just keep yours.
No, because I'm thinking like this character's fatter than what I think it is.
Ted, can I see your lock? I'll show you mine. If you
I
show
don't
me
want
yours.
to see yours. I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I wouldn't change it, you goddamn serious face.
All
Give
right.
me your pen.
All right, this time around the
you can
cost, I
show.
would like
I'll show
see
mine
yours
first.
first. That's a Death Prophet. Wrong.
Monkey King.
Wrong.
What?
Tusk. Wrong.
Axe.
Wrong.
I thought
Ember
it might have been, it was either Axe or Disruptor.
I thought it was Tusk's
Ember
face.
Spirit.
I thought it was in a Glody at the very least.
Is it Ember? Phantom Lancer.
Just keep throwing.
Sentinel
Play the
War
answers,
Runner.
It's PL from the side. Oh my god.
Come on!
Did you see the mustache?
I knew it was a
Yeah,
face.
it was looked like a little
Show it
beard.
again.
Looked
I wanna
like
see
a
the mustache.
Axe's goatee.
I thought it.
Show the
I thought it
picture
was
again,
Tusk's.
please.
Yeah, show the picture again,
Show
please.
the
Monkey
frame again
King.
from the previous one, please.
Man, this is Monkey King for sure. This is rigged.
It's the mustache.
What mustache? That's a
It's
beard.
just mustache.
Could be a
mustache.
fang. It could be anything. All right, this is a pretty hard game.
Yep. Keep it going.
Keep it up, guys.
We have only one more
Holy.
remaining, and that means
5
that,
points for the last.
Oh, I know that leg actually.
So far, I mean, you know what? We could make this the ultimate,
Triple up.
like, worth 5 points.
No, winner takes all.
Yeah,
Winner takes all?
It's a triple up.
All right,
But we have to
I
get
don't know
permission
what
of
it is.
Jenkins for that.
I don't care.
Okay.
Oh, I know. I actually know.
I've totally YOLO'd this.
This one is worth quadruple, quintuple
got?
points.
He's peeking
I
on
have
my
never
answers.
changed. Bro, I'm last place and I've never changed any of my answers.
Maybe you should cheat.
No. Anyway,
Alright, are we
Shiver,
ready?
I'm ready.
I'm
I'm
going
ready,
first
yeah.
this
All
time.
right, Lacoste. What do you
Crab
got for
people
us?
attack this guy. He had to get a prosthetic. It's Konka's wooden leg.
What do you got, Kazu?
Templar Assassin's leg.
Templar Assassin's leg.
Cottle's horse's leg.
Look at my horse.
Oh my goodness! I really wish that I could see also Twitch chat, see if they had suggestions, because you're all wrong.
Oh, what?
And,
Let's try again.
Wait, give us another round.
Wait, okay, we'll give another round. Give another round. Hold. One more try. You guys were all
So it's
wrong.
not Cottle,
All wrong.
Templar.
Can I pull up the hero list?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm Googling.
I don't know if it will help.
You could try another thing with the horse. Go Abaddon's horse's leg.
Dota 2 heroes.
Can I see?
Yeah. We don't see their legs, but it might. Ooh.
No, I don't think so. Squirrel leg, no.
No, human leg, no legs, floating. Could be Io. Take it off. Who has this leg?
It might not be a leg, lads.
What
That's
if it
a
is
leg.
not a
That's
leg?
a leg.
Oh!
You got it?
I might.
You
If this is the
actually got
one.
it?
If this is the one, I'm
We
good.
helped you. What have you got?
I actually didn't. Nothing helped me. Go away. This is pure brain power. This is ultra instinct.
Oh, you know what? Okay. We might have the same one.
I don't think so. Did you put up another vegetable?
I'm gonna guess this.
I really hope. Oh no.
Waiting for everybody to be done, right?
Yours is too long.
Go. Ready?
Let's do one after the other. Let's do one after the other. Cost.
It is Sniper's gun.
It's Nyx Assassin's leg.
It could be. It actually could be.
It's Rubik's staff.
It's the plume on Mars's hat.
You're all wrong again. Do you want to do a round 3?
One more.
I was so sure, actually. What is it?
All right,
We've guessed,
if you guys don't do it this round, we'll stick with Jenkins being the winner.
It's not Rizzy.
It could be the wings.
Go back. I just need a full list.
Does he have legs?
That's 2 heroes.
No.
Touchy Harris.
Technology not working in Ted's favor right now.
Let me look at these heroes.
What did you just write? Did you say Nyx?
Yeah. It's not.
Are you
Nyx.
sure it's not Nyx?
I'm sure it's not Nyx. I have the answer. I will be very honest. I wouldn't have guessed it until at least maybe the 7th try, but even then it would be hard.
It wasn't
pressed,
Huddle either.
Even with the hero list. I don't think I would have guessed this one.
Lashrak is a horse.
But you guys are already 8 heroes down. There's only like, I don't know, 100.
Is it a leg?
17
Is it a
heroes
leg?
left in the pool? I don't know.
Okay.
Because I have not seen the original picture. It is not a leg.
It's not a leg.
It's not a leg.
Wait, I'm gonna ask, production, can I give a hint?
Give us a fucking hint.
What do you? I know the hint.
Tested blood.
I
Do
give a hint.
Wait.
This hero does not have legs.
Told you it's a Sayo.
Doesn't have legs.
Legs.
Is it from Lord of the Rings?
It's from Dota 2.
I thought it was Legolas.
It's Gimli actually. Doesn't have legs. I don't. It this one.
Okay, I'm just guessing.
Same. Chucking a guess out.
All right. A no leg hero. Has a cool taunt as well.
All right, I've got it then. I've guessed it.
You have not.
I have. I bet I've got this. I'm yellow in this.
100%.
You're not.
All right, I'll go first because I'm that
All right,
confident.
10 goes first.
You guys ready?
Ready.
Bane.
No.
Damn it!
Dude, Bane has legs. He's just floating.
Can I? You go.
Yeah, but he's one of the. He's a legless hero.
No, he actually
No,
has legs.
he's
floats.
erasing
Yeah,
visage.
No. Also has legs.
I'm 100% sure it's a leg.
Legion Commander. No, Legion Commander. No. No AA either.
All right, we give up.
Okay, show us the answer. Can we reveal our final question?
I'm gonna be angry. All right, fuck off. That's ridiculous.
This one is unguessable. This is unguessable.
We need a new model.
Guessable.
Or a boy morphling.
Yeah, that's
It is
not fair. It's
morphling.
not enough polygons.
He's holding his hands up into the air.
Yeah, very normal pose.
Yeah, very
From
normal
morphling.
pose. That's how you see morphling all the time as he waveforms.
Right,
It's
so
a
that
it's
was
a
not
Night
the
King
image
from
that we got. Was
It's actually
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
That was the image you got. What are
It
you
was
talking
not.
about?
There
ours
wasn't the
was-
hands
ours
at the
was
top.
black.
It was
Can we go back?
Go back.
Go black.
Go black.
To
Let's
the
see.
other image. Look at that.
What is that?
different.
That's cut off.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but there were more heroes. There, like the Snapfire.
But
had
this
legs
is
were
hard
cut
enough
off.
Back and
as
forth.
it is.
Keep going. Do it again.
Faster.
Do it again. Do it again.
No,
It's
no.
gibberish.
Okay.
Again.
Jenkins, congratulations.
Thank you.
You won the quiz.
Which gives
Yeah.
you nothing.
Yeah,
What's my prize?
Nothing.
the panda bear.
Oh yeah.
But you have to
Come
not
to
be able
daddy.
to allow it to leave the studio
Come to
because it is
daddy.
part of a crime scene, so it has to stay because it's still under
That's
investigation.
all right. I have plenty of things that are part of crime scenes, Shaver.
What?
What?
Let's
All right,
move
guys.
on.
We are continuing with our next series. We're at a halfway point, so Tsunami will take you through the rest of the day. But our next series is coming your way as well. And yeah, you better get yourself ready for Liquid versus Tundra soon.
streets they're hanging out. The music you play, they're dancing away. Everybody wants to get on down. Get on down. Get on down. Everybody, won't you get on down? Come on down. Everybody, yeah. Get on down. Get on down. Everybody, ooh, don't want nobody else, only you. You're the wings of life, wanna fly with you. You're the shining light.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
You really hate to see it. We got a case of the TI winner that can't find a win here in Group Stage 2. Oh, Team Liquid, what are we gonna do with you? What are you gonna do with yourself? Well, hopefully you get at least one win in this upcoming day of Group Stage 2 action. DreamLeague Season 24, the PogChamp Pandas, they're on the case. Welcome back, everyone, to more DreamLeague Season 24 action, where we are indeed hot on the trail of what Liquid are up to here in this Group Stage 2, because we always have them here in the second shift, but one thing's different. They're not the very last series of the night. Ted, when you're out here queuing out Dota, what do you think is your prime time to queue, where you're at your peak performance?
Oh, Neil. I'm always at peak performance. In that, the peak is extremely low.
Okay, sure.
I would say prime time is the morning stacks are quite fun.
Okay.
Evening 8 till midnight. That's the primo stacks for me. More people playing, better chance of getting a nothing questionable, or whatever the other ones are, suspicious or insatiable. I can't remember what the pop-ups.
Insatiable.
Something like
this
that.
This is an insatiable match. Do you choose to accept?
You just can't get enough of it.
Exactly. I'm never quite sure, but questionable is one we get quite often.
That's it.
There is one, I think abysmal might be another one, but it just says that by default on all my games. I don't know why. But yeah, that's my primo time, 8 till 12.
How about weekend Dota, Cap? Are the legends of weekend Dota as true as everyone says?
I'm sure they are, but I play in North America, so there's never a good time to queue. It's always bad. If you play on the weekend, you're probably more likely to get people who are not playing the game regularly, which means they're more sane.
That is true.
But they're worse at the game.
Which is
if
generally...
you play during the middle of the day on a weekday when normal people would be, working or going to school, you're playing with people who are better at the game, but are also much more likely to run it down.
Oh, I see.
That's the trade-off that I'm usually willing to make, though. I'd rather play with someone who's worse at the game but sane than someone who is unhinged but really good at the game.
Yeah, that's because you're a sane person, Neil.
Perhaps.
But us degenerates, right, Syndrin? Us true Dota fiends.
I think in our bracket, there isn't a single sane person. So it's just a matter of where you are on the scale,
But what's terrible about our bracket? I'm going to share your bracket, even though not really, but,
High MMR European servers.
It's full of people who have spent a lot of time playing the game, like an abnormally large amount of time playing the game, but still are dog shit at it.
Why are you looking at me so
Raise your
much?
hands.
Why are you looking at me like so much?
And you have to imagine spending 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 hours in a game and failing that much, not being able to be at the top echelon.
I have fun. I don't.
Probably plays a toll on your mental
But
health.
Cap, here's the thing. If you compare this to any other skill in the world, if you're like, let's say you're top 5,000 at something that millions of people do, you're really good.
Yeah.
But it's just that you surround yourself with people that are equally good or better. Imagine you were top 5,000 in the world at football. You'd be like, yeah, maybe you're not playing for like the absolute elite of the elite in the Premier League or whatever, but you're still really good.
Sure, a hobby that has respect and it requires certain things other than being good at clicking a mouse. Yeah, it does come with a certain level of respect. Unfortunately, I don't think playing Dota 2 is not something that I would put on my Tinder bio, you know?
I mean, the idea of this is to be recreation, though. For many other people who are pursuing things for thousands of hours, they are hoping to make a career out of it. But the beauty of video games is that we play them for fun and enjoyment.
Ah, that's where you're wrong, Neil.
Uh-oh, not again.
Sweet summer child. You think that we've been playing this game for fun this entire time? Wrong.
No.
It is an addiction, sir.
is an addiction.
It is not a hobby.
He said, in fairness, he said video games, and I agree. Video games are great recreationally, but then there's Dota.
But
Dota is not a recreational game.
No.
Dota is misery.
At one point, though, the lever had to flip. It was recreational at some point, and then it became more of a lifestyle.
Yeah, when do you think that was for you, Syndrin? What, 15 years ago?
When did you flip the switch?
It was probably like 17, 18 years ago that it was a recreation for me.
I think I started playing in 2004. I think I played my first pro game in 2008. So yeah, about 15 years ago.
So you had like maybe 3 good years of just enjoying Dota for the thrill of the game.
Yeah, I was playing a lot with like friends on Battle.net or in like an in-house league that was with a lot of players. It wasn't like
in-house league is still veering on competitive.
It was not an exclusive in-house league by all means, and it didn't have a ranking system. It was it was called Dota Pickup at the time, and it was, you are tired of leavers in pubs all the time, so we're going to make a controlled system where people get punished for leaving.
Gotcha.
But aside from that, there was like no skill requirement. It was just you applied, you got in, and then you started playing with people. And if you started leaving, you got a timed ban from the channel, so you couldn't play because you were ruining games, right?
You know who were truly the most degenerate back then in those old Warcraft 3 lobbies? The guys hosting the Dota 3 versus 5 lobbies.
Whoa.
3
Those
versus
guys.
5?
I don't think
Yes, because they thought they were good enough that they could take on 5 randoms and just, you know, 1 person per lane.
Did they?
Did you get
I mean,
bonus
I'm
gold?
sure they did because, first of all, they were getting solo experience,
Right.
which, you know, at that level of Dota probably meant a lot.
Yeah.
And they probably just felt really good crushing people.
I'll be honest with you, I would absolutely play as a 5 into a 3 stack and see if we could beat them. 100%. That'd be so much fun.
Should we bring that back, Ted?
Yes, bring back 3v5.
Like 3 Divines versus 5 Legends?
Divines.
Sounds like
whatever.
Jenkins content right there.
We can beat Divines.
Do you remember the classic name of a lobby on Battle.net? Like 5v5, no DL. You know, like no download.
no
Because
download.
if you had to download, that was proof that
You
you,
were a
hadn't
noob.
played Dota before.
Oh.
And if you had played Dota before, you knew where to go to download the newest version.
I see.
Now, those 3v5 players, their lobbies were called 3v5 only DL because they wanted to play against absolute noobs. Right?
True.
And everybody who was like, oh, I haven't played. Oh, nice. I've wanted to download this map for a week and everybody kicks me. Finally, a lobby where I can download the game. And then you go in and get curb stomped by somebody who's played for thousands of hours. And they felt great about themselves.
This was you.
And then every once in a while, you jump into a map that you've normally played a lot and you thought you had downloaded, but for some reason you hadn't downloaded it. So then you download it, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe there's a new version or something. This will be interesting. And you start the game, and you're like, man, I can't wait to play this custom game. And it starts loading, and the game activates, and then all of a sudden an image starts making its way onto this screen. What is it? Oh my God, it's Goatsy! Jesus!
What, that was the map?
Yeah, that was the map. That was a
Jesus.
Warcraft 3 map.
Cap posted 10 of those a day.
Only DL.
The first time that happened to me, and I was like 13, 14 years old, I was just like, what?
Jesus.
What is that? What? Oh my God!
This isn't golems at all. What is this?
That's a roach pit right there. That was everywhere, that image. I'm telling you. In that early internet, you couldn't get away from certain... People think memes are overused these days. We had hardly any memes. We had three memes. Had to go around. That's it. We had 3 memes. Rick rolling people, Goatsy. I'm not going to mention the third one, but it was pretty bad.
Were you at all competitive in any video game, Ted? Because you seem to enjoy the recreation aspect, the camaraderie of stacking with friends, but did you ever take a game seriously that you were like, I want to be top leaderboard on this? No?
No. Only Dumpster and the lads in SF or Street Fighter 2 on the out there.
Okay, that counts.
Yeah, I lost as Blanca to Kazu, which I'm really annoyed about. I'm going to have to make up for that. But I would say I'm competitive when I play Tarkov in that I hate dying. So I've adapted the rat playstyle.
Yeah.
So I will spend hours hiding in a corner with a grenade hoping that someone comes around the corner so I can just go bang and then steal all this shit. And
I've
run.
watched these streams of Ted just sitting there talking to his chat, and then he would, wait. Oh, I thought I heard something. And then just 5 more minutes of talking until somebody does finally show up.
Ted, I have just the game for you. World of Tanks.
Oh, it's terrible.
What?
It's too fast, man.
That's too
fast. You come up around, there's some lad, he's already doming you. It's like, I just was trying to figure out whether that guy was on my side or not, and I'm dead. Tarkov is perfect. You bring a snack, like you in-game, you bring a can of beef stew and some water, you hide in a corner and at exit point, you wait for someone to come around, you kill him, you take their shit, job done.
Oh, riveting gameplay.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
That sounds...
Stakes are so high.
Outside of Tarkov, like maybe when you were younger, like what would you say was the thing you were most competitive at? Was there a sport that you played that you were particularly competitive at?
Not that I ever like really tried and practiced and all that shit. I've always been very chill when it comes to games. I get angry,
Yeah.
but I've never tried to be better, really.
You two go out and play pool quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's not like
that-
I practice.
Yeah.
The only times I play it is when I play with him.
Yeah, fair enough.
We should do it on the tiebreakers day. If there's no tiebreakers or either way, we don't start too late, we should do the tiebreakers. You know, okay, go play pool.
So Ted's hoping for Liquid to lose here because it increases our chances of a tiebreaker.
Which is not really that outlandish of a thing to be thinking about.
No, they have indeed been doo-doo caca, as my eldest likes to say. They've not been cutting it.
No.
I think they can definitely improve. They won a TI within my living memory, at least.
They did.
And now they're not cutting it. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the Saberlight factor. The loss of 33 there's a lot to reorg and think about. But like we keep saying, they look discombobulated when 33 joined. With like everyone's like, give them time, and then they want a TI. Just give them time. These things take time.
Yeah, and I also think blaming everything on a player replacement is... I think the majority of the time when the community does that is just completely misguided.
Super toxic and wrong.
Because how many times do you have a team that stays together after a major achievement and then they also just play bad the next 2 weeks later,
Yeah.
right? So like, why is it the new player factor? This could have easily been the exact same story with 33. People get exhausted, there's fatigue. Maybe other teams are hungrier because they've been practicing a lot while you were at TI, burning everything you had, all your strats, all your energy. It's just human. You can't be at peak all the time. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, they can never peak at DreamLeague. Just never.
But the
I just think
people,
it's timing.
They need something to blame, though. What do you attribute such a marked shift to?
I know what it is.
Tell me.
Blame them for winning TI.
So of course post TI, the fatigue, blah blah blah. They're not playing as much Dota. So to counteract that, what does Insania do? He does this pub challenge.
Yeah.
But we all know Nisha doesn't play pubs.
It's true.
He's playing too many pubs. He needs to watch more replays and play less pubs. This guy needs to conserve his energy,
He's actually sabotaging his team.
Yeah,
by
all of
making
his
them play the game.
His peak Dota performance is being exuded in pubs.
Yep.
And whenever he comes to an official, then he's drained.
Well, apparently not, because Team Liquid's very low on the MMR chart.
We did see that.
We know.
That was a wisdom rune.
Maybe he's not expending his best in these pubs.
They're not sending their best.
I feel like the people don't know what they want. Because people say, if a team stays together and has a bad season, they're like, why don't they just kick so-and-so?
Yeah.
But if then someone leaves a team, they're like, and then they replace it, they're like, why isn't this working already? It's like, it all takes time. Like, if you kick someone, it's not like it's suddenly going to be better. And if you have kicked someone, you've got someone in, you've got to give them time. And I just think we've seen lots of times where a team has looked amazing and then shit the bed at a tournament. And then we've also seen times when teams look terrible and then turn up at a tournament. So in summary, Neil, I don't think it's possible to predict how it's going to go. And we should basically stop doing what we do for a living.
I wouldn't go that far.
All right, I'm out.
Yeah, I disagree.
I would imagine that part of this is also exacerbated by the fact that the opponents that Liquid will be facing in this very series have been doing quite well. And 33, being a helming of this Tundra project, doing quite well, makes people even more susceptible to being like, well, he was the secret sauce to that Liquid squad.
Which means there's more motivation for Team Liquid. They may actually come into this series.
That's true, but they also said Matu was the secret source to that.
It's just such an overwhelmingly simplified take. Like, Dota doesn't work like that. It's not like one player is going to change everything.
Right.
It's a team game. It's extremely complex. There's so many things that need to be working pieces. And yes, in an individual tournament, some player might play the best tournament they've ever played. Like we just had PGL Wallachia where Parker played his best tournament ever for sure. He was like the carry of that tournament and he was excellent. But they didn't win because Parker was a god. They won because he was a god and everyone else played great.
Right.
Like you don't win a tournament with one player.
Yeah, but haven't you heard from Parker? They lost here because of Davai Lama.
It's just one player. One player.
Absolutely. Just every game. It just ruined it for everyone. Parker crushed every safe lane. They always won mid. All their moves worked. Davai just griefed every game. That's what it was.
You know, I recently remembered a little piece of nostalgia. You once had, in your player career, somebody place the blame on you.
Yeah, that's great. I'll gladly take my part of the blame. I always will.
Yeah.
But it's never one person's fault that things go wrong in a team game.
Who blamed Synderen for something?
Yeah, I didn't hear about this.
It was Fada, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
After TI3.
The problem is Synderen.
And I will say
Fada's known for his he's got some takes.
I will say in full honesty that he is definitely partially right. I think the way that was handled at the time was really poor, but he wasn't wrong that I wasn't performing to the level that I should and that I didn't do as much as I could have. So that's, a regret you can have afterwards that there were things you could have done better. But did I sabotage the TI3 run entirely? Was it all me? Absolutely not. And it's very clear and easy to see it if you have like more understanding of behind the scenes, if you see the practice, if you see the preparation for the tournament, what goes right, what goes wrong, etc., etc. It's a lot of moving parts, but so I always think it's really cool when players get recognition for doing really good stuff and like having an outstanding tournament. And I think it's completely fine to criticize players when they're underperforming. But boiling down, I think it's almost disrespectful to the other players when a tournament is won. If you're like, yeah, this guy was the king, he carried everyone. And then when they move teams or do whatever, right? We have the exact opposite version now where the community, a lot of players or a lot of people in the community have been shitting on Crystalis, right? Like, oh my God, he got carried in Secret. He got second at TI only because of Nisha. Secret moved some players around. Crystalis has a down phase. He isn't playing so well. They're like, yeah, he was terrible. Now he's playing with another team and he's owning it this tournament. They're like, wow, Crystalis was great all along. He's like, come on, man, make up your minds.
Yeah.
Maybe all of these players are actually just really good, but nobody's good all the time. And that's the beauty of the game. It's actually I think it's kind of unique to Dota how different the ceiling and the bottom is for players compared to, let's say, a game like Counter-Strike where, most of the time, like the true stars can be on top for a very long time. Dota just has so much depth and complexity that you kind of can't just be the best for like 4 years in a row.
I mean, there's also the changes that happen to Dota are so much bigger.
Yes.
Like
you changed the rules so much.
5 of your heroes are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's like, this guy's amazing. And then your 5 favorite best heroes get nerfed. Suddenly it's like, this guy's garbage. And it's like, they must have nerfed his hero pool. He should learn some new heroes. It's like, this guy's literally hundreds and hundreds of hours playing these heroes, and now you expect them to just pick up 3 new heroes? It's almost impossible.
Yeah, compared to League where the pro players there are able to usually keep like a set of heroes for their entire careers. And then, like Dota, you obviously have to be a lot more versatile in that regard. And, that last pick that's super sick may not be sick if you're not good on that hero.
Yeah.
And, practiced against, all the various variables because there are so many different heroes that are viable.
Oh, yeah.
The game that you're playing is not the same game that you played in your pubs because it's an entirely different, set of 5 different heroes, right? That's why every Dota game is different because all of these heroes are viable as a result.
Yeah.
So
ain't no way that we're gonna have a world championship where people can win for 10 years straight and then win 2 times back to back again this late in their career. Not in my esport, not on my watch. Instead, I let the peak performance be handled by the casters. So, Cap and Synderen, I'm gonna let you prepare for our next series. Let's get into Liquid versus Tundra. Let's get into it, friends. It's Liquid taking on Tundra, and I've got a new panel assembled to take me through it. Pyrian Flax has walked all the way over here, made the journey across the side.
We both did.
We both did, arm in arm, to join Effie and Purge because Purge is here to tell me about Faker. Tell me about Faker the GOAT.
Faker is
Purge.
almost undoubtedly one of the best
Good
esport
seeing you.
players of all
Good
time.
pleasure.
It's just really hard to compare. I don't
What if
even
I
play
doubt
League,
it?
but
You said almost undoubtedly. What if I am doubtedly?
You are the
I have a feeling that
exception that
you're a
proves
hater.
the rule.
If I'm not mistaken, are you
hater.
are you a League hater?
Yeah, I think it sucks.
Well, there we go. Look, I don't
No
play
offense,
the
League
game,
fans.
but you
Cry
can't
more.
have a career like that for 10 years and not be.
Not in Dota,
probably
you
the
can't.
best. It's really hard. I mean, I looked at there was this document that I looked at the players that were playing at TI this year, and when they first started playing Dota, and it was really rare to have a player before like TI 7.
Yeah,
it was really rare. So 8 is just the testament of time. It's very difficult to keep your focus on one game for that long. Eventually, you get older and you have other priorities. Like when I was in high school, I'd go to school, I'd come home, and I'd play Halo until I went to bed every single night, and it was a great lifestyle. But eventually, you grow out of it, you know, and you have some other responsibilities. You got a pet, you got a girlfriend.
What a shame.
Things like that. You got to do other jobs, so it's hard to stay on top, unfortunately.
That's why I've given you a job to do. I won't let you go around running riots all day. Purge, I need you to do some tech analysis on this series, Tundra versus Liquid. What you got for me?
I am here to copium for Team Liquid.
Okay,
in a lot of
nice.
ways. I was doing my Overwatch cases. You want to see what? No, I'm just kidding. That's not the point.
Nah,
All right, so what was really interesting in this game is here is their first match. They went to this gold strat, right? This is the bounty, the Visage one. They ended up winning this game. It looked kind of goofy in the lane in the draft. We weren't completely sure that it was going to work out, but they ended up winning this one. Good for them, right? So they win game 1 of their series unexpectedly because they've disappointingly lost almost all of their games. But what happened afterwards in game 2 was harder. This is the one where they had the Dragonite that built no damage items. But this gank that they had a 3k gold advantage. They won their lanes. This is game number 2, by the way. You're thinking, okay, Liquid's gonna win probably against Parivision. But they mis-executed this team fight. It didn't go very well. And the same thing happened a bit later. And at that point, all Dragonite had was a
Mage Slayer,
Mage Slayer,
Hurricane
thank you. Yeah, the Mage Slayer just wasn't good enough. Now, and so they lost game 2. This is game 3. This is that one that ended really fast. Watch what Nisha did. He ran out of mana. He TPs back to base, and he ends up going to push out the mid lane. And then he almost gets ganked, and he jumps to his remnant that he placed earlier top. So he basically went top again without his TP scroll, and this was right before Parivision did their death push.
Oh wow!
With all of the skeletons.
Where was the backup remnant?
He just didn't put one down. It's a mistake. I'm going to admit it's a mistake. He's going to admit it's a mistake. But now they have 0 counter push here.
Yeah.
So this game could have potentially been defended. It could have potentially been just like 1 Rax. He ends up staying on the map for another 15 seconds because he recognized, like, I'm not going to run back in time. Then Saberlight dies as well. Another mistake. It was a series of chain of mistakes, which not great. It shouldn't be happening for a TI winning team like Liquid, but they had potential to win this series. They could have won game 2, but they executed 2 team fights, and Mickey bought the wrong items. In game 3, they just like did a couple mega chokes and like small mistakes. And then he gets the Orchid. Like they were close to winning the series, and this has kind of been the case of a lot of their games so far in this tournament. They keep taking games off of teams they're playing against. They're winning 25% of the games. It's not great, but you know, they're close.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've been a little bit critical of them. They're like, haha, they're 0-3. They suck. That's not true. They're close. But they're making mistakes that lead them to losing games, deservedly.
And perhaps in contrast to Tundra, maybe we'll see some orientation on how these two teams prioritize their last picks. Because I want to take a look at our Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force for this series, where we're taking a look at last pick priority and which players are given the privilege of the last pick and how they seize that opportunity. And so far, it seems that for Tundra, giving Lornoff the last pick is something that they favor quite a bit, and it nets them a pretty high win rate, 80% win rate. Now, obviously, Tundra in general is just winning a lot, and Liquid in contrast are giving Saberlight last pick pretty frequently, but it's a coin flip on whether or not it's advantageous for them or not.
I'm gonna say that last pick is actually not valuable, like unless you're heavily counterpicking on mid. Like last pick is kind of the role that you sack in the way that this draft order is set up. Like when there are heroes that stand far above the rest, you want to get them earlier in your draft and build around that and like secure their position there. And last pick is usually saved for the heroes that have the widest hero pool, that when there's like nothing left from the pick of the litter, they can find the best hero there. So it makes sense, because if you look at Lornoff's hero pool, he's played the most hero variety out of anyone on Tundra, which I thought was rather interesting. We don't see that out of mid in this meta. And for Saberlight, if he's not getting like a Sand King in that first phase, they opt to build third draft, like, and just kind of leave him with whatever's worst.
I feel like throughout this tournament, I've seen more 9th picks take me by surprise than 10th picks. 10th picks are like, okay, well, I mean, we're out of options. What's the last remaining hero that we have? Very few teams are like, aha, this is the final pick of the draft that you never saw coming.
Yeah, unless you're like some Huskar Viper player,
Yeah.
the 10th pick isn't that valuable anymore, I would say. Like, we've seen some 10th pick Tinies come out. Like, yesterday, Liquid ran one themselves, and in that situation, it can kind of look okay, but for the most part, there are some players with that disgusting type of hero pool, but not very many. Like XM with his hero pool, Malrine with his hero pool. Not everybody shares those sickening heroes.
It maybe could be an advantage for him as a player, for Nolornoff as a player, because he's a known player, but he isn't like we've been looking at him deeply, like people are going to be looking at Malrine and stuff like that. So maybe he has like the Monkey King, for example, that he probably barely touched on Aurora and isn't his favorite hero. Now he gets to have it last phase because there's less tape on him effectively.
Invoker. Just straight up.
Just straight up picked up by Liquid. It's in their wheelhouse as we get into the draft for game number 1. They also banned out the Brood, the Beastmaster, and the Puck. Tundra, they banned out the Naga, the Earth Spirit, the Sand King, and the Pugna, and they respond to that Invoker with a Bristleback.
You know what I kind of feel like with the way Invoker is now, and I don't know if it's because the players are all just much better. I definitely remember back in the day, the heyday of the way I like
Ye old Invoker.
He would just run around and kill everybody.
Okay.
And it was like he'd be soloing people with cool combos, and he'd do like the tornado cold snap meatball and clickety click and hexes and stuff. And I definitely remember people like Miracle just running over games with this Invoker, or Thompson running over a game with Invoker. I feel like you don't see that as much anymore.
It's the build difference, right? You don't really go much exhort, so you can't really Sunstrike. And you're doing, like, the Quas Vex build is, like, more disruptive. You're
boring,
lifting
Kev.
people. You're draining their mana. Is that boring?
That is
Gaining
so
your mana?
exciting. Watch this spell, young wizard. You have no mana now. I was like, well, brilliant. Harry Potter would have been such an interesting series if they just sucked mana out of each other's wands.
What are you saying?
You still get an exort pretty early on Invoker though. Like you will still have it like around minute 20. You'll have points in exort. It's more so that the way that Dota is set up now, there's no 1v9
Yeah, it's a
anymore. Like back in the day when you could have one TA or one SF or one Invoker just win the game by themselves, that was when the map was much smaller. The economy was different, and there were far less choke points and far less warding areas than there are now. Dota just doesn't function in the
And
same
they had
way.
lower health pools. I
Yeah.
feel like that's a factor too.
And there was no power creep where the supports were just really strong, and like supports were solo dying to these mid heroes all the time. Now your
Yeah.
supports are like much stronger than they used to be. So Dota is much more of a team game, and for Invoker to run around and get kills, he needs to be enabled by his side lanes. What that means is like once he's ready to start running around, he needs side laners that can like set up for kills, like make the action.
Like Hoodwink?
Hoodwink works. You also need a little bit more of a reliable guy who goes in first, like the Centaur-esque kind of body.
By the way, SD again. This hero's been banned so
Constant
much, and now we're getting him.
He's slipping through the ranks. I feel like Pugna has risen up to be his ban-worthy replacement.
And Team Liquid's going to go for the Ogre. They had a really high win rate of this early in the tournament. They kind of fell off a little bit. They stopped picking him as much.
Yeah, they kept giving Insania Tusk instead, like left and
Yeah,
right.
maybe because they wanted more flex potential or something like this. But this game is pretty clear. Team Liquid's not messing around with any flex heroes. It's just very obvious where their heroes are going. So maybe this is just a draft discussion they had to put them in a better position. But Ogre against Bristle is good. Very high armor. You can fight him. Makes some sense.
They did mention that they love to pair Gyro with Ogre. That's their favorite carry pairing for it, and the logic that Insania gave was that he thinks that Ogre's level 1 is compensated for by how strong Gyro is on level 1, because level 1 Ogre has no spells. So that could be something they're looking to do as well. But for Tundra, like this is just, they love their Bristleback. They love playing on that timing. You pair it with something like a Shadow Demon, who you know is going to be making ridiculous amount of stacks for this Bristle to hit that level 15 spike. Liquid need to be able to invade at a certain point in the game.
It's a fast draft.
Yeah, dang. They
Both
got somewhere to be?
teams
It is nearly dinner time.
And I have to imagine these two teams probably scrim against each other a bunch.
They're just hoping they don't let this series doesn't go till midnight. So
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one new thing about this series is Liquid is not playing the last series of the night. Every other Group Stage 2 match that they've played was the final series of the night.
Well, Storm Spirit for Lorenoth looks great. He's fantastic on it. Tusk as well gives them 2 saves now between their support duo, so that looks great. I'd say both draft formulations so far look good.
Yeah, and also Tusk is very able to rotate to that Storm Spirit's lane once he hits level 6 and pressure the Invoker. Like, the way that Invoker operates now is it feels like he really just doesn't lose lane, and the best way to deal with him is to bring heroes early on to kill him while he's still vulnerable in that laning phase. So Tusk is definitely one of the better ones here. Also, it gives you a very early Roche timing with the tag team if that's what they choose to go, and the Bristleback.
Tundra hasn't opened with Bristleback since 5 days ago, actually, and a lot of those games, they're just not even, it's not even banned, so they just had some stuff ready to go here. A little bit different, gonna keep Liquid on their toes.
And instead of their tried and true gyrocopter, Liquid opt to pair up this Ogre Magi with a Morphling.
I mean, it makes sense, because Tundra don't have the best heroes at catching a Morphling. Like, if Storm opts to go Orchid and he has a good game, then that'll be a way to punish Morphling, but outside of that, Shadow Demon doesn't really deal with him, Tusk doesn't deal with him. So it's a pretty free Morphling game.
The only downside I can see is there's not great people to turn into, right? But it's fine. They can make it work. They're also not going to have carry potential weaknesses with a Morphling. They'll scale decently well, and they've got good burst damage to follow up on other things. Bloodlust is maybe less good on Morphling than other carries, but it's still a fine pairing. It'll work.
Did they fix the Storm thing yet? The bug with the double attack?
I mean,
has Dota been patched in the last few days? I don't think
Might have been like a micro patch. I don't know.
I don't think I downloaded
The
it.
bug you're referring to, I believe, is when you have Shard and you activate it, your Storm Spirit's overload attacks do twice the damage than it technically says it is, but the allies that you put it on, they don't get double damage. So it's effectively like 300 more damage when you use 3 attacks. So it's there, but it feels like one of those like things where they're like, oh, it's a bug, but we're just gonna leave it in because
it's not super busted. Like it's not like game breaking.
Yeah. If it gave double attacks to everyone on your team, like with a Visage or something, it would have been crazy.
I mean, speaking of Visage, it's not banned out. Saberlight and 33 both have a proclivity for the hero.
I don't like it very much here for Liquid. What Tundra banned in the Dawn and Mars is what basically Liquid lack right now, which is a hero to anchor their team fight or something that's able to set up or react. Because you do have a lot of damage coming out from Hoodwink plus Invoker in the back, but you don't really have that hero tying it together. Something they could look at is Pango. Like, Pango would be good at disrupting the backline Shadow Demon, causing the chaos in the fight, but that's the recipe they need to follow right now.
I like that, especially because Ogre just doesn't provide very good team fight, and sometimes it takes Morphling time to do that as well. It's one of the weaknesses of Ogre. You're survivable. They don't really want to go on you because it's going to cost too many spells, but yeah, there's the Pango. That's going to give that nice team fight disruption that you're talking about.
I mean, they could choose to heavily punish it on lane, but like a lot of the heroes that would punish melee heroes have already been taken out in the draft. Like the TA, for example.
10 seconds remaining.
Or the SF carry.
Do you have any preference for where this Bristleback goes on Tundra, now that you know Liquid's full lineup?
I think you just put it off lane, because it makes sense with the Shadow Demon paired with it.
I just assume that's going to be the case since 3-3 feels like playing it a lot.
Which means we're on the lookout for a Nightfall hero right now, many of which have been banned. No DK, no SF, no Alchemist, no TA. He has Monkey King potential.
You could also steal Luna and try to play on an earlier timing. Still left in the pool.
I think Luna's
I don't know about Monkey, because my only concern is it would be quite hard for him to fight in a circle when you've got a Pango ball rolling around and you're getting tornadoed and EMP'd and all the rest of it.
That's true.
Yeah, they do have a lot of disable, you're right on that.
Thing is, you don't want to pick a carry that will give Morphling a good replicate target, like Gyro. It just wouldn't work. But you want to be able to group up early with Bristleback once he gets that Aghanim's.
Luna then. Oh,
Bloodseeker.
wowzers.
Only been picked once in the tournament, and it lost.
I did check Nightfall's Dota Pro Tracker, and he did play this one time in one of his pubs in the last few days. So
Okay.
It is a hero on their radar that they've been talking about. It is the traditional counter to Pango with the Rupture. It just hasn't been played to success, like you mentioned, Neil, because I did see it one time and I was not impressed by it. But honestly, they have this secondary carry in Bristleback anyway, where you don't need to depend entirely on this Bloodseeker to carry the game. So in this game in particular, if they can play in their like 25 to 35 minute window, they'll be happy with it. If it goes to overall late game, they might feel regret with the Bloodseeker pick.
At least they do have mixed damage regardless, though, because whenever I feel that everyone's putting their eggs in one core basket, like at Bristleback, then the enemy team just builds a bunch of armor and you're screwed. But Storm Spirit, I imagine, is going to have a pretty great game because there are not very many stuns on Liquid's side.
I mean, there's Ogre, there's Hoodwink.
Ogre with
probably
the 10-second long cast animation.
It's more the cast range, really.
Also true.
Yeah, I mean, but there are some stuns and some burst damage. The Pango roll plus 1 stun plus a Morphling, you can definitely die.
Yep.
There's some worry, but there's also good heroes for him to grab. If he catches the Hoodwink, for example, the rat, Ted, could die very easily.
The Scav.
Don't have a go at rats, please.
I think it'll work because you have 2 cores anyway. Like the Storm plus the Bristle, you're not going to be lacking in that like oomph potential in the late game. Like you will maybe run into Morphling issues way later on, but by removing that Pango from the fight with Rupture, Liquid have their gameplay made very difficult because, like I said, that's their only team fight anchor. They don't have anyone else starting these fights for them.
That's a good point.
Liquid versus Tundra. Who was right? Who was left? Let's find out in game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
We had Cinderin share his wisdom about Dota 2 and team dynamics, and you're certainly right, Cinderin. But it doesn't fit our thirst for drama.
That's true.
And blame.
In
So
every
this-
argument, someone has to be right and someone has to be left.
Of course.
There is never room for compromise, and everything in the world is just binary, Cap. There's a right and a wrong and no in between.
And that is why this series, at the start of the season, will determine everything. Who will determine who was the reason they won TI last year. It'll determine who will do well this year.
Yep.
It's all come down to this, Cinderin. This is probably the most important series of the entire year, nay, 2 years.
Insania is making a case for being left. Oh, 33. I actually think he could have maybe chased that, but all right, plays it safe. Fair enough. A little bit to unpack in this game, Cap. We see the Bloodseeker pick come out from Nightfall. I believe we have not cast this hero this tournament.
Nope.
It has been played, but I am happy to see it carry. I feel like this hero, for my money's worth, is almost exclusively a position 1. No, Whitemon actually got to be turned on really nicely
Read
here.
of the situation. Maybe Nightfall's playing it in his pubs, but I don't know how many carry Bloodseekers Whitemon has played with.
That's true.
Misread of the situation and misread of how much damage they could do to the little hoodwink.
It's just a bit over-aggressive. But I think we've seen an offlane Bloodseeker attempt at this tournament. I'm not a big fan of that. I think the hero just suffers way too much when played in the offlane position from weak laning. I think it was even played against a Shadow Fiend in a game. In lane, it's just like hopeless, you know, good luck. But as a carry in the right matchup, you're playing against the Pango, which is obviously great. But also, Bloodseeker can become a hyper carry, actually. He's one of the strongest late game heroes, in my opinion, because when you get later into the game, let's say like minute 30, 35 plus, fights get very explosive, and you benefit so much from heroes taking damage. And the type of lineup that he's playing with here, there's some solid burst between Bristleback and Storm to really get him up and running in the fights. So I'm excited to see it. It's always nice to see different heroes that aren't that popular in the meta get the limelight once in a while.
Now that they have Shadow Poison, nice Bushwhack. That'll kick him out and get some pretty good damage out of the Aircrunch shot as well. I saw that Ogre still has this incredible win rate.
Yeah.
At this tournament. I still don't fully understand why. Really good. With the tag team and the minus armor from Viscous Nasal Goo, it'll make that tanky Ogre a whole lot squishier. Saksa make sure that 33 is the one to take the last hit.
I'd actually argue this is a really difficult Ogre lane. What makes this hero a good laner is when you're in a position where you can play aggressive and you can, you know, oppress the enemy team in that lane. Not really possible here. You're playing with a Morphling who's one of the weaker early game aggression carries. He's fine at staying alive, but doesn't really offer much in the way of killing. So you can't really be a wall for your Morph, because Tusk Bristle 100-0 you as Ogre, which is very unusual.
Yeah.
That your hero can die that easily, but that lane is just extremely strong. And they talked about it on the panel. Insania had said in an interview that they like playing it together with Gyro because he helps Ogre reach level 2 and you're stronger early on. Morphling does not help you reach level 2, and even when you do, you're still not that strong here.
Yeah.
So despite Ogre in reality right now being level 3, I think your lane is just weaker.
Going on to Whitemon.
Not gonna happen.
It'll be the Blood Right.
This lane, speaking of weak lanes though, Bloodseeker Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's
not exactly up there for me.
No.
So despite it being a good Bloodseeker game on core-to-core matchup basis against, in particular, the Pango, Saberlight should be having a very good laning stage. There's nothing really preventing him from finding good CS, and seeing that on the scoreboard as well right now, actually even topping the charts. But of course Bloodseeker will get his too. But you're definitely not being a threat.
Got to grab and landed the shield crash just before the disruption. That is critical because it is just enough damage for Whitemon to die. A second kill. So not only are they getting top CS, but they've also gotten 2 kills out of this lane. This offlane going very, very well. But as you said, it kind of needs to, right? Because you are going to have a rough Pango game otherwise.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Saberlight itemizes. We've seen different theories from offlane Pangos against Care Bloodseekers. Over time, we've seen like Linken's as a potential solution. I think that's kind of hard to run nowadays. Now that you can proc the Linken's during Rolling Thunder with non-BKB piercing spells.
Yep.
We've seen auras where you just accept that you have to tank up. Boxy is in trouble. Boxy is dying.
He does have stick charges, but they are still going to be able to run him down. Nightfall is the one to take the kill.
Yep.
Seemed like mid lane, we saw, you could actually see it from, I think, kind of the CS, where both the Storm Spirit and the Invoker are kind of low down there on last hits compared to the side lanes. And it's just because it's a harass battle, right? It's like the Invoker is constantly gunning at the Storm Spirit, trying to EMP him and make his lane as miserable as possible.
Radiant are scanning.
And as a result, 12 denies. Lorinoff will find his level 6 in the jungle.
Yeah, this is still quite decent for Lorinoff, to be honest. I would say, yeah, you're gonna be out denied by the Invoker, but as long as you get your own CS and make yourself a game, that's fine. Unfortunately for him, no rune that time around. That will be grabbed by Insania, getting the regen.
So for me, I felt like Liquid really needed to win the lanes, and that has not really happened. So I'm a bit concerned for them. Because, as the panel said, it looks like a damn good Storm Spirit game. The Pango's countered by the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
So just feels like there's a lot of problems if you don't have a gold advantage.
And I think the biggest mystery for this game that I'm curious to see is how the Bloodseeker versus Morph matchup goes later down the line. Because the interesting thing about Bloodseeker is he's one of the... Nice combo!
Got him from behind, and he's burned out of all of his mana. What a good gank from Liquid.
No stick, so can't get that burst of mana to get the zip away. Very nicely done by Nisha and Boxy combining there. Yeah, so the Morph versus Bloodseeker matchup. Bloodseeker, we saw a game in Wallachia where Bloodseeker countered Alchemist. He just reaches this point of critical mass later in the game where he is so tanky and does so much damage in a heads-up battle between carries Morphling is a different beast, though, than Al. So we'll see if Bloodseeker can just get that trade. What Bloodseeker eventually does is he gets this massive barrier from Blood Mist when you get the Ags as a carry, and that can often offset matchups that might not on paper be the best. If you just enter the fight with 50% more health, you know, that kind of tends to help. Saberlight is very dead here.
Yeah, he's going to pop the Rolling Thunder and try and TP away, but he'll die. It's sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Yeah, it's better to don't, because then you have your TP. Now he has neither. Now he has to do the long walk of shame from base to bot.
Yeah.
It's so annoying, you know? And I understand why he tried it, and this was literally the only way he had any chance of surviving. So we see the replay here. The 33 kill.
Jeez.
Very deep for that boxing attempt.
What was that?
Radiant's middle tower
That was crazy. You just wanted to find the Morphling farming and stop him?
Not sure.
Well, either way, he added to the Morphling's farm by doing that.
Now he will add to his own by playing the lovely triangle. What should we start calling this now? Because we called this triangle for like 10 years.
Yeah.
And now there's no 3 camps anymore, but I still call it triangle because I haven't come up with another word for it. Do you want to coin a word right now?
No, because I don't want to buck tradition. I think it's kind of nice. Everybody knows it as the triangle.
Yeah.
It's one of those if you know, you know situations.
I guess you could argue there's 2 camps and the secret shop, and that's the triangle. There's like 3.
Sure.
There's
Yeah.
3 objectives there. Still.
Yeah. I'm down with it.
Let's
the
do
outpost.
that. We're coping with that. Or the outpost, yeah. So it's actually a... Uh-oh. Good disruption.
The quadrilateral. Hit the fire blast, but...
It doesn't sound as good with their farming the rhomboid, does it?
Yeah. Hit the quad.
I don't think that's
that's catchy.
That sounds
They're
like
hitting
something...
the quad right now.
That's what Brian does every second day in the hotel.
Man's hitting those quads nonstop.
Can't shoot for the pyramid anymore. You gotta hit the quads.
Just shoot the pyramid. That's an in-show. So, to be clear, any listeners, there's a pinball machine that we used to have that one of the lines was shoot the pyramid. TP away from Saberlight after the rupture. And there he goes.
Cap, I prefer when I make an inside joke that 2 people understand that we keep it between us for broadcast, okay?
EMP. Snowball, pick up, but they're
early.
still inside the EMP. But it looks like mana isn't the problem. It's an HP problem for Liquid. A tornado that tries and does finish off the Shadow Demon while he TPs away. That was smooth from Nisha.
Decent trade overall. SD for Hoodwink, relatively even. Now this, all in all, this game is just pretty even right now. Like, nobody's building a very meaningful advantage, so it really is a matter of like what you talked about, who does better down the stretch with scaling. And as much as we've talked about the good matchups, I think the concern here in all for Tundra, when you look at the gold, is Storm is quite poor. And the trade-off is that the Pango is poor too, but he's the guy who's supposed to have a bad game.
Sure.
So if he does, that's probably something that you can strategize around. If Storm suffers too much, it can be difficult for him to find an entry into the game. It's a good Storm game, for sure, but it's not problem-free. Invoker's going to buy Hex eventually. You're always going to be playing against the threat of getting caught by some sort of random stun in the middle of the fight if you're next to trees, if you get too close to Ogre. Need to be on your toes, and a lot of the time how Storm counters heroes like Hoodwink and Ogre is very much down to having enough mana pool so that you can keep zipping so they never hit their spells.
Saberlight's going to die again, and this will give Storm Spirit a galvanized stack. They do it a good bushwhack in return, but...
It would have been nice for them if Lorinov got the last hit there instead of Saksa. I think they really need some kill bounty on the Storm. Nice try from Nisha.
Oh, Nick came through the gate. He's going for Nightfall here, and he might just have him. Nightfall's going to dip into the trees, and he is going to get cut off, and now Boxy's there on the other side of things. It'll be Boxy. They'll take that kill. Liquid making a 5-man move to get some vengeance for poor Saberlight, who is on the receiving end of a rupture every 70 seconds.
Yeah, Morphling with Lads just loves to get involved. Very, very strong hero right now. Takes that tower together with Nisha as well as Insania, and we'll see how they choose to distribute their heroes. I thought maybe Morph was actually going to stay down here, but yeah, he will. Or will he? He went back and forth between
He only has a little bit of mana to work with here with an amp damage. Okay, disruption, and the toss is coming in, but so is the Invoker. Chained up. hit the purge on him, but Lorinov, it's dead. He's dead.
Did Soxa get cancelled by...
Yeah, somebody stopped his TP, I think.
Yeah, he got cancelled by either the Hoodwink or the Morph off-screen to the right, so a double dip for Liquid and a tower. This is a really, really good sequence that they found themselves. You see it here, Soxa TPing.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a read from Boxy there.
That was sick.
That's so nice. Yeah, Soxa makes them work for it, but ultimately 2 kills in a tower going the way of Liquid in that one move, and right before that they found 2 kills in a tower bot, so talk about high impact plays. Now the reason the gold isn't looking grimmer than this is that Bristol is farming up a Storm in the meantime. Oh, speaking of Storm, is he actually just gonna... Oh, good disrupt.
Okay, disruption. When he comes back in, he's gonna be shot by the Hoodwink, but don't think they have any disables past that. In fact, Storm's here wants to get aggressive. They're gonna go for the Ogre, and Insania is gonna be left behind by the rest of Team Liquid. Boxy dipping into the trees with the Scurry, TP's out. And it'll only be the Ogre who dies. Yeah. The trade-off seems to be that was kind of like a 4 versus 4. Morphling's farming, but so is 33. 33 does have his axe done.
Yeah. Now Bristol, in my opinion, is facing one of his worst matchups in Pro Dota right now in the Invoker. You're going to itemize your way out of this by getting a BKB eventually, but until then, Invoker has like 3 or 4 spells that are really good against your hero. Tornado is great, EMP is great, Cold Snap, and of course Ice Wall. All of these abilities that hamper movement is... Bristol's bread and butter is being able to run around. So the more things you have that just slow him down and annoy him, even if you don't kill him, like Invoker isn't good at killing Bristol. He's just good at making his life miserable in the fight, and a lot of the time that's enough. So I don't think this axe on 33 is necessarily inspiring him to just be like, all right, guys, let's go team fight. I'm the strongest hero on the map. In theory, he is, if he gets to do the damage. But it's not that easy.
In particular, considering the Invoker's success in this game so far.
Yes.
It does look like Nisha is going a right-click build. Does that change your estimation of like the scaling and how this game goes as we go late?
I feel like this build is the build that every Invoker does every game, but then the deviation happens from the 3rd item, right? They always get Witchblade and they always get Pike, and then sometimes it's BKB, sometimes it's Hex, sometimes it's Parasma. I would like to probably see him... I'm a little bit torn here between BKB and Hex, because I think the BKB might be necessary as well. He's not playing with any saves in his team. They're in the other one, with both the Snowball as well as Disruption. He has neither of those tools available, so probably going to see the BKB. But yeah, I think Hex is definitely still on the menu later down the line, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself because that Hex is probably 15 minutes away, but if Storm keeps having this bad of a game, it'll matter eventually. Soxa will slow to a crawl and kill easily.
Now, with this Invoker build, it means that all these Invokers forsake going Vessel, but Saberlight, that's where he's going to come in. He's going to go Vessel, he's going to go Blink Dagger. I always find Shard is super helpful against the Bloodseeker. It gives you at least like a little bit of window where you can stop moving. So if they can somehow get him that from Tormentor, that would be sick, but...
It's also like, okay, if they really want Saberlight dead, he'll die, right? You can Rupture and Demonic Purge him, then his defensive items aren't even going to be much help, but maybe that's also a little bit overcommitment to shutting down that Pango. But yeah, I agree. I think the Shard would be a very nice pickup. I don't know if there's a world where he gets it for free. Probably not, because neither Ogre nor Hoodwink will want to buy theirs.
Yeah, the only situation would be if they take the enemy Tormentor, which... We'll see. I mean, Liquid's not ahead by a big amount of net worth, but it does feel like they control more map space right now. They are trying to be the aggressors. Right now, it's not working for them, though. Tundra is dodging a lot of this, including Lorinov, who's backing away from...
Boxy showed there.
Yeah, Boxy showed himself. Lorinov, quick to get out.
It looked kind of strange. It almost looked like Boxy thought he was smoked with that movement pattern. He just cut right next to a melee creep or range creep there. I don't know if there even was a path where he didn't get spotted, because it's either that or he goes into tower vision, so I guess he didn't really have much of a choice. Yeah, mission failed there for the Tundra side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tundra setting up on a tower, but nobody really showing on it. Maybe hoping that they can punish some support that tries to defend. They're gonna go through the gate. They're gonna try and deal with a Morphling of all heroes.
I think 33 wants to finish this tower.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it. Finish it off here. And Mickey apparently wants to fight him. He can put Goo on the Bristleback, which would make him a lot easier to kill, especially with the Quills lined up. And now the Vessel, now the shot, now he's broken. Saved by a Disruption, but only momentarily here. Picked up by the Snowball, another save. Swashbuckle's gonna come out, Sunstrike, Bushwhack on 2. Beautiful setup, 33 finally dies, and Mickey lives from the assault of Lornoff. Now Lornoff has to use the rest of his mana to get away. Whitemon, he's not getting out. Once again, Tornado setting up the follow-up there from Boxy. Time and time again, this duo is finding kills. 3 kills to the favor of Liquid. They didn't lose a damn thing for it.
Yeah, nice and clean fight from them. And also a 5v4. I'm a little bit surprised that Bloodseeker's not getting involved at all, considering how much damage is being done in these exchanges. Perhaps you could choose to bring Nightfall and get something done here, but they will leave it at that, and that's going to cost them the fight and the Roche. Clean execution from Liquid, and what's really important for them and what mattered so much with Mickey's play there is by... Oh, no. Wait, is he...
Yeah, they got to be careful there.
BKB, he's pretty strong. They might get a straggly here. I guess, yeah, Saberlight.
Good old Saberlight.
Some things never change, huh?
Yeah, poor guy, man.
Well
bullied.
worth it. Oh, wait, he
thought about TPing to the outpost there. Invoker ran into the Bristleback, but can't catch a Invoker Ghostwalk.
But I think that fight that we just saw leading into the Roche was a great showcase of what I was talking about with Bristle. It just came from an unexpected angle through the Morph, right? But he just turns into Bristle, slows him to a crawl, and he can't navigate the fight. They use both saves to delay his death, but he still dies. And another death maybe.
He does have Snowball, pops the stick in order to get the mana. Snowball's on Nisha, the turnaround kill. Liquid did not expect that there was 3 heroes around this Tusk.
It's a big kill. And Lornoff is the one to get it, which I think is the best possible outcome. He has some gap to close. He's more than 2,000 behind Nisha after that kill. But some progression being made here on that front. Didn't talk about Bloodseeker's facet. I feel like we don't see this one very often. I mean, we don't see the hero very often in general, but
I feel like
I've seen Blood Rush more.
The last few times I've seen Bloodseeker, they've gone this build.
Oh, they have. Okay.
So I've seen it a couple times, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's interesting that people are switching to this facet. And I don't think it ever got buffed or anything, so it just seems like something that people have figured out, oh, this is actually pretty good. Or maybe they feel like Blood Rush is not that good, one or the other.
So it gives Bloodseeker a 50 range knockback when he's attacking ruptured targets.
Yeah, just for some...
I can't help but think that when you're farmed enough, it's DPS loss. Like, if you have enough attack speed, and you need to keep, like, stutter stepping to hit them.
Sure.
I don't know if that equation, because, like, how much damage is 50 range from Rupture? It's, like, almost nothing, right?
Yeah.
Compared to, but you need to have a ton of attack speed, I suppose. So until that point, this is definitely better. The other one just gives you some different utility, which I think can be very helpful no matter what role you play. Having that switch on for Thirst, where you can just get faster. But yeah, for the time being, this one should give him more overall damage in team fights. There's the shard for Whitemon. It's a very welcome sight for the side of Tundra. Yeah. Dispels will be very nice against the Morphling Goo when he turns into Bristle. It'll allow you to have a potential save later down the line against, you know, the Invoker Orchid that I keep alluding to is probably coming at some point. Excuse me, what am I saying? Orchid, he's not getting Orchid. Scratch that. They won't need it against that because they're not buying it, Cap, okay?
Okay.
So, yeah, stop saying that.
Okay,
Dispel against the Vessel is nice. I think the Vessel is actually the best thing to have it against.
Did you say, did you mention the break? Can you dispel Sharpshooter break?
I don't think so.
Okay. It says
yes.
It says dispellable yes, but I don't know. Is that talking about the break mechanic? Sometimes when it just says dispellable yes, you're like, but what part of the spell are you referring to? Like Jingu is a great example.
Right.
Like, dispellable, yes. Well, you can't dispel one part of it, but you can dispel the other part.
Yeah, and Sharpshooter breaks and slows. So which one are you removing?
Dire's top tower
Don't worry, I'll Google it.
I'm actually unsure. I feel like if you get sharpshooter and you BKB, you purge off the break, right? So with that logic, maybe it is just dispellable also by Shadow Demon, the break mechanic. I don't think so though. It doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, I feel like break should be something that you can easily dispel, but
Saberlight will find himself a little Shadow Demon snack here. Whitemon out trying to get some control on the map. He will get the D ward, but it will cost him his life. And Mickey with the 45 seconds on the Aegis wants to try to look at this tier 2 tower and get something done with this early advantage for him. He is very far ahead on net worth, by the way. We haven't talked about just how much of a gap he has managed to make between himself and the Bloodseeker. Almost 3,000 separating the two. The Glyph will stop the push. Good news for Liquid, though. They did get the shard for Ogre, so...
Fire shield time.
Fire Shield is actually pretty damn nice against Bristle when you think about it. Because he does these few really hard attacks.
Sure, yeah.
And if you block a percentage of those right clicks, that is very welcome. Could also be nice against Bloodseeker. Even though his attacks don't hit as hard as Bristle's, a lot of the time Bloodseeker's fights are very much determined by do you find a kill during BKB or not.
Yeah.
And anything that stalls him by even a second can really change the complete outcome of a fight. So I think out of the games we've cast with Ogre, I actually think this is the one that Fire Shield is the best in. So I think Insania will be looking to keep this up at all times, in particular on the Invoker.
So you'd say it's like an A-tier shard now?
Hell yeah.
For this game? Oh, no! He got baited onto the Power Rune. Blink back on the Rolling Thunder to chain the stun. Oh, and he might get Whitemon as well. Ooh, guessed the wrong direction. So close.
They got the big one, though.
True.
And they will get the mid tower off this. No way Tundra defend without their Storm.
These kills, they really add up because it's helping the Pango get to Lincolns. And all of a sudden, you can just breathe an entirely new life in team fights if you don't have to worry about, you know, Rupture. Or if you do, it's because they Demonic Purged you and then Ruptured, which is whatever. Oh, nice bushwhack.
Nice Demonic Cleanse as well, onto 33. It purged off the Tornado, so he didn't get EMP'd. We didn't consider that one.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
It's a nice, kind of nice combo breaker against Invoker.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't seen it used that much in that way. It removes Cold Snap too, but the Tornado one is a bit special.
It constantly cleanses you, right?
Mm-hmm. Until it's over.
So, would you just be able to freely walk through Ice Wall, Ice Path, whatever?
I think... I don't think Ice Wall is dispellable. I think it's an aura. Right?
Okay.
It's like constantly apply. It's a good question. It's kind of immovable object versus unstoppable force, right? There's one constantly unslowing you and one constantly slowing you. Which one is stronger? I would think that you can't just freely walk through that. It would be the same with Ice Vortex from AA, right? I don't think Cleansing just lets you run normal speed through ground slows that are constantly pulsing. It seems off at least, but you know.
I'm gonna scroll through the 1 million spells that Invoker has.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
And all the million mechanics that the spells have.
I wonder how many pages Invoker's pages with all interactions of all spells, like what counters it, what it pierces, explaining all the spells. The wiki of that hero has to be many pages long. Get a bit of a pause here.
Why we pause?
No reason given. The last communication between the two teams was bing bong twice.
Bing bong pause.
Oh, Insania's out. He's gonna go and read whether Demonic Cleansing removes Ice Wall.
Right, that'll be very important to know.
He'll be back in 15 minutes.
Do you like how I just quiz you on really obscure mechanics?
I'm used to that.
Yeah.
And I never know. Actually, I mostly don't know. But
low FPS.
So in fairness though, if you're, I think this is something that the audience might generally overestimate about pros, is their knowledge about in-depth mechanics.
Yeah.
I like to say that Dota is just largely a game of feel, and the players have experienced certain situations a certain number of times in a combination of pub games and scrims and pro games, and then they're just used to, all right, this thing is good against that thing.
Right.
But if you quiz
feel is
them,
a replacement for there are so many interactions and mechanics and variables to consider that I cannot consciously keep up with all of it.
Yeah, it's not possible. There's nobody who knows all spells in Dota.
Ice Wall cannot be dispelled, by the way.
Good. All right, so that works. Yeah, so the thing that's funny is you can have a player who's like an absolute master of their hero, and then you ask them the mana cost of their spell level 1, and they might not be able to answer the question. You're like, what the hell, man? You've played this hero 500 times.
Yeah.
Or you ask them, what's the cooldown?
Is under attack.
Like, ask Ace, what's the cooldown of Hoof Stomp level 3? Yeah. I don't think he knows. I mean, maybe he does, you know? But it's just one of those things where you just know it in the game.
He would probably be able
to
to play a team fight and without looking at his spell know when it's back up.
But he can't tell you exactly when. And all of these, and that's just spell cooldowns or stat gains or whatever of your favorite heroes, right? But then when it gets to like really obscure stuff like mechanics, the pro players will be just as surprised as many of the casual players are with how certain things just work, because if it's obscure enough, chances are if you've played your hero 200 times, you might have never come across that situation.
Yeah.
Because you need to have the exact matchup, and then on top of that, the thing needs to happen in the game. And if it's based on an item or a spell combo or whatever, it's just low probability. So
that's why Dota 2 is the most prolific backseating game.
Yeah.
Because you can always be like...
That's actually super true. People who watch streams and are like, how does this guy not know this? Come on. Yeah. And then you realize for yourself, all right, the only reason I actually know this is that it happened to me in one game 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I just tried it. Yeah. I also think sometimes stuff that is like, let's say, overpowered or even bugged, the players might not even realize it's bugged. They just realize, wow, my hero is really strong.
Yeah.
So, for example, this current thing that was going on with the overload hitting twice on Storm, I genuinely believe the players didn't know.
I do feel like there are certain players who definitely know.
There could be. I just don't think all of them knew. I think they just
100%.
played Storm and they saw other people buy Shard on Storm. They're like, wow, this does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And we were looking through it as talent. I was talking to Fogged about this. He was like, this Shard is amazing. It reminds him of the old Chilling Touch from AA when you could cast it on allies for attack damage.
Oh,
if you remember that.
Yeah,
It's like a very old spell. He was like, this is crazy good. But he never brought up, I think it's bugged. He was just like, this is really strong.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're watching 10 Storm games of different pro teams playing it and we don't realize, there's no telling that the pros themselves will know.
Yeah.
They're just like, wow, when I get my Shard, I pop off. I put it on my team and we just kill stuff. And then, oh, it's actually doing more damage than it's supposed to. And then they might never realize. Smoke time for Liquid. This is a big moment. 6K lead. They want to look to contest for the inevitable Roche spawn.
Yeah, between the pause and the lack of kills for a period of time, I feel like we've gone like 10 minutes without a...
Yeah, we've had some time to talk about niche interactions of which none have happened. Which is great.
Get to nerd out about
Always
the game.
good.
All right, so Tundra are going to be spotted by a Forge Spirit. Yeah. So Liquid has an idea. This is just classic
Oh, missed the
setup.
bushwhack though. That could have been a nice start. I think what you want for Liquid is you want to force out the defensives. Like, go on any hero. If you can bait a disruption, if you can bait a snowball save, then you can develop a fight.
Oh, Roshan's going to be on the other side. Tundra's going to go through the gate. Liquid, they kind of need to stop this. Nisha, can he stop any of these heroes? They're going to spot 33.
Oh,
they have a tornado. Oh, yeah, they spot him. Oh, he thought it was real, so he thought he was going to get stunned up. He's going to be caught. Oh, fooled by an illusion. They're going to come back through the gate. They're actually going to try and bail out. Oh, wow. They're going to try and take this. It's not good. 33's already dead. Lornoff has used BKB. Now Sox is going back through the gate. What a disaster. Oh, my God. Actually just insane what just happened there.
If he hadn't canceled his TP, everything would have been fine.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone was in range, but just that illusion.
Liquid would have been screwed. There's no way to contest Roshan, really, except for going through the gate.
Oof. It's not exactly what we talked about, but like, think about how random that little thing was. It's one morph illu. And every instinct of 33 there is like, all right, I'm getting killed.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him. Like, he thought that was Mickey, and of course, Mickey's going to stun him.
And the rest of his team think it's also Mickey. So they start coming back through the gate to try to help him. And ultimately, this was the absolute worst case scenario. It would have been better if Bristle just died, and that was it. But now you also used a Storm BKB charge, and you also lost your Tusk. And you got nothing to show for it. That was just an absolute Liquid win. Now with the second Aegis and the banner. Let's see if this bottom lane is up for grabs. It looks like Liquid are opposing, like they want to potentially consider sieging at least. Soxa gets the shard. Yeah, Mickey's going to go start on that tower, and he will do it quickly. He's going to get Bloodlust and Alacrity. Talk about empowerment.
Jeez. Oh boy.
They're going to need to Demonic Purge him in fights probably, just to make sure he doesn't absolutely obliterate everyone. There's also Fire... there's actually so much value in Demonic Purge here. Fire Shield, Bloodlust, Alacrity. You want to get rid of all of that stuff on Morphling simultaneously.
And Tundra really doesn't want to fight. Obviously, they don't want to take a fight into the Aegis, but also this is pretty crucial. Level 20 on Bloodseeker. Yeah. Right? Like, that is one of the talents that kind of puts your build together, right? You have an Aghanim Scepter, then you get a whole bunch of free spell lifesteal.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting, though, that everybody used to go the Rupture initial damage. I've only just now noticed this. I don't know if it's common, but he went for the Bloodright damage.
My main reference for this hero as a carry was that game I mentioned in Wallachia, and I think Parker went... He went Rupture initial damage and cast range and charges, I think. Despite going Ags, I don't think he went the spell lifesteal, but I could be wrong.
Okay. I wonder if this is just because he has like Shadow Demon to set up Bloodright, that he feels like the Bloodright damage is more valuable than the initial damage.
It's a good question. I don't know, because you don't. You also have the Tusk, which I guess is a kind of nice catch, right? You get them in the shards. That's gonna land your Bloodright.
Tornado caught the Shadow Demon. A huge pick off. There goes your cleanse. There goes your disruption. Oh, they're going to be hard pressed to be able to stop Mickey now.
They can't
Mickey charges in. They start stunning him up, but of course he's already more strength. He snowballs after them. Okay, double shards. He's created a little Thunderdome for himself. Rolling Thunder, Rupture. Looks like Saberlight's going to die for this one, so they do manage to get a kill out of this situation. Nightfall just took a huge chunk of damage. Mickey does so much, man. This Alacrity is so scary. Snowball onto Lornoff. His BKB, it's going to wear out. He has to zip away before the stun can hit him.
This Shadow Demon kill just set up everything. He has Bloodlust, Alacrity, and Amplified Damage route, and they can't remove any of it.
Bushwhack tried to land. Lornoff jumps away just in time. Snowball goes out, and they do manage to take away the Aegis of the Morphling. See if anybody dies for it. Tusk very likely to come back and be killed by Mickey. They're going to jump after Boxy. Boxy already hit the Ghost Scepter, while 33 once again gets very low from Mickey's damage. Mickey just keeps on throwing damage out of them. Tundra keep on kiting back and forth. They are distracting Liquid from taking objectives, but Mickey will eventually get this job done.
This might be the end of the fight, though. Forcing them out here. Boxy is low. Bloodseeker is starting to get pretty damn fast if this keeps continuing.
Lornoff is behind them now. 33 pops his BKB, turns his back to Mickey. They're going to chase after him. Boxy in some trouble. Does manage to get his shot off thanks to the sight device that blew him up with a big crit, and he kills 33 as well. There is too much damage coming out of this Morphling. Okay. The Blood Mist will not possibly contest this, and it's game over.
Oh, shit. It's just Alacrity. He turns around and he like 3-shots every hero in that fight. That did not look remotely close.
No. Just a disgusting amount of damage coming from this Morphling. Goodness.
Now, when you have any sort of hyper carry, Morphling is obviously a great example of that, and you have multiple ways of buffing it up, and those buffs do not get removed. The equation is really inherently unfair for the enemy carry, and on top of that, Morph was also 5k ahead. So he's 5,000 up, gets Bloodlust, which you could argue is worth like half an item, gets Alacrity, which is worth a full item.
Yeah.
And then he also had Amp Damage Rune. So in that fight in the base, when Shadow Demon got picked off at the bottom tier 3 tower by Invoker, the Morphling was worth 2 heroes, I think, in that fight. So, yeah, just a great game from Liquid, and what a time it would be for them to wake up, because at this point, they kind of need to win out almost if they want to make it to the playoffs, because their current score 0-3. This is an 8-team group stage, so you play 7 total series, means their best possible score is 4-3, and that is likely netting you a tie for 4th most of the time in this kind of format. So that was a nice game 1. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves and start calculating group stage outcomes, but I will admit, Liquid came to play some Dota today, a marked shift from the other days that they, well, also came to play Dota, supposedly, but did not show it in such an emphatic fashion like they did here in this game number 1.
This was much more like it, for sure. Mickey absolutely popping off on the Morphling. But the whole team played well. They looked really coordinated. They looked absolutely on the same page. Knew what they wanted to do. They were confident with their picks, I think. So yeah, they look a lot happier. Like Kev said, and to be fair, they haven't looked like appalling. They've just lost more series than they needed to.
Correct.
So it's not like they've been way off the pace. You think these guys are never going to take a game off anybody. These are the TI winners, obviously with a slight change. But this is a good team.
Yep.
And we've seen now that is them at their best. The thing is, we've seen several series, Neil, where they've played really well for one game.
Correct.
And then the other games are like, what happened to Liquid? So I feel like as long as there's no more setbacks in this series, they're golden. But if they have a bad fight, I worry, are the cracks going to start to appear again? That's my concern.
We see the fundamentals, and they're rock solid whenever they are able to play the Dota that they want to play. And which one would you attribute this game more to, Effie? That they were playing purest Liquid form, or that Tundra were taken off balance?
I wouldn't call that purest Liquid form, because I think that I feel like with older Liquid, we'd see a lot more early game aggression, but I think they played really well. Honestly, for me, the key moments were just playing around Roche better than Tundra did. That's really what they did. That fight that they took top when Nightfall on Bloodseeker wasn't there, they took a really good 5v4, and after that they took the first Aegis to control of the map. Second Aegis, they find like a beautiful catch on 33's Bristleback. They take like a fight around a choke point, and the issue of Bloodseeker countering Pango actually never came into play this game outside of the laning stage. It felt like Liquid had much better positioning and a better timing-based play than Tundra did.
That Morphling came online far sooner than the Bristleback or the Storm ever could deal with them. And then if you needed a safe lane carry, Bloodseeker was not going to be the matchup against that Morphling.
No, every time I see, I'll be honest with you, every time I see Bloodseeker picked as a counter to Pango, this seems to be what happens.
Yeah.
Which is that by the time you picked it, you're kind of forced into playing it as your carry, and it just doesn't look good. I mean, you look at the damage that he did compared to Morphling. I don't know what the stats are. I don't know what Kev's head-to-head is going to be. But if it is the two carries, it should be absolutely night and day.
So actually, he did 18k damage, and Mickey did 27k damage. But I do want to...
That's 9,000.
It's night and day.
Over 9,000, Ted.
Over 9,000.
But I think we never actually got to see this Bloodseeker. So that first Aegis, giving it away to Liquid is a huge mistake, because once Morphling gets that Aegis, it changes the entire game for him. And I think that with the timing that they had, they wanted to play it for themselves, right? That's not even talking about the second Aegis. And just not having Bloodseeker there at a key fight really changed everything, because if Bloodseeker had been there, had raptured the Pango, and if Tundra had won that fight, then they would have gotten that Aegis, and they would have taken the map, and maybe the game just goes in a completely different direction. So key mistakes, but that's Liquid capitalizing, knowing when to make the good moves, and that's what we want to see out of them. That's what they're famous for.
Yeah, because we've seen Lorinov do numbers on Storm Spirit if he's given the opportunity, but Liquid did not give him the opportunity. And since Effie did the head-to-head, we'll actually have Purge do the Kadia Ward of the game.
The ward of the game is very important in this game because it's about taking the Roshan that is needed to help make sure that Morphling never dies. And there was amazing vision actually set up by Tundra here for a very long period of time. They had this ward to the right of the screen. They had one near the top TP point that Liquid potentially could use. But Liquid very slowly and methodically, they ran in illusions, they ran in Forge Spirits, they ran away, and this Morphling illusion actually just completely spooked the Bristleback. If you guys missed this earlier here. Gets the vision, he thinks he's gonna get stunned, so he cancels his own TP, and then his whole team had already left. So he just kind of dies for nothing. And he's like the tanky hero on the team. Storm does eventually come back here, trying to help the fight, but he's already dead at the start of it. So yeah, the fact that they're able to invade into that territory that Tundra was a little bit miscommunicated with Bristle going late, it was a big moment in the game.
So was it the wards? Was it the illusions giving the vision? Or are you just extolling the virtues of having vision in general, no matter what the source is?
That's exactly how we do the segment, Neil. Is this your first day on the show?
Welcome, everyone.
You just
to
gotta
Katia
pick something that
Ward again.
That's,
It's all about being able to see
something
things.
with eyes.
Eyes.
These illusions.
Illusions.
The forge spirits.
ILLUSION.
A lot of eyes in there.
A lot of eyes in there.
Those look like eyes too.
Those look like eyes. I hope all of your eyes are glued to the screen watching our game number 2 of Tundra versus Liquid after the break.
we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. I can feel the rush. Here it comes. The fire is hot, yeah. Ready, set, here we go.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Tundra on Adventure Man! Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of Team Liquid taking on Tundra, where I only see the end game results. And if I am to take all of these past Group Stage 2 results into consideration, Liquid's out here, they can barely even tie their own shoelaces whenever they come to play Dota. 0-3 right now in Group Stage 2. And then I roll up here and I'm like, wow. They won a game. I'm so impressed.
This is what I'm talking about. This guy's a big hater. He's like, oh, they've won no series. They must suck.
Very, very shocking result. They can win a game, but Purge, they've been winning a lot of 1 games here and there.
Yeah, they were 2-6 before this series started. Not great.
Not great.
But if you look at the games they lost, like at least 2 of them, they were ahead by like 3 or 4K.
That's even worse.
Well, look, yeah. They could just not win the laning stage, which is commonplace for a lot of teams. Like they won lanes, they did some things later that didn't work out, and they lost games. Bad itemization, especially like the last game of last series. Just goofy mistakes that instantly ended the game, and they're embarrassing.
I think they were tired as well. They've been having a late night shift.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they are feeling reinvigorated, being able to play fresh after, I don't know, maybe this is like post-dinner time for them?
Sure. They can fit in an episode of Taskmaster or whatever they want to watch together. I don't know what they watch together.
Anime, probably.
Team
Waterworld.
They play Rock Band. They do that quite regularly.
Really?
Yeah.
Very bad
That's
for
a
your
team-building
fingers.
exercise. It's bad for your fingers.
Speaking of, have they gone?
Yes, the PogChamp Pandas are union, and we can't keep them for inhumane amounts of time. I know, right? I just want to listen to instruments more. But don't worry.
What's that baby rage? Why am I getting the baby rage sound? That's a legit.
I feel sensitive to you.
What?
That's like I'm saying, oh no, the pandas are gone. It's like, wah! It's like they work for you guys.
This is Sweden. We have workers' rights in this country, all right? I want to have a work-life balance. No, you come here and you play the drums for 7 minutes every single draft.
For a 12-hour shift.
For 12 hours shift, and you don't leave.
You don't leave.
We
And you
keep
don't eat.
You don't sleep?
You don't sleep?
You don't breathe unless we tell you to.
And they have to watch the games too. That's the rules.
That's the rules. We actually get all of our analysis from the pandas, and then we present it on the post-game panel.
They don't even play Dota.
They don't even play
They
Dota.
do a great job, considering.
So I've been getting all my analysis from Tommy.
That's what I thought.
And then Kev's been getting it from Jens.
Mm-hmm. The drummer.
Makes sense.
Who have you been getting your analysis from?
Analysis?
Yeah, from the pandas.
Analysis?
Well, which panda is it?
Analysis?
The one that died in the crime scene.
Oh no.
The one that was killed in that tragic snake-related accident.
You'll be able to figure this out, I swear.
Oh, Invoker banned this time. They don't fancy seeing it again.
Maybe we'll get a snake-related incident with a Medusa pick at some point in this game number 2.
Oh, I was thinking the same thing because they did play support Medusa on Tundra and it didn't look good.
It did not look good, and Liquid ran support Huskar, did not look good. So now we take these terrible supports and put them head-to-head against each other.
Yeah, let's see which is worse.
A Medusa
A
support
decider.
or a Huskar support.
On the one hand, Medusa support. On the other hand, Boxy Huskar support. The roaming support Huskar who captured two
Captures watchers. And hit those newts.
And hit some newts. Hit those newts.
Those newts. In fact, it was specifically a carry Medusa that Falcons picked against Huskar, at the Boxy support Huskar. But who knows? But you are correct indeed, Ted. There will be no Invoker in this game number 2. It's banned out by Tundra, as they respect ban it along with Nisha's Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, Liquid, they ban out the Naga, the Alchemist, the Beastmaster, and the Sand King.
Not too many supports banned in this first phase, surprisingly. So Pugna's going to make it through Shadow Demon, Clockwork. I don't think we're seeing Team Liquid pick Clock that much. I feel like they don't feel that strong in the hero.
No, they keep tusking it up instead.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Pugna.
just their preferred, I think.
Very popular lad, this Pugna.
Does this allow Tundra to just pick Bristleback as well? Because Pugna's pretty decent against Bristle in lane. I wonder if it's like a protect your hero type thing.
It's also just a very popular hero right now, and it enables a lot of Lornoff's hero pool. But the countermeasure versus Bristleback is also nice.
So I've got a question, Yor. I'm finished after this game.
Oh no.
This series. Who's taking over for me?
Banana Slamma Jamma.
Was it Brian?
Brian's coming in.
See, I was
Brian
just-
Caravan.
Brian Caravan.
Coming with the whole caravan.
Caravan of knowledge.
Hell. So you better make your last moments count, Parian.
I'm gonna die?
You said you're gone after this series.
I'm going home.
Oh!
I'm talking about my last moments.
I thought we were going to practice.
These are my last moments. I'm not gonna fucking watch a Dota game.
You gotta drop your best analysis right here, right now.
How else would you like to be remembered, Ted?
Guy who went out the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way.
Yeah, on a Viking longship.
I see.
Drinking?
We're in the right country for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Drinking and
Grab one of
falling.
their spare longships, a flagon of ale, my best wench, and we'll go raid somewhere.
The way it should be done.
Hey Ted, Muerta versus Pugna, can you tell me the interaction that makes it good for your last
Yes, the Muerta doesn't give a shit if you're decrepified.
Yes, he's so smart.
Wow.
This man's got it.
He didn't need an analyst to feed him answers.
A very obvious and well-known game mechanic.
Perfect. Now we can put you on your fiery warship and send you out on the river.
Who's deader?
He's been out here draft predicting, so I
He
will
has
not
been.
accept any slandered Mr. Purian
Who's
Fox's
deader?
name.
I feel like she's definitely dead, and he's possibly some evil creature. That
He's
might
nothing
just.
evil about him.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
he's another.
dude.
He's from
too
the Nether.
little and charming. I mean, look at him.
I mean, he's not the most.
All right, how evil
physically
can he be
imposing.
when he heals people, Kev?
How is he doing it? Is he like dumping the souls of dead
He
people
gives
into
his
you or
own
something?
life to help others. That doesn't sound evil to me. That, in fact, sounds sacrificial. I will not have a word said against the little bone fella.
Are both of these heroes dire aligned? Or
They should be, but I don't think there's any more allegiances.
yeah, there's
now.
not.
In Dota 1 there was, though.
There was.
I really like that you said that, by the way, because I've always told everybody that I find Pugna to be the most cute and charming hero in Dota.
He's fantastic.
And everybody thinks I'm ridiculous for saying that, but have you seen him run around?
Yeah.
Like, his running animation is so adorable.
It's great.
It's so cute. He just waddles around, and he's really small.
His taunt is even like a little. He does a little joyful jig.
Exactly.
Where, like,
He has a surprisingly deep voice for such a wee character as well. I like that. Whereas, like, some of the really big heroes have quite light voices. You expect them to be all bassy.
and he loves the orchestra. I love his voice line. I'll do you violins.
That's a Lacoste level, which is a good thing.
More bands come out in the second phase. Tundra take out the Monkey King and the Templar Assassin, and Liquid may continue targeting 33, as they have already banned out the Beastmaster and the Sand King. Again, Visage went completely ignored in the previous game. Could go for the Bristleback Respect ban, if you do think that
How does
Pugna.
Whitemon get his hair so straight like that? I thought it was a hairband.
You put a bowl on top of your head.
But it's like he's got it brushed to within an inch of its life. It's like a ruler. And then
Computer,
on
can
the
we-
other side of the...
Can we pull up the Whitemon camera?
Yeah, can we look how
Oh,
straight
that's like a visor.
That's incredible.
Boxy needs one of those haircuts to prevent the light from coming into his eyes. See, like, he's out here with sunglasses. It's just...
He's got a mouse mat for hair at the moment.
Oh, I used to have one of those. I wonder
Oh,
where
these
it went.
little jelly wrist mat? Yeah.
So wait, let's look at Saberlight again. His hair is like the opposite. It's the anti-Whitemon. It's everywhere. Look at that. If I had hair, I'd just have it all over the place.
Let it express itself.
What's the Insania cut?
Viennese coffee shop.
Viennese
late
coffee
19th
shop.
century philosopher.
Oh,
That's what he
wow. That is, for some reason, a beautifully vivid picture that I can immediately
You can immediately imagine.
I can, 100%.
He might even be a young German expressionist painter hanging out in Austria having
Yeah,
coffee.
I can
chatting
see that.
Philosophy.
I could see him doing some engravings.
Yeah.
What's Blitz doing to that chair?
He always does this.
I know, but he's really moving a lot tonight.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of energy. It's
Look
still
at him.
early
He's
for him.
happy. Look at him. He's smiling. We have not seen him smile in a draft.
It has been a while.
At DreamLeague.
He has not
24.
had much to smile about, to be fair.
You know, it's kind of sick actually to have an ogre with a Muerta, because Muerta 4 can eventually
Whoa.
carry, but it's gonna happen faster with Bloodlust. It's like it actually feels okay to have her Bloodlusted.
No, you make a great point. Like one of the strengths of having Muerta outside of it being a flex to carry is that as a support it scales, and as the game progresses, she ends up being one of the damage dealers on your team. So Ogre not only enables that, but makes it so that they kind of cover for each other as well, where Muerta locks that solid lockdown as a support. He also adds to that with the Fire Blast. Like it's basically all he does, he presses Fire Blast.
And he bodies for it too, which he does sometimes need somebody to be in front. Lion on the other side, it's just only supports this draft, I guess.
A lot of suck coming out of the Tundra draft.
True.
But I do think Tundra's Lion has been very impressive. Like the way that Soxa plays it is he will often make an early rotation to the mid lane, get a really important kill with like one of Lorenoff's spirit heroes, and give him that entry point into the game. It's not so much a lane hero than it is a hero to enable the mid laner, it feels like.
Mana Drain looks good too, though. I mean, if you can't easily kill an Ogre or a Muerta or somebody like that, just Mana Draining and staying alive is a helpful solution.
And
But-
you have the decrep into the finger damage.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Very strong.
Broodmother does indeed get picked out. Liquid do opt to ban out 33's Visage, and Tundra respond with the Spider.
Normally you're picking Broodmother when you know what the enemy carry is, so this is a little bit not ideal for Tundra. This is one of the upsides for Team Liquid. Probably why they thought so much in the last phase when they were picking Ogre, because now their opponents have to reveal a core. I'm a little surprised that it was Brood right off the bat.
I got
But
a question for you though, Kev.
sure.
With that in mind. So that is in a way the answer, isn't it? Is the SF.
Yeah, they probably that's their lane for sure.
So you're picking the Brood, and you're saying that it's kind of giving Liquid a chance to counterpick your Brood.
Yep.
But which heroes are what are the heroes that you would say that counter Brood quite hard at the moment as carries? Because does that not also kind of force their hand to pick a certain kind of hero for that lane?
Force whose hand?
If Tundra pick Brood, you have to pick a certain kind of hero to play against it on Liquid.
Yeah, you need some AoE is one of the most important things. Or ideally, you could force Brood out of lane if possible, or you have AoE to deal with the spiders if you get ran at. And SF does have that. And if SF is full HP and you have a support nearby, you can also threaten the Brood's life without having to commit super hard.
Oof.
Were you gonna say that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that you just pick Primal Beast here. Like you have the easy Brood solution, and SF on lane versus Brood is the very punishing hero. Like at level 6, not so much, but like it's a melee hero. It gets triple raise done by Ogre, very difficult. So Sox is gonna have to do a lot of, lane shenanigans and bust it out to give 3-3 his entry into the game. But once he hits that level 6, that really enables that roaming Lion playstyle that we talked about. Also, you were mentioning having to pick a specific type of hero. Thankfully, SF fits the bill for the hero they wanted to pick anyway with the Ogre, right? And then they just pick a melee offlaner versus the SF to make it even more valuable. So I think Liquid are actually happy in this position.
I will pose that there is still some flex potential because Nightfall did play Broodmother on carry. Lornoff has played DK mid. So if Tundra are uncomfortable with the situation, they can pick a 33 hero for the very end.
And yeah, so the thing is, Tundra have been picking Brood early in their drafts, and they don't care. Like, it's a hero they believe in. It's a 3-3 specialty hero, but also they did flex it to carry, like you mentioned. They didn't win the game, but
No, they didn't.
so long as they have the option to do that, it makes it so that picking Brood early is never going to be a problem, like you're worried about. And DK to close it out. And DK is on the rise, just really great hero. It feels like the way to counter this hero is during his BKB timing to be able to stop him or make it so that he can't stand his ground and fight. A lot of teams have seen Razor as a solution to the DK, but something like a Primal Beast with the Pulverize may give them enough options for you pierce him through BKB. SF does a lot of right-click damage. Isn't it that scary?
A little bit surprised that Liquid didn't opt for the Morphling against the Broodmother that we see so frequently. Mickey just proved that he's very, very clean on the hero right now, and I find that the Broodmothers that are forced to skip Insatiable Hunger are not really maximizing their hero's potential.
I think I'd be less happy to play a hero like Morphling against Lion and Pugna, though.
I agree. It's like the Lion plus Pugna support sort of very much threatened and made Morphling's game harder, especially that Nether Ward and just getting hexed from Fog.
Whereas SF is like, okay, I'm going to have 2,000, 3,000 HP at all points in the game. if you ever stop stunning me, I'm gonna press BKB and go crazy, just do a ton of damage. So it's hard for Morphling to kill either of those supports either when he goes on them. Pugna's gonna decrep himself, Lion's gonna disable them more. It's just easier for SF to play turret style basically, sit around his team. And the minus armor that he's outputting is gonna be countered by Dragonite, but it still is a good SF pick. Pengo gets picked on the other side. It would have been a nice hero for Team Liquid to have also for the minus armor stacking, but
It's just a great hero versus SF2 because when you're rolling Thundering on the SF, he can't fear you away. Like, you have a means to stay on top of him. And your concern this game as the Pango is eventually Primal gets the BKB and pulverizes you, but then your carry DK isn't being pulverized. So making it so that this hero takes a lot of attention. Good idea here.
this is Nisha's
Hell
Earthshaker.
yeah. Oh, I'm excited for this.
Ted, you've been sluggering recently.
Oh, baby. Look, I've always loved this hero because there are a handful of spells in the game that will never, ever get old. Culling Blade is one.
Yep.
Lion Finger is one.
Sure.
And Echo Slam is one.
Absolutely.
They are so fucking satisfying. And when you land a good slam surrounded by a billion spiders and some little skeleton man, some little lion guy there, and they just go and just melt, their health pools vanish and they drop to the earth. Oh!
And now their corpses go flying off in the distance as well.
And now you go pow! So when they go shooting off, feels so good. It's one of my favorite additions to the game.
I mean, it looks like a great pick. Like you said, lots of spiders. It gives them a way to initiate. They could do like fissure, blink into disables. They don't have to rely on like Primal having to go first and grabbing a guy.
True. Yep.
So it gives them a lot more initiation options. So it looks good. Very good against the support duo too, because they are squishy heroes that need to not be disabled to defend themselves. So you stun them, and now that their low HP doesn't matter, you're like, stun, give them the bat.
They also have, Kev, they both need to stand still to suck things.
True.
So you can give them the old whoop, and suddenly they're like, oh, and then you're like, poof, and they're like, oh, and then you kill them.
BSJ could never.
BSJ could never. I mean, it's also a strong lane versus Pango. Like, Shaker does counter melee heroes on mid, so if he gets the advantage over Pango, hits his timings earlier, then they have like a double means to address Brood's map control. I mean, as the game progresses though, like Shaker as a mobility dependent hero with Ags, it can be a little bit annoying if you're caught up by the Lion, but he's very tanky, like Purge mentioned, and it fits into their draft very nicely.
I'm encouraged by it, especially because so many of the anti-melee mid laners were banned out near the end. Like, Earthspirit was taken out way early, Huskar got banned at the end, and Earthshaker is one of the least often seen options in that regard.
It's not common right now, but it was pretty popular like, I don't know, a couple months ago. It must have gotten nerfed a little bit. I don't recall exactly what got nerfed, but it was in that like Earthshaker, Earthspirit patch. It was one of the mid heroes. So I think it was a nice throwback and a smart draft for them.
Maybe it'll be smart enough to give Liquid a 2-0 victory in this game number 2. Let's go to our casters. It's Cap and Cinderin.
All right. Game 2 of Liquid versus Tundra, boys and girls. Headbang, baby. Headbang.
I tried to look less dumb than last time, which is pretty easy, actually. There's many ways to do that. I could have just sat still and it would have been fun. You gotta surrender to the music a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, you can't be self-conscious when you dance. And headbanging is a form of dancing. All right. What do we have here? Because I see a bunch of suckers on the side of Tundra.
Damn.
30 seconds
Harsh.
to battle.
Well, they got Lion and they got Pugna.
I didn't have to explain it. Everybody knows you're an asshole.
And he took the Essence Eater this time.
Yay!
No
Hell yeah.
Fists of Fury or whatever the hell the other one's called.
I don't know. I have this read on Soxa that he probably thinks the other one is just stupid. So he's like, even if this one is bad, at least it isn't stupid.
True.
And this is likely to do something, and the other one is less likely to do anything. I don't know. If you asked me for Pro Dota, I was very surprised to see people do Fist of Death at all. I think this one is almost always better because you look at the context of what is likely to happen in a game, and you're going to use Mana Drain at some point. If it's going to do 50 damage to a hero, maybe that's why they die.
Sure.
The other one is like, when are you going to run in and melee as Lion after you kill someone with Finger?
Yeah.
And if you don't, are you going to go jungle? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, a little bit of interesting stuff here. The mid Nisha Shaker, looking forward to that. Always fun to see mid Shaker, regardless of the player. And the matchup here against Pango should be good. They pick it into the Brood, of course. Speaking of Brood, though, finally 33 will be playing offlane Brood and not against Morphling. So he will be able to go versus Insatiable Hunger. I feel like multiple teams have tried to deal with him by picking Morph. So we know this guy can take over games on that hero. He is not hampered by anything except really worrying about mainly Shaker.
Boxy, he thought he could take that fight underneath the attack speed Ofrenda. He does manage to live through the situation. Whitemon, though, also lives. Ogre picked up again for Team Liquid, a hero that they were very successful on in the first group stage and then abandoned for a little bit. I was talking to Brian. He was surprised that they had given up on the Ogre for a bit because it seemed to do so well for them. Also has an incredibly high win rate.
Yep.
At this Dream League, and it's paired, in my opinion, probably one of the best pairings. Ogre SF.
It's such a good lane. Ogre gives SF everything he wants in the lane. It gives him a body in front, it gives him a slow, and it gives him a stun. So it's really easy to hit raises. It's really easy to farm because you have protection. And then later in the game, you give him Bloodlust on probably the single hardest hitting carry of the patch in the mid-game portion. So it's either between SF or TA, whoever does the most DPS on a single target. So yeah, those two heroes just love having Bloodlust. This should be good. The Brood Lion lane is kind of interesting. I don't think Ogre is the best matchup for them because he's a little bit hard to chew through. But they will go on Mickey instead. Insania's still level 1, so he can't help him at all.
Yep, taking advantage of that window. Good work by Tundra.
Everything would have been different in one creep. Insania was 2 experience from level 2. And he would have absolutely been able to save Mickey there. So really nice heads-up play from Tundra to go for the move in the last possible moment.
I feel like that's one of those lanes that... This is one of those situations where you could probably go back and study like what exactly they did, because they did some like lane pulling shenanigans. I wonder if they did anything else to like try and deny experience and like hit this opportunity for a kill pre-level 2 Ogre.
You could have also argued for not taking the facet.
I have not seen anybody do that yet, and I keep waiting for it.
Yeah, so the other facet is just the standard, you get more multicast chance per strength, which isn't that impactful unless you're playing core Ogre, but instead you would have had reliable protection for Shadow Fiend in this early stage against Brood Lion. It's just, it's so easy to say afterwards, right? Like, what if there's one less deny? Then none of this would have happened.
Yeah.
So, like, I personally think the learning curve one is almost always best.
Bait. They pulled the easy camp and then they set up for a pincer move, but it doesn't actually work. I think they were hoping Soxa would just stumble in and they would be able to get a free, double raise fire blast combo. But
that's a nice mana drain. Insania has no plays now.
No, he has his club. He can always just smash.
Yep.
Soxa is gonna find that courier. Wait. Okay, throws out a sentry, which is gonna be immediately spotted by Insania.
Yep. Did its job though. Blocked the small camp minute 4.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of tricky now for Mickey, honestly. They could probably just go on him. If Lion connects onto the SF, he can't fend for himself against a Brood getting into melee range quickly, and Ogre has no help to offer without mana. So I think Insania needs to send out a couple mangoes here, potentially, or clarities. He's buying 2 mangoes for now.
Yeah, but his courier died, so it's not going to be here for a while. He almost needs to get Tundra to throw some spells around so he can at least have stick charges to pop if he needs it. Top lane, Boxy quite low. Fear's back in, Whitemon. Boxy had a lot of stick charges. They're going to go for the kill on Whitemon. They do have him. They'll take that and his Nether Ward, so a little bonus on top.
Yep. Little snack.
There it is. Mickey being gone on, finally has the Ignite. And it looks like Soxa is going to die for it. At the Lotus, actually. Oh, and missed the raise. Very awkward.
Range.
Now Insania is going to take some damage. Looks like Boxy just killed himself on the neutral creeps.
Yeah. Where's his Ofrenda again?
was in lane, and it's...
Oh, it's there. It's next to the top creep camp.
Yeah.
Actually has a nice, very easily identifiable minimap icon.
What is this stack? They stacked the camp behind the tower, which may have been a mistake against the Primal Beast, a hero that's great at taking those smaller camps.
Yep. Saberlight says thank you. Are you sure it was Dire that stacked it?
It's possible that it was Liquid, but it was triple stacked, right? Which would surprise me if they got it twice.
Radiant's bottom tower
But it's
is under
entirely
attack.
possible. Sania, finally his courier's here. He has his Mangoes in his backpack, which is kind of awkward. Soxa barely lives. 33 is now going to go for the kill on Mickey. Mickey has stick charges. He hits the raise before he goes down.
Blood grenade.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
Lion was long dead, and Ogre just comes in. I'm helping. Literally just blows up the corpse with a grenade. Clean up the mess. Leave no trace behind.
Meanwhile, we'll watch the kill on the Pango. Nice rotation from Boxy. And they got the shield rune away from him as well.
Yeah.
So the mid lane helped out by the support, but the safe lane tower does get taken by Tundra, and as a result, they do have a net worth advantage now underneath the calling. Fight goes on. Saberlight backs away.
Still, overall, early game from Tundra looking quite solid. Important that they get that mid-shaker play going.
Oh, the Pango's coming over. They want to take that 7-minute. He's going to roll up for it. Did he get the timing right? Oh, it is like near perfect.
Perfect from Lorenoff. Wow,
well
beautiful.
Done. Takes the enemy Wisdom Rune, and there was nothing they could do about it. That sort of move is so obnoxious. What do you even do about that?
Yeah, it's hard to do anything if he times it perfectly and you don't have a piercing stun. Then,
yeah, or like Tusk or something to like block him off.
Yeah, in theory, Nisha could have done it, right? They actually do have one of the few heroes in this game that could have done it with a fissure, but you need to see the play coming. It's just so unlikely. Echo unavailable. He has level 4 enchant, though. He hits really damn hard.
And he got him. It's not enough to get the kill, but does send Lorenoff packing a bit.
Send a message.
Yeah. Don't mess with us.
Except in the Brood lane. You can mess with us there.
Yeah, we're not going over there for quite some time. I need my Blink Dagger first.
This is a Shadow Fiend that's going to be playing an uphill battle. We've seen some of those games that generally don't tend to go particularly well.
No.
So Mickey has his work cut out for him.
Not too many stacks for him either.
Always going to be a little bit of an X factor with that Bloodlust. It'll compensate for some of the shortcomings.
Oh, that stack behind the tower, that was Whitemon, by the way.
It was Whitemon,
yeah.
okay.
Because he had...
I mean, Dragon Knight could have obviously farmed it with his cleave as well, so it makes complete sense that he should stack it, but yeah, Liquid found it at the right time. Dragon Knight as well as Primal now level 6. This seems to be the hotspot for activity right now. Tons of heroes congregating in the top area, but no angle. And it makes so much sense for Tundra to play like this because Brood just owns bottom. Like, SF can't lane here. They're trying to make a cute play here with the Shadow Fiend, but they're not going to find the Brood. 33 saw this coming from a mile away, knew he got the Invis Rune, and he's just standing completely separate from his spiders.
And he's called in reinforcements, so Mickey,
if they
he's
see him
like,
here, he's
okay,
toast.
they've cleared out this area, I can farm it. Now, fortunately, it's gonna
now
be
they're
fun.
going to see him.
Whitemon's going to see him, but
that was good timing.
Whitemon that sees him and not Sox's Lion.
Yeah.
So Mickey is able to just run away.
I'm surprised Mickey's stutter stepped back to the right. He already saw the camp was farmed, but then he still took a step right. Maybe he was hoping to just farm the respawn, but
yeah,
considering it's farmed there, your spider senses should be tingling there a little bit that, that's not... Well, I guess the spider senses are against you.
I was going to say, it's a different idea of spider senses. You can always sense when spiders are nearby. Whitemon going to be caught. Nice body blocking. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. An interception. Boxy's going to join in, as is Mickey. That scares back the two supports. They're trying to help save Nisha and dealing with the rays, dealing with the spiders that are coming in. Liquid will not lose any casualties for this situation, but they also didn't get the kill they were hoping for.
Their lineup really needs Primal Beast to get on top of heroes to find catch.
Ooh, that's a nice pickup. Haste Rune.
Nisha doesn't have Fissure, so...
Oh, he's not going to get to it unless Saberlight can save it. He grabs the Haste Rune. And
could have actually saved that if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But
anyway, Still good for them to get that kill. But yeah, Liquid's lineup needs a little bit of time to really get there with more reliable initiation and kills, because Shaker doesn't have Fissure and you don't have a dagger. Primal Beast is your only really good catch, but there's so many problems. You need to play against Pango Roll, any Lion Disable is going to stop you in those kinds of situations. So just staying afloat here and doing this well is probably good enough. It's par for the course. The net worth on Brood and Dragon Knight might look scary, but you're approaching a time of the game where your lineup is a lot easier to play than it has been. So,
I mean, this is not like a free Broodmother game by any extent of the imagination, right? Like, they've got good answers, just not laning phase answers per se.
Especially not if 33 is going this build. I actually thought we were going to see something else out of him this game because he can go Insatiable Hunger. I was expecting more of a carry approach, but he's going for the auras. And when you go auras on Brood, a lot more of your output is Spiderling based.
Okay.
And the Spiderlings are dealt with. Shadow Raises, everything Shaker does, Primal Beast, multiple ways of just cleaning the spiders up pretty easily. And he also doesn't have the spider facet. So,
smoke breaks. Whitemon heads up into the triangle. And they are going to spot some big old stacks. And they're also going to try and get this kill on a Boxy, though can't do any damage off the Pango spells while that ult is going on. And now that ult is worn thin. Hit him with the Fissure. Oh, doesn't want to go for it. Saberlight sees a different target in Whitemon, but he got Dragon Tail before he can get the grab. Now they're trying to do the stacks, but there is still Tundra playing around this area. They want to fight for it.
Nisha is 20 gold from Dagger.
Stun comes out onto the Broodmother. Good hit, dead shot back into the rest of Liquid. Now they've got a numbers advantage, and Saberlight, he wanted to take advantage of it. Tundra has already retreated. Not the Tundra did manage to, I think, get most of the hard camp stack, but will not be able to stop the Ancient stack.
That is not worth it at all. Losing your Brood there. I understand why they went for it, and it definitely could have worked, but heads up play from Boxer to immediately get off the ult against the Pango, and they don't have enough magic damage follow through, and then they're brute forcing their way in afterwards without Pango roll.
Whitemon, he breaks the smoke. He is going to get jumped on. It does leave Saberlight. Saberlight was playing aggressive because the smoke was coming his way, and instead he'll just die to the duo of Soxa and Nightfall.
Slugger always cracks me up.
Dude, it's so funny, man.
Literally just playing baseball with Pugna. So 1-for-1 exchange, definitely favoring Tundra there, getting the core kill for the support, but might cost them... Nope, never mind, Lauren-off. Seems to be enough to dissuade them for now. Now Nisha wants to go back in. Maybe he was anticipating some more defense and now has the read that they're not there and finally will force the glyph. Whitemon is straight back to mid to hold on to this. Still a very even game for now. The hero we've talked about the least in the game in its entirety, probably the Dragon Knight, is topping the charts by a good margin here. Nightfall going for the true carry build with the Armlet Mask of Madness. We've seen great success for other players as well to do that, not just him in this tournament. And Dragon Knight inherently should be one of the better carry-to-carry matchups against Shadowfiend because you have high armor. Oh, that did. Oh, was he just killing spiders or what?
I think he thought that he was going to be in some sort of trouble there. I don't know exactly. Did he really think the spiders were worth the Requiem?
I don't know. That looked a little bit weird. Maybe they had a different read on the situation. Like you said, maybe he thought more players were coming his way, so he's just doing it defensively.
They have a lot of attention on this bottom lane. They don't kill the Broodmother, and they lose a Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map.
They haven't got a Wisdom Rune yet.
They haven't. You're right. Blink Echo instantly hit. They finally catch 33.
I'm sorry. I just can't. The surfing spider.
Dire are scanning.
I almost feel like this is one of those things where Valve had the visuals before. They're like, wouldn't it be funny if you could just throw somebody's body around?
Yeah.
And then they made a mechanic around that.
Well, this would be a huge one. They're going to come to his help.
Grab. He is very tanky. These Enchant Totem hits, they do a decent amount. Fissure does stop the Pugna heal from coming out. Here comes Lauren up, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be a bit too late. Whitemon does manage to save himself with the Decrepify. They finish him off. Double kill there. Meanwhile, it looks like Nisha's going to die to the Rolling Thunder. Saberlight, he is also in trouble here. And yeah, he's going to get blown up. Double kill for Soxa. 2-for-2 trade-off so far. 33 is half HP, and here come the raises. Missed the second raise. Boxy with the Rod of Atos. Got demolished by that swashbuckle, and now Mickey's going to die as well. That was a terrible fight for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that secondary play call of taking the 3v3 definitely did not favor them. Up until that point, it was kind of okay. Killing the DK was massive, and they also got the Pugna in the opener. But when Loranov arrived with that Arcane Rune and took that fight, definitely the second half of that was partially by Liquid's choice and just got overwhelmed. The strength of the Pango a bit too much to deal with just then. It's going to cost them a tower as well by the looks of it, so a nice little grab here for Tundra.
33 does get his Greaves finally. He's been very active in this game. I feel like this is one of the more active Broodmothers. I mean, he went into the enemy triangle before taking the enemy mid tower. He's up in this top lane, has completely relocated himself. Stunned up, Fire Blast. Boxy still being chased by spiders though, and the two heroes that are really good at dealing with spiders aren't here yet. Now, okay, Saberlight had to use BKB, I guess, because he was going to get stunned. Or he thought he was.
Yeah, I don't think he had to do anything. I think Nisha just soloed the Lion.
Yeah.
He just fissure and then enchanted him to death. But yeah, Saberlight was anticipating a little bit bigger of a fight than just that little skirmish onto the Lion, but Tundra wisely just completely resetting and calling it a day. I'll get back to farming. Now, Nightfall is closing in on his BKB. This is obviously a major difference maker in this game. Counters the majority of the enemy lineup.
Yeah, what do they even do on Team Liquid?
They pulverize him to buy time. Obviously, Muerta herself can survive, but yeah, if he just gets to stand and deliver, they don't have any saves or reliable ways of protecting each other, really, from a DK BKB.
Yes.
Would like to... Oh. Okay.
Goodbye.
I would love a replay of that. That's so great.
I want to know, like, how much damage he did just off of, like, obviously he gets caught up the Echo Slam and all that. 3,000. But I wonder how much his Slugger damage.
Yeah.
I feel like I never get a good read of, like, how much Slugger
we
does.
didn't. Oh, we only caught the very tail end. Let me see. So Brute is full HP.
Oh my god.
Well, in the meantime, though...
Wow, they got the SF and the Ogre. That's on us, guys.
And all it cost... it's my bad. I wanted to have a laugh, and look what it got us.
I mean, it was a good laugh. It was a good laugh. I bet Shadow Fiend's death wasn't nearly as fun.
Yeah. I also just... I just hate Brood.
It's true.
So watching Broods die is one of my favorite things in Dota.
Yeah, same. I also hate the Brood cosmetics.
Oh.
Yeah. Dude, look how much damage
Lord
Lordov took
almost
from Echo
died.
Slams.
Yeah, it's actually, he was so far away too.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
All
Tundra with the bigger win overall, though. They get the SF kill and they get the Aegis. So now a bit of a power play available.
BKB and Aegis, I feel like Nightfall can do whatever he wants in this game. I think Liquid have to dodge fights for a little bit.
He does not seem to want to buy Dagger. I was thinking this could be a game where you buy Blink on the Dragon Knight despite going the carry build after these
they
spell
know where
items.
33 is. They're going to slip past the Dragon Knight and go for 33. 33 now knows there's heroes around here. He's trying to stay out of sight.
Nice
he baits out his
movement.
spiders. He's going away from them. They don't see him.
Wow.
By the time they even do, it's going to be too late. The rest of Tundra, they're mounting a response now.
That was
33's baiting it out.
Completely perfect movement from 33 on the Brood. He went the one angle they didn't have vision.
Oh, he is mega baiting this one. Tundra wants this fight. They got a two-man stun to be able to start it off. Now, a dead shot onto the Dragon Knight. Looks like he doesn't want to use his BKB right away. And they see the Dragon Knight, they immediately call it quits. They're like, guys, we got to get out of here. Is everybody going to make it out? They do.
Clean disengage.
Surprising.
This is what I mean. I think there could be some merit here to getting an intermediary Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight so that you can play your strengths right now as a team. Otherwise, he does so much damage, but the only catch the Dire has is Lion. And Saksa, while he does have a Blink, he is also exposing himself a lot against this lineup by initiating for... Oh,
got
I
him
love
again.
it! Get fucked, Brood!
Yeah! Get out of here! Rolling Thunder on through this entire team. Saberlight tries to chase after the ball like a dog. Doesn't actually pick it up. Now the Requiem's going to go up. That'll finish up Soxa. Nightfall is in the mix with this BKB, but he can't hit Boxy. Not while this ultimate's going on. It'll eventually wear out, but now he's getting grabbed. This BKB timing is getting negated quite heavily.
He is
Liquid
so strong, though.
still need to back away.
Yeah, I think that's a great disengage call despite being 4v3. This is not an easy choice to make because you might feel stronger, but you don't have Echo. The Dragon Knight has Pugna on backup and Aegis, and that DK versus SF matchup is still just too lopsided. Eventually, Shadow Fiend will get there when he gets some more damage items and that Bloodlust running, but for the time being, they just can't kill him.
Got him inside the calling. That is enough for Nisha to catch him on the double enchant totem hits. Oh, we got a shield crash. A little bit of a heal.
Nice.
That is enough to be able to get away. Good call by Lornoff, and now the punish. Soxa comes in, hits his double disables. Saberlight 4 seconds until he can leap away. Don't think there's anything stopping him here. Just quick disclaimer, I was like a dog chasing a ball, not, you know, like the insulting dog. I forget sometimes people use that as an insult.
It's okay, we know you're an asshole.
That's just gonna become a thing now, isn't it?
It's been for a while. You just didn't know. But we've always known. Everybody else knows.
Oh no. Oh, I appreciate you being honest with me, Sin.
It's like yesterday when I was 1 minute late to transport and you made a side bet with how late I would be, and I was like, oh
Radiant structures are fortified.
Listen, I blame Mark. That wasn't on me.
I was like,
all
if
right?
you guys
He
are
initiated that.
if you're starting to bet how late I will be, there's a really bad pattern.
No. You are not late that often, all right? And you're not very late. You were 1 minute late. Not that big of a deal at all.
It made me feel a bit bad. I was like, if you start betting that I'm late, it's not great.
It was just purely...
It made me very conscious of my tardiness.
No, I didn't mean to do that to you, Sid.
Oh, Wisdom Rune for Liquid!
Hey, they got one!
Hey,
Woo. Clap, clap,
and
clap.
they're going to lose an Ogre. But
yeah, but the Wisdom Rune's worth it.
They are not going to lose...
Oh my god!
Nightfall could not stun because he TP'd on the left, or excuse me, on the right side, and doesn't have the dagger. He can't believe
What did he live on? That was like 20 HP
Yeah,
or something.
he was very, very low.
Boxing spots 33. Saberlight.
Saberlight.
They're going to try and grab him. No, Saberlight can't go and keep... Okay, never mind. Nisha's there.
Another one.
Just stomping that spider.
Radiant are scanning.
Are spiders bugs?
No.
Oh, what are they then? What's the category called?
Arachnids?
That's right. That's what it's just called. I think.
Do you have arachnophobia?
No.
Have you seen Arachnophobia?
The movie?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But I know what it is.
Well, I have to both.
Oh.
I don't like spiders,
That's actually
man.
kind of interesting. Do you find any of the Brood cosmetics triggering?
The Black Widow one is a little spooky.
Yeah, because that one was that was a legit concern, as Lornoff will be run at and nicely forced into the silence again.
Good control there. Finally, BKB comes out. A little buggy, but Lornoff, he's actually going to be able to get off shield crash, and the shield is not enough. BK's going to kill him. He's got the physical damage to burst through all of that one, and the Rod of Atos for another kill. It just keeps setting things up. Nightfall's going to try and fight this out. A Requiem trying to push them away. Every single time the Dragon Knight shows up to a fight, they call for the retreat, but Soxa, a buyback TP onto the outpost, a backstab from hell that gets 2 kills. Mickey gets a dieback on him in return. But that was a cute play from Soxa.
Yeah, I really liked the presence of mind to go for that. It didn't pay off as much as he would have liked, but still, the idea in itself was great. And now, okay, Nightfall is making the call now. It's like, I actually really need a dagger. And now he's bought a full Daedalus before. I can't help but wonder these last 5 minutes if he would have had the Blink instead.
Yeah.
If these couple of fights that have gone, not Liquid's way by a lot, but just a little bit, that whether they could have potentially been landslide victories for Tundra if they could choose their targets more easily. Because it's also, think of it this way, Lion is going to blink catch someone and set it up, but if Dragon Knight isn't in close proximity to begin with, you're kind of wasting half the disable time on not doing damage. If DK has a blink, you have instant follow through, and these heroes that you find, they die on the spot instead of getting counterplay. I guess there's something to be said for when you're playing carry DK. I think blink carry DK is so much stronger when you're not playing against any save, because then you know your damage is coming through every single time.
Sure.
If the enemy team had like a Tusk or Shadow Demon or Pugna, You can make a case that, all right, you blink in, you catch a core, they just get saved, and then 2,000 gold out the window, right?
Yeah.
But here, could probably got a lot done with that. Tormentor will go to Whitemon. Not the best shard for this game, as it does not have any illusion heroes, but...
Yeah, and Liquids also did not go to the right hero. Went to Muerta instead of the Ogre, which, yeah, Fire Shield against the Dragon Knight attacks would be pretty sick.
Yeah, Daedalus Dragon Knight. I think you should buy it on Ogre, to be honest. He's got some ways to go, of course. He just finished Solar Crest, I believe, but I wouldn't mind seeing Insania purchase it here.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Top tower minute 26.
Oh, Saksa with a really early base ward.
Yeah.
What are they planning on doing with that? Are do you think they're actually going to try and hit high ground?
I mean, it could pay off in a big way. 33 can start pushing with his Greaves Pipe, and now they have Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight, so if anyone comes to defend against the Spiderlings, you could just Blink Burst with Lion and Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight has Daedalus, Lion Finger, level 2.
Sure.
Very few heroes are going to be able to survive that if they try to come and take care of those little Spiderlings.
Opportunity for pick-off on...
It's happening right now. They're making that exact move. Let's see. We're going to take care of middle first. Now the problem will start showing up bottom.
The dragon form. Waiting for somebody to show bottom now. Mickey's going to cut through. He's getting real close to them. They go for him. And a double stun right on top of that one. Mickey gets off BKB. The Requiem's going to go out, but Nightfall can still do damage. He activates his own BKB and kills the SF. The fight is not over yet, but Liquid do need a reset here, and it's not looking good without a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they killed Lauren off, but they expended the Echo Slam now, so the Dragon Knight feels very, very strong standing here in the front, knowing that he doesn't need to worry about the carry-to-carry matchup, and he has Pugna protection with Glimmer. They probably can't really kill him here, realistically speaking. So as long as he has vision from a creep wave and maybe a couple of spiders, would love to see Nightfall go high ground again.
Yeah.
Just go to work. Do just that.
Saberlight's trying to draw some attention. They're going to throw some stuns his way. Boxy working real hard to get a calling position. He puts himself right on the front lines, and he dies.
Yep, that did not work.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that idea was, but it didn't work.
I'll deny the tower. That'll be the end of it. If nothing else, Boxy bought some time with that death, but perhaps you could have had the same result with 0 casualties. Still, though, that DKB immediately, or dagger, excuse me, immediately just paid off in a big way.
Yeah.
And you're gonna see Tundra look for more plays of that kind going forward here. And it's only gonna get worse when he gets this AC. That's gonna be a massive DPS increase. He goes in together with Lion. It was kind of close to make his surviving the initial go. But next time it might not be so close. Mickey is not buying an item that's going to give him much EHP here. He's upgrading his Dragon Lance into a Hurricane Pike, but if he's going to die in a stun lock, that Pike isn't worth anything. Roche time. This is a very close game. Much, much closer than game number 1, it feels like. Anyone's game, really. Find the right moment of opportunity. Now, the good news for Tundra in this situation with this Roche being contested, first of all, they scan, so they know Liquid are setting it up. They're also trying to force them back a little bit. This would have been really good if Brood had some spiders bottom and that it wasn't just Whitemon, but the barracks are under siege, nobody's defending. I know this is happening, but will they be too late?
They're
Actually,
doing it really
yes,
fast.
They're too late. That's surprising.
The question is, can they fight their way out of this corner that they're in? They have the Aegis, yes. Box is going to pop out. He spotted the Pugna. He really wants that kill. And Saberlight is going to try to oblige. They have the detection to be able to see him. Meanwhile, Nisha jumps in and blows up Saksa. So it looks like both supports under threat. One of them dead. Boxy got off his ultimate. Nisha's low. He tries to enchant Totem away. Turns around Fisher. He is so damn low. Nightfall's getting healed from the Pugna. Pugna dies to one shot from Mickey. Mickey now gets off the Requiem. Now that the BKBs are gone, a dead shot back in from Boxy. It's Nightfall. There's no escape for him now. They turn on Insania on the back, but here comes the reinforcements from Liquid. Now that they're done dealing with the Dragon Knight, they'll try and help get a kill in return for Insania's life. They don't get either. A split there from Tundra gets both those heroes out. Bottom lane looks like, yeah, just creep wave, not going to do enough damage by itself.
Very good result for Liquid in that. They got the Roche and they maintained the Aegis. So, a couple of casualties, but... And it could have been even better. If Nisha had BKB'd when he blinked in and echoed, I think he might have survived too.
I didn't
by
see that
extension,
part. What happened?
By extension, Boxy might have survived too. He died to the cleave off the last attack that hit the Shaker from Dragon Knight. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. I didn't catch that part of the fight initially, how the Shaker just got caught by stuns, but either way, when all is said and done, Liquid do walk away with a victory in that fight.
It should be noted, I feel like that is one of the better examples of using the Ofrenda really well.
Yeah.
That Boxy buyback, right? He's instantly back into the team fight and, you know, had a really big impact as a result.
Yeah, maybe him dying was even good.
Sure.
Sometimes it is like that. Nisha.
Whitemon, that vision that was still there. He kills the ward and kills himself in the process.
But I think what cracks me up about the Slugger is it feels like the heroes move too fast.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's that Pugna just the speed with which it flew is just comical.
Dire's top tower.
Some
is under
anime
attack.
mechanics going on there.
This tower is gone.
Getting one-punched man.
Yep.
Do you know that reference? Have you seen that?
I think at some point after a night after we've been out drinking or something, then somebody put on a couple of episodes of One Punch Man while we were just lying on the couch. It was okay.
It was okay.
That's how I remember it. I think I was laughing at the premise of how is this going to be interesting if this guy just one-shots everything.
Yep.
But apparently it was not that bad.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
High ground push for Mickey.
Okay. He has one lasting presence until it doesn't last anymore, which is now, but almost got a tower with it. In the meantime, though, they lose range Rex. But I don't think Liquid are going to back down here. They want to get value out of this Aegis.
Yeah, if they back down now, there's no guarantee that within 2 minutes you're going to get back to the enemy base. Nisha is going to stop this melee barracks from going down, but by showing the's no way that Liquid could push up to the high ground. And 33 is doing it in waves, these spiders.
Yeah. I rarely would find myself saying this, but I think defending that melee Rex bottom is actually not the best play. Because the reason I thought they weren't going to go back to base is that, as you pointed out, you're effectively, that cost you your Aegis, right? Like, there was a play here where you could have forced something big up top and it would have cost you your bottom racks, but they're almost already gone anyway. So you're like, you held onto a third of a melee barracks and you had to bring back your entire team for it.
Oh, but if they pick off Lornoff, he got silenced immediately. Yeah, they just all in him.
Damn.
Okay.
Right. Nisha taking no risks this time.
No.
Popping the BKB there, but obviously doesn't have the info that we do about the enemy hero placements.
So now they will get to, I mean, not really hit high ground with the Aegis, but...
If they knew it didn't have buyback, they would.
Sure.
But they don't know that for a fact, I think.
They'll at least be able to get this tier 2 and maybe swing at that tier 3 a bit.
AC on Nisha. This is...
Oh, wow.
This goes fast. He itemized to pack a punch now with the SF.
Tree, the lasting presence, the AC. That is a lot of minus armor. This tower has 2 armor.
That Crimson Guard is not doing enough.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, I did not think this was going to work, but I take it back. Worked just fine.
Saxa! 3-man stun! Oh, it looks so good. Nightfall's going to be grabbed during his BKB, though, once again, and Mickey. He starts throwing some damage around. They're trying to kite him around, wait out this Aegis, but the Broodmother doesn't last for long. He does have a buyback. Decrepify, bailing out stocks of her now, turns around, blows up Boxy. Good kill. And Insania, Mickey, and Saberlight will all back out of the base as the Aegis expires. They don't want to keep risking this.
is under attack.
So because of this return to base, they ended up smoking because they needed to get out on the map, and that smoke found the enemy core that didn't have buyback, and therefore they still ended up getting barracks instead of staying top. And now they did it with an easier angle, arguably, because now there wasn't any Pango to worry about. Top, you would have had more time, but...
They're going to kill Lornoff again!
I don't think he's got him.
See if the damage... Oh, if he got a little luckier, had one more crit in it.
I also think that Requiem could have been placed better.
Probably.
He came out of Silver Edge, and he Requiemed him toward his base. If he went behind the Pango, I think he kills him.
Yeah, it would have pushed him into, like, the Ogre, potentially.
Either Ogre connects, or the escape path from Lornoff gets a lot more awkward than that, so Mickey probably felt a little bit of pressure to do it fast before Lornoff disengaged, but that did feel like a possible kill. With this Silver Edge, that Shadow Fiend versus Dragon Knight matchup is getting way spicier when the BKBs are down. I genuinely think with the items and the power levels of Liquid right now, this Dragon Knight is actually deceptively frail at this point. You're looking at 3,000 health, and I know 50 armor sounds insane, but you throw a couple of enchant totems in there and a little bit of minus armor from SF and Shaker combined, they could pop him pretty quickly.
It says a lot when Saksa lands a 3-hero stun, I believe on 3 cores, right? Inside of your base, and you don't like clearly win that fight. You still trade out kind of badly.
If they could have somehow comboed it with the Pango roll, that's just a wipe.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of things that need to line up perfectly. Here
Is it Fire Shield time? Now it's Fire Shield.
Sure is. Yep. This is still going to be a difference maker as far as I'm concerned.
All right. I'll admit it, Sind. You've won me over. It's a B tier shard.
Nice. We finally made it there. Ogre having an 80% win rate was all it took. It's really not because of the Fire Shield, though. But it helps. It's a little bit of extra.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt.
And the funny thing is, a big part of the reason Ogre has such a high win rate this tournament is because of Liquid running it in Group Stage 1 and winning basically all of their games with Ogre.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, they stopped picking it, and they started losing almost all the games in Group Stage 2. They're like, maybe we should play Ogre again. And now they're winning again. Well, what do you know?
Might just get it 2-0 after going 0-3. And unlike Xtreme, they didn't go 1-2 in every single one. Oh. Saksa, he's gonna blink back into Nisha. Oh no, panic, panic, panic. He hexed up Nisha, now making a run for it. Larnoff is gonna run in with his Rolling Thunder and try and give move for Saksa to get away. They wanna fight this. Nightfall's already popped his dragon form. Nisha hops away, hops in. BKB can't hit Saksa for now. Decrepify and heals, and Nisha's just gonna die. It's still fine for Liquid though if they can hit these backline. How are these supports alive for so long? Between the immunity and the Decrepify, now they start leading. Oh, geez, that's so much damage. Ghost Scepter? Not a chance. Raze will finish him off. Ultra kill for Mickey as he just casually one-shots Whitemon towards the end there.
If Liquid can win that fight relatively comfortably with what just happened, they are in a very good spot. That was not Nisha's prettiest fight ever. He ended up BKBing, jumping in, kind of hesitating, trying to get out, and then just died without getting Echo Slam off, despite disengaging from the first Dragon Knight initiation. But it doesn't matter. Mickey hits too fast and too hard, and 4 lasting presence.
Oh yeah, it just builds up, and now you're like buyback, and you're fighting into an SF who's even stronger than the last team fight you took into him with these lasting presences, but they are going to respect it. They are going to back up. But as you said, if you can't win these fights when these supports are popping off on the side of Tundra, like I feel like they're outplaying Liquid, and it's nowhere near enough. The team fight is still not close.
I think the issue there was the supports played it really well, but you got very little out of the Pango roll. So again, this mid Pango that you're giving a lot of farm priority to isn't really paying dividends that much. He rolled in, and it did save the Lion. If he doesn't do that, Saksa's just dead. So you could say, like, the subsequent good plays from the supports are a result of Larnoff's ult, but it didn't put any offensive pressure. So all Tundra really did there was play defense until they just ran out of saves. Yep, just wasn't enough. And I arguably, again, I think it could have gone worse for them. I think the Shaker could have had a better fight, and maybe you're looking at nothing. So all in all, at least a somewhat decent result. But having to buy back both supports now leaves a very obvious way for Liquid to win this game. Kill the supports, and the game is over.
Shadow Fiend is just... Shadow Fiend carry is just too damn strong, it seems.
Shadow Fiend carry has already been strong in this meta for a while. Giving him Bloodlust just pushes him over the edge.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really major difference. How much attack speed is it again?
A lot.
80.
I was going to guess 85.
80 attack speed, 13% move speed for 30 seconds. And then in the carry-to-carry matchup, you also give him the Fire Shield, so he's also tankier against the DK, so even if Tundra do get a jump, it's not enough. And Ogre, I mean, Insania's just doing everything he can to make Mickey's life good, right?
Yeah.
Bloodlust, Fire Shield, Vlad's, Solar Crest. He's giving him how much attack speed from both together? It's like 140 attack speed and 28% move speed when he puts both of these on Mickey. He's hasted and has a free Moon Shard from this Ogre.
That if he used Feast of Souls, which nobody ever does, but...
Yeah, I guess he ran out of points to put into all attributes, didn't he?
Yeah. It's crazy how strong
this could be a big steal. This is actually really, really big. This is not going to roar because Liquid killed the last one.
They have a scan on it. They're running to it, but...
They're too late. A bit of a slip up here. This is an opening for Tundra to maybe get something done.
Yeah, they're going to get an Aegis and an Aghanim Scepter out of it. They grab the
reaction
Axe,
from
they leave the
Saksa.
banner. Here comes the Fisher, hits the backline, hits 3. Enchant Totem, Lord up, gets the roll up. Now he's trying to roll in Thunder in, but can they stop the damage that's coming into this Dragonite? Dragonite gets grabbed, Requiem goes off from Mickey. His BKB is wearing thin though, and the Rolling Thunder is still going strong. They do manage to take away the Aegis from the Dragonite, but when he comes back in, oh, this SF's just going to town, man. They just cannot stop this Shadow Feed. It's too damn much.
It's like watching someone play with cheats. This Slither is so unfair. He's just standing and delivering. What a beautiful Wi-Fi signal, by the way. The DPS graph there of Liquid's heroes. Beautifully aligned.
Yes.
As all things should be, of course, Boxy the position 4 with the second most damage on that Muerta. But yeah, I mean, game over. You're just, you know there's no support buybacks. Dragonite doesn't have it either, and they just don't have enough. And this Brute build, it kind of just fell flat really fast. He bought these auras. They were aiming for a mid-game timing. Liquid weathered the storm, got all of their big items, and their damage output and their tankiness combined is just way too much for Tundra's lineup to deal with. So a well-played game, and Liquid finally get a victory in Group Stage 2, and it's a 2-0 against one of the favorite teams. So
yeah,
maybe this is the start of something good, just when before it's too late.
They do seem to have a funny thing about group stages where, you know, like a lot of group stages, they just go 1-1 with everybody and squeak on by. Maybe Liquid is going to do something similar here in a best-of-3 group stage, but on the other side, Tundra, it's been rough for them. I thought they were going to be coming into this group stage as one of the favorites for it, but they are now 1-3, same score as Liquid now, on the edge where they just cannot afford another loss. Otherwise, they may just be out of contention of no regard for their own.
And I do think a pattern, if you want to look at it, between just inside this series, a pattern of what I think Tundra did wrong was how they incorporated Nightfall in their strategy in both games. Game 1, there was that big team fight that Bloodseeker never showed up to. This game, the Dragon Knight doesn't go dagger until way later, so the fights that the teammates are taking, he's just not able to contribute enough to, in my opinion. He's still top of the damage on his team, and I think he did this was a solid performance, but they just weren't... I think that the alignment of the heroes and the timing that they were going for would have probably been better with a dagger after that BKB, or maybe even after the Mask of Madness.
Well, a surprising outcome. Liquid 2-0 Tundra.
The alignment was all over the place. Tundra looking like chaotic and neutral out here, whereas Liquid, lawful good at Dota. Lawfully good at Dota. They followed the rules.
I tell you what, I think this Earthshaker pick was something.
Yeah.
And I loved it because I love that hero, and I love Slugger is just so much fun. If you look at the stats, 33 did the least damage in the game.
Uh-oh.
He got shut down because every time he showed anywhere, he got slapped. And his little body went slithering across the map. And that happens too many times in a row. You never get going. I felt like he kept trying to buy stuff to make sure he could maybe just live through a fight. Nisha was so good at like, there's a spider, just smash!
Came in with a newspaper every single time.
It's brutal. So I think that was definitely one factor.
Yeah.
Sableye had a much better time. But Mickey, again, just hard carrying this shit and did the biz. The number of times he was able to stand there, you got Primal and Earthshaker in front of you, and I thought Boxy's Muerta was fantastic. All these great dead shots coming in, but he's just going pew, 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 the whole fight. Just damage, damage, damage. So I really liked the way they played. I thought it was a really fun draft.
No, I agree with Ted. The Earthshaker pick played out so nicely for them because if you look at how Tundra constructed their draft, they wanted to play for this Brood aura timing with the DK push and get to the point where like they just don't go into the late game versus Liquid in that game, but because of this Earthshaker, not only did it win mid versus Pango because it's a good matchup for him, but he really eliminated the Brood threat around the map. Like, how often did we see Brood getting echo slammed? And that amount of stalling that the hero was able to do for them is ultimately what took them to the win. Because as the game progressed, like, DK was like the only offensive factor for Tundra in fights, and if he wasn't getting like the blink initiation on a key target, like we did see him, for example, blink in with Soxa, bottom push, get the kill on Mickey, and they were able to do a lot out of that. But if they weren't blinking and just all inning on the SF, there wasn't really that much they could do, because later on he was getting BKB pulverized by the Primal Beast. He could stand his ground and take out these targets.
And that's assuming that also Lornoff was having to dance around the perimeter to make sure he wasn't getting pulverized and his Rolling Thunder wasn't getting canceled out. So Liquid play it to perfection, and let's see what Purge got for his Acer Predator head-to-head in this game number 2.
Hey, thanks, Neil. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to talk about the mid players. I thought that was really interesting. The Earthshaker, watching him dunk people was a great time. He did 29k hero damage. Lornoff did 20,000, which is actually a lot for a Pango. I'm just going to point out. He had almost third highest for his team, I believe. He did wonderful, but the impact was just not going to be quite the same. It was 3, 5, and 10 for Pango at the end of it, whereas on the other side, Nisha was 10, 4, and 12. I believe we also have some, look at the KDA. It's just night and day difference. Nisha's damage output was just a lot more effective. Even had a nullifier at the end of the game to deal with the Pugna. But we do have some clips I'd love to show you that show some of the impact here. Here's the first Echo Slam we saw. A wonderful moment here. Tons of damage. Lornoff almost dying as well here on the side. That was pretty cool. Well, here's another one. Spiders near Brood. It's just an easy one-shot. It's his former teammate. Those guys won TI together recently. And then on the other side, here's Brood running for his life. Once again, he's dunked. Not really much he can do here. Normally 3-3 has pretty excellent games consistently, but it was really hard here. Watch Lornoff in this fight, though. He actually had a really good engagement here. Able to chain Disable Box. He hit the backline a little bit. Very, very disruptive. The downside was that he just didn't do that much damage in a lot of cases. I mean, killing the Muerta's hard. He's taking no physical damage. Ogre's got high armor. Earthshaker's got BKB to protect himself. Mickey's gonna have high armor or high HP. He was disrupting the fight, but unfortunately it didn't really feel like there was a big damage source coming out in this game, despite Nightfall having pretty solid items. So that was my Acer Predator head-to-head, Neil. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Always happy to see a slugger marathon coming out in that highlight reel, because Nisha was whapping around on that Broodmother. Poor 33, not able to be a factor at all. And maybe not even a factor at all in this matchup. Masterminded, of course, by Insania. Insania, I'll give you 2 options for how you want to play this interview out. I can let you do your typical courteous thing where you can say like, oh, you know, there was nothing special about this matchup. You know, every single opponent we take seriously. Or you can give me the, yo, Netta got clapped! Homie didn't know what was going on in that game number 2.
Yeah, dude, Nisha had beef, man. I've never seen Nisha run around this much and chase an offlaner. I think every single Echo Slam pressed on Netta.
It seemed personal almost.
It really did, no? I feel like, I don't know, maybe there's like some resentment about ancient camps.
Maybe. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, Insania. Perfect.
They do share the ancients.
All right, now we'll just clip that, take it completely out of context, and make sure that that gets sent to all the other blogs. But in more seriousness, was this actually a more special series for you at all, or was it more you guys are 0-3 and things are getting a little bit nervous right now in group stage 2?
I mean, I don't think things are getting nervous, but of course, like, we understand the position that we're in and we're trying to improve, and it's been maybe a little bit slower than we expected. Like, me and Nish did the pub grind, and it finished like 2 days ago. I won. I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, wait, so wait,
on the interview.
Is the scoreboard still on the wall next to you right now?
Yeah,
Can you tilt your webcam?
Here, so no, there's other stuff. So I can't
okay, fine.
But
no
it ended
stress.
with Nish playing 60 games in 1 week, and I played 64.
Damn.
So I win.
I'm impressed. But then what's the typical benchmark for you? Because I know for Nisha, the benchmark is like maybe 2 per week. For you, what's a typical week like for you?
I think I do like on and offs. So when I'm playing a lot, maybe around this amount. But the thing is, I don't know. Yeah, probably around this. I think Nisha's like usually 60 games a year. Something like that, yeah.
Well, it's been fun to keep tracking your progress. I don't know if it necessarily had a positive impact on your Dream League performance, but it's fun to see you guys get into the spirit of things. I'm going to pass you on over to Purge, who's got some questions as well.
Hey, Insania, I'd love to talk about your games last night, if you don't mind. It was kind of a painful loss, I assume. Do you want to talk about what happened? I saw Nisha didn't have his TP scroll because he used it to like get out of mid and escape top. Do you want to talk about the game?
Game 3 or which game are you thinking
game
about?
3, yes. The one that ended kind of suddenly.
I mean, game 3, I feel like we just kind of got steamrolled. We didn't really manage to do that much. I feel like I had negative impact. I feel like my Enchantress did absolutely nothing. And we never really got like the ball rolling from my end. I think game 2 we had like in a pretty good position. I think we probably should, most times if we're playing very, very well, clutch that game out. But we took like this kind of bad fight in their triangle. I think we don't have Mickey at the fight. We're just like a little bit disconnected. I feel like we're not really like fully synced up the way we need to be, and we're kind of making some bad moves here and there and tossing games, which is like kind of liquid of old. But we're trying to work on that and get away from it.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I think expectations are obviously still very high, considering that you guys just won TI. Would you say you're slightly close to the form? Well, that's probably not the most fair thing to say, but do you feel like you guys are on the right path to becoming the same or similar team that you were before?
I feel like we're always on the right path. You just don't know, like, sometimes the path is straight and sometimes it's like crooked and you have to like take some turns and stuff like that. But obviously everything you do is a step in the right direction because you're going to learn from your losses just as much as from your wins. And whatever mistakes you make is like, one step closer to not making the same mistake again. So you're always moving in the right direction, I think.
All right, next team that you have to play against is Team Waska. How do you think you'll do against those guys?
I mean, they're good. They're like the old Tundra Awakened team. I always enjoy playing against them. Matthew likes to joke around and say that we always knock him out of every tournament. So hopefully we can live up to that and continue beating them.
All right, great. Thanks for answering my questions.
And are you going to be beating him with your more Ogre Magi-oriented heroes or your Tusk-oriented heroes? Because I feel like we've been seeing in Group Stage 1, you were doing fantastic on Ogre, and then you guys kind of abandoned it for a lot of Group Stage 2. Then you finally come back to it today, and life's grand. So why'd you turn down your first love of Ogre?
I mean, I think right now Tusk is probably like a better hero, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't think I'm playing it that well. So just going down to like lower IQ required heroes is making the game easier to play. You just play some Ogre, spam some Ignite, life is good, press Bloodlust on your cores, let them cook. So yeah, no, just easier execution, I think, as of right now, when we're in worse form, is easier. Nice, I guess.
Understandable. Last question. What's William Lee doing playing WWE off in the background? Are you guys doing created wrestlers of like your team and stuff like that?
I don't think so. I think William is like probably on Instagram messaging girls and yeah, playing. He's loading into Dota because I think like he realized that his screen is on the monitor. I've never seen this before. Not one time has he been in Dota since we got here. Not once. Or if he does load Dota, it's for auto chess. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, he went to the custom game thing?
Yeah, there
He's
you go.
scrolling. His battle report came out. That means that he hasn't opened up Dota in a while?
He's queuing Dota auto chess, I promise you. There you go.
Well, whatever it is, it worked out in this series. Insania, congratulations on the win against Tundra, and hopefully this is a sign of good things to come from Liquid.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll catch you later, Aiden. And I'm sure Blitz is hard at work because he loves Dota. We all love Dota around here. We play a lot of Dota, but there is one person in the world who may play more Dota than anyone you could imagine. And I sent BSJ on the case to learn more about the most prolific Dota player in all history.
Yeah, I think it's important that we understand what his motivation is currently, because obviously if he's the most played games, there's consistent motivation. But right now, everyone's awaiting the new hero, Bird Samurai, but there was a new hero that came out 2 months ago.
Ringmaster.
And there's a problem if there's a new hero. That means not every hero in Dota has a player that's Grand Master tier.
Okay.
But here we are. There is now a Grand Master player on Ringmaster. So the question is, how long did it take this guy to get there? So let's see who this is in the first place. So I went digging through the comments of the Reddit thread just to see, I'm sure people are going to help us out. So I dug through the comments and we pulled up his Dota buff profile from there. So we see in the comments, this player is a Dota legend. He has 37,000 games and he's still Herald. I don't know how it is possible, but it's impressive. You know, everyone is used to being impressed by these pro players, but I think being able to play that much and never improve is impressive in and of its own right. So they linked the Dota buff for us. So we used this guy's sleuthing, and we went there ourselves. And his name is Andre Immersion, and he has 600 Ringmaster games. If you guys are wondering how many games it takes you to get to Grandmaster tier in a short period of time, because you don't get as many weekly quests and all that, it is about 600. But he managed to only keep a 47.5% win rate, but his overall win rate across 37,000 games, Neil, is only 47.04, so above average.
Higher than average.
And so we decided, what did this guy learn after his 37,000 games, or after his 600 games of Ringmaster? What is the build that everyone at home can use to their own advantage to take down some victories?
If you want to be a Grandmaster Ringmaster player, this is apparently the build to follow.
Yeah, so absolutely. It seems like the essential portion is the Vlad's Rush, sometimes going the Ring of Regen after the Vlad's Rush. It looks all about the sustain, occasionally going for what looks like to be 25 to 30 minute Tranquil Boots. But the Vlad's into the Glimmer seems staple. The Gym seeming to come out between 19 minutes to 25
every single time.
Single game.
Every
This man
single
somehow
game.
ends these games with the Gym. I have no idea how, because you drop it on death, and most games he seems to have some death. But the thing is, Neil, if the game gets dicey and you're wondering what makes this support scale into the late game, it appears to be the Sanj and Yasha as his staple big item to go for. So if you guys are wondering what it takes after 600 games, the research has been done for you already. It's the Vlad's Glimmer, Tranquil Boots, S&Y. Don't forget the Gem.
Always get the Gem.
Always get the Gem.
Every single game.
And that's what it takes, Neil.
And can I just add that if you want to win with Ringmaster, don't go that item build, because that...
Whoa.
How dare you?
If you want to win 47.53% of the time, then you do go that item build, all right?
This is a Grandmaster Ringmaster. You don't question the man's research. He's done his due diligence. This guy should get a Nobel Prize.
Agreed.
Ringmaster does not benefit from Vlad's. Nor Tranquil
I don't
Boots.
think
He
he
has
is.
no
He's got
mana. You need cast range, and you need mana. That's
It's
what you
about
need.
enabling your cores, Mira.
Yeah, Mira.
We
Get
see
a
all these
solar
ranged
crest.
right-clicking
Get a
carries.
solar
They need that
crest.
lifesteal.
Get a solar. Listen. I'm giving you the advice. Okay, Brian's trying to set you up for failure. Get Solar Crest. Get Yules if you need to get Aether Lens. You're
That's
welcome.
after getting the Vlads and the Sanj and Yasha.
I didn't know there were two Grandmaster Ringmasters out here all of a sudden. Effie dropping big knowledge bombs on Ringmaster?
Yep, that's actually my account.
I knew it.
Have you ever seen her and Andre in the same place?
We have
Yeah,
not.
you ever seen us in the same room? You haven't.
I have not.
Have you seen us in the same room?
No, I haven't. Andre Immersion.
Andre Immersion, Effie Immersion. The guy's a legend. He has the most games of Dota of anyone.
Yeah, and if you guys want to learn Night Stalker as well, over 4,000 games on Night Stalker, that's his signature.
That's his signature?
Yeah, check it out,
Night
guys.
Stalker.
You can see more innovative builds on heroes that only get developed with that much experience and iteration upon iteration. So,
My
yeah.
man is single-handedly doing machine learning as one person.
Yeah, and when the new hero comes out, Bird Samurai, make sure you follow his Dota buff profile, because I'm sure you'll get plenty of replays to analyze.
Yeah,
then
don't
as
worry.
well.
Don't worry about this Dota Pro Tracker business. We want the Andre Immersion Tracker. That's what I follow. That's the guides that I listen to.
The true gospel.
The true gospel. And what we will be preaching next here on Dream League Season 24 is the book of Waska versus Spirit. Stick around and send your prayers to Waska, because they need it. We'll see you later.
the street. People pass you by. You don't meet their eye. You don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. At the bar, too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls, scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. Before on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the night. It's Waska taking on Team Spirit, but these two teams are getting ready right now, so we're going to give them a little bit of time to prepare. And in the meanwhile, we get to go back in time a little bit and review something that happened earlier on in this tournament. But it's not anything that you guys saw on broadcast. You see, earlier during Group Stage 1, we talked about this whole stage point thing, where we were getting tired of these teams just making it through to the top of their group and being like, oh, okay, I can just get complacent now. I don't need to worry about anything. We decided to incentivize getting the top placement in your group by giving you extra EPT points called stage points. And as a result of giving these extra points, we also had to break ties. Because if multiple of these teams got second and third place, normally we wouldn't really care because they're all going to Group Stage 2 anyway. But here, for stage points, we needed to break the tie. Also, Brian, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I have brought Brian here because we are going to look at the replay and cast one of these 1v1s that took place during, I guess it was the tiebreaker day between Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2 because we didn't actually have tiebreakers, although these were technically tiebreakers. We had a 1v1. Lornoff versus Dark Mago.
Are we jumping right into it, or what are we doing? Because I'm excited either way. I think most people, if they could go to Dota or Liquid Dotapedia right now, they could see who won this based on who got second and third.
Don't spoil yourselves.
But don't spoil, guys, as we've got the SF versus SF Classic. I think important thing to note before we start immediately is the fact that Dark Mago is only a silver tier SF, while Lornoff is a gold tier SF. So neither of these guys are the SF mid spammers of old. Because right now he's a carry, but traditionally this hero was a mid. So I've got the CS pulled up. I think we're ready to go. We're gonna check out some starting items.
Yeah, because there's like oftentimes gentlemen's agreements when it comes to these 1v1s. So I think like raindrops are generally outlawed. Blood grenades are kind of like they became the 1v1 meta, at least during like the Dota tournaments. And then sentry wards and obs, as we can see through the all chat, they are not fully agreed on what the rules are.
Yeah, he said no obs, no sentry. I think the other guy had already bought them. They both have them, so.
Yeah, he had spent 50 gold on sentries. That's the essential part on the side of Dark Mago. So it looks like they're using the wards. Lornoff hasn't placed his yet, though. So they do both have the circlet, double mango, and set of tangos, but we do see two blood grenades for
Who's
Lornoff.
the observer? He's terrible right now.
It is currently VSJ. I may be able to make it slightly easier for you. Hold on.
30 seconds to go.
But
What cheat are you looking for?
The assisted camera, but I don't know if I have it on this computer.
I mean, once the lane gets there, it's going to be easy.
That's true. We don't need to move around much. Already what, Effie?
Already Dark Mago had the advantage in this 1v1 because they couldn't agree on the observer ward, and then he had his earlier than Lornoff did. He faired them out later, so he actually placed his ward on the lane.
Oh god, he's got the sentry.
Yeah, he placed both of his wards before Lornoff did his, so he saw the ward already, right off the bat.
The integrity.
The integrity
The
of this
mind
1v1 is compromised.
Wards don't give souls anymore, though, right? So
That's true.
at least
he's got +2.
XP and an extra gold.
That's from the Fairy Fire.
No, you're right. You're right.
Dire on the other.
Once they're in the same screen, this will be way easier for me, guys, just for the record.
I would have remade.
You would have remade after this?
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Something to know for future 1v1s.
The second you get into that lobby.
You gotta agree on the rules. And you can't just start agreeing on the rules as the game progresses. So I don't blame Dark Mago for that. I mean, Lornoff should have been, if he had rules that he wanted to do, he should have said it.
Dark Mago won the block and then hit the quadruple raise.
Yo, they're brawling.
The blood is it just like over like minute 0? Wait, what's the rules? Is it 2 kills?
Probably
Usually
2
it's 2
kills or
kills.
tower,
2 kills or first tower.
Okay, well, Dark Mago, I don't think the ward influenced that at all, right? Because he just won the block, and then he wasn't level 2 before he got the kill?
Yeah, it was still a level 1 to level 1.
Oh, and then he's going to suicide the tower. He could have easily gotten that CS.
But I thought Lornoff got there in time. Did he not get experience? Lornoff is level 2.
Yeah, he is level 2, so he probably got experience from that. I don't know if that suicide to tower was worth it.
Also, it counts as a death.
Uh-oh, guys.
Right? It does. So, like, was it worth it for the tempo?
He placed a sentry and he didn't get his ward. He missed.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
that's gold that he wasted. I mean, there is a ward diff in this game.
And he killed his other.
Dark Mago is actually secretly a support player this whole
Look at him.
time.
But for real though, like, isn't it first to 2 kills? So like, what's the net worth difference right now?
Net worth? Is that Y?
That's
yeah.
Y.
So that Dark Mago is up by 200.
They get credit for that kill. Yeah, Lornoff got credit for that kill.
So is it better to just tank the death, even though like if you die once ever, it's over, versus like lose gold to regen fully?
It's definitely better to die there.
Yeah, because it's like 400 mana.
He also bought out fully.
Okay.
Something cool that Dark Mago did so far was buy 2 blood grenades at the start where Lornoff bought 1, so that when the other blood grenade comes off cooldown, he'll have it faster. So he's going to have the +1 blood grenade.
Oh, because the stock is already
Yeah, the stock is
replenishing?
going to have restocked.
Yeah.
So that was a
Smart.
nice thing that he did. But
Where's
also
he
that
going?
first D ward gave him extra gold too.
We just saw him miss a free CS on Lornoff there. Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
5 and 0 to
Oh my
13 and
God.
6.
Whoa.
What about the cosmetic difference? What do you guys think? Dark Mago just dealing with the regular SF Arcana.
I mean, the white SF's pretty pog, I'd say. Lornoff wins the style, I think.
Got them gems.
But he's just bullying him.
He just threw the blood grenade for damage.
It's a deny! First deny! First deny. Radiant's on the board.
That's actually his first night. That's crazy.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes in.
And what are the resources? We're going to 2 mangoes, 1 salve, getting more.
And he's got a bracer coming out, or he's working on it.
What about Lornoff? He's got a salve and 3 mangoes.
Working on a wand.
Mr. Raze.
I feel like Lornoff has to be aggressive here. I feel like if you let Dark Mago like get his resources back, you're just losing, right?
I think Dark Mago could be waiting for his level 5 to just make the play, you know, to catch him off guard with it.
He's about
That's why he's
40%
bringing
there.
more regen in. Because once he hits that level 5, he could just go for the blood grenade kill.
But he does have a damage advantage right now by quite a bit. I mean, he's gotten extra 16 last hits.
So he's at 67 damage on Radiant. He's at 81 damage on Dark Mago. So yeah, pretty massive damage difference here.
If he just like slowly regens his mana up here and hits 5 before him, then goes for the kill, that would look good. How many EPT points are? What are the points
I
called?
think it was 75 points,
75 on the line.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's basically half a placement.
What's that in USD?
What's that
What's
in
the conversion
Stanley
rate?
Nickels?
Okay, so they both win wand. They no blood grenade on Dark Mago right now.
And they
Lornoff's the
are
only one with it.
abiding by the anti-raindrop rules.
That they totally agreed to before they went into this.
And that's like the one thing that I think is guaranteed in 1v1s. If you do that, you're really...
He hit 5, going for the long raise. This is where you play aggro. Don't let him get level 5 up.
Oh, we
got the second raise.
This not getting the D ward on his high ground is costing Lornoff dearly. That ward's about to time out now, but it did its job.
Yeah.
This is very hard for Lornoff.
Oh wait,
we
there
win
are
raindrops.
What?
So why are raindrops broken? Is it make it too hard to kill each other or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's just too much value in terms of like trading and sustain. Like you get mana from it, you get to block the raises.
Okay, but it cost him a salve to be lower level. He also bought a raindrop where Dark Mago didn't. Is he gonna counter with a raindrop?
What's coming out on the courier? Nah, just salves and clarities.
Yeah, no, Mago has the raindrop, Lornoff doesn't.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that allowed?
That's what I thought.
They needed to agree on the rules.
I don't
for
know
this
if they,
one.
I don't know if we had like a official rule book for this or if it's just gentlemen's agreements.
I think it is gentlemen's agreements, and they just couldn't come to one.
That war definitely, like, you can see how much of an impact, like, in a regular Dota game, right? That just getting
just
that D
that
ward
one
at the start
ward.
of the game, like, feels like Dark Mago just had
And
the
the-
advantage from the get-go. Wait, he's allowed to pick up runes?
Dude, what is happening in this 1v1?
Maybe you can't get
This is
bottle,
the-
but you can pick up runes.
This is the Wild West of the one.
I don't know.
They're just not as common as they used to be. So I feel like the terms are not quite the same.
Yeah, but Dacha in, what, February actually had the first 1v1 tournament that we had in a very, very long time, which Nisha won.
Wait, is Lornoff hitting the jungle?
Is he?
He's like, this guy's not
Oh my
following
God,
any
he's
rules. He's like, he's not following rules. I'm not following rules. This is actually an unhinged 1v1.
Wait, what's up with that ward that he was standing on? Was that like a ward because we agreed to not have wards, or?
That was so he could, like, hit the camp, maybe, but he missed.
Oh.
I think he missed the camp because he wanted to be able to stack it without using a raise, maybe?
He didn't get the water rune on the south side.
Yeah, this is unhinged for sure. So mud golems, I guess, count towards CS. So if it's CS at 8 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's a big Radiant advantage, right? It's more common for a Radiant to go jungle.
Yeah. Wait, what's the net worth looking like now? Oh.
Yeah, it's not close. That's why he went to go jungle.
But he got the nice double raise in there.
Oh, Lisan
Lisan Al-Gaib.
He's on. That's Blitz. He's on
playing
the
Dota.
auto chest.
He's back to the jungle.
They're hitting up the newts.
Can we fast forward?
It ends at 8 minutes something, so don't worry.
Spoiler, close the camera thing in the
I don't actually know who wins.
Try and close it in
but
the upper right.
The thrilling conclusion will be coming soon.
We'll never know now.
Yeah, we'll never know when it ends.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about the timeline. Well,
We're expert YouTubers over here.
Expert YouTuber. You're content creators extraordinaire.
You're still just jungling and
no.
stacking. Does he get neutrals?
Mago's identified that he's in the jungle, so he decided to freeze the lane. How long is he going to freeze the lane for, or is he going to push into the tower?
Wait, so he has a
Seems like he
neutral
pushed
item.
Dude, that's actually imba to have a neutral item when the other guy doesn't. That's like a bracer.
Is he going to use it?
If he gets a shovel, that would be sweet.
Well, he does have a bottle. I think Seeds of Serenity is probably the best one.
That's pretty good.
What if he
Alright, go
wins
for the
because of his
raises.
neutral item?
Good.
Raindrop procced.
This is like
Seeds on the ground.
If Lordoff actually makes this comeback, that would be amazing.
Does he have boots on Mago?
Oh,
I saw
raises.
something by one.
Requiem.
The fake.
Can you check the items on Mago, please?
He's got
Fine.
boots. He's got
Very
boots.
good. Okay.
He's going treads.
You go for the aggro play then.
Yeah, but he's got the boots flying out now on Lornoff, so he missed his window.
He's hunting him in the jungle.
network's
Oh my
getting
God.
He walked through the ward. Lordoff knows the Requiem. He fakes it. Raise, pox, raindrops left and right. The double Requiem. Lordoff gets it off
No.
first. Gets the blood grenade.
No,
Fairy
the ward's
fire.
gonna pay off.
He wins.
Mago hides behind the trees.
This
He gets-
ward is is 5 head. Did he cut him off?
He's pushing out the wave.
He's he's trying to push it out.
The regen from the neutral.
We
item,
know
dude.
it's gonna end soon because Neil spoiled it. The ward did. Oh, the D9 on the ward. That's
That
crucial.
was sick.
Still 800 net worth differential.
I actually don't
Like
know.
the blood grenade. Okay.
How many raindrops does Mago have? He's out. No more
He's out.
raindrops.
They're both out.
They're dried out.
He just
Haste
keeps making
rune?
runes, dude. What?
Oh my god, the haste
I don't
rune.
know, man. This neutral item is broken.
The haste rune.
Two raised.
That was the most unhinged 1v1 I think I've ever witnessed.
Maybe not balanced, but
Like,
yeah.
one person was getting runes, the other wasn't, and one person was jungling, the other
Yeah.
It balanced out though. It wasn't the same player.
That's true.
Yeah.
Two wrongs make a right.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Or
That's how
cross each
morals
other.
work
Yeah.
and such.
And as a result, Dark Mago is the proud winner of 75 more EPT points. Unfortunately, the way that Waska are doing in this tournament so far means that those may not matter very much, as we can focus now on a Spirit taking on a Waska.
Why is that? Doesn't it matter more since they're not going to get as many points?
I suppose that's true, actually, because then that might help them get invited to events, but at the minimum, I hope that they get more wins in this group stage too, because so far, they got their one win again against Xtreme Gaming, but since then, things have been looking a little bit rough for Waska.
Yeah, not only are they 0-3, but it's also like
1-3. We're 1-2.
Oh yeah, they
They beat
start.
Xtreme.
I guess I'm assuming they're 0-3 in my head because the last two series have been
It
so
feels
ugly.
like it.
Yeah, they did beat Extreme Gaming, who's also struggling, but I do feel like Waska. It looks like they're trying to identify their own take on the meta and like shift in a way that every other team is doing it, but for them it feels like it's backfiring more than it's actually helping, and they might need to do something similar that we just saw with Liquid and Insania talking about, where let's just go back to the heroes that we were winning with earlier and make it simple on ourselves, because we saw even like the 10th pick overall Timbersaw come out from Sacred yesterday getting absolutely dominated in lane. That's the kind of thing you just can't afford to happen in like a last pick overall in a draft.
So then for your tech analyst deep dive, did you look at Waska? Did you look at Spirit?
I was looking at Spirit. You know, I decided to take the team that is 3-0 right now.
Okay.
And also I decided because Satanic specifically has...
Tell me about him.
You know, he's been impressive as all hell. In his last two Morphling performances, we're watching some advanced farming patterns here from him. He's been 25, 0, and 13 on his last two games of Morphling combined. So we're seeing that he's using Waveform to farm between two camps, rotate back to lane, not miss a single camp, or single creep, excuse me, go back to the camp, and then he's going to go back to lane using Waveform, killing the golems at the same time. So carry players, I wanted to appreciate just this raw efficiency, making sure he adaptive strikes that flag bearer creep. And I wanted to talk about this because he's going to be out farming a DK throughout the entire course of this game. Yet 30 seconds later, that's him going through the Twin Gate, getting a kill on the Sand King, turning that into a tower, and then he's going to go back through his own Twin Gate to make sure that he defends his own tower while there's a fight going on mid. So he's free farming the safe lane, absolute perfect efficiency in the jungle, killing the enemy tower, defending his own tower, and then we're gonna see a few more efficiency plays coming out from him in the
going
woods
for
here.
Andre Immersion's Ringmaster Grandmaster.
That is yeah, the S and Y though instead of the Manta is the
working on
problem.
it.
Very
So
similar.
this specific waveform, just I wanted to point it out because the fact that he's so efficient, you're gonna see him narrowly dodge a gank coming from Xtreme here. So this is a smoked up puck that he's now retreating from just ahead of time. There were actually 4 heroes from Xtreme there. So pointing out that him killing these camps just half a second faster is actually saving him from dying. This is like his first major item timing, getting Manta, he's showing up and taking the tower. So it's like, yeah, he's the #1 net worth. Yeah, he's perfectly CSing, but he's responsible for being at every single push and objective taking that Team Spirit is getting. So this is the definition of not an AFK carry.
Yeah.
He then gets the tower, TPs to 9 creeps, gets all the last hits that he possibly can, goes over to the Ancients, stacks it right before the 17-minute mark, doesn't clear the stack, goes right back to the wave first and gets that. But now 20 minutes, Tormentor, like another objective for his team, asking his teammate to tank it because he knows like the limits of his hero. And then now he hits this 21,000 net worth at 27 minutes into the game note, and he hits the Shadow. This is the Shadow Blade timing for him. He literally just had it delivered to him right before this fight, and he's going to chase down Ame with both popping their BKBs, and it just feels like this. They're down by 2K going into this fight on the side of Spirit, so he's playing an absolute flawless game leading up to that, and then it still requires like capitalizing on every single item timing that he's hitting. And as a carry player, I was just watching this and I was like, wow.
Poetry in motion.
It really was, yeah.
I'm glad to hear that because I am oftentimes hearing the narrative that Satanic is being set up to be a very 4-protect-1 type thing, which oftentimes imply that he's off doing his own thing for the first 40 minutes of the game, but this shows that he takes a lot of activity early on when needed.
He definitely does. I don't think you can play 4-Protect-1 in the same way anymore with the way that Dota is now in 2024, but like 4-Protect-1 implies that you have one strong hero that you're waiting to just take you through that late game. And Spirit do draft that way, but they don't draft in such a way where he's off AFK farming and they're just running around in circles like waiting for him to join. That's not how you can play Dota. It works out very well for them, and he really does feel like Yatoro. Like, if you take away the names of these players and some of the performances he's had this DreamLeague, I could swear to you that's Yatoro in a lot of these cases. And I really see and understand why they chose to invest in this player. And it's going to be so scary how good he is by the end of the year, because keep in mind, he came into this DreamLeague with very little competitive experience, and he's just going to keep leveling up throughout the season.
A lot of the DNA is still there, and a lot of the DNA is also there in Spirit's drafts, because I want to take a look at the Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force for this game #1. We're looking at unique heroes between Waska and Spirit in the form of a Venn diagram. So the heroes that you see on the right are some signatures and some specific Waska heroes that Spirit have not picked, and obviously the latter is true on the left side. The middle is the shared hero pool, which is probably true for like 90% of the teams in this entire tournament. But I guess a few of the anomalies that is worth pointing out on the side of Waska: Zeus, the hero that we don't see particularly frequently. Sacred's been running his Death Prophet, and then just heroes that you would think that Spirit would run. Like, we have not seen a Satanic Alchemist at all yet this tournament, which is kind of strange to think.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of those like super hard carry players, they're all down to play Alchemist, but for whatever reason, it's not his thing. He's playing a little bit, he's playing a lot of hard carries, but yeah, I just don't know why no Alk, but if it doesn't fit his playstyle, if he wants something that has a stronger late game than Alk, there's certainly a lot of carries that do more than Alk with similar net worth, just that Alk is usually ahead, so maybe that's why. He wants the best possible oomph, the best possible late game carry possible.
And Team Spirit are not a tempo-based team. That's not how they've been playing this DreamLeague. Like we mentioned, they play to get Satanic to that point in the game where he can carry them. And Alchemist is a hero that you're playing for a much earlier timing and will fall off in the late game. So it definitely, like I can see them later on as they develop more as a team and try new things, like incorporating heroes like that into their playstyle. But for now, they're just trying to refine one style of play. And I agree with that approach to a new team.
Find your footing before you start going off the rails, because that's kind of my main issue with Waska right now, is that they have gone off their footing. They had a strong footing early on in Group Stage 1, and then in Group Stage 2, it feels like they have shunned all their fundamentals and are instead trying to follow fads that other teams are going for.
I think they got a little unlucky, though, because for Team Liquid, their hero that was 5-0 was Ogre, who's not really being used by too many teams right now, and so he kind of flew under the radar and were given to him. On the other hand, Pugna is like the most meta support now of like the entire tournament. Like, it seems like his stocks have just been rising infinitely throughout the course of this Group Stage 2.
And Matthew was on the ground floor of that.
Yes, exactly. They're undefeated on the side of Waska with this hero, but every series so far that we've seen is just getting banned first round or block picked by the opponent team, and we see it again here.
That's my concern for Waska is I feel like once people started perma-banning Pugna against them, they don't have like that second best strat that they build around. I think Matthew's Nyx is also very good and worth building around. That's why they've been running some Death Prophets and Razors and whatnot, but it just doesn't hit the same way. And I think Waska is capable of a lot, but they've been doing weird things in their draft, like forcing position 5 Magnus when it's not good, you know, like jamming Svens into their draft, last picking Timbersaw and then not flexing it to mid. Like there are ways that they could improve if they just like went back to drafting fundamentals.
I just hope that series yesterday where they did the weirdest stuff so far, that they just kind of got that out of their system, because it was a little bit too crazy, and if it keeps going on that path, it's not going to be a lot of wins, I feel like, especially against these very, very talented teams.
Well, hopefully a Shadow Demon sets them on the right path. Hopefully Yadomi doesn't whip out the Magnus anytime soon. As we look to our game number 1 draft, like you guys mentioned, the Pugna has been banned out by Spirit along with the Doom, the Mars, the Pango, and the DK. Waska, they take out the Naga, the Shadow Fiend, the Monkey King, the Sand King, and the Puck. The first pick goes Clockwork to Team Spirit, and Waska respond with a Shadow Demon and a Tusk.
So the Clock has been a really great hero for Spirit because it enables a lot of Satanic's hero pool, and you would think that within Waska's supports, one of them would address a potential Morphling down the line, but it doesn't, and that's kind of concerning.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just take it here, because I doubt that Waska will just completely ignore with their next 2 picks, and I don't really feel like Sacred's hero pool has been particularly good against it. The only offlaner that Morphling I think hates laning against is Doom, or not laning, but playing the game against is Doom, and that's already taken out, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Spirit just take it here, but it could always just come on 18.
Well, they've got great lockdown and stun at least, so that's one good thing going for them. But with double saves on Waska's side, you know, there's counterplay certainly going both directions.
Well, I think it's nice that you have the Lion that's meant to stun, and I think the Clock was meant to disrupt the guy that's supposed to disrupt. I was trying to
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Yeah, I think Clock jumps the back lines, Lion jumps the front lines. Dawn now has her pick of who do we go on in the middle of the fight. Do I follow up the Clockwork? Do I follow up the Lion? It also pairs so well with Satanic's heroes because he's usually the ranged guys that stand their ground, and Dawn is just perfect counter initiation for these types of heroes. And she's also nice as an offlaner because I mentioned Pangolier and Sand King being the 2 offlaners that can get away from Tusk Shards, but Dawn's actually another one. So any kill combo in the safe lane is not reliable as of now.
And Waska did lose to Dawn yesterday. It didn't feel like they had a good approach to the hero. I wouldn't be surprised if Spirit just studied that and wanted to run it themselves here.
I don't know if you guys saw Dawn's win rate there. I think it was like 14 and 16. I remember a part in the group stage where it was like 5 and 10.
It was
like
7 and 15, I think, at one point is what I saw.
It was bad, basically, but it's improved a lot since then. So the hero stock, it's become popular and it's winning, which doesn't always happen in the middle part of a tournament.
Now, I think I've only talked about this off panel, but how often in tournaments do you guys think where it's something like, I guess there's not too many formats with 2 group stages, but like how often do you think that, so Dawn's win rate was 7-15, right, in the first group stage. What if the teams that were losing with it are obviously out of the tournament now, but they were like taking it from teams that they were losing in scrims too? Do you know what I mean? Like they're trying to emulate what the better teams were doing and then they couldn't pull it off, and now we're going into group stage 2 and these heroes like Dawn that weren't having win rates that were something that screams pick us more are now winning all the games. Like I don't know how often this sort of dynamic happens. Like I'm wondering how that happens.
It is common that they trend right after they do lose scrims and get games to it, but usually it's the teams that first identify it as the ones that continue to succeed with it because they know why they're picking it. It's for some specific reason, and that's not always easy to identify by the teams that you beat with it. They're just like, okay, Dawn is good is what they think, but in reality it's like, oh, Dawn is good against these squishy carries.
With
might
these
be the start.
carries.
Yeah.
I can give you one piece of information that may help form the narrative. 2 of the top 3 teams that were picking Dawn were Avalis and Azure. Avalis picked it 5 times, Azure picked it 3 times.
That helps, and their win rates probably weren't very good.
Avalis had a 20% win rate, so they won 1 out of their 5 games, and Azure won 1 out of their 3 games.
I think when heroes just aren't played for a while, it just takes a few games too to like understand how to play them best, because it's not like it was trending in pubs either up until it started to be a popular pick in this tournament. So it takes time, and that's why it's improved over time as well. We've also had some bad item builds on it that are being improved.
5 seconds.
And we're seeing that it can be flexed, because Pure is happy to run it mid every once in a while.
Doesn't seem like a Satanic hero though, so.
No.
It's a 4-position do so, right, guys?
Yeah, it's carry line.
The Battle Fury build.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm surprised they picked Morphling into Lion. I know Morphling is, we've been talking about Satanic's Morphling, and they picked the Magnus yesterday on the side of Wasco, and this is obviously not nearly as weird as an adjustment as that, but I don't love Morphling into Lion. I feel like instant disables, like even most disables in the game, you can buy Shard at some point and that's okay, but Hex is considered a silence, so even the Shard doesn't work.
No, I'm glad you said that, because so I understand the idea of block picking the Morphling because Pyke is also a good Morphling player. So they think that we have a player that plays it itself, we don't want to overreact to it. And I think what's giving them the comfort is the protection of the double saves on supports. Like, if Morphling ever gets Blink initiated on, then he's just going to have the Shadow Demon Disruption to back him up, the Tusk with the Blink Snowball later on, and they think that's enough coverage for him. The trade-off here is that they had to go for their Beastmaster on 17, and he got insta-Medusa'd by Team Spirit. Wasco's heroes don't deal with Medusa very well, the ones that they have so far.
Deuce's always been one of the best carries against Beast because you have split shot, you don't generally mind being disabled because your whole point of your hero is to soak up damage and spells, and then also you have a reliable wave clear mechanic super early on in the game that allows you to just say, push lane, see ya, and then like relieve that pressure that Beastmaster represents on the tower. So yeah, Medusa, I think this is way too good of a Medusa pick. I'm a bit nervous. They have like Shadow Demon disrupted to get illusions, but then you have the Lion to mana drain those illusions away. I do think the fact that we've been talking about Morphling being kind of like the most iconic hero for both teams to worry about in this draft, that the fact that Team Spirit's heroes seem pretty good against it, and then Waska's don't, I think the fact that Team Spirit kind of almost made them pick Morphling into a less than ideal game is something that is just Miposhka level drafting.
Yeah, kind of railroaded them into it. Now, you're saying that you are envisioning Medusa as being a frontliner. So do you want Laurel to be, he wouldn't play it, but like the sniper-esque glass cannon that takes advantage of Medusa in front? Or do you want someone who's also getting in there with Dawnbreaker?
I was thinking it might be something like the Invoker. That would have been a perfect, like a more of a backline spellcaster. I'm not sure. Okay, that works too. I mean, I guess like when you think of Medusa getting gone on, you need to think like, how do we punish? Is it by somebody standing in the back casting spells, doing damage? Is it somebody that uses the heroes that are perhaps jeopardizing their own positioning to punish? And so we talked about, or Mir talked about the fact that they have the combo break on the Snowball and the Shadow Demon, and Clockwork's nice and all to jump the backlines, but it's not exactly the most reliable. Storm's probably the most reliable backline jumper in the entire game, maybe other than like old Spectre, but I mean, I just really like Team Spirit's draft. It seems really well-rounded thus far, and there's going to have to be a pretty awesome pick. What do you guys think of this, Ember?
I think there is nothing left in the pool. Like, they banned out Dark Magos Siggies that would have laned well versus Storm Spirit, like in the Tiny and the Queen of Pain. Like, you need some kind of playmaker to come from the mid lane to play into Storm Spirit's rotation. So you go for Ember. But like within the draft already, there's Lion, who deals very well with Spirit heroes. There's Clockwork with the instant stun initiation with the hookshot later on. Like, it's not going to be the easiest draft to pull off for Waska.
Yeah, they're going to have damage problems against Satanic for sure, because there's not that much single target damage coming from Ember. It's pretty split. The support duo doesn't do a lot of damage either. Your offlaner's a Beastmaster, which is going to amplify your team's damage, but he himself isn't going to do that much. The only thing that I'm looking at for Team Spirit that makes their draft slightly less good is that while the Medusa was great against the Beastmaster, the Dawnbreaker and Dusa pairing is not that good. You're not healing the Dusa. You ideally want to be taking damage on your carry that you're jumping on. So the Storm and the Clock will ideally be who Dawn is going to follow up on. But at least the defensive Dawn ult on Dusa doesn't really do very much.
You can mana drain teammates still, right? Like, they never removed that. Usually it's not.
Mana to,
yeah, usually it's not relevant, but in this case, like, you're actually like Pugna for the Medusa.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So maybe something worth considering that is some cool synergy.
I think with Morphling versus Dusa, like, the idea is like you are such a bursty, strong hero that you're trying to kill the rest of our team off before you can then isolate the Dusa, right? Like, you kill the supports very quickly. Like, you want 100 to 0 a few of them. You save Medusa for last. But you can't really do that with Team Spirit supports. Like, I don't see a world where Morphling shows up to fights with just a Manta style. You need a BKB in this game as the Morphling, and that's going to make Waska's timing so much slower. And if they play slow, they're going to play into Spirit's hands, unfortunately.
And that kind of goes with what you were saying, Purge, that like, while Soul Guardian may not be very useful in Medusa, she'll be more than willing to spend it to save supports because it's not going to help her core anyway, so might as well keep Lion alive or something like that.
Yeah, especially if you get a second round of disables off when the disables are also already so valuable, so it could be huge.
Yeah, just on paper, it seems much easier to execute. Like when I think of what buttons Team Spirit has to press, it's like one stun into Lion or Dawn ulti. I feel like Storm Dawn's like one of the most classic global. You're not safe anywhere you go combos.
We're in the
I'm not even safe in the studio right now. Spooky things are happening even though October 31st has already passed. It's okay though. I know one thing that always keeps me safe, and that's Dota. Let's get into a game number 1 with Cap and Cinderin.
Two teams are at a score of 1-3, and it's looking like there's going to be a third team joining them, You missed it off camera.
It was too early.
Cinderin spooked me.
Not even Dota can keep you safe, Cap.
No. It's okay, I have deadlock now. Waska is 1-2, and they're matched up against the undefeated Team Spirit in this second group stage. They are 3-0. Spirit have been kicking ass in this group stage.
Yeah, all of Spirit's games have gone the distance, though.
True.
They're 6-3 in maps, so they've, I say maps, I guess I should say games, but either way, 2-1 in all of their series they've been winning. We'll see if this one is any different. I think it's fair to say that Spirit are on an upward trajectory, and for Waska it's been the opposite.
Yes.
I think a couple of the Waska games we've cast have been a little bit of a letdown compared to how well things were going for them in Group Stage 1. But obviously this is what will happen to some teams because the level of competition is increasing. Now you're playing against all the winners, and some of the easier matches that you may have won in Group Stage 1 will not be repeated. So definitely time to bring some of your best to a series like this one. If you could somehow get a win against Spirit, that would be absolutely huge. But it is indeed going to be challenging, as Spirit seem to have figured something out.
And this game, they are behind a Satanic Medusa with a Lion to aid him, give him some extra mana.
Some really nice multi-purpose Lion here with Shard, right? You can give Dusa mana at the same time as you mana drain away the disruption illusions.
Yeah.
I believe it does split when you cast it on an ally too. It also drains on enemies. You don't have to enemy cast if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it searches regardless.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about that.
So that will be really nice for him.
And mana drain's very good against Morphling typically, right?
Yep.
So.
And if you look at the lineup of Waska, the biggest concern above all else against Medusa is they don't have much single target damage with the exception of Morphling. Ember as a mid-hero does a lot of damage over a long period of time to multiple heroes, but against Medusa, what you often want to do is you want to 100-0 her in something like a Roar. And if that is meant to happen, Pike needs to be farmed, and ideally you would want to have a Diffusal Carrier, but you don't have any hero that can buy that item, really. Morphling, technically, can get it in his build later, but probably not worth it most of the time. So that's what they need to overcome. If they can get off to a good start and get some control of the map, and I think Beastmaster in particular is the hero to watch for that, if he does well enough that he can take some of the space away from Dusa, maybe you can get an item advantage and just beat her with farm. But as is being highlighted here, Laurel doing very well against
working him right now. Goodness.
This is a Storm favorite matchup, so I'm expecting Laurel to win, but probably not by like 3-1.
Yeah, this is pretty rough.
Oh man, I mean Mago's also just eating the Remnants, man. I think he took 3 in a row there. He has 2 in Flame Guard, so will block most of the damage, but might need to be a little bit careful.
Nice disruption into range creep tonight. That was cute.
Yep. Definitely so far so good for Spirit's lanes. And one of our favorite shared heroes, actually there's 2 of them in the same lineup here.
Yep.
Spirit are playing both Clockwork and Dawnbreaker. We both love those 2, and as we have a very shared sentiment on Dawnbreaker, this should be an insane game for that hero in theory in terms of aggressive usage of the ult. You want to play with reliable heroes that set you up to connect with the fight and have a global presence, and you have basically everyone in your team except Dusa does that very well. Hookshot into Cogs is a great setup, Storm is a great setup, and Lion has long enough lockdown that you can connect on any fight. And that means by extension that Malik will feel very comfortable farming a lot. Because ironically for Dawnbreaker, what allows you to farm the most is if your teammates play as aggressive as possible. Since you just take all the farm that is left behind defensively on the map while your teammates are out aggressively postured, and you're part of every single fight anyway. So if they could get into that position, that would be really great. You imagine how Medusa and Dawn spread the map, and Medusa will play the Ancients heavy areas, and Dawn can take everything else, while the other 3 heroes of Spirit will be playing more aggressively outside on the opposing half of the map, ideally, if things go well.
So all the better if Laurel does come away with a pretty strong laning phase win, which 24-5 compared to the 14-0. As you said, Storm Spirit favored matchup, but he is still kicking some butt here in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is definitely very good so far.
Strong start.
Important moment here.
Yep. Trying to get the water rune. Matthew, he is... Oh, managed to get it inside Dark Mago's bottle instead. Laurel's going to die for this one because the water rune was snatched away. What a play.
Did he steal it with Sleight?
I think he might have.
Because I don't know if he was on top of the rune when it spawned. If he stole it with Sleight, that's super clutch, but... Nice play coming out from Dark Mago to basically recover mid. Now they're going to be neck and neck instead of him being significantly behind. And yeah, I think you're right. I think the water rune would have made all the difference because he popped a decently sized magic stick on the
Watch
storm.
it again here.
No, he just was next to it after the slight chains. So, but yeah, stealing that water rune. If Laurel would have had that health and Dark Mago didn't, I think that trade goes the other way.
Yeah.
So that's big. Now, by no means is Laurel going to be unable to lane after this death. There are some matchups where when you lose that moment there, it's really rough. Storm is still going to be completely fine, but the big picture in this game is that now Dark Mago will get a very timely level 7, and that's when Ember starts being very scary when he makes moves around the map. In this case, he will probably go 1-1-4-1, so level 4 Flame Guard for tower dives is very nice. And as good as Storm is at breaking that Flame Guard, the other lanes will take way longer to pierce through it and remove that damage.
Trying to go into Malik here. Get some tag team damage, nothing major. Satanic has lost half his mana already. Maposhka sitting on the side, not sure what he can do to be able to stop this Ember Spirit. But now the Rue's here, a 2-man stun, might have just bailed this out, and they can get the turnaround kill on the Ember Spirit. Oh, big play from Rue. A very well-timed TP placement from him. And he gives over a Lotus to Satanic. How nice.
I think Maposhka actually took us back to ancient Rome there, just feeding mangoes to his Queen Medusa to keep her alive. That looked like there were double mango infusion coming into Satanic in that situation. Maybe one of them was a healing Lotus, but yeah, that's a problem. You committed so many resources, including the level 5 rotation of Ember. I was expecting him to stay mid until 7. And now with that failed attempt, he's still going to be 5 coming back to a level 6.5 Laurel.
I was sitting there wondering, why isn't he using Cogs? Well, he doesn't have it leveled up. He went 2-0-1.
Yeah, that is pretty unusual. Trying to think why he would do that in this lane. Maybe they were using it to kill boars and hawks?
Yeah, might be.
Interesting choice nonetheless. But that for sure was the biggest moment of the game so far. That was a 3-hero rotation from Waska that backfired. They only lost 1 hero, but it was the most important one. It took them a lot of time. And Spirit responded with supports only. So both their Dawn and Storm got a lot of free time and sitting healthy on the net worth charts now as a result on all 3 cores.
Wisdom runes get traded, nothing special there.
Stupendous!
Looks like a bit of stacking going on in the jungle. Maybe we could see how many stacks both sides have been doing right now, because obviously Dusa always want to do some stacks. It's even.
Yeah, with Dusa, stacking starts becoming more interesting after she hits level, I don't know, I want to say 8 or 9, when you have more points in the split shot to really be efficient in the jungle. But now's the time that you definitely want to start doing it around one of the ancient camps to give her that extra boost later down the line. Maposhka, he skills Cogs now, so he wasn't being all too crazy. If you went 2-0-2, I would start questioning my understanding of the hero.
Yeah.
But 2-1-1 is the standard.
Power rune spawn, it ends up being bottom, but Yudomi gets it away from Laurel. If he doesn't, and the Storm Spirit gets it, I would imagine Yudomi actually just dies.
Got it.
Yeah, if he pops it right away, he could have also saved it and looked for a later play in a side lane.
True.
The threat of kills around the map with a Storm Amp Damage Rune and a Dawn ulti is... Nobody is safe.
Yeah, how do you want to get aggressive if you're Waska, knowing that this Dawnbreaker ult is going to come in? Unless you are going to rotate to the Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
The turnaround potential is so high. Satanic is too tanky for you to go on. And Laurel...
Sacred's too dead.
Sacred is very dead. Pulled back into the cogs, bounced a little bit. Sacred's not going to bother trying to use the Primal Roar. No point.
Yeah, this was just as Matthew backed off to start stacking the triangle. I wonder if this was part of the timing play from Spirit, that they were planning it around this, knowing that the stacking was going to come out.
And he blocks the hard camp stack from happening, and they're going to try and take the hard camp. Matthew, he's going to do what he can. Dark Mago's going to come in. Cogs pushes back the Shadow Demon, but accidentally grabbed the Ember Spirit inside. Mapochka's probably going to die for this one. Nowhere he can really run to, but Marl and Rue will still take that hard camp. Most of it, anyway.
Yeah, no, it's 2 Waska TPs and all of Matthew's mana. Well, still hasn't chosen a neutral item. Maybe he'll dig up a mango and then he can keep fighting. Let's see. He does take the shovel indeed. Dig. Could also dig up a water rune for Dark Mago if he wants to be a really good friend.
It's crazy how shovel, in my opinion, has been one of the best neutral items for a long time, and then they gave it guaranteed water rune whenever you want.
Yeah, they did nerf the health of it, right?
Yeah.
I think a couple of the tier 1 neutrals were toned down a little bit in tankiness. I would argue not enough, but you know me. Not all about that power creep.
Just taking up bounty runes is like so crazy.
You mean water runes?
Bounty runes.
Oh, I mean, it's been able to dig up water runes, bounty runes forever, right?
Yeah, I know. That's the part that I feel like has made it broken for the longest time.
Yeah, it's also one of those interesting things where it's such high variance.
Yeah.
If it's like I think the chance is like 20%, right? So if you get really lucky, you could get a decent amount of team gold in the first 10 minutes, or the first 10 minutes after you pick up the shovel. If you're unlucky, you get 0. And obviously the bounty rune on average is going to be easily the best thing you dig up. It just doesn't compare in quality to the other ones. And it also scales with time, so when you dig up bounty runes minute 16, it'll be even better. A bit late on the stack there, Matthew, unfortunately. But I'm sure if he would have stacked that somehow, it would have spawned behind the trees and blocked for the later anyway. So maybe that was good news.
Vodka Player does scout out that stack. Waska, I think, have kind of said, okay, if it's like... It's pretty hard to make kills happen with this Dawnbreaker ult ready to go and these heroes that we would be going on. So let's just try and farm until we get to a point. What that point is exactly, I don't know, but...
This doesn't feel like a winning strategy to me overall when you look at the hero matchups. You have Beastmaster and Ember. I feel like you want to take initiative and you want to bring your Beastmaster into the game. I don't think this hero is good when it's 6 on net worth. Beastmaster, in a lot of the games we've seen where it's taken over the game, whether it went Dom or Drums, it's by...
Right as they're cleaning up the final bit of this ancient instant Dawnbreaker ultimate on top of it. You could see Sacred just throw out the axes, trying to secure the last hits on the Ancients as they were all so low. A big movement from Team Spirit set up by Mapochka. They're not just going to get one, they might get Yodomi as well. Disruption buys them a little bit of time here. Rue's coming in with a haste rune, interesting enough. Nice Earth Spike, hits the stun onto Yodomi, and Dark Mago gets the kill on both of them. Now they're going to chase down
I don't
Pake.
know if Pike gets out of this one either. He has to be really clever with this waveform. He might not have Mont. He does.
He does. He jumps into the Storm Sphere, pushes him back immediately. Good hit.
He's all right. That could have got spicy. If they could have somehow chain stunned him a little bit more during the mana drain, maybe they get him out of range. But yeah, this is not looking great this early game from Waska. Only really the Morphling is having a good time. Beastmaster would have loved to be top 3 or top 2 net worth right now and have taken the tower 13 minutes in, but not even close to putting any pressure. Spirit just seemed like they have a brick wall up there. That's an interesting part about the Dusa versus Beastmaster matchup, actually, is that Dusa is one of the hardest carries to take the tower against.
Yep.
Because she's just so tanky, you have to get through her, and she's very easy to back up for the
Radiant's
allies.
bottom
So
tower is under attack.
I feel like the Beastmaster matchup against Dusa might not be the best, but on the flip side, I've also seen games where Beastmaster pops off, and then you are, in theory, one of the better heroes against Dusa if you do successfully get the tower. Because then you keep the pressure up and you constrict the opposing team, take away map control, which Dusa desperately needs to stay farming. But yeah, when things are going this way, it can't be fun being Sacred right now. You kind of just feel like he's just farming his own side of the map as Beast. That's not even plan B, man.
Nope. I would imagine, like, again, that they're waiting for a timing, and I would think that Home of the Overlord is that timing.
It's so far away.
Yeah, having been ganked and having that timing slowed down so much, I have to feel like maybe they should make a move. I don't know where, I don't know how, but right now, the current state of the game is not good for them. Their Ember Spirit gets picked off in the mid lane. It's a 5,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit now.
Look how far ahead Medusa is already. It's scary. And the other two cores are super happy as well. I mean, every hero on Spirit's team is ahead of the counterpart on the other side. Very nice execution here. Just nice layering of spells, or staggering, I should say. Find Matthew in a similar fashion. Storm plus Lion.
Just do
and
not have
Yadomi came in to try to help. Now he is in trouble. Maybe a counterplay.
They're going to go for the Storm Spirit. Oh, he zips, but he is in the back lines. Dark Mago might still be able to catch him with a slight. Dawnbreaker ultimate's going to be used. Doesn't save the support. Now Waposhka's on the run. And he's got a hook shot to get him some distance here. Maybe at best he can hope for a TP away, but in depth strike is going to put it in that. Double kill. All right. Waska gets something to work with. They trade up a little bit, but not too bad. Somehow it's still 5,000, now 6,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit despite that fight. I thought it was a good one.
Yeah, but Satanic wasn't involved. So while that fight was going on, he farmed like several hundred gold and Pyke was fighting. So you're not really... It doesn't really feel like a win unless it's more convincing than that. And I think it was also in total a 2-for-2 exchange on heroes, right? Clock died, and was it Clock Lion?
Yeah, I guess they got the Clock at this.
It was Clock Lion for, yeah, it was just a support exchange, right? But it was a 5v4. Or it was a 4v4, but Beast doesn't farm as fast as Dusa does.
Yeah.
So you are passively just winning regardless.
Parun ends up being bottom.
And this for Dark Mago. Still can't but feel like this is not an acceptable game state for Waska, having taken 0 towers minute 16 with Beastmaster. It seems like the type of game where they're going to have to try to force something that feels bad to do, but it's better than just farming. And it looks like it's time. Beastmaster's starting to push up top now, so looks like the call has been made to get to work. See if they can... The ideal thing here, honestly, is that Spirit don't respond. Because I think they would rather just get the tower for free than have to fight for it. Yeah, they really are ruining Dark Mago's game with his Lion.
Yeah.
He has a dagger now.
Didn't the last series that we watched yesterday of Waska, didn't Dark Mago just get bullied by like constant rotations? I remember thinking like, man, they just aren't letting him have a game.
Yeah.
Hurricane back. Nice use there. Dawnbreaker ultimate once again. It's going to come too late to save Rue's life. Yadomi disruption. Now a demonic purge on... Yeah, they got Malik.
Well, he has Armlet.
He does have Armlet. Tries to channel into Sacred. He's going to be hit by the hook shot. O'Neal a little damage to finish him off. Laurel will commit to be able to get the galvanized stack. Now tries to zip away. A blood grenade to try and slow down the Morphling, but he's got the damage.
Big
Double kill for Matthew. And using the Storm Spirit's morph to try and slow down and catch the clockwork as well. Nicely done. Waska are going to find a third kill out of this. Took a little bit, but we got there.
Yep.
Another fight that the Medusa is not at, though, so the net worth still doesn't move.
This one was still better overall, though. I think something else happened simultaneously. Otherwise... Because they won enough out of that fight that I would say that was definitely worth it. But I don't know what Spirit got in the meantime. to compensate, because this is like a 2,000 swing in just the kill gold.
Dire's top
Dusa did not
tower
farm
is under
2,000 gold in that minute, I'll tell you that. But, what was there? It was just a D ward, right? Oh, they took a tower.
Tower and a server ward.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it adds up, right?
Yeah.
But that was the first really good move from Waska this game in terms of outcome. They're gonna need more than that, though. Satanic is reaching scarily early butterfly Manta here. 273 CS minute 18.
Do you think the butterfly is... Do you think you should start using this Dusa now that you have butterfly? That's usually an item people want to be able to start fighting with a bit. Or do you want to wait for Scotty?
They can. I don't know if I want to say should. It really depends if Waska make them.
Okay.
More so than anything. If Waska are going to force objectives where Dusa wants to get involved, this is the exact example of that. But it gets scouted out by the Rocket Flare, but they're too late. This will break into a fight probably, though. Now that Dusa has rotated, I don't... Almost stole it. I don't think Spirit are going to let them just free escape this.
Yep, Satanic is getting in front of them, trying to make himself a target. Immediate disruption, hook shot onto the Shadow Demon. They're quick to jump that back line. Laurel, Dawnbreaker ultimate going out here, trying to make sure the Stormseer is going to be okay. Laurel doing big damage. Oh, got caught in this flight and does end up dying. They trade out 2 for 2 on the left-hand side. Stoneform goes out. Oh, the Morphling almost dying. And look at Rue, he's punching him. Get him, Lion. All right, he didn't get him. He didn't do a thing. And Satanic is now surrounded by 3 heroes. Will run out of mana. Not a good fight at all.
The fight's not over yet. He has 20 stick.
Oh, he does. You're right. He might be able to somehow get them all low enough that...
No. He pushed him to Ember. Oh, that was
scary. Okay, they did it. They kited him out very nicely. No cores lost.
So Waska, finally, by going Roche, they force the fight. It becomes a 5-on-5. They have the Aegis advantage, and they needed it. They barely scraped by with a victory there, despite having the Aegis.
Look at Baposhka. He knows all these heroes are low. Oh my god! He got him!
No!
Oh, just the absolute sickest spy position clockwork you play in has seen in a minute. God, that was so cool.
I want to see how much experience he got for that. I hope we get a replay of that. I think he got a level in something, right?
He got 2,200 experience.
He's almost level 12. He's level 9. Look at his XP.
Yeah.
2 full levels.
Dude, I cannot believe he made it that far without the smoke breaking or anything. That was crazy.
Was it a smoke?
Or was it Invis?
It was Invis Rune.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, what a timely and lucky situation to find yourself in. It's one, I mean, everything. The stars had to align for that. He needs to get the right rune. Morph needs to be morphed all the way down, and he needs to not walk through a sentry. And all of those things happened. And he will get the big reward. And on top of that, as if he wasn't lucky enough, he's also going to get the jetpack. So this Clockwork is having a wonderful game now, all of a sudden.
Level 12 with jetpack and force staff. This is not a Clockwork that hook shots and dies instantly.
No, exactly. He has a ton of plays to make now with this amount of net worth.
Which usually means this sort of thing snowballs. You survive engagements, you get more levels.
Times?
So many disables to lead into the Dawnbreaker ultimate. Not even needed.
They are ruining Dark Mago. It's good for him that they found that top fight at the very least, so he got something done, because he has been on the receiving end of so many Storm Lion plays so far in this game.
Got a reaction out of mid. Looks like Conda is going to be the build-up for Morphling.
Yep, pretty standard against Medusa. I think it's some of the hardest single target damage per second you can get. If every adaptive strike with Conda goes on Dusa, eventually you'll pierce through her mana shield. I feel like there was a phase where Morphlings were going to disperse her.
I remember that.
But I don't know. Maybe the item got nerfed too much to really be a valuable response. The other thing about this is it can't miss.
True.
Against the butterfly. So that adaptive is a guaranteed hit.
And a lot of times against Dusa, right? Sometimes it's like, okay, the Dusa is too tanky for us to go on. Let's just kill everybody else first.
Yeah,
and
that's the other way of looking at it.
He can come into the fight and maybe one-shot Rue.
Oh yeah, killing Lion is probably the best entry into a fight that Waska can possibly get.
Yeah.
And that was also kind of what happened in that fight in the top left corner of the map after they killed Roche. If you noticed, Lion and Clockwork jumped in simultaneously on the left side, so they kind of isolated themselves away from their own teammates, and Waska just got a quick, clean pickup on the supports there. And that's what led to a good fight, was that all of that utility from Spirit wasn't available all the time. The net worth lead right now is basically carry versus carry.
Middle tower is under
There's about
attack.
5k between them.
Dire's middle tower
Well,
has fallen.
he is going to get the Scotty soon, and then that's usually, you know, where Dusa really starts picking up. You start slowing people in these team fights, or team fight impact becomes a lot larger as a result. But Aghanims is done for the Beastmaster, Rod for Dark Mago. I'm surprised that Malik isn't more farmed, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a bit of an outlier here. He's 2-2-6. He has had... Medusa has taken a lot of space, to be fair, as they find Rue here. Nice pick. Pike will finish that one. But yeah, Medusa has taken a lot of space, so Malik will probably not have as much as he would have had with maybe some other carry heroes, but still... Was not expecting him to be lowest core net worth minute 25 with how this started out.
And the fact that he's going more of a right-click build, which means you also clear through neutrals faster and so on and so forth. But yeah. BKB window coming in for all of these heroes soon. You've got the BKB for Larl now here, and I believe Malik has his done as well. There it is. Okay, so double BKB and Scotty done.
And all of these items come simultaneously with the Ember's Gleipnir. So that's really unfortunate for him that if he had that 1 minute earlier, this upcoming move that Waska want to make to activate this item would have been so much stronger. But again, all of these kills on Dark Mago that they found, the 5 deaths that he has, have stifled his game quite a bit. In spite of that, he's only 1,000 behind Storm, which is actually very surprising to me. But yeah, that 1,000 gold, you know, it's 2 minutes on that item. Things could be looking quite different. Spirit are eager to look for trouble. They don't have an Aegis, but doesn't seem to matter. Oh, Dark Mago, not again, and again.
Hook-shotted. Yeah.
Oh, they might get an extra here.
Yep, Demonic Purge placed on Aru, and all of a sudden Matthew realized this is error. This is a full stack of Team Spirit. They got their double BKB, they got their Scotty, and immediately just try and force any sort of fight they can find. They get one next to the mid-tier 2, and maybe take that objective.
I think Satanic will finish this off before backdoor kicks in.
Now he's going to go Aghanims after next item.
Dire's bottom tower.
Do you like that over just going straight to Daedalus, straight to physical damage?
I'm not sure. What's the... There's no, like, obvious benefit to me here of having the Petrify on the Snake. It's a nice EHP item for Dusa. She just benefits a lot from the stats.
Sure.
But in some of the games that we've seen Dusa do this, it's because she has had a secondary carry-type mid. We saw Ame do it, for example, when he was playing with a mid-sniper. And most of the games where Dusa have gone for Ags have been in winning positions, as in, like, close the game out kind of thing. So maybe that's just all this is.
Yeah, I would say like Storm Spirits in the past maybe wouldn't fit that description, but the Storm Spirit of this meta certainly does.
Yeah.
With Conda and the Shard and everything else.
Maybe it's also nice in the carry-to-carry matchup against Morph.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It might not sound like a lot to get that little duration of Petrify, but if you're just standing and delivering and throwing out snakes, they purge him. You're going to be able to commit.
Jump in from Laurel, grabs the Beastmaster, hook shot at Chainstun, no, picked up on the snowball. Oh, the Dawnbreaker ultimate lands, they still get the Chainstuns, the Beastmaster cannot get the Primal Roar off. certainly see there is not a lack of disables on the side of Team Spirit. Perhaps they drift a little bit too far. Get a grab on a Pike. Pike quickly kills Rue. Buyback from Sacred. They are under behind a tier 2 tower. Immediate roar onto the Storm Spirit, and they chain stun him down. They are killing everybody else. Now they're focused on Satanic. Satanic, though, getting a really good snake off. Stuns a bunch of heroes. Looks like he can't win this. Oh, wait. Did you want him up there? Okay, it's fine. They got it. Nobody worry about it. Waska have to throw a lot of buybacks at it, but they do close out the fight in the end.
That was a very unnecessary dive. I think that Spirit just got over-eager because they found 2 kills, but it's not on the huge cores. It's on a Beastmaster and a Tusk, and they don't know about the buyback status. So they do commit a little bit deeper, and the moment they were outside the enemy tier 3 with the tier 2 still up, Waska are like, what if we just buy back and sandwich them? And that was just way too easy, so a little bit just unnecessary from Spirit. I think they were already winning that position super hard when they killed the first 2 heroes and took the tower, and they could have just taken a free Roche. And then we would be looking at a 12k gold lead and an Aegis, but now Waska at least keeping hope alive. Not a good position to be in, but much, much better than it looked just 2 minutes prior.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Waska haven't tried to see if Roche is up.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've got a long window. The Dusa, we saw from that fight recap, Dusa is doing all the damage in the team fights.
Yeah, the fact that they caught the Storm with the Roar was pretty much sealed the deal there.
Dire are scanning.
I was expecting the Roar and the Dusa, but I think roaring the Storm there was probably the better call. Watching just how tanky Dusa was afterwards.
Yeah.
They might not even have killed her during the Roar, and then Storm would have output all of his.
Scanning.
Oh, this is going to be awkward. Roche is swapping sides in 20 seconds. I don't know if Spirit can do this in time. They have cogs, though.
They have cogs.
Yeah,
they have a bunch of disables.
They even Finger of Death.
And Rue starts punching it.
There it is. Fist of Death. This is why you take it. So you can Finger of Death Roche.
Of course.
They still have to cog. Oh, they Hex, all right. Okay. Well, it was hard to kill Satanic before. I have to do it twice. Do you like putting it on the Dusa over Storm here?
If you're going to go high ground, yes. If you do not plan on going high ground, I think it should have gone Storm.
I don't know if they can kill Medusa once if her team is alive. And her team is going to be alive if Storm has the Aegis, right?
Yeah.
Because then he can play super aggro, give all the vision, and find the picks, but both versions are good for different reasons. This one is definitely stable.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Waska
attack.
will not get the tower, but they will get good ward out and some good map placement for their heroes to maybe make an aggressive move if they have another
Dire's
smoke.
bottom tower has fallen.
It's a little bit on fire, though.
Radiant's top tower is under
Push
attack.
that out. Not because the tower is going to take a lot of damage, but because you don't want the enemy team to have this access point and this information for too long. I was actually expecting Ember to TP back and deal with this, but
same.
They'll let it do itself. Oh, he didn't have TP. Okay. He just got it up now.
He's almost level 20. It's a pretty decent bump in damage, especially if you get the double impact on the right person. There's level 20 for the Medusa with the Stone Gaze duration.
The 20 morph talent is so good. It's crazy good.
Remember when the 20 talent for Dusa used to be like 800 mana or something stupid?
Yeah.
That was a dumb one.
Wait, wasn't that 25?
Maybe.
That might have been a weaker 20 version, and then they pushed it to 25.
Yeah, it might have been. That might be it.
Right, the Morphling one, he used to have waveform attacks targets, right? And that one got nerfed as well, down to 75%.
Yeah, yeah.
But still, even after the nerf, it's still just ridiculously good. I think it's one of the best carry talents in the entire game.
Radiant's bottom
Given
tower
what
is
time
under
you get
attack.
it. Satanic.
2.5 minutes left on the Aegis, so Team Spirit take this tier 2.
This is total smoke and mirrors, by the way. He's completely alone.
Yeah.
There isn't a single teammate within 10,000 range of this Dusa. So the only thing she could get would be a Dawn ulti to protect her, but Satanic is just going to play off of, well, what are you guys going to do about it? When he has the Aegis, that play exists. They don't even bother. risk reward. I don't even know if you want to call it a bluff.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if they could kill him twice with a Dawn ulti.
I also wonder that, which leads back to, okay, once you complete this data list, you go high ground, right?
I would think so. This is a nice timing where you get this item with 2 minutes left on the second life. So yeah, I would definitely be in favor of just picking a lane, and let's see if Waska are up to the challenge this time. If they can repel this push, I have pretty high hopes for them, actually, for this game. Because Morph will reach a point that he can start truly taking over this. Taking over might be an exaggeration, but at least stand his ground. But this will be a really big test for their team. Minute and a half. They will have to kill the Dusa. They can't wait for the Aegis to expire. It's too long.
How are they possibly... They either need to get an initiation onto the back line, which requires like a smoke wraparound, or they have to poke this Dusa down.
Instant mana drain the illusions away. Backdoor protection will disappear now.
Morphling does not want to come back.
I don't think he has a choice.
Look at him, they're just feeding him mana.
Wonder how fast you can refill Medusa's mana with Lion and Pugna together.
I don't know, but it's not filling it very quickly right now. They're actually burning through. The Ember Spirit's still going to go forward, though. Attack the back line. Roar being attempted on Laurel. Doesn't quite get it. May have to roar something else here. At this rate, Dark Mago is almost dead. Just away to his Remnant. Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in. Mago barely got out. A slam? No, he finally roars it up, and it kills the Dawnbreaker. Satanic's coming back in with the Stone Gaze, but he's kind of being ignored right now. They're chasing after Laurel with the Snowball. He has a Force Staff to get him away. Hook shot to catch the Tusk. He will die. Two heroes that do not have buyback. Aegis will expire in 15 seconds.
Damn. Dark Mago tanked everything he could before he jumped away. And yeah, the Ember and Morph getting the job done, but Beastmaster, pitiful numbers. 800 damage in that fight. Despite getting Roar off, his net worth is not outputting very much damage in the fight.
No.
And
I mean, you have Ags, and if you don't get off the Roar at all until the very end of the fight, then your drums are kind of useless.
Yeah. And mind you, this was a fight where Medusa wasn't even hitting anyone, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was just a very isolated... It was a nice jump from Waska to find an angle on the backline so Satanic wasn't involved, and a ton of the gold that they have is not being put to use in the fight. But at the same time, when you jump the backline like that, you're also not bringing all your artillery. They didn't find a way to structure that fight in a way that gave them a flat-out, clear outnumber.
Axe done for the Storm Spirit. So a big initiation tool upgrade, level 25 soon for the Medusa, so we can get the split shot, uses modifiers. Or maybe you want the Gorgon's Grass Volley.
How does that even work?
It just has a fourth even bigger circle.
Oh, it just makes one more circle?
Yes, it makes one more circle. It's terrible.
Wow, that is so bad.
It's really
That could be
bad.
a level 10 talent almost. Like, no joke.
Like, even if you're playing support Dusa, like, if you get level 25 on support Dusa, like, surely you probably have
He got the
some
BKB off
items.
before the Roar, he will be fine.
Dawnbreak ultimate just to make sure BKB instantly going out from Malik. They're going to see if they can get out.
Both BKBs
Lightyear's going to
used.
catch Storm, but he's still able to zip away before there's any follow-up disable. Now Satanic has rejoined them, and Waska is not itching to take that kind of fight.
Satanic has Disperser too. Close to being maxed out. Okay.
Go for Rue. Pops him. Rue just standing out in the open there. Well, Team Spirit are caught in trying to decide whether or not they want to retreat or not. Laurel is stuck inside the chains, but he's finally able to zip away. Hook shot attempted. Dark Mago not hit by that one as he comes out of the disruption. He starts walking away. Mal gets demolished. Pake is beginning to go to work here. So Satanic, though. He's killing Sacred. Laurel gets the grab onto the Morphling and it kills him.
So far ahead of Dusa. Like, these fights from Waska are actually pretty good. It's just such a tough numbers game when Satanic has 10,000 net worth on your Morph and just stands his ground.
He is A-clicked. And that's all he needs to do.
They they killed the Lion instantly, and the Dawn as well as Storm had BKB cooldowns just from the initiation at the base from the Roar, and still, they just cannot pierce through this Medusa.
Oh, that was a cool play. Disruption and Shard blocking him in against his own illusions, but he also demonic purged himself, so when the bounce back snake came at him, he didn't get turned to stone.
Oh, that's kind of cool. All right, they take down the banner. They defend. So again, admirable fights here from Waska, doing a lot of things right.
Yeah,
and the good news is the Dusa won't get much bigger than this.
Yeah, she's gonna eat an Ags and get MKB for the butterfly on the Morphling. And then you can get like Moon Shard or Refresher, but you're really capping out at that point. So you said if they can defend, you have high hopes for them. They obviously haven't defended like completely cleanly or anything. Where do you feel like Waska stand in this game now?
It's not great. If they could have held that top lane and won that fight earlier and not lost any barracks, and if they could have killed Medusa in one of those 2 fights,
yeah,
that would have been a real difference maker. She's worth so much gold.
Radiant are scanning.
But they just can't make it through. That if that base defense would have led to some sort of a, not necessarily a team wipe, but a Dusa kill and another 1 or 2 collateral, I think it could have looked quite good. But now this is definitely, they're still on the receiving end all in all. And now the question is what Satanic is going to do, and Spirit as a whole. Are they going to wait for the next Roche? Early spawn is in a minute. Actually, it's a guaranteed spawn, excuse me, in a minute. And they know that too, because it's almost a maximum spawn timer. So they will get that, and they will try to get it on the Radiant side. Waska, as a result, are starting to push out bottom heavily. But looks like Spirit are just drawing the lines to go push. Okay.
Try and force them back inside their base, and then they take the Roshan area, perhaps?
Maybe. I guess they're just making the read here that Waska are out preparing for the Radiant side Roshan.
I mean, they do have good info thanks to Mapochka's Aghanim Scepter. Good use of the Glimmer Cape, dodge the snake, pull back in with Dawnbreaker Ultimate. They hit a shield rune on the Storm Spirit, so he felt like he could just go in, and he was totally right about that. They killed the 2 supports, and Pike, he went in and just instantly got hexed up and killed. He has no buyback, no way to play this one without the Morphling. They just do not have damage anymore. Team Spirit are just going to end the game. Rampage incoming for Satanic, perhaps? Failing that, demolishing the towers will do.
Well, turns out they did not need an Aegis cap. They just...
No.
Oh, it might still be Rampage? No, he didn't get the kill. I'm not sure if the timer was still alive.
Yeah, the timer is definitely on by now, I think.
All right. Oh, Spirit will take game 1 in...
No, he got the kill, but the Rampage timer was out.
This is the way in which a lot of Spirit games seem to be going right now.
Yeah.
Just they play solid laning stage, and I would say almost their mid game might not be the absolute strongest, at least for them relative to the other best teams of the tournament, but their late game is really fierce, and they always find a good way to finish the game off when it's time. And a lot of it is spearheaded by the fact that they just set up Satanic for glory every single game, and this guy just delivers 714 CS in a 40-minute game on this Medusa. Look at the comparison. He has the same last hits as the 2 enemy top cores combined almost. And I know Dusa will farm fast compared to the Morphling. He should be able to stay ahead, but these numbers he's outputting are extreme. And yeah, well, you like to look at damage to GPM ratio.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's what you want to see. 57k damage from the Dusa, dwarfing absolutely everyone, doubling up everyone. And yep, led by a solid supporting cast. I said this earlier this tournament. I feel like Rue in particular has really stepped up. I think he got a lot of criticism early on in this Spirit lineup, but overall, all the pieces are really coming together nicely, and they're making a ton of good early game moves that really set things up.
Team Spirit showing why they are currently undefeated in this second group stage, 3-0 with a 1-0 lead in this series against Waska.
And a 4-digit GPM out of Satanic, like you heard from Cap and Sind. They set this man up for glory. Not a boy. He came into Team Spirit a boy, but he has grown into a farming man out there in the fields, getting his hands dirty, calluses.
Neil, can I make a Love is Blind reference right now? When he joined this team, he was a boy, but after Group Stage 1, he became a man. It made him a man.
Hannah?
That's just a language reference.
Hannah?
Yep. You're not going to get this.
What do you mean I'm not going to get that? That's just an expression.
Move on, Neil. The people that watch the show are going to enjoy that, and you will not, and that's fine.
Kurt and I are Love is Blind enthusiasts. Brian's actually watching, so he giggled too.
Yeah, who's ever heard of he came into this as a man or came into this as a boy and left a man? Truly poets on Love is Blind.
Neil, how would you feel if the woman you were dating said, before you met me, you're a boy, and now you're a man? In a condescending way.
I think that is illegal in some states and countries. So I would probably find that to be a gray area, legally speaking.
But you know what should have been illegal, Neil? That Dusa pick.
Let's go!
That Dusa pick. That was, I don't know, Dusa was set up for success in that game. I mean, like the counterpicked the Beastmaster on lane into just having full control of the map. It was a very, very long time before Waska could take any of the towers. So like Medusa just had her pick of the litter in terms of where she wanted to go, how much she wanted to farm, like constantly topping top of the GPM. And even though Waska made some really good moves, some really aggressive plays, taking that first Roche, Spirit made a lot of mistakes in that game too. They still managed to win off of the back of how strong that Medusa was.
And I feel like a lot of times you watch Medusa, I'm like, oh, Mana Shield's a good ability, but Deuces still die. But that was like the most like, by God, someone needs a Diffusal Blade game I've seen in a while. Where they just were not killing her. They could not drain her mana fully. When they would get it down, she'd be like, oh, there's the wand. And it'd be like another little itch of damage that you need to hit her. So that was, it was a very good Deuce performance, and it's giving me more confidence in the hero, certainly.
But we did see these situations that you even expressed apprehension to in the draft where if they save Medusa for the end, if they can get to the end, then Medusa will die. And Satanic was trying to get as much value out of his small HP pool as possible, but he was being left alone at the end on multiple occasions. So what was Spirit doing that wasn't able to let Medusa be the frontline wall that I usually see her being?
I think that Waska just played very confidently. Like taking that first Aegis was really important. I think that like looking back at that, Spirit should watch that replay and say our Medusa was so farmed at that point that we should have been ready to fight for Roche in that area and not give it away to them. And it felt like Pyke also in that Morphling played very well. Like he was joining these fights really early, like finding these kills. Unfortunately for Waska, they couldn't really turn it into anything because even when they were getting a lot of these early game skirmishes, they just didn't get any towers, really. And they were able to isolate Satanic early on, but then he just gets like Storm Spirit is scaling with items. He has the backup of this Dawnbreaker later on. Like his two supports, like Rue, I think played an incredible game, like, you know, locking down the correct targets. If you want to isolate Medusa, you want to make it so that your team is also alive.
Yeah.
And you're all killing Medusa together, but that wasn't the case because people on Waska were dying as Medusa was being isolated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Morphling really did do quite well. I was impressed. He was like targeting and killing heroes. He was doing high damage pretty consistently throughout the game. And I heard some people backstage say that it was a little bit of a sloppy game, but I think it was very fun to watch because there was a lot of fighting.
Sloppy games are always fun to watch.
Killing, and it wasn't too sloppy. It was just like the nice dose of sloppy where both teams can afterwards can be like, oh, it was a little sloppy, but at least the viewers have fun, which I'm sure is what they're thinking of at all times.
No, I'll tell you what they're thinking of. They're thinking of, man, what did Brian pick for the Kadia award of the game? Well, don't worry. I'm going to tell you right now.
No, Neil, it's going to be me that tells you what the Kadia award of the game is, as this is a big innate play, the perfectly timed 40-minute siege by Team Spirit, the game turning today, and the entire map is now your award.
The dawn has been broken.
It has dawned upon them, the vision at the 40-minute mark that allows Laurel to see exactly where all of Waska is, getting the Ag Storm pull. You know, I assume, like, they're not going to plan this in the game, but somebody on their team, maybe even Malik, was saying it's about to be 40 minutes, be ready, because that was so perfectly scripted and timed, and You know, Waska caught with their pants down a little bit there, Neil, as they forgot about the classic Dawn and Nate that happens once every 10 minutes.
I don't think it's been in the game long enough that people are like, oh my god, she sees me! Panic.
Yeah, I mean, there should be some sort of indicator, I think, if you're the enemy team.
That's true,
like maybe,
yeah.
you know, like when you have like Spearbreaker charge on you in the past, it showed you that you were being charged and then they removed that. There
Yes,
should
they
be
did.
something like a sun above you that says they can see you.
Yeah, I'm
You
on
know?
board with that.
Yeah, after that play at least, because that's pretty unfair, I think, to be worrying about that. I'm sure there's a million miles a minute going on in their head about all the things they could possibly be worried about, and then they just suddenly they're exposed, Neil, in public.
Exposed in public.
Yeah.
I don't know how to properly follow up on that without getting in trouble with Twitch TOS, so instead, I hope you're all ready for game number 2 of Spirit vs. Waska.
baby, do it. Come on now, baby, do it. sister, 'cause you're the everything I need. Ooh, yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, begging for more. 'Cause just a little bit is never enough. 'Cause just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Is never enough. Just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit. Is never enough. Just a little bit, when it comes to your love. 'Cause you know there can't be too much. I need all I can get, more than just a little bit.
The city lights a neon aglow. We are stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe.
Less in real life.